Prior to coming here, Emperor Ziwei had entrusted him with a mission to collect a stardust fruit should he encounter the huge starry mountain. This massive mountain was most likely the aforementioned huge starry mountain. So Enlin's target was made quite clear: find the stardust fruit. Enlin flew slowly around the mountain as he assessed his surroundings. He was in no hurry to travel directly to the summit, as there was no guarantee that the stardust fruit would be found at the peak of the mountain. Rocks, cliffs, mounds, everything on this massive mountain was completely pitch black in color. It was exactly because of this that all the white specks of light on the mountain appeared so dazzling and eye-catching in comparison. It was as if the mountain were the night sky and the specks of light were the beautiful stars shining in the night. Enlin descended upon one of the specks of white light to find that the white light existed within the rocky surface of the mountain. The black rock was semi-transparent, thereby allowing the white light to shine through. He was a little curious about what they were, so he pulled out his evil-slaying sword before plowing through the black rock. After a long while, he finally managed to reach the substance that was emanating the white light. This was a white, glowing powder which reminded him of fluorescent powder. Enlin used the divine inspection technique on the powder, immediately following which a string of information appeared within his mind. Star essence, a substance created from the energy of the stars absorbed by the huge starry mountain. The description was a very concise one. There was no further information, such as the effect of the powder or anything like that. Enlin thought about it for a moment before collecting some star essence in case it would be useful sometime in the future. After flying for a while longer, he saw a patch of ground in the distance that was protruding slightly and emanating a bright, white light. Huh? That star essence looks quite bright, Enlin exclaimed in amazement. However, after drawing a bit closer and getting a better look at the source of the light, his eyes abruptly widened as if he had seen a ghost. This was a creature that was about half the size of a grown man with a round, golden body that had about a dozen angular protrusions. The creature had a pair of feelers that appeared to be acting as its feet, and its entire body glowed with a faint light, as if it were an actual star in the sky. This wasn't some star essence, this was a fucking living star. Xianxia was also staring at the creature with shock on its face. Holy shit! Who would have thought that my dream of plucking a star from the sky could be achieved so soon? Let me capture this star. Enlin. Xianxia had already thrown itself at the star before Enlin had a chance to reply. Two particularly bright spots suddenly appeared on the living star, which was presumably its eyes. Its two eyes instantly focused on Xianxia, as it let loose a surprised yelp before throwing itself at Xianxia. The method through which it attacked was remarkably similar to Xianxia's, in that they both used their bodies as rams. Boom! A blue streak of light crashed into the golden streak of light to create an extremely powerful explosion of energy, which caused the mountain in a radius of over 1,000 feet to collapse. The golden star was knocked back a few steps, and its body swayed slightly, having clearly come out second best after that collision. However, it was unwilling to accept defeat, and it let loose a war cry before crashing toward Xianxia again. Boom, boom, boom. A series of collisions ensued, thus triggering a series of explosive shockwaves. Xianxia was the leader of the Snow Soul beasts as well as an extremely powerful beast at the pinnacle of true power stage. In contrast, the golden star was quite a bit weaker, so it collapsed onto the ground while panting like a fish out of water after just a few collisions. Xianxia chortled with glee as it manifested a small hand from its wings before plucking the golden star from the ground, which it then carried to Enlin with a triumphant expression. Hee. Care for a little star, master? I've plucked it for you. Enlin's lips twitched slightly, but he still nodded. Thanks. He carried the golden star in his hand and appraised it with a curious gaze. The golden star had been knocked to the brink of unconsciousness by Xianxia, so it was completely unable to resist Enlin. The star was warm and soft to the touch, as if it were a giant eraser. A light, fluorescent glow emanated from its body. The light was very gentle and quite pleasing to the eye. There were two duck-like webbed feet that were attached to its body by a pair of feelers. There were also three particularly bright spots of light, two of which were its eyes while the third one was its mouth. Patrick Star? Is that you? And Lin asked, "Golden Star?" And Lin felt like this should one of the star beasts Emperor Ziwei had mentioned before. He had initially thought that the star beasts would be some sort of extremely fearsome and ruthless creature, but after seeing one now, that didn't really appear to be the case. "Release me at once. The stars will deliver judgment on you if you dare to harm me." A light, neutral voice suddenly sounded, and Enlin almost dropped the star in shock. The star beast just spoke in the ancient man language. "Are you a star beast?" Enlin asked with curiosity on his face. "I am a member of the mighty Starry Sky tribe. Release me at once, you idiotic human. Otherwise, you will be rammed to death by countless stars." The star yelled with rage. "Oh!" And Lin nodded before letting the star go. The star faltered slightly before blinking its eyes with a vacant expression. It clearly wasn't expecting Enlin to react in the way he did. "He released me just like that?" It cleared its throat to compose itself before continuing in a calm voice. "It's good to see that you know your place and are fearful of our Starry Sky tribe. I'll let you go just this once out of the kindness of my heart." And Lin nodded with an earnest expression. "You're right. I just want to ask if you know anything about the stardust fruit." "Stardust fruit? You're trying to steal the stardust fruit. That is the holy treasure of our tribe, which grows on the stardust tree at the summit of this mountain. You'll be slain on sight by my fellow tribe members if you dare to approach it. I won't tell you anything about it no matter what." The star gave an extremely animated response, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Didn't the star just reveal all the information he wanted to know? So the stardust fruit really was at the summit of the huge starry mountain. "Nice. Hee. I don't believe you. How strong are the members of your tribe? They can't kill me." And Lin sneered coldly. "Humph. My tribe is the guardian of the stardust tree, among which there are over 100 star beasts more powerful than myself. There are even about a dozen of them with strength that rival that white furball's. You still say they can't kill you now?" The star harumphed coldly as it looked down at Enlin with contempt. Enlin was very satisfied with the star's reply. He didn't think that it would be so easy to swindle the star into giving him all the information he wanted. A sense of superiority from interacting with someone with an inferior IQ began to well up in his heart. This star appeared to possess combat prowess comparable to a soul formation initial stage or soul formation intermediate stage cultivator, which meant that there were over 100 soul formation initial stage or soul formation intermediate stage stars, among which about a dozen were at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Such a formidable lineup might well be enough to kill him. He had to think of a plan. Wait. And Lin's eyes lit up when he suddenly thought of the illusionary star robe that Emperor Ziwei had given him prior to entering this realm. Apparently, the robe had extremely potent camouflage and concealment abilities that would allow him to escape the detection of the star beasts. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to use the robe right now? With this in mind, he pulled out the illusionary star robe from his storage ring. This was a black robe with specks of stardust shining on the material, giving it a mysterious appearance. And Lin donned the illusionary star robe to find that it fit him perfectly. The black material coupled with the specks of stardust was almost identical to the appearance of the surface of the huge starry mountain, thereby making it the perfect camouflage. "So I advise you to leave here as soon as possible and refrain from your original plan." The star turned to Enlin as it spoke before its pupils contracted drastically, and its mouth gaped open in shock. "Where did he go? Holy fuck. I told you to leave, but did you have to be so obedient and depart instantly?" The star cried out in shock, and Lin stood still before the star, feeling a little dumbstruck himself. And Lin was baffled momentarily upon seeing the star beast's reaction. He looked down at his own hands to find that they weren't even camouflaged. "How dare you disregard the existence of my master?" Xianxia slapped the star beast across the face. "Slap!" Xianxia roared with rage. "You insolent fool! My master is standing right before you." The star beast rubbed its face with its feeler as a confused expression appeared on its face before it flared up with rage. "Bullshit! There's nothing there." "Slap!" Xianxia rewarded the star beast with another slap. You really are the epitome of insolence. How dare you refer to my master as nothing? And Lin, you! The star beast's eyes widened as its golden body rose and fell in rage. It felt like it was being bullied. What, you want to fight again? Xianxia threatened. The star beast's expression immediately became downcast. Alright, it was definitely being bullied now. Slap! Another slap landed on the star beast's face. The star beast stared up with a blank expression at Xianxia. Xianxia raised its two wings in the air to demonstrate its innocence. It really wasn't me this time. It was my master. The star beast was on the brink of tears. There's no one else here. You can't treat me like a stupid cunt even if you derive joy from slapping me. Slap! Another loud slap landed on the star beast's face. It stared at Xianxia, who had its wings raised in the air, and it really was dumbstruck this time. It wasn't him. What the fuck? And Lin was astonished upon seeing this. This feeling of being able to slap someone without fear of consequence. It was so wonderful. The star's expression of shock did not seem to be an act, which meant that it really was unable to see him. This illusionary star robe was even more effective than an invisibility robe to star beasts. Not only could it hide him from view, but it could also conceal his presence and mute any sounds he made. In the star beast's eyes, he had essentially disappeared into thin air. Xianxia also sensed that something was amiss, and it stared at Lin with longing in its big, round eyes. An invisibility cloak that could allow him to slap stars without fear of retaliation. He wanted it too. And Lin made his way toward Xianxia with a smile on his face. Do you want to go in front of me or behind me? Blue ripples flashed through Xianxia's big, round eyes while his white fur stood up on end. What are you doing? No. I won't accept it. You can't do this to me. And Lin. What the hell are you thinking? I'm just saying you should hide under the cloak too. Xianxia faltered slightly upon hearing this before heaving a sigh of relief. I thought Master was some sort of sick, deranged freak. And Lin's chest constricted, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So what were you thinking just then? I'll go in front. Xianxia skirted around Lin's question. And Lin pursed his lips before making space for Xianxia in front of him, making him appear as if he were a pregnant woman. Meanwhile, the star looked like it had just seen a ghost. The white ball just disappeared right before its very eyes. And Lin was just about to leave, when Xianxia's voice sounded again. Wait, what is it? And Lin asked. Get closer to that star for a moment, Xianxia instructed. And Lin, just as the star was rooted to the spot in shock, it was slapped across the face again. Slap! The star's mouth gaped open in shock and pain as it stroked its red and bruised face. The stinging pain, the sense of humiliation, the overwhelming confusion and indignation. Wah! What did I do to deserve this? All these emotions finally pushed it over the edge as the star erupted in tears. At the same time, Xianxia was chortling gleefully in Lin's arms. Ha ha ha! That stupid star is hilarious. It's so dumb. Ha ha ha! And Lin rolled his eyes before flying toward the summit of the huge starry mountain. Slapping little stars is so satisfying. Xianxia's laughter finally subsided as he savored the lingering feeling of his wing slapping the star. And Lin didn't want to speak with him, in fear that his idiocy was contagious. The huge starry mountain was extremely tall, and Lin saw many star beasts below as he continued toward its summit. However, none of them detected Lin's presence. All of them were just perplexed by the gust of spontaneous wind which blew by, but they didn't think too much of it. 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The population density of star beasts increased as he continued up the mountain. And Lin also saw some cave-dwelling star beasts, as well as some star beasts who were starbathing atop steep cliffs. 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, 500,000 feet. This was the tallest mountain Lin had ever scaled. After reaching the 500,000 feet mark, he finally saw the summit, along with several hundred star beasts. They were milling around at the summit of the mountain like a bunch of walking stars, and even the light emanating from their bodies seemed to be brighter than that of the star they had just met. He was ecstatic upon discovering a huge tree that was over 1,000 feet tall, as well as the stardust fruit hanging off the tree. There was no mistaking it. The stardust fruit was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the images. The stardust fruit was around the size of Xianxia, and it pulsed with an extremely dazzling light, as if it were a star hanging off the tree. What was even more pleasing to Enlin was that there was not just one stardust fruit, but instead 3 in total. Nice! He could give one to Emperor Ziwei and keep 2 for himself. There were many star beasts starbathing around the stardust fruit tree while absorbing the star energy in the air. There were also some star beasts appraising the stardust fruit with scorching desire as drool rolled down the corners of their mouths. However, right at this moment, a stardust fruit suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. All the star beasts faltered before rubbing their eyes and looking up at the stardust tree again, only to find that another stardust fruit had disappeared, leaving only one left. Tr. Tribe leader, something's wrong. Some star beasts began to yell in panic. A burly star glowing with an extremely bright golden light appeared before asking in a slow voice, "What is it? Please look at the stardust tree. The stardust fruits on it have suddenly disappeared." A star beast exclaimed in a panicked voice. "Haha, are you drunk, Gordon? How could the stardust fruits just disappear out of the blue?" The tribe leader chuckled before turning its eyes on the stardust tree. The smile on its face then slowly congealed before disappearing altogether. The stardust tree was completely bare with no signs of the 3 stardust fruits that had been hanging off it. What happened? The tribe leader's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. A moment later, it began to yell in a panicked voice, "Enemy invasion! Our holy fruits have been stolen! Don't let the thieves get away!" The holy fruits had been stolen? Several hundred star beasts turned their eyes on the stardust tree in unison to discover that the 3 stardust fruits had indeed disappeared. All the star beasts were completely dumbstruck. Who could steal the holy fruits right under everyone's noses? "Hurry up and chase down the thieves!" the tribe leader yelled. All the star beasts turned to the tribe leader with blank expressions. How were they supposed to chase the thieves down if they didn't even know where they were? They couldn't have gotten far away from here in such a short time. If we make a thorough search of the surrounding area, we'll definitely be able to catch them, the tribe leader said. All the star beasts' eyes lit up upon hearing this. Great idea. Thus, several hundred streaks of light burst forth from the summit of the huge starry mountain in different directions, leaving a series of golden trails in their wake. The summit of the mountain was soon empty. Never would they have thought that the culprits they were searching for were still on the summit of the mountain. And Lin appraised the stardust tree before him with a thoughtful expression, as if he was considering whether he should steal the tree as well. Stealing eggs was nothing. Stealing the hen was a lot more impressive. However, he decided to abandon the idea after some consideration. The stardust tree most likely required a lot of star energy to survive, so there was a good chance it would die if he tried to plant it in Taichu continent. As such, he should just leave it for these poor star beasts. Master, take me to that really bright, really fat star over there, Xianxia yelled excitedly. And Lin didn't really know why Xianxia would make such a request, but he still obliged anyway. Slap. A loud slap was planted across the star beast's face. "Ha! That was so satisfying," Xianxia chortled with mirth. And Lin, tribe leader? Mountain barricade formation, activate. The tribe leader reacted very quickly and immediately activated the spell formation on the huge starry mountain. Boom! A blue film of light rose up from the mountain, enveloping the entire space around the mountain and leaving no avenues for escape. "Come out, you invisible thief!" the tribe leader roared. There were a few dozen star beasts stationed around the stardust tree, and all of them were shocked upon hearing this. Some of them began to unleashing attacks blindly around them while the others activated detection spell techniques. Xianxia, Master, words cannot express how sorry I am. Xianxia offered a heartfelt apology before Enlin even had a chance to scold him, so it was difficult for him to flare up in anger. He looked around at the barricading spell formation around them as his eyes turned snowy white. Divine inspection technique. A red flash of light streaked through the air before crashing into a weak point in the spell formation to create a gaping hole. And Lin immediately charged through the hole to escape from the huge starry mountain. Go! Give chase in that direction, the tribe leader instantly yelled. A series of powerful golden streaks flashed toward the hole in the spell formation. However, in the face of an invisible enemy, all their attacks were launched in hope more than anything else. The chances of them hitting Lin was probably slimmer than winning the lottery. And Lin and Xianxia slowly flew away from the huge starry mountain, and he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked back at all the furious, yet confused stars. He had completed the mission that Emperor Ziwei had assigned to him, so all that was left was to complete the system's mission. Mission failure would result in him becoming a eunuch for 100 years, which was something he absolutely refused to accept. He looked around at the boundless expanse of black mountain ranges around him while being at a complete loss for direction. This was already an area outside of the map, and everything looked exactly the same, so he didn't even have any references to work with. Aside from star beasts, he couldn't even see any other creatures in this godforsaken place. Could it be that he had been teleported to a certain mystic realm by the huge starry mountain? After flying aimlessly for over 1,500 kilometers, he finally made it out from the mountain ranges and came to a set of grassy plains. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. All the grass here was a shade of dark purple, and there was no end to the grass in sight, as if it had merged into the purple skyline. The stars are so bright here. I can see the grass so clearly just by the light of the stars alone. And Lin exclaimed as he cast his eyes across the vast grassland. It doesn't look good because the grass is not green. Xianxia grumbled. Master, we should get out of here. There's nothing interesting about this purple grass. Only environmentally friendly green grass that is pleasing to the eye is suitable for us, Xianxia suggested. And Lin rolled his eyes. Just because you like green grass doesn't mean I do. Keep talking shit, and I'll bash you. Xianxia recoiled at Lin's inexplicable angry outburst. His ears twitched slightly before he turned in a certain direction. Master, there appear to be some vital energy fluctuations in that direction. It appears that someone is fighting there. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately flew in the direction Xianxia was pointing to. It didn't really matter who was fighting. Any sign of intelligent life other than those star beasts was a good thing, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. At least Lin was no longer alone and had someone he could talk to. As he drew closer and closer to the site of the battle, the energy fluctuations in the air grew more and more powerful. And Lin was shocked to detect that the clash of energy seemed to be even more powerful than his own. How could there be such powerful creatures in the ancient divine division? Just under 10 kilometers away, a series of fearsome clashes took place, accompanied by earth-shattering booms, which made the ground underfoot tremor and quake. And Lin's eyes widened when he saw a sea of flames burst forth. The sea of flames instantly enveloped an area of 5 kilometers in radius while lighting up the entire night sky. What a terrifying aura! And Lin charged to the edge of the sea of flames to discover a crimson bird with flames burning all over its body. The bird was over 1,000 feet in size, and its crimson feathers were covered in golden flames. Its tail was like a peacock's, as it fanned out to reveal the image of a twisted, red bird skeleton. In the air not far away from the crimson bird stood a man with bronze skin and a pair of black wings. He held a huge saber in his hands that he slashed down at the crimson bird, causing the space before him to crack open while a black saber projection of several kilometers in length instantly tore through the ground. The crimson bird let loose a sharp cry as it looked up at the mighty saber projection. A peculiar ripple then emanated from the image on its tail, which caused the black saber projection to warp. Boom! The saber projection brushed past the crimson bird before leaving a massive gash on the ground below. And Lin stared blankly at the earth-shattering battle taking place before him, and he didn't even dare to breathe. A battle of such intensity, This was clearly a battle between two return to void stage mighty figures. What the fuck? How could there be return to void stage cultivators in the ancient divine division? No. And Lin's body trembled as a frightening thought occurred to him. The return to void stage dark wing tribe cultivator and a crimson bird. The starry night sky. Could he have stumbled upon the void star section of the ancient Tai Chu realm? It seemed like this was the only plausible explanation. No wonder the star energy was so powerful here. No wonder there would be return to void stage mighty figures. He had come to the void star section, otherwise known as the return to void stage battlefield. And Lin felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stomping through his heart. Never would he have thought that he would actually venture into the void star section. In a place as dangerous as this, he would probably die without even knowing how it had happened. It was a testament to his luck that he was able to fly for over 1,500 kilometers without being killed by anyone. The battle between the Dark Wing tribe cultivator and the Crimson Bird rocked heaven and earth as both sides unleashed all types of powerful techniques, creating a spectacular light show at night. Thankfully, Lin had the illusionary star robe draped over himself, and he also concealed his aura, thereby allowing him to escape detection. Even though the illusionary star robe wasn't as effective on creatures that weren't star beasts, it was still able to conceal his presence from the detection of divine senses provided that he was sufficiently far away from any potential pursuers. Xianxia stared at the battle taking place in the distance with an expression of longing on his face, as if he was in a trance. This is what a fight between men should look like. Each and every one of their techniques is powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble and quake. Just he was speaking, the man from the Dark Wing tribe had already sliced a wing off the Crimson Bird's body, sending a fountain of blood spurting into the air. However, the blood wasn't evaporated by the boundless flames. Instead, it suddenly materialized into a blood sword, which pierced through the air, before instantly puncturing the Dark Wing tribe cultivator's chest. What a brutal battle! As a veteran spectator of battles, Lin was able to determine that both the man from the Dark Wing tribe as well as the Crimson Bird were around the return to void initial stage. Their spell techniques were extremely vibrant and powerful, but they weren't very proficient at using spatial manipulation yet. Grand Primordium Guardian, Deathly Night. When the Dark Wing tribe cultivator raised his black saber high into the air, dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky in a radius of 5 kilometers, while streaks of black light could be seen piercing through the clouds. The hairs on the back of Lin's neck stood on end as he retreated with all his might. The Crimson Bird's body squirmed as it tried to fuse its severed wing back onto its body, but it received a nasty shock upon seeing the fearsome spell technique the man was unleashing, and the image on its tail instantly began to glow with a brilliant light. A flaming phoenix of 10,000 feet in size spread its wings before descending upon the man with an accompanying sea of flames. The man's saber fell, and the dark clouds in the sky began to surge as a black saber projection descended from the sky with devastating power. In that instant, the world seemed to have been robbed of all light as everything fell into darkness. The flaming phoenix collided with the black saber projection, and the resulting shockwave instantly pulverized the ground around them in a radius of several kilometers. Lin was also struck by the shockwave, causing the hood of his illusionary star robe to be blown off his head. Fortunately, he had already begun his retreat before the clash occurred, thereby allowing him to escape injury. The saber projection tore through the flaming phoenix in the end before crashing onto the Crimson Bird's body. A sharp screeching sound erupted as the black saber projection sliced into the Crimson Bird's body. After the black saber projection faded, Lin caught sight of the Crimson Bird to discover that it had been completely sliced in half. The crimson feathers gradually lost its luster, and it was clearly well dead. The Dark Wing tribe cultivator's features were a little pale as he stood in the air above the Crimson Bird with blood flowing from the hole in his chest. Master, this is a God-given opportunity. The man with the black wings has clearly been significantly weakened during that battle. We should take this opportunity to harvest his life. Xianxia suddenly began squirming with excitement in Lin's arms. Lin chuckled coldly. You want to deal the killing blow? You'll lose your life doing so. Don't ever underestimate the power of a return to void stage mighty figure. There is an insurmountable gap in power, and they can kill us in many ways as long as they haven't died themselves. Just as his sentence trailed off, the Dark Wing Tribe cultivator suddenly turned to look in his direction. The man had his huge saber hoisted on his shoulder, and astonishment appeared on his face upon seeing Enlin. Enlin blinked before asking Xianxia, Is he looking at me? Xianxia replied, He could be looking at me instead. I'm so cute and adorable after all. Enlin patted the hood of the illusionary star robe, which had now been blown off his head, wondering if that was why his cover had been blown. No, it wasn't time to think about stuff like that now. Enlin came to a rude awakening before drawing a sharp intake of breath. Fuck, they had been spotted by a return to void stage cultivator. Enlin's first thought was to run for his life. However, he didn't have a chance to move before the Dark Wing Tribe cultivator brought out a portrait from his storage ring. He looked at the portrait, then at Enlin, and an expression of shock and horror appeared on his face as he drew a sharp intake of breath. Enlin looked up at the man with an inquisitive expression, but the man's body suddenly trembled as he took a few steps back in fear. Enlin? The Dark Wing Tribe cultivator immediately tore open a spatial gate before leaping into it to disappear as quickly as possible. The return to void stage mighty figure from the Dark Wing Tribe is running away. Enlin's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this. He looked around with a blank expression but didn't discover anything particularly scary. Why did he run so fast? Could he be scared of me? Little Xianxia, am I a terrifying man? Enlin asked. Xianxia instantly flared up in rage. My name is Xianxia. I am an imposing and domineering beast. Don't call me little Xianxia. The veins on Enlin's forehead popped in response. Who called you little Xianxia one? Don't get all mushy on me. You haven't even answered my question yet. Am I a terrifying man? Why do I feel like the Dark Wing Tribe cultivator ran because he was scared of me? Xianxia was clearly a little befuddled as well, and he paused to consider Enlin's question before responding with a question of his own. You're not that scary, master. And you haven't even unleashed that fearsome golden aura yet. Could it be that he was running away in fear of me? Enlin's chest constricted upon hearing this. He was obviously not going to get a serious answer from Xianxia. Another thought suddenly occurred to him, and he cast his eyes upon the body of the crimson bird which lay in the center of the diminishing sea of flames, and Enlin made his way over there before searching the carcass. Sure enough, he soon found a ring-shaped spatial storage magic tool. Xianxia was shocked. Holy fuck! Unbelievable! That man was so scared he didn't even grab his spoils of war? Master, you? He looked at the man before him, and an indescribable sense of admiration and reverence welled up in his heart. Xianxia obviously didn't really think that the black-winged man was scared of him. The only plausible explanation for his panicked escape was his master. Enlin, master's power, seemed to be even more unfathomable than he had imagined. Meanwhile, a spatial rift appeared within a black sea, from which a man with pale features with a huge saber on his shoulder emerged, and he turned to look at the closing spatial rift with fear lingering in his heart. Thank God he didn't chase me. Otherwise, I, the great Dao Yi, would be dead already. He heaved a light sigh of relief. As expected of the Enlin that was able to slay the Dark Night Monarch and leave even the Moonlit Night Monarch at a loss for what to do. To think that he was able to approach me completely without my detection before making his appearance when I was at my weakest state. And those eyes, they were so cold and arrogant. How terrifying. Luckily, I reacted quickly and ran for my life before he decided to kill me. Otherwise, I would really be screwed. Dao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a slight smile appeared on his face as he internally praised himself for his quick-wittedness. He paused for a moment before tearing open another spatial gate. He wasn't safe yet. He had to get further away, and Lin continued to fly around with Xianxia. A battle as intense as the one they witnessed was very likely to attract other powerful beings to the scene, so they had to leave as soon as possible. And Lin wandered aimlessly for a few dozen kilometers before finally discovering a small mountain. With a spell technique, He then blasted a hole into the small mountain, in which he took refuge. It's time to check my spoils of war, Enlin muttered with a buoyant grin. Enlin was very thankful to the Dark Wing tribe cultivator. After all, he had slain the Crimson Bird at the price of being severely wounded himself, only to then leave all the spoils of war to Enlin. What a good person. That Dark Wing tribe cultivator really was a good person. Enlin brought out all his recently acquired spoils of war, which consisted of a Snow Maiden storage ring, 2 Dragon Tribe storage rings, and 1 Crimson Bird's spatial storage device. As usual, he began with the Snow Maiden storage ring, as that was most likely the one with the least amount of value. The result was, he wanted to swear out loud. Fuck. There were only 120,000 spirit stones, 2 intermediate rank spirit tools, 1 spirit fruit, and a bunch of other crap. There wasn't even a single realm essence crystal. What a beggar. How could a soul formation stage Snow Maiden be so poverty-stricken? The spirit fruit was a 4th grade ice-type spirit fruit. Enlin thought about it for a moment before feeding it to Xianxia. He then refined the 2 Dragon Tribe storage rings, upon which he received a huge shock. There was a total of 1,200,000 spirit stones, 15 spirit tools, 20 spirit fruits, 2 7th grade immortal fruits, 1 golden realm essence crystal, 1 red realm essence crystal, 10 green realm essence crystals, and 52 white realm essence crystals. The 2 7th grade immortal fruits were known as raging dragon fruits, which had the effect of fortifying the consumer's constitution, as well as the temporary effect of boosting the consumer's stamina in a battle. These soul formation stage lizard dragons were as rich as return to void stage snow maidens, and Lin was starting to feel a bit of sympathy for Hongdo and Ling Ying. They had so eagerly pounced on their respective snow maiden storage rings. But they were probably going to be extremely disappointed once they refined the rings. It was now time for the main event. And Lin's eyes shone with excitement as he refined the return to void stage Crimson Bird's spatial storage device. The Crimson Bird was most likely a return to void stage mighty figure from the southern Heavenly Wing Nation, which was an opposing power to the Heavenly Court, so he didn't have any sympathy for the creature. Instead, he wore an eager expression as he refined the spatial storage device. 1,060,000 spirit stones, 6 high-rank spirit tools, 21 spirit pills, 1 immortal pill, 2 immortal fruits, 2 golden realm essence crystals, 9 blue realm essence crystals, 25 white realm essence crystals, and a bunch of tool refinement materials as well as other miscellaneous items. The immortal pill was a type of 6th grade immortal pills, true astral soul restoration pill, which had extremely potent consciousness restoration effects. The immortal fruits were a type of 5th grade immortal fruits, 6-turn phoenix fruits, which could assist consumers with fire-type bloodlines to observe the Tao of fire as well as to purify their fire-type bloodlines. They were a suitable present for Xiaolan. After wandering through the ancient Taichu realm for so long, he finally had a present he could give to Su Xiaolan. Lastly, and most importantly, he had gathered all the golden realm essence crystals he needed. There were 2 from the Crimson Bird, 1 from the Dragon Tribe, and 3 in his own bag. In addition to the 4 he had absorbed at the central city, he had 10 golden realm essence crystals in total, which meant he could finally complete his mission. And Lin raised his head to the sky as tears of joy almost flowed from his eyes. The threat of becoming a eunuch was finally dispelled. Was the prospect of becoming a eunuch for 100 years a scary one? Of course it was. How could one not be fearful of such a ghastly notion? Little Tian, protect me. And Lin eagerly gathered all his golden realm essence crystal to begin the absorption process. Xianxia pursed his lips with displeasure but still obediently positioned himself directly in front of Enlin as he dutifully scanned their surroundings with a cautious expression. There were 6 golden realm essence crystals in total, each of which required roughly an hour to absorb, so Enlin would require 6 hours to fully absorb all 6 crystals. Time passed by slowly, and Enlin could feel a special type of energy circulating around his body. However, he wasn't able to consciously manipulate this energy and could only let it run its course through his body. The absorption process was extremely smooth with no unforeseen mishaps. After absorbing the final golden realm essence crystal, A ding-dong sound came from his system. Congratulations. Mission successfully completed. Now initiating materialization of the embryonic body of the war god. Boom! Massive amounts of power burst forth within his body as the energy from all 10 Golden Realm essence crystals were activated at once. At the same time, all his cultivation methods also began to self-activate. Thunder Essence Cultivation Method, Earth Lotus Supreme Skill, Wind Spirit Technique, Evergreen Technique, Divine Liquid Creation Technique, Wings of True Fire. How did it feel to have all these cultivation methods activating at once? It was awesome, and Lin felt like all the power within his body was being activated at once. He had never had the ability to activate all these cultivation methods at the same time in the past, but he was able to take advantage of the materialization of the embryonic body of the war god to do so now. He felt extremely powerful at this moment. The 5 elements began to manifest themselves. The true intent of metal refined his ligaments and bones. The true intent of wood refined his internal organs. The true intent of water refined his blood. The true intent of fire refined his meridians. And the true intent of earth refined his skin. The 5 elements each served a different purpose. Yet their functions were able to fuse together as an extremely vast aura began to radiate around in Lin's body. Xianxia was given a huge fright by this aura. He turned around to look at Lin to discover that he was meditating while 5 different types of energy revolved around his body, giving him a mystical aura that made him appear as if he had merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. And that wasn't all. The true intent of wind and lightning began to flow into Lin's sea of vital energy, and his sea of vital energy began to expand after a storm of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The quantity of vital energy within his body also began to drastically increase as Kiran danced for joy. This was the feeling of satisfaction and joy one was struck with after having their 80 square meter house expanded to 100 square meters. At the same time, a divine power flowed into his consciousness, making his divine sense even more powerful. An ancient golden seal flashed on Lin's forehead as the overpowering aura of an omnipotent monarch burst forth from his body, striking Xianxia with the sudden urge to kneel down. My master really is the most powerful cultivator. This peerless aura, this disposition of an invincible monarch, all of it makes me want to weep in awe and reverence. Xianxia's body trembled as tears swam in his eyes. He didn't even know whether he was thrilled to the point of tears or moved to the point of tears. The ancient golden seal disappeared, and Lin opened his eyes, which were as bright as a pair of stars, as he exhaled and experienced the new power flowing through his body with a slight smile on his face. I am invincible. Xianxia was extremely worked up. Master, when are we setting off to conquer the world? And Lin, hit me. And Lin twisted his neck from side to side before ushering for Xianxia to attack him. Xianxia's body trembled. Master, I'm not mentally prepared. And Lin's lips twitched. What kind of mental preparation do you need to hit someone? I won't retaliate. Oh, so you're not going to retaliate. You should have said that first. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as his aura began to increase explosively. A frosty aura enveloped Xianxia's entire body as he flew toward Lin's chest as an unstoppable blue streak. Boom! And Lin's body crashed through the entire mountain from the force of the collision before emerging out the other side and flying back for a few hundred more meters. Ouch! My head hurts. Xianxia shook his round body as he grumbled. And Lin's blood also churned in his body, and he sustained a slight injury. However, his eyes were extremely bright. In the past, a full-power ram from Xianxia would have ruptured his organs, resulting in him directly vomiting blood. But his much-improved constitution allowed him to come out of the collision with only minor injuries. This type of constitution was definitely invincible compared to the rest of the soul formation stage cultivators. And Lin raised his fists to the air as he chortled with glee. Ah, I'm so powerful! And Lin was ecstatic about receiving this power boost. Just the embryonic body of the war god was this powerful. How badass would he be once he obtained the full body of the war god? And Lin shook his head to rid himself of this train of thought. He was a humble and steadfast man that liked to take things one step at a time. It wasn't important to him whether he was badass. What's on the inside was much more important. He brought out a white bead from his storage ring while thinking about this. This was the Ming Yuan bead sword that Immortal Ming Yuan gave him, which could tell his fortune for the next 10 days. The threat of becoming a eunuch had been successfully dispelled. He had attained a powerful technique, and he had endured the calamity that was a crumbling continent. As such, his purple fate should have changed, and it was time to verify this. When Enlin injected his vital energy into the Ming Yuan bead, a powerful suction force relentlessly engulfed his energy as a ripple permeated outward in all directions from the bead before fusing into heaven and earth. The Ming Yuan bead began to light up. It started with a red light before slowly darkening to a purple color. Enlin had the urge to vomit a mouthful of blood. How could it be like this? He had endured such a catastrophic calamity, and his life was much better now because of it. So why was his fortune still purple? Enlin stowed away the Ming Yuan bead before silently bringing out a golden badge. He could return to the heavenly court immediately if he were to activate this golden spatial teleportation badge now. Perhaps then, he would be able to avoid the imminent disaster. No, he came to a sudden realization. There was no way things could be that simple. A thought then occurred to him as he surveyed his system to check if there were any mission updates. His body immediately shuddered at the sight he was greeted by. Fuck. What the fuck? The special mission tab is flashing again. Special mission. Congratulations to host for attaining the embryonic body of the war god. Now assigning the following mission. Please absorb 10 times 10 Golden Realm Essence Crystals within a year to evolve the body of the war god one step further. Mission success. Achieve initial success with the body of the war god. Mission failure. Become a eunuch for 100 times 100 years. Note. This mission cannot be rejected. Enlin? Fuck you, system. You're a piece of shit. Enlin swore with rage. Xianxia's body trembled. Shitong won? Master, I don't like that name. Please continue to call me Little Tian instead. Also, what did I do wrong this time to deserve being scolded again? Enlin dismissed him with a thunderous expression. I'm not speaking to you. Xianxia was confused. He looked around before blinking in bewilderment. Was there someone else here besides Enlin and himself? Enlin almost blacked out as he looked at the system mission again. To absorb 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. What the fuck? Where was he going to find so many Realm Essence Crystals? 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystal was the equivalent of 100 million Spirit Stones. And the consequence of failure was to become a eunuch for 10,000 years. Also, why was this method of calculation of 10 times 10 and 100 times 100 so familiar? Was the system going to be calculating in exponentials next time? And Lin's body trembled with rage. He suddenly thought of what his situation would be like if he were to fail the mission. He would become Dao partners with Su Xiaolan in 100 years, but he would be unable to have sex with her for 9,900 years after that. No, she would probably dump him long before that. Tears streaked down his face as he envisioned his grim future. Fuck you, system. And Lin let loose more abuse as tears flowed from his eyes. Xianxia stared at Enlin with shock and horror on his face. Has my master gone crazy? Enlin only managed to curb his emotions after a long while, following which he rummaged through the Crimson Bird's spatial storage device with his divine sense. There was no use complaining now. The only thing he could do was to gather more Golden Realm Essence Crystal through whatever way possible. He had seen a huge map when he was rummaging through the miscellaneous items within the spatial storage device. He brought out the map from the spatial storage device before carefully surveying it. A joyful smile appeared on his face a moment later. This was a map of the Void Star section. And Lin didn't have a map of the Void Star section before this. After all, he was going to the Ancient Divine Division, so there was no point in studying an unrelated map. It was exactly because of this that he suddenly discovered that he was completely lost after arriving in the Void Star section. This map was exactly what he needed, and it finally gave him a small reason to smile. This map was drawn up according to the information the past Southern Heavenly Wing Nation adventurers had collected. All the potentially dangerous areas were labeled, and although it wasn't very detailed, it at least gave him an idea of the geographic structure of the void star section. The brightest red star in the sky indicates the northern direction, and the place we are currently located in is the purple grassland, which is in turn located in the western region of the 9 tectonic plates of the void star section. If I go further west, I will be heading toward the Black Sea, whereas the White Jade Mountain is located in the north. There is a high probability of realm essence crystals appearing on the White Jade Mountain, but there are also many jade beasts there, which makes it an extremely dangerous place. And Lin had one last glance at the map before deciding to set off for the White Jade Mountain, for no other reason than to pursue more realm essence crystals. He had to fight in order to not become a eunuch for 10,000 years. He donned his illusionary star robe before using a spell technique to fasten it around his body, in order to avoid a repeat of the awkward situation where the Dark Wing tribe cultivator had discovered him. Huh? Am I imagining things? Why do I feel a bump in my pocket? And Lin blinked with curiosity at his bulging pocket. It's not your imagination. It's squashing into me, Xianxia complained in Lin's arms. And Lin pulled the silver ball out from his pocket, and with amazement on his face, he stuttered, It grew! The silver ball was previously only around 3 centimeters in diameter, but it was now a full 10 centimeters in diameter. You liar! You told me fairies weren't oviparous creatures. How do you explain the expanding egg then? Xianxia protested. And Lin had no response to that, and he could only place the silver ball in a bigger pocket before setting off. The purple grassland was extremely vast, and Lin was greeted by sight of a seemingly endless expanse of purple grass as he flew through the air. After 4 more hours, there was still no end in sight to the purple grassland. Holy fuck! This place is huge! And Lin muttered to himself in bewilderment as he looked at the vast expanse of red grass stretching in all directions. There was no scale on the map, so Lin didn't know how big the grassland was. He only knew that this was a special region in the void star section. Fortunately, there were stars in the sky which he could use as a directional reference, otherwise there was a real risk of getting lost in this grassland. And Lin continued flying for another 2 hours before discovering that the purple grass below him was showing signs of wilting. The vibrant purple grass gradually lost its luster to become wrinkled and devoid of color. His ability to detect life energy was enhanced upon attaining the embryonic body of the war god, so he was able to sense that the life force of the purple grass was being stripped away by something, and from the direction of the flow of energy, he could determine that that thing was located in the northeastern direction. And Lin hesitated momentarily before deciding to travel in that direction. He cast some concealment spell techniques over himself and Xianxia for added safety before descending to the ground and carrying on foot. The closer he got to the source toward which the life force energy converged, the more wilted the purple grass around him became. After traveling for another 50 kilometers, the ground had become extremely barren. Could there be an extremely rare treasure that had appeared in this world? And Lin was starting to get excited. Generally speaking, anything that could trigger such a drastic, large-scale change in heaven and earth would be something out of the ordinary. Such a peaceful environment didn't look like it was a battlefield between mighty figures, which meant that there was an even greater chance that the emergence of a treasure had triggered these changes. And Lin continued to march onward. He soon saw a speck of bright light flashing in the distance. The ground around him was covered in dead grass with not even a single hint of vitality. All of the grass was flattened onto the ground like charcoal. After getting closer to the speck of red light, he discovered that it was a blood jade coffin, and it was exactly this coffin that was absorbing all the vitality from the purple grass. And Lin stared at the coffin with a hesitant expression. Could this coffin be an extremely rare treasure? He couldn't be sure. This coffin might well be an object that some mighty figure had placed here to carry out some sort of mysterious ceremony. If there were an extremely powerful being lying inside it, then he would be screwed upon opening the coffin. After a momentary pause, his storage ring flashed, and 2 Gundams appeared before him. Go open that coffin to see what's inside. The meat shield functions of these 2 Gundams were really useful in times like these. The 2 Gundams flew toward the red coffin at Lin's behest. Boom! They were suddenly struck by an extremely fearsome force when they were still 100 meters away from the coffin. Pillars of red light instantly struck the two Gundams, and even their robust alloy shells caved in under the tremendous impact as they flew back like a pair of cannonballs for several hundred meters through the air. Thankfully, they were both quite durable, and they got up after tumbling along the ground a few times. Hugh, there's a spell formation there? That's really well hidden. I can't even detect it from such close range. And Lin exclaimed in bewilderment before his eyes turned snowy white as he assessed the area around the coffin. A series of extremely complex veined patterns appeared before his eyes to form a small but extremely complex spell formation. This spell formation would be next to impossible for a normal cultivator to break through. It was too bad that Enlin had the divine inspection technique. The realm-piercing nail appeared before whizzing toward a certain spot in the air. Boom! The air around the coffin trembled violently as the spell formation was completely vanquished. The two Gundams took this opportunity to pounce on the red coffin again. They placed their hands on the lid of the coffin to try and lift it up, only to find that they were unable to do so. Enlin, useless. He discovered that the two Gundams were becoming less and less useful as his own power increased. They were useless in fights, and now they couldn't even lift up a coffin lid. Should he just make them his personal cheerleaders next time? Just as he was thinking about this, the lid on the bloodjade coffin suddenly exploded into the air. And Lin was given a huge fright when a black shadow leaped out from the coffin with blinding speed. A set of sharp teeth then suddenly flashed toward one of the Gundams. Crack! The black figure bit down on the Gundam's neck, only for a tooth to detach itself and fly through the air after biting down on the alloy material. And Lin could see a resentful expression appear on the face of the attacker, which was framed by long golden hair. The two Gundams didn't even have a chance to counterattack before the black shadow retreated into the coffin. Boom! The coffin lid crashed down from the sky to seal the coffin shut. Silence resumed as if the coffin had never even opened. And Lin, what a poor guy. Losing an eye-tooth one is nothing short of a tragedy. Xianxia also had a pair of eye teeth, so he was very sympathetic toward the person in the coffin who had just lost a tooth. And Lin massaged his brows. Those aren't eye teeth. Those are vampire teeth. And Lin could basically confirm that this was no treasure. This was the sleeping quarters of a blood tribe mighty figure. However, the mighty figure seemed a little weak. The two Gundams did have extremely robust shells, but the person in the coffin still shouldn't have lost a tooth from that. Besides, it was easy to tell from the appearance of the Gundams that they wouldn't make good prey. What was the point of biting them? To suck some engine oil? Was this mighty figure mentally disabled? Absorbing life force energy. Coffin weak combat prowess. Impaired cognitive functions. And Lin immediately compiled all this information to invent a backstory for the person in the coffin. Perhaps this was a certain blood tribe mighty figure who had been severely injured and was lying in the coffin to facilitate recovery by drawing on the life force of the purple grassland. Right? That must be the case. And Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the bloodjade coffin with a scorching expression. Against enemies, it was always best to strike them when they were down. He had nothing to fear from an enemy who couldn't even bite through the defenses of the two Gundams. Besides, he was the mighty poison lord whose blood was kryptonite to the blood tribe, and Lin felt like he had this in the bag. The two Gundams continued to try and lift the coffin lid, but it wouldn't come loose no matter how hard they tried. They then tried using light swords, laser blasts, dark purple dragon flames, as well as a host of other attacks on the coffin, but it remained completely unscathed, as if it were an indestructible fortress. And Lin sneered coldly. You think I can't do anything if you retreat into your shell? He began to spring into action as he slowly approached the bloodjade coffin. The coffin glowed with a bright red light, and it was clear that the absorption of life force energy was still ongoing. The bloodjade was semi-transparent, so Lin could see into the coffin itself, and he was greeted by the sight of a curvaceous woman with golden hair in a black robe. She currently had both eyes closed and appeared to be in a peaceful slumber, as if she were a sleeping beauty. Hee hee. Let me rouse you from your slumber, sleeping beauty. A wicked smile appeared on Enlin's face as he stroked the cold surface of the coffin. Xianxia's body trembled upon seeing this. He suddenly felt as if his master was an antagonistic character. Enlin hesitated momentarily, before deciding to start with some normal methods first. He placed his hands on either side of the coffin lid to try and lift it, only to find that the coffin lid seemed to have fused as one with the rest of the coffin, which was in turn fused together with the ground below. The coffin wouldn't budge in the slightest even after he used all his strength to try and pry the lid open. Enlin pulled out his evil-slaying sword before slashing a monstrous black sword projection down onto the coffin. The extremely sharp sword projection struck the blood-jade coffin, and the power of the sword projection left a massive fissure in the ground of over a kilometer in length. Enlin's hands trembled uncontrollably from the impact, but only a tiny little crack had been cut into the coffin, which closed over within a few seconds to return to its original state. Great holy flame, demonic star flame, heavenly void flame, setting moon flame, burn this coffin. The 4 divine flames engulfed the entire blood-jade coffin before roasting it under overwhelming temperatures. Hee, how does the steamer coffin feel? Enlin let loose a sinister chuckle. The golden-haired woman in the coffin finally opened her eyes before turning to Enlin with no hint of expression in her crimson eyes. A liquid-like ripple suddenly appeared on the surface of the blood-jade coffin, as if it was resisting the power of the divine flames. Enlin was greatly encouraged upon seeing this. The sleeping beauty woke up, and she was resisting the power of the divine flames. That meant his mode of attack was working, so he immediately stoked the flames even further. The air around the coffin began to warp and shimmer as the 4 divine flames continued to burn stronger. Indescribably high temperatures engulfed the blood-jade coffin, but the blood tribe woman's expression remained completely tranquil and calm, having not even broken a sweat. On the contrary, Enlin's forehead was pouring with sweat. 15 minutes later, Enlin withdrew his divine flames as he panted heavily, having just used up almost all the power within his body. He had to leave some energy in reserve in case the blood tribe cultivator in the coffin decided to launch a counterattack. Enlin swallowed a blood spirit pill before turning an exasperated gaze on the blood-jade coffin. A taunting sneer appeared on the face of the woman in the coffin. The blood-jade coffin then glowed with an even brighter red light as it seemed to accelerate its life force energy absorption from the purple grassland. Enlin stood beside the blood-jade coffin while feeling at a bit of a loss for what to do. If he continued to let the blood tribe mighty figure within the coffin regenerate like this, the roles of hunter and prey would probably be reversed the next time the coffin lid opened. Should he leave now? Enlin was reluctant to pass up such a good opportunity to land the killing blow. This might also be the best way to procure more Golden Realm essence crystals as well. After all, there was no faster way of procuring realm essence crystals than murder and robbery. At least that was the case in Enlin's eyes. The woman in the coffin was a return to void stage mighty figure who had been in the ancient Tai Chu realm for close to 10 days. Surely she had some realm essence crystals saved up. Just as Enlin was hesitating, Xianxia's stomach suddenly began to rumble. Master, I have to excuse myself. Xianxia flapped his wings as he flew into the air. For what? Enlin blinked with curiosity. I ate that ice-type spirit fruit too fast and now my stomach is feeling a bit odd. So I have to go take a dump. Xianxia replied sheepishly. Enlin's lips twitched slightly. This was the first that he had heard of someone getting diarrhea from eating spirit fruits. However, a master plan suddenly occurred to him, and his eyes lit up. Lit Tion. A mysterious smile appeared on Enlin's face. I'm here. Xianxian swallowed nervously as he wondered to himself what bizarre plot Enlin could be hatching. Aren't you going to take a dump? Just do it here. Enlin chuckled as he pointed to the lid of the blood-jade coffin. Xianxian. Master, do you take me as some sort of shameless, brazen snow-soul beast? Xianxian glowered at Enlin with his big, watery eyes. Enlin shook his head. No, you're a fearless warrior who leaves no stone unturned in his pursuit for victory. Xianxian had no response to this. I'll give you 5 spirit fruits once you're done. and Lin offered an incentive. Alright, whatever. I'm not defecating in front of other snow soul beasts anyway. This is just a blood tribe cultivator. Xianxia flew toward the blood jade coffin with a determined expression on his face. That's right, what he was doing now was exactly the same as a human defecating in front of a wild animal. Justifying it through that thought process made the whole thing a lot less shameful for him. Little Tian, go over in that direction a little. Right, that's good, right over her head. Right there. Perfect. Xianxia finally assumed the correct position after following Lin's instructions. Xianxia floated 10 centimeters above the blood jade coffin as his fur parted slightly to reveal a small hole. And then, the blood tribe woman's calm and collected facade completely crumbled as her eyes widened with incredulity and horror. Right at this moment, gray fecal matter began to pour down. Could you imagine what it was like to have someone take a dump right over your head? Even if there was a semi-transparent coffin lid in the way, the experience was still quite a harrowing one. Shame, humiliation, disgust, countless negative emotions welled up in her heart. This was a very terrifying psychological attack. The blood tribe woman finally exploded in rage. Boom! The coffin lid exploded open, knocking Xianxia far into the sky above. I'll kill you! The blood tribe woman roared with rage as she pounced upon Lin at extremely formidable speed with her fingers curled into claws. Her fingers tore through the air before carving out a lethal crimson trajectory that threatened to tear Lin's body apart. Lin was already prepared, and he unleashed his wind sword technique the moment the coffin lid flew into the sky. So he struck even faster than the blood tribe woman did. He dodged the blood tribe woman's crimson fingers before slashing out a peerlessly sharp white line diagonally across her body. The evil-slaying sword slashed through her black robe, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. So fast. The blood tribe woman was shocked that a soul formation stage cultivator was capable of unleashing such a fast attack. However, she still had over 100 ways to crush a soul formation stage cultivator. The blood tribe woman came off second best in their first exchange, but she immediately grasped at the air as she turned to Lin. The space within a radius of 1,000 feet was instantly congealed. This was the spatial sealing technique that only returned to void stage mighty figures were capable of. Lin's body was completely sealed in just an instant. A satisfied smirk appeared on the blood tribe woman's face. How naive of you to think that you could defeat me with your pitiful cultivation base. Even if I was on the brink of death, I could still kill you with a single finger. Crack! A sharp crack suddenly sounded before a red streak of light flashed through the air, tearing apart the blood tribe woman's spatial seal before puncturing her head. How? The blood tribe stared at Lin with incredulity on her face. Lin turned and immediately slashed his evil-slaying sword down toward the woman in a merciless strike. The woman retreated at blinding speed as she fought to settle her emotions. As expected of a blood tribe returned to void stage mighty figure, her life force was so fearsome that she was basically unaffected even after the realm-piercing nail punctured through her head. Not only was she able to stage a retreat, but she was also able to simultaneously conjure up blood swords with her hands to defend herself against Lin's strikes. Are you really at the return to void stage? Your spatial manipulation power is so frail and rusty. You can't even beat me in a contest of power and speed. You must be one of the weakest return to void stage cultivators to ever live. Lin taunted as he attacked. The blood tribe woman's chest rose and fell with rage as she glowered at Lin with her crimson eyes. She let loose a light yell, and the blood churned within her body as she was forced to use a mystic technique to drastically boost her aura. Whoosh! Her body transformed into a crimson streak of light before crashing into Lin's evil-slaying sword. Lin was knocked flying by the force of the collision, and the blood tribe woman pounced on him at extreme speed to bite down on his neck as he flew back through the air. Lin could feel the woman suck a large gulp of blood from his body. Who would have thought that the woman would be able to bite through his body of the war god with just one vampire tooth left? He feigned a panicked expression while he lashed out with his sword. The blood tribe woman reacted extremely quickly, and she immediately released Lin to avoid the sword strike. Oh ho ho, your blood is so sweet, little boy. The blood tribe woman extended her blood-stained tongue to lick her lips in a seductive manner. "Drink some more then," and Lin replied with a triumphant expression. A hint of confusion appeared on her face. "What do you mean by that?" And Lin wiped the blood from his neck with a smile. "My blood is lethal poison to all blood tribe cultivators. You're pretty strong, so you might last a minute." The blood tribe woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before chortling with mirth as she clutched her lower abdomen. "Ha ha ha! Are you trying to be a comedian, little boy? Do you think I would believe in such a crude, blatant lie?" She swept her golden hair behind her ear as she raised her chin with an arrogant look in her eyes. "Lowly trash like you don't understand how powerful the life force of us blood tribe cultivators are. There is not one creature whose poison can kill me." Just as her voice faded, her body trembled slightly, and a peculiar blush appeared on her face. And Lin chortled with glee upon seeing this. "Haha! How do you feel now? Do you understand the might of the Poison Lord now?" The blood tribe looked up at Lin with the blush still lingering on her face as her red eyes rippled seductively. "Yes, you are indeed mighty. What's with that expression?" And Lin's lips twitched as he failed to understand what was going on. Was that the normal reaction of blood tribe cultivators to being poisoned? Weren't they supposed to roll their eyes over, froth at the mouth, and faint on the spot? What was this horny expression on her face? Right at this moment, the blood tribe woman suddenly half-knelt onto the ground with her brows slightly furrowed. A pained expression appeared on her face, and she clutched at her chest as her body trembled. And Lin's worries were instantly swept aside upon seeing this. This was the proper reaction to being poisoned. The blood tribe woman spoke, seemingly with great difficulty. Your blood." A faint smile appeared on Lin's face, and he was just about to ridicule her further when a bone-meltingly seductive voice sounded. "I love this taste. It feels like it has purified my entire being." When the blood tribe woman raised her head, and Lin was greeted by the sight of her extremely seductive blushing features. Her robe loosened slightly at her chest to reveal a snowy white, bouncy semisphere. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath and immediately averted his gaze before calming his emotions. He turned to meet the woman's scorching gaze with an astonished expression. "Don't you have a feeling that you're about to die?" A gentle, alluring smile appeared on the blood tribe woman's face. "I do." And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Thank God. I feel so good right now to the point that I could die," the blood tribe woman said as she amended her words. And Lin, she stood up, and it appeared as if she had already recovered. Aside from her panting breath, the blush on her face, and the seductive glow in her eyes, she appeared to be back to normal. And Lin retreated a few steps, and his body was tightly wound as he stared cautiously at the woman before him. The blood tribe woman still hadn't collapsed after such a long time. Could it be that his blood had failed? And Lin was struck by a burst of anxiety and a sense of loss. His biggest weapon against the blood tribe had just disappeared. His enemy might have been severely wounded, but she was not going to be an easy opponent. The life force of the blood tribe cultivators was extremely powerful, so it was going to be exceedingly difficult to kill a blood tribe return to void stage mighty figure like her. He would probably have to use all his trump cards to stand a chance at winning this battle. This was going to be a tough fight. The blood tribe woman stared at Lin with a complex expression before shaking her head. "Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. You helped me purify my body after all. Now, my body and my soul are both extremely averse to the idea of hurting you." And Lin's mouth fell open as he began to doubt his hearing. "You say your blood is lethal poison, but what you don't know is that your blood is the most delicious blood in the world. It is imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao, and has the power to purify everything impure from this world." The blood tribe woman stared at Lin with a scorching expression. The weaker cultivators from the blood tribe would perhaps be unable to endure this power of purification, thereby causing their bodies to crumble and disintegrate during the purification process. However, if you can endure all that, the blood would then become the perfect medicine for purifying one's body and soul. And Lin was shocked into silence. Was that really the case? He recalled back to all the blood tribe cultivators he had poisoned, and their symptoms did seem concurrent with what she was describing. They all frothed at the mouth before dying, but their blood did not turn black, and the cause of death did appear to be more like bodily disintegration. His blood was also effective against evil and impure creatures such as the demons of hell, so this purification explanation did make sense. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. So that means, I'm not the poison lord, but instead the medicine lord. That's right. Your blood is the most delicious medicine in this world. The blood tribe woman stared at Lin with a scorching gaze, and she implored him as she licked her red lips. Can you let me suck another mouthful? Just one mouthful. I'll do anything. And Lin really wanted to tell her to not move so that he could get away from here. However, he thought about the situation and realized that the blood tribe woman's behavior was quite peculiar. After all, if she really did crave his blood, then she could just take it by force. She would be able to suck all of his blood she wanted if she were to subdue him. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she chose to plead with him for his blood. Thus, it looked like the blood tribe woman was speaking the truth, in that both her body and soul were averse to the idea of hurting him after drinking his blood. With a spell technique, Lin extracted a large drop of blood from the wound that was about to heal on his neck. He then asked with a smile, "You want to drink this?" The blood tribe woman nodded with desire burning in her eyes. I do. Then use your storage ring and that blood jade coffin as an exchange." And Lin chuckled. The blood tribe woman faltered slightly after hearing this, and tears began to swim in her eye. You're a bully. However, she still plucked a crimson storage ring off her finger before tossing it to Lin. The blood jade coffin is just over there. Go get it yourself. And Lin caught the storage ring, but it took him a long while before he came to his senses. Did he really just use one drop of blood to exchange for everything a return to Void Stage mighty figure owned? Was his blood that valuable? And Lin was feeling a bit overwhelmed by unexpected joy, and at the same time, he was also lamenting over all the valuable blood he had shed in the past. His emotions were suddenly in extreme conflict. He pushed the drop of blood suspended in the air toward the blood tribe woman. She opened her mouth and eagerly swallowed the drop of blood before narrowing her eyes with an expression of contentment and bliss. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. And Lin, Xianxia immediately carried the blood jade coffin to Lin. Without the stabilization of a spell technique, the coffin was easy to move around. Xianxia also made sure to clean away all the fecal matter on the coffin lid in a thoughtful gesture before carrying the coffin over to Lin. And Lin stowed the coffin into his storage ring before turning to the blood tribe woman, who appeared to still be basking in sheer bliss. All right, I'll be taking my leave then. His goal was to obtain all the belongings of the blood tribe woman. Now that he had achieved that objective, there was no point in remaining here, so he might as well leave. And Lin began to depart atop his brick with Xianxia by his side. The blood tribe gritted her teeth before also flying into the sky to follow behind Lin. And Lin, why are you following me? Can you let me drink a little bit more of your blood? The blood tribe woman stuttered. The taste of your blood has changed my life. If you let me drink more of it, I will be sure to repay you. Hee. And Lin sneered coldly. You want to drink more of my blood? Forget about it. You're not getting any more. Oh. The blood tribe woman nodded in disappointment before falling silent. 15 minutes later, and Lin looked behind him with an exasperated expression. What the hell do you want? The woman averted her gaze before replying in a soft voice. I'm just traveling. Traveling my ass. I've made so many twists and turns already, but you're still following behind me. You call this traveling? You're stalking me. Are you an obsessive female stalker? And Lin roared as the veins on his head bulged out. Obsessive female stalker? A smile appeared on the blood tribe woman's face as she said, That's a really good use of that term. And Lin's chest constricted as he was struck by a spell of dizziness from rage. I won't allow you to drink my blood, so there's no point in following me. and Lin dismissed her in a feeble voice. There is a point, the blood tribe woman retorted stubbornly. You're going to get injured in battles, in which case you will bleed, and I will then be able to feast on the blood you shed. And Lin almost blacked out and fell from his brick. Fuck. Her logic was watertight. What should he do? And Lin continued toward the White Jade Mountain on his black brick. The White Jade Mountain was an extremely dangerous place, but there was also a very high chance of realm essence crystals appearing there. So Lin made the decision to take the risk. Becoming a eunuch for 10,000 years was no joke, and it was something he definitely couldn't allow to happen. He was currently sitting on his brick with a troubled look on his face. He wasn't troubled because of the prospect of becoming a eunuch, but instead by the blood tribe woman who was now sitting on his brick with him. Have you finally decided to accept me? Don't worry. I'm willing to do anything for you if you agree to let me drink your blood. The blood tribe woman patted her voluptuous chest as she made her guarantee. And Lin looked down in amazement at the woman's chest. She was wearing quite a loose robe, so Lin wasn't able to see just how large her breasts were earlier. Upon closer inspection now, whoa, these were at least 36D. Was blood tribe nutrition that good? Could it be that sucking blood could enhance breasts? And Lin had seen a lot of blood tribe women, and none of them had flat chests. The blood tribe woman seemed to have noticed where Lin was looking, and a blush appeared on her face as she squirmed a little uncomfortably. That kind of thing isn't out of the question. But it's my first time, so you'll have to pay me with a bit more blood. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. When did his blood become a currency? No, that wasn't the point. The important thing was that he wouldn't do something like that in the first place. And Lin cleared his throat before replying with a serious expression. I only invited you onto the brick to have a chat with you, not to accept you. So don't think too much of it. Having a return to void stage mighty figure constantly following him around was quite a potential hazard. Who knew whether her supposed inability to attack Lin would suddenly disappear? If the blood tribe woman decided to kill him after recovering from her injuries, Lin would be well and truly screwed. There was another option for Lin now, which was to unleash his full power to kill the woman. However, that wasn't the best course of action either. After all, if this really came down to a battle to the death, the aftermath might not be something he wanted to deal with. He felt like the blood tribe woman had recovered quite a bit from her injuries, so there was no guarantee that he would be able to defeat her. On top of that, even if the woman was averse to hurting him, she could still run. If she ran away and stalked him in secret before attacking him in the future, that would be even more disastrous. The blood tribe woman nodded after hearing Lin's words. All right. What do you want to chat about? And Lin thought to himself for a moment before replying, I can give you a bit of my blood if you want. The blood tribe woman's eyes immediately began to glow with excitement. Yes, please. State your conditions. Establish a slave contract with me, so that I can keep you by my side without having to worry about my own safety. And Lin proposed with a smile. The blood tribe woman faltered slightly before an extremely conflicted expression appeared on her face. As she shook her head, she said, No, you can't. You're a human and I'm from the blood tribe. And Lin massaged his brows before amending his conditions. All right, then I'll give you a drop of blood, and you have to stop following me around. One drop of blood wasn't much for him anyway, and his top priority was to rid himself of this blood tribe woman. He didn't have any other ideas on how to do that, so he could only try to chase her away by providing a drop of his blood. The blood tribe woman gripped her robe tightly in her hand and remained silent for a long while before finally nodding with great difficulty. All right, I'll do it. And Lin slit open his finger to release a drop of blood for the woman. The blood tribe woman eagerly swallowed the drop of blood, and her eyes narrowed into slits again as she savored the blood, seemingly completely entranced. And Lin was quite puzzled. Was his blood really that delicious? He paused for a moment before tasting a drop of his own blood. The resulting taste was only metallic and salty. Get away from me if you're done. And Lin waved his hand dismissively. The blood tribe woman stared at Lin with forlorn eyes and licked her soft, red lips, as if she wanted to drink some more. Go! Get out of here! and Lin pointed to the sky behind her and shooed her away with a firm expression. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes as she pleaded with him with a pitiful expression. "Don't chase me away, please. You agreed to my conditions. What now? You want to go back on your word?" And Lin sneered. "I can't live without you." The blood tribe pursed her lips as tears swam in her eyes. From a bystander's point of view, it looked like they were a pair of Tao partners going through a breakup. However, the reality of the situation was, this woman liked to drink in Lin's blood and refused to leave because of that, and Lin was enraged to the point of laughter. "I've never seen such a shameless person. What's your name? Tell me your name and I'll go." The blood tribe suppressed her tears as she stared at Lin. And Lin snapped, "My name is Enritian." "Enritian," the blood tribe woman muttered to herself. "Bringing peace to the world. A man as bright and dazzling as the sun, but with a heart as vast as the heavens. What a great name!" And Lin's body swayed unsteadily. "What the fuck is with this interpretation?" "My name is Cassidy." The blood tribe woman smiled and said, "May we meet again, Enritian." And Lin rolled his eyes in response. He couldn't care less what the woman's name was. Cassidy was a little crestfallen upon seeing Lin's disgruntled expression, but she still forced a smile onto her own face before waving her hand in farewell. Thus, Lin finally managed to chase this ticking time bomb away. Xianxia flew toward Lin excitedly as Cassidy flew away into the distance. "Master, you changed your name? I have to say, your new name is much better than your original one. We are definitely the same type of people after all." And Lin chuckled lightly. "Who's the same type of person as you? You're a beast, not a human." Xianxia blinked his big round eyes in confusion. "Isn't that besides the point?" And Lin explained, "I just didn't want to give my real name to that blood tribe woman. Otherwise, she might use my name to curse me someday with some mystic technique." He then brought out the blood jade coffin from his storage ring before surveying it with his divine inspection technique. Blood soul jade coffin. An intermediate rank immortal tool with the ability to preserve the body and consciousness of a living being, even if they are on the brink of death. The coffin is also able to absorb life force energy from its surroundings to regenerate the user. And Lin smiled with satisfaction. Just this immortal tool alone was a huge haul. He went on to refine Cassidy's storage ring before rummaging through the contents with his divine sense. His expression faltered slightly at what he saw before an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. What a massive haul! As expected, there was a high chance that Cassidy had battled another mighty figure not long ago. Not only that, but she killed that mighty figure too. This notion was verified by the diversity of the items within the storage ring. There were things like meteorite clams, sea god rods, illusionary dream pearls, and all types of oceanic products as well as some water-type spirit pills, and Lin inspected all these items and determined that the mighty figure she killed was most likely from the West Sea. He then tallied up all of Cassidy's belongings. There was a total of 162 vital stones, 15 spirit tools, 41 spirit pills, 25 spirit fruits, a bunch of oceanic products, and some tool refinement materials. There weren't any immortal tools, but there were 4 immortal pills. There were 3 blood Rakshasa pills, which was a type of 8th grade immortal pills. These 3 pills were extremely useful in battle for the fast regeneration of blood, vital energy, and injuries. The last immortal pill was Azure Sea Soul Pill, a 6th grade immortal pill, which could increase one's affinity toward water as well as assist the consumer in attaining enlightenment in water-type spell techniques to a small degree. Most importantly, there were 5 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. And Lin was almost moved to the point of tears after seeing those 5 Realm Essence Crystals. There were still 95 more that he needed to collect in order to save his dick. Aside from that, there were 12 Red Realm Essence Crystals as well as 31 White Realm Essence Crystals. And Lin tallied up everything in his storage ring to find that his net worth had broken through to over 20 million spirit stones. He was quite pleased with himself after discovering this. After all, with things like money, it was always a case of the more the better. Not long after he had finished tallying up everything in his storage ring, the space before him suddenly began to crack open. and Lin immediately came to a grinding halt on his brick as his heart leaped into his throat. This spatial manipulation power. Was he being attacked by a return to void stage mighty figure? A beautiful woman in a loose black robe then walked out from the spatial rift. She wrung her two hands tightly together on her lower abdomen as she looked up at Lin with tearful eyes and a pitiful expression. She then took a deep breath, as if she had just come to an important and difficult decision, before speaking in a trembling voice. "And Ritian, I agree to establish a slave contract with you." And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock as he looked at the woman standing before him. The woman was none other than the Cassidy who had only departed not long ago. It seemed to have taken her a lot of determination to establish a slave contract with him. This was fair enough. She was a return to void stage mighty figure, and it was absolutely unheard of for any return to void stage mighty figure to become the slave of a soul formation stage cultivator. On top of that, they were supposed to be sworn enemies of one another, thereby making the situation even more unbelievable. If any novelist from the Kingdom of the Nine States were to write a story like this, they would definitely be denounced as a nut job. However, this was reality, which just goes to show that reality was sometimes even more bizarre than fiction. The woman couldn't bring herself to leave in Lin. No, she couldn't bring herself to leave in Lin's blood. She was addicted, not just her body, but even her soul had developed a dependence on Enlin. "You are the only light in my life. I can't live without you." Cassidy stared at Enlin with a scorching gaze as she made a heartfelt plea. "How did you find me?" Enlin asked with exasperation on his face. A light blush appeared on Cassidy's face. "I couldn't forget your aura. All blood tribe cultivators are quite proficient at tracking auras, so it wasn't all that difficult to find you." And Lin grimaced slightly upon hearing this. It looked like he wasn't going to be able to get rid of her anytime soon. However, none of this was a problem seeing that she had agreed to sign a slave contract. "Are you sure you've made your decision?" And Lin asked. "Yes." Cassidy nodded with an earnest expression. And Lin made a seal with his hands, and a shiny, golden drop of blood essence flew from his fingertip. Cassidy flew toward the drop of blood essence with zero hesitation and swallowed it. Her face was lightly flushed after swallowing the blood essence, and her body sprawled to the ground as she let loose an extremely seductive moan, having clearly thoroughly enjoyed that drop of blood essence. "Ah, this is even more delicious than your normal blood." And Lin almost exploded with rage upon seeing this, and he immediately let loose a torrent of abuse. "What the fuck? Why did you swallow my blood essence? Is this how slave contracts are established? I bet you only appeared before me again with the sole intention of tasting my blood essence." To establish a slave contract, the drop of blood essence had to fuse into Cassidy's glabella. However, she swallowed the blood essence instead, and Lin felt like he had been swindled. That's right, that must have been the case. Cassidy came to her senses before looking up at Enlin with a shameful and indignant expression. "I'm sorry, I couldn't resist it. I swear it won't happen again." Only a stupid cunt would fall for that." And Lin sneered coldly. Cassidy closed her eyes and proposed another idea. "How about this? You tie me up so that I can't move. Then you can drip the blood essence on my glabella." And Lin thought about it and decided that this was a decent idea. He rummaged through his storage ring, and he really did manage to find some rope. Blue Sea Dragon Rope, an intermediate rank spirit tool. A rope with extremely powerful binding abilities, made from the tendons of a young dragon from the West Sea. And Lin began to tie the rope on Cassidy as he worked his way around her fine, slender waist, her slim, elegant hands, her voluptuous chest, her long, sexy legs. "Hey, do you really need to tie me up so tightly?" Cassidy couldn't help but complain, and Lin blushed as his hands faltered. He had to admit that Cassidy's figure was absolutely exquisite, and with such a fine specimen to work with, he got a bit too carried away. After being bound by the Blue Sea Dragon rope, Cassidy's figure appeared even sexier, and Enlin couldn't help but steal a few more glances. He finally looked away after a short while and expelled another drop of golden blood essence from his body. Blood essence wasn't just normal blood. It was blood that was imbued with Lin's Tao intent as well as the power of his consciousness. Using up too much blood essence would make his body severely depleted of strength, so he had to succeed this time. Cassidy's body trembled slightly, and her eyes glowed with extremely powerful desire as she looked at the drop of blood essence floating toward her. After tasting that last drop of blood essence, she wanted nothing more than to swallow this drop too. Even in her bound state, she opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue as she threw herself like an eel toward the drop of blood essence. Cassidy had lost all control over her body. Fuck! And Lin was greatly startled by her desperate lunge, and he immediately manipulated the drop of blood essence to retreat away from her mouth. Cassidy was undeterred and continued to throw herself at the drop of blood essence, upon which Lin forced her down onto the brick before straddling her body. Calm down. Release me. Release me. I want it. Cassidy struggled under Lin's body, and Lin pressed one hand on her shoulder to hold her body in place, and he placed his other hand over her mouth to prevent the blood essence from being swallowed by her. Cassidy struggled with all her might as tears shimmered in her crimson eyes, and Lin's face convulsed slightly upon seeing this. Fuck. Why did this situation look like he was committing a crime? After much struggle, the drop of blood essence finally landed on Cassidy's glabella, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at her glabella with an expectant gaze, only to find that the blood essence showed no signs of being absorbed into her body. He stared at Cassidy with an exasperated expression. A slave contract could only be established with agreement from both parties. However, Cassidy was clearly far too focused on trying to swallow the blood essence rather than have it be used as a tool to establish the slave contract. I'll give you 3 seconds. Establish the contract or piss off, and Lin threatened in a cold voice. Cassidy's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this, and a hint of sobriety reappeared in her fervent eyes. 3, 2, 1. The blood essence finally began to seep into Cassidy's glabella as Lin began his countdown. A connection was forged between Lin and Cassidy, and the slave contract was officially established. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief before standing up and untying Cassidy. A hint of loss and disappointment lingered on her face, as if she had missed out on something extremely delectable. Your name is too much of a mouthful. I'll call you Little Ku from now on, and Lin announced as he sat down on the brick. Little Ku? Cassidy was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She was a respected and revered return to Void Stage mighty figure, as well as the sect leader of the Heavenly Blood Sect. How could she be referred to as Little Ku by a soul formation stage cultivator? However, she then suddenly remembered that the man before her was already her master, so there wasn't anything wrong with him referring to her as Little Ku. Hence, after heaving an imperceptible sigh, she nodded. Okay, Master Enritian. And Lin waved his hand and said, and don't call me Enritian anymore. My name is Lin. Cassidy raised her head to look at Lin with a perplexed expression. I was lying to you before. My real name is Lin. And Lin explained. Cassidy's negative emotions continued to build. She was so angry, but she still had to smile. And Lin was already her master after all. When can I suck your blood, Master Lin? Cassidy implored with a scorching gaze. And Lin rolled his eyes. This slave was quite a toxic one. All she thought about every day was to drink her master's blood. Maybe when I'm in a good mood. And Lin gave her an indefinite response. Cassidy clasped Lin's arm in her own and rubbed her voluptuous breasts on his arm. She inched her face closer to Lin's and breathed into his ear while speaking in a seductive voice. Then, how can I improve your mood? Can I please you with my body? And Lin trembled as he struggled free from Cassidy's arms. Get away from me. Oh. Cassidy retreated a couple of steps, but her seductive eyes lingered on Lin's face. Fuck. She is even more seductive than Xiao Hong. If things continued like this, and Lin was worried he was going to give in to his libido. Ahem. I'll reward you with my blood whenever you complete a meritorious deed. Thus, Lin invented a set of conditions, such as, Obtaining one immortal tool would earn her a reward of 3 milligrams of blood. Obtaining 1 million spirit stones would earn her a reward of 1 milligram of blood. Obtaining 1 golden realm essence crystal would earn her 1 milligram of blood. Slaying 1 return to void stage mighty figure would earn her 5 milligrams of blood. Cassidy sat on the brick with an obedient expression, but her eyes glowed with scorching battle intent as she listened to the conditions stated by Enlin. Enlin continued toward the white jade mountain atop his black brick. Now that he had the assistance of a return to void stage mighty figure, he was going to be a lot safer. He discovered from Cassidy's own words that she was a cultivator at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage and was close to progressing to return to void intermediate stage. With her help, even if they couldn't defeat any return to void stage mighty figures they encountered, there was quite a good chance that they would at least be able to run away. And Lin loaned the blood soul jade coffin to Cassidy for her to hasten her recovery. Cassidy stared at the coffin with extremely mixed emotions. If it wasn't for her overconfidence leading her to recover from her injuries on the grassland, she wouldn't have encountered Enlin, which would have prevented her from becoming Enlin's slave. No, everything was for the holy blood, for the mighty blood that could purify her entire existence. She lay down in the coffin and activated a spell technique as a golden light burst forth, absorbing all the vitality within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Thus, Enlin flew through over the purple grassland, killing vast swathes of purple grass as he went. After flying for about 2 hours, the lid on the coffin opened, and Cassidy sat up before stretching lazily, showing off her exquisite body in the process. The light of the stars above shone down on her face, making her features appear radiant and enchanting. "Phew, I'm just about fully recovered," Cassidy spoke. "If you've recovered, then hurry up and withdraw your spell technique," Enlin snapped. "Why so irritable?" Cassidy pursed her lips. "We've been a moving target for 2 whole hours. I'm not as oblivious to danger as you are." Enlin felt like this coffin should be used as little as possible. After all, the bright red light it emitted was far too eye-catching. Once Cassidy got out from the coffin, Enlin stowed it away into his storage ring. "Our top priority is to gather Golden Realm essence crystals. We must do everything we can do to find them," Enlin announced in a solemn voice. "Oh." Cassidy nodded before looking at Enlin with a peculiar gaze as she asked, "I've wanted to ask you this ever since I met you. Who gave you the courage to come to the Void Star section at your cultivation base? Forgive me for being blunt. Your power definitely places you near the top of all soul formation stage cultivators. But who do you expect to be able to defeat here? Did you choose to come here just because there are more Golden Realm essence crystals in the Void Star section?" And Lin almost cried upon hearing her question. "Do you think I want to be here?" Thus, he recounted his experience within the ancient Taichu realm to Cassidy. An astonished expression appeared on Cassidy's face after hearing about his experience. "So you actually encountered the legendary huge starry mountain. It does indeed have the ability to traverse through the 2 sections. How unfortunate for you." "Well, it hasn't really been all that misfortunate. Every cloud has a silver lining after all. At least I've reaped a lot of rewards, such as all these spoils of war as well as a return to void stage slave." And Lin sighed with emotion. "Cassidy, am I supposed to maintain this smile? Or should I compliment you as well?" And Lin, "Sorry, I got a little carried away there." And Lin was quite apologetic about mentioning something that Cassidy clearly didn't want to be reminded of. "By the way, do you know how far away the White Jade Mountain is from here? I've been flying for so long, but I still can't see it," and Lin asked. Cassidy considered his question for a moment before replying. "The purple grassland is quite vast. At your current speed, it would probably take about 6 more hours to get there." "That long?" And Lin pursed his lips. "Why didn't you tell me you wanted to go to the White Jade Mountain? I can take you there in less than an hour with my spatial manipulation techniques." Cassidy was perplexed. And Lin had no reply to such a logical question. "Because I'm retarded," and Lin replied in the end. Thus, Cassidy tore open a spatial gate before stepping through with Enlin in one hand and Xianxia in the other. The White Jade Mountain lay amid a series of pristine, white mountain ranges. the surface of which was covered in a layer of white jade. The white jade glowed with a faint light under the light of the stars, giving the peaceful environment a sense of majesty. A black rift split open in the air, and a woman with a pair of long, sexy legs walked out carrying Xianxia and Enlin in her hands, who were both frothing at the mouth and suffering from intense nausea. "How did you guys become like this in just an hour?" Cassidy asked with exasperation. Enlin massaged his brows as he complained, "How can you blame us when it's clearly your shoddy spatial manipulation skills that made us like this?" "That's right. Real men should forge on directly ahead. Instead, you're constantly making changes in directions and coming to jarring halts in between disconcerting accelerations. I felt like I was on a roller coaster the entire time." Xianxia sprawled over Enlin's head with a feeble expression. Cassidy rolled her eyes. "Do you hillbillies think crossing through space through one's individual power is the same as using a teleportation spell formation? There are more factors that have to be taken into consideration than you can imagine." She couldn't be bothered to reply further. Instead, she looked around the area before releasing her divine sense with all her might. She had to find more Golden Realm essence crystals to exchange for that delectable blood. Suddenly, as she turned to a certain direction, her expression faltered before a seductive smile surfaced on her face. Enlin immediately inquired about her discovery. "What is it?" Cassidy pointed in a certain direction with a mysterious smile on her face. "I discovered the presence of fellow blood tribe cultivators in that direction." Enlin immediately understood what she was getting at. He nodded in response. "Let's go have a look." He donned his illusionary star robe and hugged Xianxia in his arms as he followed behind Cassidy. Cassidy also used a concealment spell technique before flying in the direction she had previously pointed to. As they got closer and closer, Enlin discovered an extremely peculiar terrain in the distance. Amid all the mountains covered in white jade, there was one that was thicker at the top and thinner at the bottom. There wasn't a marked difference between the top and bottom, however, and it appeared like a thick, cylindrical pillar from afar. This pillar-like mountain glowed with a faint golden light, which immediately piqued his interest. It was quite clear that this was a special place. There were 5 human-shaped jade statues of about 100 feet tall situated in a circular formation at the top of the cylindrical mountain. There was no sign of life emanating from the structures, but they still gave him a sense of extreme danger. Enlin turned his eyes upon the surroundings of the cylindrical mountain to find 3 figures standing in a triangular formation. He took a look at these 3 beings to discover that one of them was a handsome man with short golden hair and a slightly thin and lanky body. This man had a pair of crimson eyes and was clearly a return to Void Stage mighty figure from the Blood Tribe. There was also a man with average looks and a dragon horn growing on his head, as well as a white fan in his hands. That was most likely a return to Void Stage mighty figure from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, so this was an ally of Enlin. Lastly, there was a shark of about 30 feet in length whose whole body was suspended in a ball of water. The shark had a pair of black wings on its back, and its ventral fins had already evolved to become a pair of black claws. It held a blue bead in its claw, while a black liquid revolved around his other claw. This was most likely a West Sea sea monster. Thus, all 3 of them represented different powers, and they all appeared to be antagonistic toward one another, thus creating a triangular impasse that was actually relatively stable. Hee. A smug smile suddenly appeared on Enlin's face. This triangular impasse was about to be blown apart by his arrival. All 3 of the cultivators standing around the cylindrical mountain were returned to Void Stage mighty figures. So Enlin and Cassidy knew that they wouldn't be able to escape detection for long. Thus, the 2 of them abandoned their concealment techniques before flying directly toward where the 3 mighty figures were. Sect Leader Cassidy. "Haha. What a happy coincidence it is to see you here." The Blood Tribe cultivator initially faltered slightly before an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. He had this in the bag now. "It sure is, Merlin. What's the situation right now?" Cassidy asked with a smile. The other 2 returned to Void Stage cultivators both stirred slightly at the emergence of Cassidy on the scene. There were now 2 Blood Tribe cultivators present, thereby tipping the balance against their favor and placing the 2 of them under immense pressure. The West Sea sea monsters and the dragon tribe of the East Sea had always been sworn enemies. Some people might ask why these two powers on different sides of the continent would become enemies. This was a story that traced back to when Pangu created the world. To cut a long story short, there was no way the dragon and the shark monster would work together. As such, the two blood tribe mighty figures at the scene put each of them at a severe disadvantage. Huh? There's a human and a snow soul beast as well? And they're both soul formation stage? How peculiar! The man from the dragon tribe exclaimed in surprise. From his perspective, it looked like the human was the prisoner of the blood tribe mighty figure. He wasn't on good enough terms with the human race to risk his life for a man he did not know. So he certainly wasn't going to swoop in to save Lin. As for the shark monster, it couldn't even be bothered to look at the human and the snow soul beast. They were only at the soul formation stage, so they posed no threat. As such, there was no point in paying attention to them. Some strange phenomena have just occurred here, so there might be some extremely rare treasures or realm essence crystals that appear here soon. Merlin contained the excitement on his face before explaining with a slight smile. Hee. Then coming here really was a happy coincidence. Do you mind if I join you? Cassidy replied with a smile of her own. Not at all. Merlin gladly obliged. He then turned his eyes on Lin with a mysterious smile on his face. I didn't know that sect leader Cassidy had the habit of keeping pretty boys around. Cassidy smiled nonchalantly. He's just a moving blood bank for me to enjoy from time to time. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. That was probably what Cassidy actually thought of him. Merlin nodded before completely disregarding Lin. After all, there were many cultivators in the blood tribe who had the habit of taking snacks with them wherever they went, so it wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. His top priority was to eliminate these two other return to void stage mighty figures. How about we get rid of these two meddlers? Merlin smiled. Are we going to be able to beat them? Cassidy asked. They are extremely averse to joining forces, so we have a very good chance against them. Merlin did not hide his thoughts. The dragon tribe warrior and the shark monster's expression both shifted upon hearing this, and they glanced at each other. Guluo, are you planning to fight or run? The dragon tribe warrior turned to the shark monster. He had to verify this point first. Otherwise, if a battle ensued and the shark monster ran away, he would be screwed on his own. Ao Mingyu, the situation now is very clear. We only have two choices here. If you're willing to fight, then I won't run either. Let's set our differences aside and defeat these two blood tribe cultivators first. Guluo replied as his battle intent surged. All right. The dragon tribe warrior waved his fan. Dark clouds instantly appeared overhead in a radius of 5 kilometers as thunder and lightning exploded in the sky. Guluo stepped forward and massive waves suddenly began to surge over the ground before crashing down upon the two blood tribe cultivators. Army of 100,000 soul generals, heed my command. Establish the ancient blood demon formation. A small banner suddenly appeared in Merlin's hands, from which a dense army of soul warriors emerged, before creating an extremely vast spell formation to conjure up the projection of a blood demon that was over 10,000 feet in height. The blood demon's body was entirely crimson, and it wielded a huge crimson saber that it used to part the oncoming giant waves. Thus, a battle between 4 return to void stage mighty figures commenced. And Lin flew high into the air atop his brick and became a front-row spectator for the earth-shattering battle taking place on the ground below. Cassidy charged toward the dragon tribe warrior, Ao Mingyu, while Merlin was engaged in battle with the shark monster. And Lin could determine the combat prowess of the 3 unfamiliar cultivators by spectating the battles. Ao Mingyu's cultivation base was situated at the return to void initial stage, so Cassidy immediately gained the upper hand in their battle. The storm and lightning he summoned were extremely fearsome, but he couldn't even land a single blow on Cassidy, who was dodging all his attacks with ease through the use of her movement techniques. In contrast, each of Cassidy's monstrous crimson sword projections was able to tear through the storm Ao Mingyu had materialized, and he had already sustained a large wound on his arm. And Lin placed himself in Ao Mingyu's shoes, and he discovered that he was unsure if he could take one of her Cassidy's sword projections, even after using the origin energy of the Netherworld and drawing on the power of Inkiran. On the other side of the battlefield, Gu Luo and Merlin were quite evenly matched. Their cultivation bases were both at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage, thereby placing them both about on par with Cassidy, resulting in a battle where neither of them was able to gain an immediate upper hand. Ao Mingyu was starting to get quite worried as the battle progressed. Gu Luo clearly wasn't going to be done anytime soon on his end, so what could he do? If things continued like this, he was going to be sliced to death by Cassidy. Another massive crimson sword projection divided heaven and earth before descending upon Ao Mingyu with mighty killing intent. A chill ran down Ao Mingyu's spine at the sight of the sword projection, and he let loose an enraged roar before instantly transforming into a huge white dragon of several thousand feet in length as he swept his tail toward the monstrous sword projection. Boom! Ao Mingyu was knocked flying by the force of the collision, and he immediately fled the battle without even turning his head. Cassidy chose not to give chase. Even if she did give chase, it would be quite difficult for her to chase him down. After all, in a battle between return to void stage mighty figures, as long as there wasn't a significant disparity in power, there was a very high chance the weaker party would be able to get away. Gu Luo cussed out the retreating Ao Mingyu for being a coward before also fleeing from the battle. Thus, the fearsome battle drew to a close after only a short time, with the Blood Tribe emerging as the overwhelming winners. Ha ha ha! Sect leader Cassidy, it was all thanks to your help that we were able to force the enemy into retreat. Merlin was very clearly very happy to see the backs of Ao Mingyu and Gu Luo, and he joined his hands in salute to Cassidy. You're far too kind. Cassidy made her way toward Merlin with a dainty smile on her face. Her slender waist twirled as she walked, and her voluptuous chest rose and fell with her movement in an extremely seductive display. Merlin was momentarily entranced by Cassidy's beauty, during which time she had already appeared right before him. It was also in that split second that her crimson sword pierced through the air before stabbing through Merlin's heart at point-blank range. The fearsome power of her strike created a deep fissure in the ground, which extended for several kilometers behind Merlin, as well as a series of spatial cracks around his body. Everything had happened far too quickly and spontaneously. Merlin was caught completely off guard, and he stared down in disbelief at the wound in his chest. Boom! His body suddenly exploded into a cloud of black mist, which converged again several hundred meters away. The wound on Merlin's chest had already been fully healed, but his features were particularly pale, thereby indicating that he had clearly been severely wounded. Cassidy stepped forward and sealed the space around them in a radius of 1.5 kilometers, completely eliminating all avenues of escape for Merlin. Why, we're from the same tribe. We don't have any personal vendetta against each other either. Merlin took a deep breath before staring at Cassidy with a bewildered expression. With a proud and dignified manner, Cassidy stood before him while pointing her crimson sword at Merlin with a solemn expression. Why? To purify all the sins of this world. Merlin? To purify all the sins of this world. Merlin was completely dumbfounded. Was this something a blood tribe cultivator should be saying? This Cassidy had to be an imposter. Don't try to make jokes even if you don't want to answer my question. Merlin's voice raised a few octaves in rage as he felt like he had been played for a fool. However, Cassidy's expression remained the same, with no hint of emotion to suggest that she had been making a joke. Right at this moment, a white streak of light flashed through the air toward Cassidy. Cassidy turned and caught the streak of light to find that it was a white longsword with blood smeared on the blade. She faltered slightly before turning her eyes on the man standing the distance behind her. That sword has my blood smeared on the blade. Let Merlin taste the might of my blood, and Lin said with a smile. Cassidy immediately nodded with excitement on her face. Merlin finally turned to look at the man in the distance, whose existence he had almost forgotten about. He finally understood what was going on in that split second. That man definitely wasn't just a snack to Cassidy. Their relationship definitely went deeper than that. There was even a possibility that Cassidy had attacked him because of that man. Cassidy gripped onto the white longsword before turning to Merlin with a seductive smile. Merlin, to you, this is a sword with lethal poison smeared on its blade. She then ran her tongue along the blade of the sword before a blush appeared on her face and her breathing accelerated as a blissful expression appeared on her face. Merlin stumbled back a few steps and prepared himself for battle. In his eyes, Cassidy was clearly going to unleash some sort of mystic technique by licking the blood on the sword. Cassidy continued, "It really is a weapon smeared with lethal poison." She took another lick, which was followed by another seductive moan. Merlin's eyes widened in confusion. It's poison, but it's also medicine to purify your existence and help you understand the true meaning of life. Cassidy's eyes rippled as she took another lick. Right at this moment, a black shadow flew through the air before karate chopping Cassidy's head. "Quit fucking licking. There's going to be no fucking blood left if you keep licking." And Lynn flared up in rage. Cassidy pouted her full, red lips. "I can't help myself." And Lynn's lips twitched upon hearing this. "What kind of excuse is that? If you keep this up, I'm going to abolish the blood reward system I proposed earlier." He felt like giving a weapon with his blood smeared on it to Cassidy was a major mistake. How was she going to kill anyone if she was so obsessed with licking the blood from her weapon? Merlin stared at the two of them with bewilderment on his face. However, he certainly wasn't doing nothing during this period of time. He had already made a series of hand seals behind his back to try and escape from Cassidy's spatial seal. After copping a hit from Lynn, Cassidy finally began to focus on the task at hand, and she charged toward Merlin. In response, Merlin brought out his banner to summon soul warriors in order to defend himself from Cassidy's attacks. The two of them were evenly matched in cultivation base, but Merlin had been severely wounded and weakened by Cassidy's sneak attack, so he was soon forced onto the back foot. Merlin soon sustained a wound on his waist, and he immediately stumbled back in retreat. However, Cassidy did not take this opportunity to press her advantage. Instead, she remained standing in the distance with her long sword by her side and a peculiar smile on her face. "It's time for the holy blood to purify your evil body." She brought the long sword to her lips again as she spoke. However, her brows furrowed slightly in disgust as she looked at the blade of the sword, which was now covered in Merlin's blood. That was quite strange to her. She loved all types of blood, and it simply wasn't like her to be picky with her food. Wait, Cassidy came to a sudden realization. This was all because of the ridiculously high benchmark that had been set in her heart. With Master and Lynn's delicious blood as the benchmark, how could she develop an interest in any other inferior quality blood? Merlin felt like Cassidy had definitely gone mad. Everything that came out of her mouth was completely inexplicable and made absolutely zero sense. Merlin then turned his eyes upon the human male spectating their battle in the air above, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Cassidy had somehow come under that man's control? It was already inconceivable for a soul formation stage cultivator to appear here in the Void Star section. Furthermore, he appeared extremely calm and collected with not even a single hint of fear on his face. This was clearly not the normal reaction someone would have in the face of an enemy cultivator more powerful than themselves. Just as all these thoughts were flashing through Merlin's mind, the blood within his body was suddenly invaded by some type of indescribable power. His knees collapsed below him, and he knelt on one knee on the ground before gripping his chest in agony. The power was banishing something and destroying something, but from that destruction, something new was born. It was as if all the darkness had been expelled from the world, following which the light of the sun shone through completely uninhibited. This unfathomable feeling made him moan involuntarily. "My body, it has changed, no? This is my true body." Merlin panted heavily as he spoke in a trembling voice. He understood now. He finally understood what Cassidy was saying. He couldn't resist. He couldn't resist such delicious blood that could purify his very being. Merlin stood up from the ground before spreading his arms like a fervent worshipper. "Come, Cassidy. Use your weapon stained with lethal poison to cut me to your heart's content." A conflicted expression appeared on Cassidy's face. She was still struggling with the dilemma of to lick or not to lick. She didn't want to waste her master's blood, but it had been polluted by Merlin's stinky blood. What should she do? Xianxia slapped his own forehead with a resigned expression. And another one bites the dust. At this moment, Lin leaped down gracefully from his brick. It was his turn to take the stage now. An indescribable emotion welled up in Merlin's heart at the sight of Lin. The man that was standing before him now was the god that had bestowed him with a new life. He couldn't possibly bring himself to hurt this man. All he wanted to do was to love and protect his god. Merlin was a little dumbstruck. Could it be that he had fallen in love? No, it can't be. That's right. The blood on the sword belonged to that man. Merlin instantly grasped the situation as everything suddenly became clear to him. And Lin looked down at Merlin with a profound expression. Establish a slave contract with me, and I will grant you more of my blood. I will bestow upon you a new life. Merlin's body trembled as he turned to look at Cassidy with a hesitant expression. Could it be that you... That's right. I chose to follow him in pursuit of a new state of being. Cassidy nodded with an unashamed expression. It took courage to become the first person to make a drastic change. But after that first step had been taken by a predecessor, the pressure eased significantly on everyone who followed in their footsteps. After all, the mighty sect leader of the Heavenly Blood Tribe had already become Lin's slave, so it wasn't too far-fetched for Merlin to become his slave as well. Merlin hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. He was then tied up by the blue sea dragon rope. Merlin stared at Lin with a dumbstruck expression. Why was he being tied up just for a slave contract? A chill then suddenly ran down his spine. Could it be that this man was into some particular fetishes? Lin pursed his lips before offering an explanation after seeing Merlin's reaction. I'm taking prophylactic measures so that you don't swallow my blood essence like a certain somebody. Cassidy stuck out her tongue out before offering a slightly awkward smile. Lin suddenly turned to her before pointing up into the sky. Cassidy looked back at him with a blank expression. What is it? Get the hell away from here. I don't have any extra rope to bind you in case you try to pounce on my blood essence again. Lin elaborated with a stern expression. Cassidy. After she left, Lin straddled Merlin's body to pin him in place. In the end, Lin successfully established a slave contract with Merlin. He now had another return to Void Stage henchman. With the newest addition of Merlin, Lin now had 2 return to Void Stage slaves. He felt like he should use his blood to try and conquer an entire return to Void Stage Blood Tribe army. He could then use the power of his Blood Tribe army to quickly gather more Golden Realm Essence Crystal. After all, his strength alone was limited, but the collective strength of the masses was limitless. Ahem, little my one. Do you know where the rest of your companions might be at? Lin asked. Merlin's chest constricted upon hearing his new nickname. Little my? Why not Rice instead? He shook his head. I haven't met any other Blood Tribe cultivators during my time in the Void Star section. Lin was a little disappointed upon hearing this. He had gathered from Cassidy's words that there were a total of 4 return to Void Stage Blood Tribe cultivators that had entered the Void Star section. This meant that as long as they hadn't fallen, he should be able to recruit 2 more into his army. Master, I helped you recruit Merlin. Isn't it time you? Cassidy's eyes rippled like water as she spoke in a mellow voice, Lin suddenly remembered the reward system and immediately nodded. I am a man of my word. Recruiting Merlin is the equivalent of killing a return to Void Stage mighty figure. So I will reward you 5 milliliters of blood. Therefore, he slit open his finger, and a large drop of blood thus floated toward Cassidy. Cassidy threw herself at the drop of blood with excitement glowing in her eyes before swallowing the entire drop in one gulp, upon which a light blush appeared on her face, and she closed her eyes with a blissful expression while digesting the blood. Merlin's eyes were about to bulge out of his head as he swallowed incessantly at the sight of such a large drop of blood. Master, I want it too. A light smile appeared on Lin's face. Give me your storage ring, and I can reward you with 3 milliliters of blood. Oh, you can keep the banner seeing as that appears to be your weapon. A conflicted expression appeared on Merlin's face, but he finally made up his mind after taking a glance at Cassidy, who was literally trembling from bliss. "All right, I'll do it." Thus, Enlin used another big drop of blood to exchange for another blood tribe storage ring. He eagerly refined the storage ring before rummaging through its contents. There were 120 vital stones, 13 spirit tools, over 20 spirit pills, around a dozen spirit fruits, 2 golden realm essence crystals, 1 red realm essence crystal, 10 blue realm essence crystals, and 20 white realm essence crystals. What a massive haul for just 3 milliliters of blood. After looking through the storage ring, Enlin cleared his throat before laying out the reward system for Merlin to hear. Obtain 1 immortal tool and you'll be entitled to 3 milliliters of blood. Obtain 1 million spirit stones and you'll be entitled to 1 milliliter of blood. Obtain 1 golden realm essence crystal and you'll be entitled to 1 milliliter of blood. Merlin's body swayed slightly upon hearing this. What the fuck? If he had known about this from the start, he would have sold all the individual items within his storage ring for a much higher price. He then came to a realization before turning an indignant gaze upon Enlin. This was clearly Enlin's plan all along. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly began to surge violently. Dark clouds covered the starry night sky and bolts of golden lightning flashed through the clouds as a monstrous power began to converge overhead. Enlin was given a huge fright as he looked around, thinking that a certain mighty figure was attacking them. However, he then turned to Cassidy to discover that she was meditating on the brick, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. Cassidy is about to make a breakthrough. "We have to get away from here," Merlin spoke as he pulled Enlin and Xianxia away from Cassidy. Vital energy swirled in a radius of over 50 kilometers, creating a gargantuan vortex of vital energy that converged into Cassidy's body. Bolts of golden void lightning then struck Cassidy's body. Brilliant streaks of lightning burst forth, painting the entire heaven and earth golden with its dazzling light. Only minor lightning tribulations occurred for progressions in small ranks in return to void stage, so the dark clouds overhead soon disappeared. Cassidy stood up and a boundless yet slightly ethereal aura burst forth from her body. A hint of gravity could be seen within her eyes as she looked out into the distance. An astonished expression appeared on Merlin's face. Impossible! Isn't she progressing from the initial stage to the intermediate stage? Why is there no blood demon tribulation? Blood demon tribulation? Enlin blinked in confusion. As blood tribe cultivators, we would often ingest the blood and essence of other living creatures, and this influences our Tao foundations. All the negative emotions contained within the blood we ingested would then manifest themselves into our personal blood demons. Hence, after breaking through to return to void stage, each rank we progress will require us to transcend a blood demon tribulation. Merlin suddenly trailed off as he spoke before turning to Enlin and drawing a sharp intake of breath with a fervent light in his expression. "I understand now. It's all because of you, Master. Your blood purified us." Enlin. Merlin was completely ecstatic. The blood demon tribulations unique to the blood tribe were much more dangerous than the lightning tribulations they had to transcend, and many blood tribe mighty figures had fallen to their respective blood demon tribulations. However, his blood had been purified, thereby allowing him to bypass all his blood demon tribulations in the future. Cassidy seemed to have also realized this, and she made her way toward Enlin before wrapping her well-proportioned arms around one of Enlin's arms. "Thank you, Master. It was all thanks to your blood that I was able to successfully break through my bottleneck to successfully progress. If you really are thankful to me, then stop trying to seduce me." Enlin snapped as he struggled free from Cassidy's arms. "What a hard nut to crack." Cassidy pouted seductively with a hint of displeasure on her face. Any other man would have most likely completely fallen to Cassidy's seduction tactics to the extent that they would completely lose their minds. Enlin took a deep breath and hugged Xianxia tightly to his body. Not only did she want his blood, but she was also trying to steal his V-card as well. This woman was far too dangerous. However, with her progression to return to void intermediate stage, Enlin's army grew further in strength. From that standpoint alone, he was quite pleased. Not long after her breakthrough, A bright golden light began to emanate from the cylindrical mountain, and immediately after, the ground began to tremor and quake. It has finally begun. You should get a bit further away from this mountain, Master. I have a bad feeling about this. Cassidy's expression became extremely grave as her eyes settled on the 5 humanoid jade statues at the summit of the mountain. And Lin began to retreat with Xianxia as he too locked his eyes firmly on those 5 statues. The approximate locations on the humanoid statues where the heart would be situated began to pulse with golden light, as if to emulate the beating of their hearts. An extremely fearsome aura then began to emanate from their hearts. 50 kilometers away, a dragon tribe warrior waved his white fan as he peered into the distance with narrowed eyes. It has finally begun. In another direction, a shark monster holding a white bead had its eyes set on the same location with a ruthless smile on its face. Did you really think I would leave just like that? I'll make you all pay. The cylindrical mountain began to crumble as a golden pillar of light shot forth into the sky. The golden light was imbued with immense power, and the cylindrical mountain was reduced to powder from the fearsome blast. The 500 feet tall statues basked in the golden light, and not only were they not destroyed, but they also appeared to become more powerful. Extremely dazzling light burst forth from their eyes, and their joints began to tremor as if they were doing some sort of robotic warm-up exercise. The pillar of golden light slowly vanished, and realm essence crystals began to appear amid the debris that was once the cylindrical mountain. And Lin's eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath before speaking in a trembling voice. 21. There are 21 golden realm essence crystals. There was only a cluster of 21 realm essence crystals bunched together amid the debris, but all of them were golden. They were the highest grade realm essence crystals. And Lin wasn't the only one shocked upon seeing this. Even Cassidy and Merlin were seemingly entranced by the brilliant golden light. My God! We're going to be rich, Merlin muttered to himself. 21 drops of holy blood. Cassidy licked her supple red lips with a scorching light in her eyes. And Lin was already itching for action. Go get it. Merlin brought out his banner before providing a voice of reason. Don't be rash. Risk and reward often come hand in hand. With such a valuable treasure there for the taking, those 5 jade statues are definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Let me test out their strength first. He unleashed 100,000 soul warriors from his banner as he spoke, all of which converged on the realm essence crystals. All 21 milliliters of holy blood are going to be mine. Merlin, you shameless bastard. Cassidy was immediately enraged upon seeing the soul warriors that were targeting the realm essence crystals as opposed to the jade statues. However, right at this moment, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! One of the jade statues crashed to the ground, sending a golden shockwave, which instantly exploded forth in a radius of a kilometer, pulverizing the ground below and simultaneously knocking back all 100,000 soul warriors at once. So powerful! And Lin could detect that the boundless aura emanating from the jade statue's body was comparable to that of a return-to-void stage cultivator. Humph! The problem is, little Mai is too weak. Cassidy was still resentful toward Merlin for trying to take all the golden realm essence crystals for himself, and she sneered coldly at the sight of all his soul warriors being knocked back before charging toward the jade statue herself. Only Master and Lin can refer to me by that name. Merlin immediately flared up in rage. He began to inject his vital energy into his banner, which in turn glowed with a black light as the 100,000 soul warriors established a formation to conjure up a projection of a blood demon over 10,000 feet in height. However, the projection of the blood demon had only just been materialized when another 2 humanoid jade beasts transformed into streaks of golden light, which crashed down upon the massive blood demon with monstrous force. Boom boom! The devastating force of the collision immediately had the blood demon toppling over before falling to the ground. After progressing to return to void intermediate stage, Cassidy was able to have a much easier time against her opponent. The humanoid jade beast engaged in battle with her had been forced firmly onto the back foot as it stumbled back in retreat against Cassidy's fearsome crimson sword. Just as she was getting close to the golden realm essence crystals, the remaining 2 jade beasts suddenly pounced toward her. and the tables were instantly flipped. Cassidy was barely holding on against the 3 jade beasts, and Merlin was being ground into the dust by the remaining 2 jade beasts. There appeared to be no chance for victory. But don't forget, there was still Lin, and Lin spread open his wings of wind, and streams of wind began to revolve around his evil-slaying sword. He abruptly threw himself toward the Golden Realm essence crystals in the distance, creating a sonic boom and a streak of white in his wake. "Hold them back for me," and Lin transmitted his voice to Cassidy and Merlin. Cassidy let loose a delicate war cry as countless crimson sword projections created a net-like trapping formation that enveloped herself as well as the 3 humanoid jade beasts she was engaged in a battle with. The giant blood demon under Merlin's control also let loose an ear-splitting roar as its massive hands exploded to form 2 circular crimson nets that ensnared the remaining 2 humanoid jade beasts. The 2 nets wouldn't be able to permanently trap the 2 jade beasts, but they would suffice as temporary traps. And Lin drew closer and closer to the Golden Realm essence crystals, and just when he thought they were his for the taking, an extreme sense of danger suddenly enveloped his entire body. He immediately unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld, and his aura increased explosively as he lashed out with his sword. Boom! A gargantuan ball of water exuding the power of annihilation collided with Lin's sword, causing heaven and earth to fall silent for an instant. Black and blue energy then burst forth to create a shockwave that exploded outward for several kilometers in all directions. Pwah! And Lin was swept away by the overwhelming force of the shockwave, and his body flew through the air like a cannonball while blood spewed forth from his mouth. Oh! A mere soul formation stage cultivator is able to take one of my attacks. A shark monster approached from the distance atop a giant wave as it looked at Lin with a hint of surprise on its face. The shark monster was none other than Gu Luo. However, it still doesn't change the fact that you're just a soul formation stage cultivator. All these realm essence crystals are mine. The shark monster chortled with glee as it flew toward the golden realm essence crystals. Right at this moment, an extremely thick bolt of white lightning fell from the sky before striking the shark monster on the head, instantly congealing the smile on its face. Howl! A white dragon suddenly appeared from the clouds above. The dragon was none other than Ao Mingyu in his winged dragon form, and his target was, of course, also the 21 Golden Realm essence crystals. The shark monster instantly flared up in rage, while the black mist revolving around its left claw transformed into a ferocious shark that pounced toward the white dragon. Ao Mingyu, you're no match for me, so piss off. I might consider giving you 5 of these realm essence crystals after I grab hold of them. The white dragon was completely undeterred, and white lightning exploded forth around his body as he swooped down toward the golden realm essence crystals. Boom! The white dragon collided with the black mist shark, and the shark was instantly pulverized by the white lightning. However, Gu Luo took advantage of this split second to appear right before Ao Mingyu, and 2 of them began to engage in an earth-shattering battle. Even to return to void stage mighty figures, the 21 Golden Realm essence crystals presented a lethal temptation. And Lin stood up from a massive crater in the ground before coughing up another mouthful of blood. An attack from a cultivator at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage was far too devastating. Even with his embryonic body of the war god in conjunction with the origin energy of the netherworld, he was still severely wounded by that one strike. However, he wasn't going to give up. Those 21 Golden Realm essence crystals had to be his. Cassidy and Merlin had also abandoned their efforts in trapping the humanoid jade beasts. With Ao Mingyu and Gu Luo entering the fray, there were more pressing matters at hand to attend to. The humanoid jade beasts detected the perilous situation the Golden Realm essence crystals were in, and they immediately switched targets to pounce toward the white dragon and the shark monster. A chaotic, earth-shattering battle erupted, and the sound of the resulting clashes of energy shook heaven and earth. If a normal person were to even approach the battle from a kilometer away, their body would instantly be torn to shreds by the monstrous shockwaves. And Lin swallowed a pill as he got up from the ground. This was the Scorching Sun pill, a 5th-grade immortal pill, the consumption of which would allow him to tap into all his latent potential for a short period of time. Boom! His aura was already comparable to a cultivator who was at the soul formation pinnacle stage after activating the origin energy of the netherworld. With further enhancement from the scorching sun pill, his aura began to climb toward an even higher level. Using a mystical technique in conjunction with pills like this was extremely taxing on his body. However, Enlin had no choice. The fear of becoming a eunuch for 10,000 years constantly hung over his head, spurring him on to hunt for Golden Realm essence crystals as if his life depended on it. The illusionary star robe glowed as he activated its concealment abilities to the max. His aura continued to climb explosively. Return to void initial stage, return to void intermediate stage, the pinnacle of return to void intermediate stage, return to void stage final stage. An extremely fearsome aura burst forth, congealing the space within a radius of 1.5 kilometers. Even the 5 humanoid jade beasts faltered before turning their eyes in a certain direction. Collective chills ran down the spines of Gu Luo and Ao Mingyu as they turned to stare at Enlin with astonished expressions on their faces. This aura? How is this possible? Gu Luo was completely incredulous. It can't be. He must have used some special treasure to create a false illusion of power. Dazzling lightning exploded forth from Ao Mingyu's body as his powerful aura burst forth in an attempt to resist the overwhelming pressure pouring forth from Enlin's body. Enlin made his way toward the Golden Realm essence crystals with a cold expression on his face. I didn't want to have to use this power, but you forced my hand. Anyone who dares to try and take these realm essence crystals will die by my hands. A golden light imbued with regal might began to flash from his eyes as he spoke, giving him the appearance of a mighty god glaring down upon all the ants of the world. While everyone was dumbstruck by the mighty aura pouring forth from Enlin's body, Shui Zhantian began to whoop in excitement. Cassidy's eyes widened in shock. Is that our master? Merlin was also staring up at Enlin in disbelief. Could it be that our master is an extremely powerful mighty figure that has been hiding his true strength all this time? Come to think of it, that's to be expected. Only an exceptional mighty figure's blood could be so delicious. How? Impossible. He's just a soul formation stage cultivator. How dare he try to steal the realm essence crystals from me? Oh, Mingyu's body twisted in the air as lightning exploded in the sky. A fearsome dragon might radiated forth from his body as he glared at Enlin with undisguised enmity. You talk a lot of shit. Enlin gripped the air in Ao Mingyu's direction. The white lightning around Ao Mingyu's body suddenly converged to form a white sword of lightning with bolts of destructive golden lightning peeking through. The power imbued within the white lightning sword was clearly even more monstrous than the white lightning Ao Mingyu had initially unleashed, and it instantly pierced through his body with ferocious might. Howl! Ao Mingyu roared in pain as lightning exploded forth and blood sprayed through the air. That attack was far too abrupt and Ao Mingyu was caught completely off guard. Gasp! Everyone drew another collective intake of breath. How could he use Ao Mingyu's power against himself? And he amplified the power before doing so as well. How terrifying! Gu Luo was initially quite skeptical with regard to the authenticity of Enlin's power, but his doubts were immediately erased upon seeing Enlin's lightning manipulation abilities. Surely only a return to void final stage mighty figure was capable of something like that. When Enlin continued toward the Golden Realm essence crystals, not one person dared to stop him. A huge, gaping wound had been blasted into Ao Mingyu's body, and he panted heavily as he stared at Enlin with shock and horror. Gu Luo was also looking at Enlin with a grave expression as he enveloped his body in a barrier of water, as if he was defending himself against a potential attack from Enlin. The 5 humanoid jade beasts came to their senses after a short pause, and they sprang into action again as they pounced on the 3 people closest to the Golden Realm essence crystals. 1 humanoid jade beast pounced toward Ao Mingyu, another 1 pounced toward Gu Luo, and the remaining 3 converged on Enlin. Holy shit! Enlin felt an immense amount of pressure in that instant. His heart was racing with anxiety, but he maintained a calm facade. He nonchalantly pulled out an object that looked like a snowball from his storage ring before tossing it toward the 3 humanoid jade beasts. Even scum like you dare to stand in my way? Taste my heavenly frost palm. The snowball he had just tossed was one of the snow explosion orbs from Qing Li's storage. These were disposable weapons crafted by Meng Ji, each of which contained explosive power equivalent to the full power strike of a return-to-void intermediate-stage cultivator. The snow explosion orb pierced through the air toward the jade beast before exploding with a resounding boom. A blue explosion swept through the air in all directions in a radius of 5 kilometers, pulverizing the ground below with its destructive force. In that instant, the entire heaven and earth was painted blue as an aura of extreme frost exploded forth, freezing everything solid in a radius of 5 kilometers. This was a power that exploded first before freezing its target in a dual-action attack. The 3 jade beasts charging toward Enlin were all knocked flying by the explosive force before their bodies froze solid and became suspended in the air. Even Ao Mingyu and Gu Luo, who were a few kilometers away, were forced into retreat by the resulting shockwave while bearing astonished expressions on their faces. "What a powerful palm!" Gu Luo exclaimed in shock as it retreated. Ao Mingyu was in complete and utter shock. Who would have thought that the human male he had looked down on was actually a return-to-void stage mighty figure who had been hiding his strength all along? Could it be that he was only restricting his cultivation base to avoid the backlash of the laws of this world? Right? That must be the case. Ao Mingyu felt like he had discovered the truth, and thought of a speedy retreat was already entering his mind. And Lin took advantage of the fact that the jade beasts were temporarily immobilized to spread open his wings of wind, and at the same time he unleashed his wind sword technique, thereby instantly accelerating to 8 times the speed of sound. His body transformed into a white streak that flashed through the air to reach the Golden Realm essence crystals in a short span of 3 seconds. Pluck, pluck, pluck. And Lin's hands left afterimages in the air as he stowed the 21 Golden Realm essence crystals into his storage ring in the blink of an eye. After stowing away all the Golden Realm essence crystals, he immediately unleashed his full speed to escape into the distance. Expressions of indignation and disappointment appeared on Ao Mingyu and Gu Luo's faces, but they didn't dare to confront Enlin after witnessing the feats of power he had just displayed. Cracks appeared on the pristine jade surface of the 3 humanoid jade beasts in the aftermath of the explosion, but their auras did not diminish in the slightest. After seeing Enlin snatch away the Golden Realm essence crystals, they immediately chased after him with all their might. "What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and come help me." And Lin transmitted an enraged roar to his 2 blood tribe underlings. Cassidy and Merlin both came to their senses before turning perplexed gazes on Enlin. "Master, you're so powerful already. Why do you still need our help?" Cassidy asked with a quizzical expression. The image of Enlin blasting away the 3 jade beasts with his heavenly frost palm was still clear in their minds. What a powerful palm that was! Master Enlin was clearly more than capable of dealing with the jade beasts himself, so why would he require their assistance? "I can only summon this power for a limited period of time. The laws of this world prohibit me from prolonged usage of this power, so I need your help," and Lin explained in a panicked voice. "A power too monstrous for this world to contain? How awesome! How badass!" Cassidy and Merlin's eyes lit up at once. Was their master already this badass? No wonder he had to hide his true strength. The 2 blood tribe mighty figures immediately flew toward Enlin to fend off the 3 enraged jade beasts. Meanwhile, Enlin flew toward Xianxia before commanding Xianxia to carry him further away. The after effect of the origin energy of the netherworld was beginning to take effect on his body, and he was too feeble to continue escaping through his own strength. "Master, you were so badass back there. You were like a war god who made the whole world tremble and quiver at your feet," Xianxia yelled excitedly. "Hee, of course. I am the legendary sword immortal and Lin renowned across the entire kingdom of the 9 states." A smug, confident smile appeared on Enlin's face. Flexing in front of a bunch of return-to-void stage mighty figures was such a thrilling and stimulating experience. Most importantly, he reeled in a massive haul of 21 Golden Realm essence crystals. After taking all the Realm essence crystal, it was now time for them to run. Or at least that was what Enlin thought. This was also what Cassidy and Merlin were thinking as well, so they simultaneously retreated as they battled. A return to void intermediate stage cultivator teaming up with another cultivator at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage was more than enough to hold off the three jade beasts as they slowly staged their retreat. However, at this moment, a sound akin to the roar of a ferocious ancient beast suddenly exploded forth in the distance. The resulting earth-shattering sound waves swept through the air in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. A black shark over a kilometer in length materialized in the air before opening its cavernous, crimson jaws to bite down upon a jade beast. The jade beast was swallowed by the black shark, which then proceeded to explode. A devastating black shockwave radiated outward, pulverizing everything in its wake. The humanoid jade beast that had been swallowed by the black shark was unable to endure the force of the explosion as its body cracked open with a resounding boom. Just as the jade beast's body cracked open, a shiny golden object appeared where its heart should have been. The dazzling light of the object pierced through the darkness, and everyone's eyes instantly lit up upon catching sight of it. It was a golden realm essence crystal. The heart of the humanoid jade beast was a golden realm essence crystal. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath before turning to Cassidy and Merlin. "Stop running. You two are both blood tribe mighty figures. Aren't you ashamed to be chased around like this by a few jade beasts?" Even without Lin's reminder, Merlin and Cassidy's eyes had already lit up. That was a golden realm essence crystal. One realm essence crystal could be exchanged for 1 milliliter of blood. How could they not be excited? Merlin's banner flashed through the air as 100,000 soul warriors once again conjured up the massive blood demon projection. Meanwhile, Cassidy unleashed a series of monstrous crimson sword projections that swept toward the jade beasts. An intense battle ensued as Cassidy and Merlin both unleashed their trump cards in an attempt to secure the golden realm essence crystals before the other. The mountainous blood demon over 10,000 feet tall conjured up a massive crimson saber in its hand. Energy surged violently, and a devastating aura began to emanate from the saber as black lightning flowed around its blade. The blood demon raised the crimson saber that had black lightning revolving around the blade before slashing down upon one of the humanoid jade beasts. Boom! A resounding boom rang out across heaven and earth as the humanoid jade beast collided with the crimson saber in a fearsome clash between golden light and black lightning. In the end, the black lightning began to tear through the golden light as the massive crimson saber broke through the jade beast's defenses. The crimson saber projection continued onward to strike the jade beast's body before instantly tearing it in half. Elsewhere, Cassidy's body transformed into an agile black shadow, thereby allowing her to evade the attacks of the jade beast, as she slashed out a series of lethal crimson sword projections in retaliation. She was fighting two humanoid jade beasts at once, but her strategy was to divide and conquer as she focused all her firepower output on one jade beast alone. After unleashing a mystic technique to further enhance her return to void intermediate stage power, her sword flashed through the air faster than the jade beasts could follow, leaving countless crimson afterimages in its wake. Thus, one of the humanoid jade beasts was diced into a few hundred pieces by Cassidy. The other jade beast was completely enraged by the death of its partner, and it threw itself at Cassidy with renewed ferocity. The result was quite easy to foresee. This humanoid jade beast was also diced into countless pieces. Cassidy and Merlin had both unleashed mystic techniques to drastically enhance their power for a short time, but this was not without its consequences. After taking care of the three jade beasts, both of them were clearly quite feeble, and their already pale features became even paler. "Master, I'm anemic," Cassidy moaned in a mellow, seductive voice, and Lin rolled his eyes before slicing open his finger and flicking 4 milliliters of blood toward Cassidy. Cassidy accepted the blood with glee. "Master, this is twice the amount you promised. Is this an extra credit for my splendid performance?" "No. You two didn't obtain the 21 realm essence crystals directly from me, but you did contribute to the effort, so the extra 2 milliliters of blood is your reward for your work back there," and Lin explained. Thus, Merlin also received 3 milliliters of blood. After drinking in Lin's blood, color returned to the two blood tribe cultivators' faces, and they instantly felt as if they had been completely rejuvenated. and Lin stowed away the 3 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. After adding on the 21 Golden Realm Essence Crystal, as well as the 7 that were already in his storage ring, he now had a total of 31 Golden Realm Essence Crystals in his possession. He had completed a third of the mission before he even knew it, and Lin discovered that Cassidy and Merlin weren't in a hurry to leave after drinking his blood. Instead, they were looking at Ao Mingyu, who were at a distance away, like 2 tigers watching their prey. Ao Mingyu was engaged in battle with a humanoid jade beast, and the 2 of them appeared to be quite evenly matched. "I think Ao Mingyu needs our help," Merlin said. "I think we should take Ao Mingyu out." Cassidy cut straight to the point. "And Lin?" Ao Mingyu transformed into a white dragon, and with earth-shattering force, his tail swung down upon the humanoid jade beast. Both of the humanoid jade beast's fists were enveloped in golden light, and it threw a powerful punch against the massive dragon tail. The tail and the fist collided, sending devastating shockwaves flying through the air. Ao Mingyu was knocked back by the fearsome power behind the fist, but the humanoid jade beast was also sent flying through the air by the tail whip. The jade beast possessed power comparable to a return to void initial stage cultivator, so Ao Mingyu was unable to gain the upper hand in their battle. In actuality, Ao Mingyu had a mystic technique in the form of an extremely fearsome lightning spell that he could use to slay the jade beast in one fell swoop. However, he immediately abandoned this course of action after recalling Lin's uncanny lightning manipulation ability. He was afraid that this human mighty figure would be able to use the lightning he summoned against him. Furthermore, that technique required a massive amount of energy. Without an ally present at the scene, there was a good chance he would be targeted after depleting most of his energy to unleash such a powerful attack. Ao Mingyu was still engaged in the battle with the humanoid jade beast, but Gu Luo had already begun flying toward him, and it was clearly not coming to help him out. From a distance away, Cassidy and Merlin were also flying toward him. Their intentions were even clearer as they already prepared to unleash offensive spell techniques. An indignant and resentful expression appeared on Ao Mingyu's face when he realized that all his efforts were bound to be in vain. He let loose an enraged roar as cloud and mist began to materialize behind him. Dragon Tribe Mystical Technique, Cloud and Mist Vessel. Ao Mingyu instantly broke through the sound barrier as he fled into the distance. The humanoid jade beast wanted to give chase, but Ao Mingyu was simply too fast for it to chase down. Gu Luo had initially planned to slay the final humanoid jade beast, but after a moment of hesitation, he abandoned this idea before fleeing in another direction. Cassidy and Merlin didn't chase down either of them. Instead, they both pounced on the final humanoid jade beast. The humanoid jade beast was quite powerful, but it stood no chance against 2 Blood Tribe returned to Void Stage mighty figures, and soon, its body was torn apart before a Golden Realm Essence Crystal was extracted from it. Thus, Cassidy and Merlin both received 0.5 milliliter of holy blood. And Lin also received a Golden Realm Essence Crystal, so it was a win-win situation. He now had a total of 32 Golden Realm Essence Crystal. If any other return to Void Stage mighty figure were to learn of this, they would probably piss themselves in shock. This was simply a staggering amount. All the other cultivators in the Void Star section combined might not have as many Golden Realm Essence Crystals as Lin did. He was like a Realm Essence Crystal mine. However, there was quite a large element of luck that resulted in him reeling in such a massive haul, so he wasn't about to get complacent. After swallowing a blood spirit pill, he blasted a hole into the Jade Mountain before sitting inside to meditate in order to recover from the after effect of using the origin energy of the Netherworld. And Lin had used the origin energy of the Netherworld in conjunction with the Scorching Sun pill, so he thought he would require at least a few days to recover from the after effects. However, what surprised him was that he was fully recovered after only half a day. All of this could be attributed to the enhancements in durability and regenerative ability that the body of the war god had made to his body. And Lin felt like he would even be able to avoid the after effects altogether if he only used the origin energy of the Netherworld for a short, sharp burst at a time. "Are you fully recovered now, Master?" Cassidy soon came to terms with the fact that Lin required a recovery period after unleashing his true strength. After all, the ancient Taichu realm barred cultivators of return to void final stage and above from entry. If one were to enter forcefully, they would immediately suffer from the backlash of the laws of heaven and earth. In her eyes, and Lin had to have suffered this backlash when he was forced to unleash his full power. She saw no problems whatsoever with that explanation. I'm fine now. Let's continue in our quest for more Golden Realm essence crystals. And Lin took a deep breath and swallowed another blood spirit pill before flying into the air atop his brick. Master, if you feel like brick kinesis flight is too inconvenient, you can fly in my arms. It's very soft and warm here, Cassidy offered with a seductive smile as she showed off her impressive rack. Master, I can carry you in my arms too, Merlin immediately chimed in. And Lin's face convulsed as he shook his head. No thanks. I'm fine with hugging little Tian. He enveloped Xianxia in a tight hug as he spoke. He was quite warm and soft, and he made an ideal body pillow. Xianxia. Everyone continued to look for other peculiar locations around the nearby Jade Mountains, like the cylindrical mountain they had just encountered. Since they were trying to do a thorough search, they flew through the air during their travels instead of traversing through the use of spatial manipulation. They encountered a whole host of jade beasts along the way, including tiger, snake, and falcon jade beast, but all of them either had no realm essence crystals within their bodies, or the realm essence crystal were white or green. They searched through the area for an entire day but were still unable to find what they were looking for. We've pretty much traveled over the entirety of these mountain ranges. Perhaps we should go somewhere else, Merlin suggested with resignation on his face. And Lin heaved a long sigh before making an inquiry. Do you know of any other places where realm essence crystals are likely to appear? There is a place that comes to mind, and Cassidy probably knows of this place as well. However, that place is extremely dangerous to humans as it's a place that the members of Void Spirit Tribe are really fond of. Merlin replied a little hesitantly. What's there to be scared of when our master is so powerful? Cassidy was completely unfazed. And Lin was a little alarmed upon hearing this. These two were greatly overestimating his true strength. The Void Spirit Tribe was the most peculiar tribe on Taichu continent, and they specialized in using all types of curses and soul techniques. They often had countless unimaginable ways to kill a person without their target even realizing what they were up to. How is the relationship between the Void Spirit Tribe and the Blood Tribe? And Lin asked. We're neither friend nor foe. We won't battle each other on sight, and we won't help out one another in battles, but we can't rule out the prospect of them landing the killing blow on us should the opportunity arise, Cassidy replied. And Lin nodded. Then let's go. I can just act as your moving blood bank so that there's no reason for them to attack me. Merlin's chest constricted slightly upon hearing this, as an indescribable sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. After a short discussion, Merlin and Cassidy tore open a spatial gate to travel to their next destination. That destination was the realm of dead souls, which was located on the central tectonic plate of the Void Star section, which was comprised of 9 tectonic plates. This was an extremely important place in the ancient Taichu realm, as all the information gathered by past explorers suggested that this was very likely to be the capital of the ancient Taichu realm. All the grandeur and luxury had long since been reduced to ashes and dust. Countless trapped souls wandered the area, all of which were unable to pass on to the afterlife. Some of them were malicious and cruel. Some of them had no desires, and some of them were filled with melancholy and resentment. This was the most lively place in the entire ancient Taichu realm, as it was filled with the chatter of dead souls, some of which one could even communicate with, just like they would with a normal living being. The Void Spirit Tribe was extremely fond of this place, as there were always many delicious dead souls they could feast on. Although not all the souls were edible, the Void Spirit Tribe cultivators were always ecstatic when they found one that was suitable for consumption. There was an ancient city here, where all the construction was a dull beige color. Many of the houses were dilapidated from age, and some had already been reduced to dust by the unforgiving flow of time. Amid all the wreckage and dilapidation, a tall black tower stood in the center of this ancient city. It was unclear what material this tower was constructed from, but it remained seemingly completely untouched by the passage of time as it glowed lightly under the starry sky. a black rift split open in the air, from which a sexy woman in a black robe appeared with a man gripped in one hand and white ball held in the other. There was also a slightly frail-looking man with golden hair following along behind her. This is the realm of dead souls. We appear to be currently located in the southwestern region of the realm of dead souls, the woman announced. And Lin looked down upon the dilapidated ancient city and was greeted by the sight of a dense expanse of courtyards and buildings, which stretched in all directions as far as his eyes could see. Just from that alone, it was easy to fathom just how grand the city was back in its heyday. Not only do we have to beware of Void Spirit Tribe cultivators, but we must also be cautious of the illusionary realms here. The illusionary realms here are extremely fearsome. There was a Blood Tribe cultivator that was driven insane after stumbling into an illusionary realm here 2,000 years ago, Merlin cautioned, and Lin was shocked to hear this. Most of the return to Void Stage mighty figures had extremely resolute Dao hearts. How terrifying would the illusionary realms have to be to drive one of them insane? Apparently fragments of the realm core may appear here as well. Master, how much blood can we exchange for one fragment of the realm core? Cassidy asked with an expectant expression. And Lin had no clue what this fragment of the realm core thing was. He didn't even have a chance to reply before Merlin began chuckling to himself. You think you can find a fragment of the realm core? You sure do dare to dream. Those things are extremely rare and can only be discovered but not sought after. Out of everyone who had entered the ancient Taichu realm, there might not even be one who can actually find the fragment of the realm core. And Lin still didn't know what these fragments of the realm core were, but they sounded extremely badass. So he immediately established a new clause to his reward system. One fragment of the realm core can be exchanged for 10 milliliters of blood. Cassidy and Merlin both turned to look at Lin with peculiar expressions on their faces. Master, are you aware of how valuable fragments of the realm core are? Cassidy hesitated momentarily before posing a question. And Lin blinked with incomprehension. Why is the price not right? Merlin offered a patient explanation as he said, when a world crumbles, the matter within returns to its most fundamental form, which are the realm essence crystals that can be used as building blocks for a new world. In contrast, a realm core is a manifestation of the laws and the Tao of that realm. As such, fragments of the realm core are objects within which are contained the laws and the Tao of a particular realm. In other words, each and every fragment of the realm core is a priceless treasure that can be used to construct the core of a new world. It can also provide great assistance to a return to Void Stage cultivator in their quest to progress to Tao integration stage. And Lin's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. This stuff sounded like it was extremely valuable. But why hadn't Emperor Ziwei ever mentioned something like this to him? Oh right, this was most likely something exclusive to the Void Star section, so there was no point in informing the Soul Formation stage cultivators of their existence. And Lin pondered for a moment before amending his reward clause. One fragment of the realm core can be exchanged for 30 milliliters of blood. A joyful expression appeared on the faces of Cassidy and Merlin upon hearing this. Let's go find fragments of the realm core, Master. Cassidy was raring to go. No. Our top priority is still to find more Golden Realm Essence Crystal. And Lin spoke with a stern expression. That's a good mindset. Fragments of the realm core are extremely rare, so it's best to stay grounded. It's good that you're not getting carried away, Master. Merlin smiled as he offered words of praise. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh in his heart. Preserving his dick was his top priority. So he had no choice but to stay grounded, and Lin walked on the streets of the ancient city as a series of misty black figures passed him by, leaving a biting chill in the air as they went. These black, twisted, misty figures were all insentient souls that constantly wandered the streets of the city. They wouldn't voluntarily attack anyone, but someone with a weak consciousness could still be injured by bumping into them. Merlin's banner was extremely useful in this situation as he was able to summon a few powerful soul warriors to lead the way forward. All the wandering souls instinctively avoided the killing intents that were radiating from the soul warriors, thereby opening up a path for Lin and the others to walk through. Stuffed buns. Piping hot stuffed buns straight from the steamer. We are the best seafood restaurant in the entire city. Would you like to come in for a meal? Beichun Grocery Store, where prices are low and quality is high. Come on in, young master. We have some juicy girls waiting for you inside. A series of voices reverberated throughout the streets, as if they were relics of a distant, lively past. And Lin didn't think this was scary in any way. Instead, he was quite sympathetic toward all these wandering souls. He didn't really understand how these wandering souls came into existence, nor did he understand the reason for the existence of these souls, which were renounced even by the Void Spirit tribe. They weren't bodies of energy, nor were they actually living beings. They were more like a memory of the lives that had once lived. As he traversed through the ancient city, all he heard was the incessant chatter of these wandering souls. And Lin shook his head and heaved a light sigh with disappointment on his face. He always felt like wandering souls should be silent and eerie, only occasionally appearing to scare some people. All these loud and lively wandering souls were simply a world apart from what he imagined them to be like. They walked on a bit further before a female spirit with pale, colorless features wearing a red dress suddenly appeared from the ground below. The female spirit immediately let loose a piercing screech as an extremely sharp sound wave radiated outward, pulverizing the ground around her. And Lin and the others clapped their hands over their ears, while Merlin smashed the female spirit to death with a single palm. These special wandering spirits always dropped some sort of item upon their deaths. For example, this female spirit dropped a blue realm essence crystal. Not long after that, they encountered a butcher who was about a dozen meters tall and carrying a massive cleaver. The massive butcher charged toward Lin and the others after letting loose a blood-curdling war cry as he brought his massive cleaver down with fearsome force. He was then slapped to death again by one palm from Merlin. This wandering spirit only dropped a green realm essence crystal. Unexpectedly, this massive spirit dropped an item of even less value than the one the female spirit had dropped. Many of these spirits popped up as Lin and the others traversed through the city toward the Black Tower. This was an extremely imposing tower over 1,000 meters tall that appeared as if it were a massive pillar reaching into the heavens. This is such an eye-catching tower. Surely anything worthy of value in there would have been taken already. And Lin spoke in a resigned voice. Cassidy begged to differ. You're underestimating just how vast the Void Star section is, Master. We may be able to see the Black Tower now, but I'm sure there are many cultivators who have never set foot in this place. Besides, even if someone has already been here in the past, there could be new realm essence crystals in there now after 500 years. Merlin chimed in. They had already gotten used to how oblivious Lin was to the Void Star section, so they were constantly ready to provide patient, detailed explanations on things that were obvious to themselves. Before they knew it, they had already arrived at the foot of the tower. To everyone's surprise, there were two benevolent-looking elderly men in red robes standing by the main gate. Welcome, 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 valued guests to the star-picking tower. What a respectful welcome. And Lin was slightly taken aback. This was an extremely peculiar scene, especially in a city that was filled with wandering spirits. The red-robed elderly men spoke again, as if they had heard what Lin had said. It is always a pleasure. The tall and thin elderly man wobbled his head from side to side as he spoke. To welcome friends from afar. The short and stocky elderly man finished the sentence of the other elderly man. Xianxia was getting a little excited. Master, these don't appear to be the same as all those stupid wandering souls we've encountered so far. Merlin raised his palm with a disgruntled expression. These two are really bizarre. Should I just slap them to death? And Lin was inclined to agree with Merlin. These two spirits from the ancient Tai Chu realm were reciting lines from the Analects of Confucius, which was only found on Earth. This was simply far too bizarre. He was just about to nod in agreement with Merlin's proposal when the two elderly men became excited again. The deers bleat with joy as they feast on the grasslands. The tall and thin elderly man wobbled his head from side to side. When I have guests, I must play music. The short and stocky elderly man finished the sentence again. Just as his voice faded, The stocky old man produced a musical instrument that appeared to be quite similar to a guqin before slapping his hands on the strings of the instrument. Merlin also sprang into action at this moment as a massive crimson palm projection descended from the sky with monstrous force. The palm hadn't yet made contact with the ground, but the earth had already caved in under the sheer pressure of the palm alone. Hey! Ha! The tall old man unleashed a fist toward the giant palm projection in the air. The power of his fists created a series of spatial cracks in the air, and the fearsome force behind the punch instantly crushed the massive crimson palm projection. The residual force created a shockwave that radiated outward for close to 10 kilometers in all directions, causing the black tower behind him to tremor and quake. "It is impolite," the tall, elderly man said in a calm voice. "To not reciprocate," the stocky, elderly man continued. The tall, elderly man then poked his 2 index fingers into the temples on each side of his head. Meanwhile, the stocky, elderly man stroked his fingers over his guqin. Riying! A peculiar sound wave proliferated forth. Space suddenly began to twist as a disconcerting force enveloped the space before them. "Be careful. This is a forced illusionary realm," Cassidy hurriedly cautioned. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately unleashed a defensive spell technique to protect himself. However, he suddenly felt his head beginning to ring in the same rhythm as the music from the guqin. He was then struck by a burst of dizziness as his surroundings were completely transformed. The bright and vibrant light of the sun shone down onto the ground as a light breeze carried a smorgasbord of scents to Lin's nostrils. There was the scent of stuffed buns, noodles, and the scent of the rouge emanating from the woman that had just brushed past him. He was suddenly surrounded by a thriving throng of people, and Lin blinked with a quizzical expression at the sight of this lively, bustling street. "Hee. Buy me a stick of sugar-coated haws, Mom. I want that one." A tender voice that was quite pleasing to the ear sounded from nearby. A cute little girl with a pair of pigtails tugged on a woman's hand as she pointed excitedly at a stall on one side of the street. All right, I'll get one for you." A doting smile appeared on the woman's face as she led the little girl toward the stall she was pointing at. Make way." Just as Lin was caught in a daze, his body was suddenly pushed aside. Immediately afterward, a wooden manual lorry filled with merchandise slowly passed by beside him. It felt extremely realistic. All the sights, sounds, smells, the things he could feel, the auras of the people around him, the flow of vital energy in the air, all of it was extremely realistic, just like it would feel in the real world. But Lin knew this was all an illusion. No matter how realistic everything was, he firmly believed that it was all an illusion, and Lin's head was starting to throb. Even though he knew this was an illusionary realm created by the spell techniques unleashed by 2 elderly men, he didn't know how to break the illusion, and Lin was completely at a loss for what to do. He had never learned how to break through an illusionary spell technique. Could he do so by force? Could he use his own strength to destroy this illusionary realm? His storage ring flashed, and the evil-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Thankfully, his power and cultivation base did not seem to have been affected. This made things a lot more convenient. He just had to blast a hole in the sky now. "Dear husband," a pleasant, yet familiar voice sounded from behind him, and Lin's body trembled as he turned to look behind him. A woman in a jade dress was standing nearby with a vibrant smile on her face, and the sun shone down on her beautiful features, making her appear even more radiant and enchanting. Just by standing there, she became the center of his universe. Everything else paled in insignificance next to her. Her sudden appearance had completely set Lin's heart aflutter. The title with which she had used to call him made Lin draw a sharp intake of breath. "Su Xiaolan, you called me dear husband?" And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. "What are you saying? What else should I be calling you?" And Lin was absolutely overjoyed upon hearing this. "Dear wife," and Lin pounced on her in excitement. However, he was immediately pushed aside by a blushing Su Xiaolan. "There are so many people on these streets. Can't you be a bit more subdued?" and Lin couldn't stop nodding. Yes, I can be whatever you want me to be. He grabbed one of Su Xiaolan's hands in his as they began walking along the streets. Su Xiaolan didn't reject his approach, but she was looking at him with an interrogative gaze. Did you buy the tool refinement materials I asked you to buy? Huh? I was just about to do that. Let's go together. And Lin faltered for a moment before replying. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes before dragging him toward the tool refinement shop. Dear wife, what is it? Nothing. I just wanted to say it a few times. Call me dear husband a few times. I want to hear you say it. Idiot. And Lin was ecstatic that he and Su Xiaolan had become Dao partners. This feeling of bliss, it was enough to move him to the point of tears. He knew that this was only an illusionary realm, but it was so realistic that he didn't want to let it go. He wanted to stay and experience this happiness for just a bit longer. All the buildings around them were intricately constructed from a pleasant combination of yellow and white wood. There were also some buildings constructed from white jade bricks that were 5 or 6 stories tall, with unfamiliar yet beautiful totems carved into their surface. The most eye-catching building was the Black Tower in the center of the city. It extended all the way into the clouds, and it shone with a 5-colored spectrum under the light of the sun. The setting for this illusionary realm was none other than the city and Lin was currently situated in real life. The 2 elderly men seemed to be providing him with the opportunity to experience what it was like to live in this city. Crackle bang. The sound of firecrackers erupted in the distance as a mature-looking groom rode past through the street on horseback with a celebratory wedding procession trailing along behind him. 8 carriage-bearers carried an intricate carriage behind the groom as cheerful music blared from the musicians in the procession party. Huh? Is someone getting married? It's the young master from the Chun family, Chun Zhan. He's marrying Wang Lele from the Wang family. They're a match made in heaven. They have finally joined their hands in marriage after being in a relationship for 12 years. I heard they are organizing a feast at Fuman restaurant and have extended an open invitation to the entire city. What are we standing around here for then? Let's go and grab a seat. All the bystanders were discussing spiritedly among themselves, and Lin was also swept up by the celebratory atmosphere as he gripped Su Xiaolan's hand tighter. Joy was overflowing in his heart. Under the night sky, the Black Tower stood as always. Outside the tower, 3 cultivators and a snow soul beast had been bound by an unknown tree branch. All of them had their eyes tightly shut with serene smiles on their faces, as if they were experiencing a pleasant dream. When the stocky old man's song was concluded, the notes seemed to echo in the air, as if this world were reluctant to part with such heavenly music. Come on, Lu Chang, let's carry them away, said the stocky old man. The tall old man nodded as he looked down at the bundle of 4 dreamers lying on the ground. The black branches carried the dreamers from the ground, as if they had a mind of their own. The tall old man walked into the Black Tower, and the bundle of 4 dreamers was suspended in the air as they too drifted into the dark interior of the Black Tower. The stocky old man stowed away his musical instrument before looking up at the starry night sky with a profound expression. The gentle township, it's a place where people would willingly allow themselves to be trapped even if they know it's all an illusion. Isn't the purpose of life to pursue happiness and to achieve goals? What if the ideal world in one's heart is replicated in an illusionary realm, where everything is extremely realistic? What's the difference between illusion and reality then? Perhaps the only difference would be that the illusionary realm is a happier place. A split second of confusion suddenly appeared on the stocky old man's face. Was that just my imagination? I feel like something is a bit different for some reason. And Lin and Su Xiaolan purchased a bunch of tool refinement materials before making their way home. I feel like you're different somehow, and Lin. Su Xiaolan's intricate brows were slightly furrowed as she surveyed Lin with her head tilted slightly to one side. Dear wife, call me dear husband. And Lin demanded with a solemn expression. Su Xiaolan, what do you think is different about me, dear wife? And Lin asked with a look of interest. You're more vulgar than before. Su Xiaolan chuckled. And Lin was shocked. How could you talk about your husband like that? Su Xiaolan waved her hand. All right. Even if you're a little vulgar at times, I married you, so I can only accept my fate. Let's go home. And Lin was extremely touched to hear this. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Dear wife, can we do that tonight? What's that? Su Xiaolan blinked with curiosity. You know, the exercise that couples often do at night. And Lin replied in a low voice. Su Xiaolan seemed to have realized what Lin was getting at, and a light blush appeared on her intricate features, making her face appear as if it were a ripe apple that Lin couldn't help but want to bite down on. You, how could you say things like this on the streets? Have you gone mad? She glowered at Lin before pinching onto his waist and twisting the flap of his skin viciously. Gasp! Su Xiaolan certainly hadn't held back. He immediately placated her with a fawning smile. All right. We'll talk about it when we get home then. By the way, where is our home? And Lin suddenly asked. Su Xiaolan. Not only did you become more vulgar, but you've also become more stupid. Su Xiaolan was a little grumpy, but she still led Lin home. This was an extremely familiar courtyard. Ah, young master Lin is back. Would you like to eat some cherries? The cherries have ripened recently, so we've bought a lot. All of them are in the kitchen. A pretty young woman made her way toward Lin with a broad grin. This young woman was also extremely familiar, and Lin thought to himself for a moment before finally recalling who she was. Oh, it's little Chiu. Big brother, and why did you take so long to buy some tool refinement materials? Everyone's waiting for you so that we can start our meal. Woof! Dabai ran into the courtyard with displeasure on his face, and Lin looked around at all his familiar beast pets. Xiao Hong was wobbling her red flowery head as she joyfully underwent photosynthesis while Shui Zhantian was playing with the four seasons. As for the adorably ugly Xiao Chou, he was chasing little Lang around the courtyard with a banana in his hand. Everything was so serene and beautiful. Little Lin, little Lon, come on in. Yudi had already finished cooking. She cooked her specialty, braised pork joint, for us today. A deep and steady voice sounded as Ming Chuan walked out into the courtyard to greet Lin with a smile. Lin's eyes widened in shock, and his breathing began to accelerate as he processed what Ming Chuan had just said. Dad, who did you just say was cooking? He asking in a trembling voice. Little Lin, what are you doing outside? Come on in. The dishes are about to go cold. A gentle, pleasant voice said. Immediately afterward, a woman walked into the courtyard. She wore a white dress and a gentle smile on her face as she looked at Lin with a doting expression. Lin stared blankly at the woman before him as massive waves swept through his heart. The memories that had been locked away for so long began to resurface in his mind as tears flowed from his eyes. Mom! Lin's mother was a woman by the name of Mu Yudi who died in a car crash. It was exactly because of that incident that his father became depressed and developed a gambling habit to vent his emotions. The result was bankruptcy, which was followed by a few million yuan worth of debt. Lin was captured by the debt collectors before encountering that mysterious Immortal, and after that, he began his journey in cultivation. All these events led directly to one another, and Lin would not be the person he was today if any of those events had not occurred. But now, his mother had just reappeared before him. Resurrection from the dead? No. Everything is fake in this illusionary world. Resurrection from the dead doesn't exist. However, Lin stared at his mother, seemingly in a trance. He sensed her familiar presence as he listened intently to everything she said in fear that she would suddenly disappear. So realistic. It really was so realistic. Regardless of whether it was her smile or her voice, all of it was identical to his memory of her. Little Lin, why are you crying? Mu Yudi furrowed her brows as she held Lin's hand in her own with a concerned expression. Did something happen? Su Xiaolan was also startled by his tears and turned an inquisitory gaze upon him. Lin wiped the tears from his face and resisted the urge to envelop his mother in a tight hug before shaking his head. I'm fine. I just thought of some sad past events. Let's go eat. Inside the dining room, A large plate of braised pork joint appeared particularly eye-catching amid the various other dishes on the table. And Lin recalled back to how he was quite a picky eater when he was younger, which resulted in him becoming sickly thin. That was when his mother decided to research cooking methods for pork joint, as it was said to be a great dish for weight gain. Thus, the exquisitely delicious braised pork joint was born, and Lin's mother successfully conquered his stomach through her cooking. Soon after Lin started junior high school, his weight ballooned from 40 kilograms to 80 kilograms. His mother then decided that she would never cook braised pork joint for Lin ever again. And Lin cried like an oversized man-child upon hearing his mother's announcement back then. It was still quite an embarrassing experience for Lin to recall. In order to be able to eat braised pork joint again, Lin embarked on a weight loss journey, and he finally shed a significant amount of weight when he was in senior high school. Lin's mother promised to cook him braised pork joint after he began attending university. Her thought process at that time was that Lin would rarely come home as he would be boarding at university anyway, so even if she cooked braised pork joint every time he returned home, he still wouldn't get fat. Unfortunately, the accident occurred after his university examinations. The memory of the braised pork joint that Lin had yearned for many years became just that, a bittersweet memory locked away in his heart. Lin sat down at the table before picking up a pork joint with his chopsticks and biting down on it. Rich and aromatic, fat but not greasy. It was still that familiar taste and that familiar recipe. Why is the taste of the pork joint so realistic here? It's clearly just an illusion. He had already forgotten what the pork joint tasted like, only that it was extremely delicious. Why was it that this braised pork joint would rekindle the taste in his memory that he had clearly already forgotten? Why was it so identical to the pork joint dish that his mother once cooked for him? Tears began to flow down Lin's face again when his heart was overwhelmed by emotion. Su Xiaolan and Ming Chuan and Mu Yudi were all dumbstruck. Why was he crying again? Little Lin, are you sure you're okay? And Ming Chuan couldn't help but inquire. And Lin knew that he had let his emotions get the better of himself, and he hurriedly shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that the pork joint is so good. It drove me to tears. And Ming Chuan's face convulsed slightly upon hearing this. Couldn't he at least have invented a better excuse? A gentle smile appeared on Mu Yudi's face as she put another piece of pork joint into Lin's bowl with her chopsticks. Eat some more if you like it so much. I'll cook it more often for you. Since you're cultivating now, there's no chance for you to get fat again. And Lin nodded as he suppressed his tears before picking up the second braised pork joint. Before everyone knew it, most of the pork joints on the large plate had been consumed by Lin. Everyone gathered together after their meal to chat about daily matters. They talked about managing the medical clinic, some interesting news from Taichu continent, and a whole host of other conversation topics. And Lin greatly cherished his time here even though he knew this was all an illusion. Despite this knowledge, he still felt extremely warm and happy under such an environment. His whole family was by his side, as was the love of his life. Was there anything else that could be better in his life? After dinner, the stars began to appear in the night sky. And Lin walked into the courtyard to look up at the moonless night sky as a myriad of thoughts welled up in his mind. You've been acting really strange today. A gentle, pleasant voice sounded from beside him. And Lin turned to discover a pair of beautiful eyes surveying him. Under the light of the stars, her face was a little less vibrant, but a lot gentler and softer. That's true. I suddenly became quite emotional. And Lin smiled. It's not that. Su Xiaolin tilted her head to the side with a complex smile on her face as she said, I have a nagging feeling that you're not him. And Lin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Su Xiaolin. Never would he have thought that Su Xiaolin would say something like this. Are you surprised? Su Xiaolin smiled and continued. To be honest, I initially thought you were only uncharacteristically emotional today. However, upon further inspection, I discovered that although you are Lin, you're not the Lin that I know. Her bright eyes flashed as if she was finding the words to elaborate on her thoughts. You look exactly the same and have identical personalities. But You're like an Enlin that has had different life experiences. Enlin was truly shocked this time, and a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. Was this an illusion or a parallel reality? Just what kind of world was this? You are still the intelligent Xiaolan that knows me better than anyone else. Enlin conceded with a smile. Then, can you tell me the experiences you had with the Enlin that you know? Su Xiaolan's eyes narrowed while she smiled vibrantly. I would love to, but you have to return my Enlin to me after I'm done. Enlin chuckled a little awkwardly. I am Enlin, but you're not the Enlin that shares the same memories as me. If it wasn't for the genuine and familiar emotions in your eyes, I would have thought that you had been possessed, Su Xiaolan retorted. Enlin had no counterargument to this, so he could only nod in response. All right, your Enlin will be back after I leave this place. Thus, Su Xiaolan began recounting her experiences with the Enlin of this world. They met each other in the divine court of this continent and were disciples from the same sect. Su Xiaolan recounted how they met, how they became acquaintances, as well as a series of events etched deeply into her memories, which led them up to this point. 100 years after their first meeting, they finally became Dao partners. It was at that time that Enlin told her his biggest secret. He actually came from a faraway planet and transmigrated to this Tai Chu continent. Su Xiaolan didn't mind. She invited Enlin's parents from that faraway planet so that they could attend their wedding. After that, they all lived together as one big, happy family on this continent. The story was very long, and Enlin was a little overwhelmed after listening to all of it. The story consisted of a series of wonderful memories, some of which were happy, some of which were sad, but all of them were deeply etched into Su Xiaolan's heart. Earth was the same, but this Tai Chu continent was different. After listening to Su Xiaolan's story, Enlin felt like there were only two possibilities. Either everything was real and this was an alternate reality, or those two red-robed elderly men were the greatest directors to ever live. Was it really worth going to such extensive lengths just to create an illusionary realm? Enlin heaved a long sigh, and his expression became conflicted as he stared at Su Xiaolan. Another Enlin? Another Su Xiaolan? Even all his beast pets and his other friends had the same personalities as they did from his reality, but all of them had different life experiences. Another Enlin. The current Enlin was a little envious of the Enlin in this world. This was the happiest life imaginable to him. However, none of this belonged to him. Perhaps, regardless of whether this was an alternate reality or an illusionary world, he had to bid farewell to this world. Everything was so realistic here that the line between illusion and reality in Enlin's heart was slowly becoming blurred. The thought of staying here forever flashed through his heart for an instant, but he quickly repressed that urge. Even if this was an alternate reality, there was another world where Xiaolan as well as his friends and family were all waiting for him. He couldn't just abandon them. Thus, the question arose again. How could he go back? Enlin's brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. He had heard that in some illusionary realms, the target could kill everyone they knew within the realm, thereby shattering the core of the illusionary realm, which would enable them to successfully escape. But was this really just an illusionary realm? Even if it was, Enlin couldn't bear to strike down his friends and family under such realistic circumstances. Besides, what if they were real? Divine inspection technique. Enlin's eyes became snowy white as he surveyed his surroundings in an attempt to find a flaw or weak point of this world. However, his efforts were all in vain as there was no sign of any spell techniques around him. Maybe he could try to break through this world through his own strength. Origin energy of the netherworld. Black mist emanated from his body as his aura began to climb explosively. At the same time, golden void lightning began to revolve around his evil-slaying sword as he slashed out a dazzling sword projection into the sky. The golden void lightning sword projection lit up the entire night sky as it streaked through the air. Finally, after traveling for an indeterminate distance, the lightning energy began to slowly dissipate. That didn't work either. Enlin withdrew his origin energy of the netherworld with a disappointed expression on his face. Enlin, could it be that you don't know how to go back? Su Xiaolan also came to this realization upon seeing Enlin's expression. and an expression of concern appeared on her face. And Lin smiled a little awkwardly before a thought suddenly occurred to him. He then pulled out his vermilion bird mirror. Mirror, mirror in my hand. Tell me where I am and how do I get back? The vermilion bird mirror shook slightly before a crisp, tender voice said, Master, you're on Taichu continent. Go back? Where do you want to go back to? Get your wife to lead the way and don't bother me again. And Lin. Su Xiaolan covered her mouth as she chuckled lightly. You still dare to ask that mirror questions? Don't you know her bad temper? You're going to lose sleep if you keep talking with her. And Lin grimaced upon hearing this. There's no way my mirror can be so irritable. Su Xiaolan seemed to come to a realization and a sense of loss appeared on her face. That's right, you're not him. And Lin didn't have time to get caught up in emotions. He still had to find a way to break out of here. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He turned his eyes upon the black tower at the center of the city. Xiaolan, I have to leave here. And Lin leaped onto his brick. You're going to come back, right? You or him? Su Xiaolan looked up at Lin with a hint of panic in her expression. And Lin faltered slightly before looking down at Su Xiaolan. She looked back up at him with an earnest gaze as tears shimmered in her eyes. And Lin's heart trembled, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he gave her a slight nod before flying toward the black tower. Despite the fact that it was nighttime, the entire city was extremely well lit and throngs of people walked through the streets, as if this were a city that never sleeps. A white light flashed at the top of the black tower, as if it were a divine lighthouse lighting up the night and giving people direction. And Lin flew toward the black tower, and he caught sight of the two red-robed guardians as he approached. One was tall and thin, and the other was short and stocky. The two guardians appeared quite young, unlike the elderly guardians he had encountered in real life, but he could tell that they were one and the same from the outlines of their faces. So you're here. How do you feel? A smile appeared on the short and stocky guardian's face, as if it was completely unsurprised that Lin would appear here. And Lin faltered slightly while a peculiar emotion welled up in his heart. Who are you? And what is this place? The stocky guardian explained. We are the guardians of this Qi Lu city. No, to be more accurate, we are the guardians of the entire Yanglu nation. This is the Qi Lu city of Taichu continent. A cold smile appeared on Lin's face. Qi Lu city has already been reduced to rubble and ash. This world is just an illusion. The stocky guardian shook his head. What is a reality? And what is an illusion? Everything here is perfectly realistic, so how can you refer to it as an illusion? The tall guardian also turned to look at Lin before speaking in an indifferent voice. You have two choices now. You can try to blend into this world, in which case you would become the only Lin in this world and live a happy life here. Alternatively, you can kill everyone you know here, thereby severing the karma here in order to completely separate yourself from this world and return to your original world. And Lin's heart trembled upon hearing this. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and a smile appeared on his face. Did he really only have two choices just because they said so? And Lin wasn't going to submit to that. He still had a trump card which he hadn't used. Divine simulation technique. Countless galaxies flashed across his eyes. Eventually, the realm that he was in flashed into his eyes. Invisible ripples proliferated through the air as every single detail between heaven and earth was reciprocated into his mind. A vast stream of information flowed into his brain, telling him what was justifiable and what shouldn't exist. The two red-robed guardians' expressions shifted upon detecting this invisible ripple. The ground in front of them had already been blasted open at this moment. And Lin leaped into the air, and his body shot forth like a rocket to reach the top of the black tower. He instantly activated his origin energy of the netherworld, and golden void lightning crackled around his evil-slaying sword before he slashed a mighty sword projection toward the black tower. The source of the brilliant white light at the top of the black tower was struck by his lightning sword projection, and the entire night sky was painted gold by the explosion of golden lightning. Countless Qi Lu city residents looked up at the golden lightning flashing at the top of the black tower with shocked and puzzled expressions on their faces. In the distance, Mu Yudi and Ming Chuan held each other's hand as they stood side by side while staring up at the tall tower. The golden lightning had already exploded into a dazzling and beautiful golden ball of lightning. Boom! The tip of the black tower was annihilated by Enlin's sword strike. The space around him began to twist and crack open, while the world around him suddenly began to dim and blur before his eyes. Darkness fell over his eyes as he blacked out into nothingness. The two red-robed guardians looked up at the spot where Enlin had disappeared with complex expressions on their faces. The stocky guardian shook his head with a forlorn sigh. So be it. His heart does not want to remain in this world, so there's no point in forcing it. The tall guardian nodded in agreement. He had already given up on pursuing the illusion, so there was no way it could have become his reality. Within the darkness, Enlin's body shuddered as he slowly came to his senses. He opened his eyes to find a blinding expanse of white before his eyes. Enlin focused his gaze and discovered that this was a fragment glowing with white light. The fragment seemed to be both realistic yet illusionary. It appeared to be realistic at first sight. However, as soon as one established the concept that it was realistic in one's mind, it would become illusionary. But just when one thought that it was illusionary, it would become realistic again. Enlin blinked with curiosity. What is this thing? Enlin didn't know what this floating white fragment was, but from its appearance alone, he knew it was something out of the ordinary. He wanted to get up to inspect the fragment more carefully, but he discovered that he had been bound by some sort of black tree branch, which rendered him completely immobilized. Crap! What is this stuff? I can't muster up any strength? Enlin struggled to break free, but he couldn't summon up any strength nor could he circulate his vital energy. The black tree branch bound his entire body with a thick feeler extended outward that merged into a black rock formation below the white fragment. It's over. This is definitely some sort of evil ceremony. Enlin was already envisioning himself being offered up as a sacrifice where all his blood would be extracted from his body, thus reducing him to a dried and shriveled corpse. He turned to discover that Cassidy, Merlin, and Xianxia had also been bound by black branches. All of them had their eyes closed while smiling blissfully, thus indicating that they were clearly still trapped in wonderful illusionary realms of their own. Aside from them, Enlin also saw three other people. One of them was a handsome man with short golden hair with a pair of pristine white wings growing from his back and a golden ring around his neck. There was also a well-built man clothed in a red robe, and his golden hair was cut in the style of a buzz cut. This well-built man also had a pair of crimson hands. Lastly, there was an exquisitely beautiful woman with the lower body of a blue fishtail. She was wearing blue garments over her upper body, and she appeared extremely alluring, even with her eyes tightly closed. From their bodily characteristic, Enlin could tell that the man with the short golden hair should be a mighty figure from the Light Wing clan, whereas the woman who looked like mermaid should be a mighty figure from the Spirit Fish clan of the West Sea. As for that man with a buzz cut, he was going to be Enlin's new underling. All of them had fallen into a deep slumber, so Enlin was the only conscious one here. As expected, I'm still the best. Enlin sighed as he experienced a sense of loneliness that stemmed from invincibility. It didn't matter that he was still the best. That wasn't going to help him escape from these tree branches. Never would Enlin have thought that those two benevolent elderly men would be the most powerful bosses of this place. They appeared to be two harmless old men, yet they managed to abduct so many return-to-void stage mighty figures. What were they plotting? Enlin didn't really care about that. His top priority was to get out of here. Hey, little Tion, wake up! Enlin didn't dare to yell, so he could only call in a soft voice. Little Ku, wake up. Cassidy, Merlin, stop sleeping. Wake the hell up. A sleeping person could be easily roused, but it wouldn't be that easy to wake someone who was trapped in an illusionary realm. Enlin attempted a couple more times before abandoning this method for a new method. Cassidy, Merlin, I plan to give each of you 1/2 kilogram of holy blood, Enlin announced in a louder voice. Boom! The two of them shuddered violently at Enlin's words. A person trapped in an illusionary realm did not have full control over their consciousness, but that didn't mean they were deprived of all senses. If sufficient stimulus was provided, there was a chance they could be roused from their illusionary realms. Sure enough, both of them demonstrated signs of awakening. Get up. I'll give you 3 seconds. Once that time passes, you'll each be missing out on half a kilogram of holy blood. And Lin continued with his shock treatment. Cassidy's brows furrowed tightly together as her red lips trembled. No, Master. I'm going to eat you. Merlin licked his lips. Don't run, Master. Let me suck you dry first. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing them sleep-talking. What kind of slaves were these? Ha ha ha. And Lin, I finally killed you. Xianxia suddenly began to chortle with glee. And Lin was completely dumbstruck. Why did Xianxia want to kill him? Was this really his beast pet? Cassidy and Merlin slowly opened their eyes with dazed expressions on their faces. Cassidy came to her senses as an expression of lingering fear appeared on her face. I'm back? That was horrifying. I knew in my heart that that was an illusionary realm, but I still couldn't help but sink deeper. If it wasn't for that voice I heard, I probably would have never woken up. Me too. Merlin nodded. Cassidy then turned her gaze on Lin. Master, I seem to have heard you say that you are going to give each of us half a kilogram of holy blood. Me too. Merlin nodded again as he turned a scorching gaze on Lin. And Lin chuckled coldly. That was the voice of the illusionary realm. I didn't say anything. Cassidy pouted in dissatisfaction. The voice of the illusionary realm? Is the illusionary realm retarded? Why would it say something like that to wake me up? The illusionary realm may indeed be retarded. There were people in there that persuaded me to leave. And Lin pursed his lips in response. This wasn't exactly a lie. After all, the Su Xiaolan within his illusionary realm was the one that had alerted him to the fact that that was a world he did not belong to, thereby prompting him to come back to the real world. He referred to the realms as illusions, but the sense of realism he experienced within the realm made him doubt himself. Perhaps that really was an alternate reality that existed parallel to his own. Cassidy and Merlin couldn't really do anything after Lin refused to admit to what he said. After all, their minds were incoherent as they were trapped in their respective illusionary realms, so anything they heard couldn't be taken seriously. Besides, it was all thanks to that voice that they were able to break out of the illusionary realms. Right at this moment, Xianxia also opened his big, round eyes with excitement on his face. Thank the heavens! I finally did it! What did you do? And Lin asked with a dark expression. Xianxia woke up of his own accord. Hence, it was clear that he had broken out of his illusionary realm through his own strength. Xianxia faltered slightly upon seeing Lin before an awkward smile appeared on his face. He blinked his big, watery eyes at Lin and began to act cute. Hee. Nothing, Master. I was just saying that I finally managed to break through the illusionary realm. Then how come I heard you say that you are going to kill me? You must have succeeded seeing as you're so ecstatic. And Lin asked with a fake smile. Xianxia's body shuddered violently before he yelled in panic. That's not true. If that was true, then snow would fall in June. I knew that the master within the illusionary realm was not my real master, so I slew the impostor for his heinous crime of impersonation. And Lin rolled his eyes. It was obvious that he was completely unconvinced by Xianxia's lies. He was going to make sure to teach him a lesson once he managed to free himself. We've all been bound here now, so let's think of a plan to get free. And Lin proposed since his lackeys were all up now. Cassidy and Merlin did not reply to his proposal. Instead, they were both staring blankly at the white fragment before them. You guys think this object is out of the ordinary as well, right? I think so too. And Lin felt like he had great foresight. It's not just out of the ordinary, Merlin muttered. This is a fragment of the realm core. Cassidy swallowed involuntarily while looking as if she wanted to pounce on the fragment. And Lin was completely dumbstruck. Holy fuck, this is a fragment of the realm core. There was a fragment of the realm core right before their eyes, but none of them were able to struggle free from the branches binding their bodies. Who would have thought that even Tobias would be held captive here? Merlin looked at the well-built man with the buzz cut before sighing with emotion. Tobias was the leader of the Blood Tribe Return to Void group, and at the pinnacle of Return to Void intermediate stage, he was also the most powerful cultivator of the group. Once we get free, we should let him taste the joy of being purified, Cassidy suggested. Those were Lin's exact thoughts. I'll leave him to you then. Don't worry, Master. I'll get the job done. Cassidy smiled sweetly. Nice. 5 milliliters of holy blood, here I come. Merlin came to his senses as a remorseful expression appeared on his face. He had let slip a golden opportunity. He could only turn his attention to the other 2 Return to Void stage cultivators there. After all, killing one Return to Void stage cultivator and handing over their storage ring to Lin would earn him 5 milliliters of blood as well. Return to Void stage cultivators were quite rare even on Taichu continent, and it was quite a small circle, so Merlin recognized these 2 Return to Void stage mighty figures. Mia, a Spirit Fish Clan mighty figure of Return to Void intermediate stage cultivation base, and also the Southern Priest of the West CC monsters. Qin Shang, a mighty figure from the Garden of Eden at the pinnacle of Return to Void intermediate stage. He was most likely the leader of the Light Wing Clan Return to Void team. It didn't appear as if he could defeat either of them. Merlin was struck by a profound sense of disappointment upon arriving at this conclusion. Our top priority now is to break free from these strange black branches. Do you guys have any ideas? And Lin asked. Cassidy and Merlin both furrowed their brows and fell silent. Xianxia immediately sprang into action as he bared his 2 sharp canine teeth before biting down on the black tree branch. However, the branches were extremely tough, and he was unable to bite through them no matter how hard he tried. Oh? You've already woken up. A voice suddenly sounded, startling everyone in the process. A short and stocky elder man in a red robe suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and Lin's expression shifted drastically as a thought occurred to him. They were all screwed. The elderly man did not seem surprised that Lin and the others had woken up. He was merely curious. Why did you wake up? Was that world not enough to keep you happy? It wasn't. The holy blood from our master in that world was completely bland and tasteless. Cassidy replied earnestly. I can testify to that. I took a massive gulp. Tui. It tasted like shit. Merlin chimed in with disgust on his face. The elderly man's lips twitched upon hearing this. What kind of response was this? He didn't have a clue what they were talking about. And Lin. The elderly man recovered his composure before clearing his throat. Even if you're all awake, there's no point in struggling. These dark realm vines have sealed away your powers, so you won't be able to break free. What are you trying to achieve? And Lin asked in a heavy voice. There's no harm in telling you since you're all participants in this plan. The stocky elderly man looked at everyone as a hint of emotion crept into his eyes. He then said, My plan is to use the fragment of the realm core to reconstruct a new world and resurrect Qi Lu City. Resurrect. And Lin was a little perplexed. That's right. Resurrection. To resurrect all the living beings that once walked this earth. To restore Qi Lu City to its former glory. The stocky old man replied with a smile. You're out of your mind. Constructing a new world is feasible, but resurrecting dead beings is absolutely impossible. Cassidy retorted as she stared at the elderly man as if he had gone insane. The elderly man was not enraged by her retort. Instead, he continued to elaborate on his plan in a slow and methodical voice. What if I tell you that the beings of this world haven't actually completely died yet? Not completely dead? Merlin furrowed his brows as he asked. What do you mean by that? Those wandering spirits. The stocky old man pointed out toward the ancient city as he spoke. Those spirits that have wandered this city for countless years, they have always existed and have not actually died. It's just that their world was destroyed, so they no longer have bodies to bind themselves to. I can use the fragment of the realm core to transform illusion into reality, thereby crafting a new world. However, in order to give new life to the wandering spirits, I require living beings to give up their bodies as vessels. He turned his eyes upon Lin and the others as he spoke, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. A chill ran down Lin's spine upon seeing the elderly man's expression. Cassidy and Merlin's expressions were also extremely grim. They knew that it was very likely that they were going to die here. "Death is the beginning of a new life, so you need not worry," said another voice that appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, a tall and thin elderly man in a white robe appeared before them. "You will live on in the Qi-Lu city with your new lives as the gods who rule over the city." He looked at Lin and the others before raising his hands high into the air. He then added, "There have already been 9 predecessors who have paved the way for you. You are the final batch, and Qi-Lu city is going to resurrect it today." The fragment of the realm core began to glow with a blinding light as his voice fell. Boom! A series of crimson-veined patterns suddenly appeared beneath the black tower, and these patterns stretched outward until they encompassed the entirety of Qi-Lu city, thus basking the whole ancient city in a peculiar crimson light. A white pillar of light shot forth into the sky from the top of the tower, as if it were threatening to pierce through the heavens. A mysterious ripple proliferated outward from the tip of the tower, triggering a resonance with the entire heaven and earth. White light shone down upon the world below, bringing with it infinite possibilities. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers away. "Huh? That light is so bright. There's definitely some super awesome treasure about to appear over there." A petite young woman in a pink dress pointed up at the pillar of white light before yelling with excitement. A handsome male sword immortal with a boundless aura emanating from his body looked into the distance with a grim expression. Despite his cautious expression, he still tore open a spatial gate. "Lu Chu Chu, you have to stay behind me at all times and never run off on your own." "No problem, Senior Lu Dongbin. I'll be very obedient." Lu Chu Chu clutched onto Shui Mengmeng as she walked into the spatial gate behind the man, while wearing an excited expression on her face. Elsewhere, 2 snow maidens with silver hair and white robes suddenly looked up into the sky. Their expressions shifted drastically. One of the snow maidens had a little ice doll in her hand that was pointing toward the faint white light flashing in the distance as it made a series of unintelligible noises. "That's a fragment of the realm core. We've finally found it." A holy palace leader was both ecstatic and anxious upon seeing the flash of white light. She then said, "We have to go there now in case someone else gets there first. Shouldn't we wait for Rogu first? We've already organized to meet her here, so she should be on her way." There must be many cultivators from different powers converging on the fragment of the realm core at once. With our power levels, it's very likely that we'll be swept away by cultivators from other powers if we get there too early. The other tall and slender snow maiden voiced her opinion with a hesitant expression. "There's no time to waste." The snow maiden with the ice doll in her hand tore open a spatial gate before stepping into it. The tall and slender snow maiden heaved a light sigh as she shook her head, but she could only tear open a spatial gate of her own to follow along. When the fragment of the realm core released its true power, a white pillar of light blasted into the sky as invisible energy fluctuations radiated outward for several hundred kilometers in all directions, enveloping the entirety of Qi-Lu city. And Lin discovered that the black branches around his body were beginning to squirm as they glowed with a vibrant red light. He looked around with an expression of despair. It didn't appear as if there was anything he could do. Was he really just going to be trapped here in Qi-Lu city forever? He didn't want to accept this fate. "Oh, we have some guests, Lu Chang," the stocky old man suddenly said. The tall old man nodded in response. "I'll capture them and use them as fertilizer." His body disappeared as his voice trailed off, and Lin and the others all felt a hint of renewed hope upon hearing this. In the air above Qi-Lu city, Lu Dongbin tore open a spatial rift before walking out with Lu Chu Chu in tow. He looked at the black tower and swept his powerful divine sense through the building before his expression shifted drastically. There are so many return to void stage powerful beings imprisoned within that tower. Even Lin is there. Lu Chu Chu's heart jolted in shock. Even Lin is there? We have to go and save them. He is a member of the heavenly court, and I have to repay him in Xiao Tu's stead anyway, so I'll definitely save him. However, our enemy is extremely powerful. so you have to get out of here and go as far away as possible," Lu Dongbin warned in a grave voice. Lu Chuchu nodded and was just about to stage a retreat when a tall and thin elderly man in a red robe suddenly appeared before them. "You're here anyway. Why not participate in our grand plan? Go!" Lu Dongbin drew his long sword as a peerlessly sharp white sword projection swept through heaven and earth before descending upon the tall old man. The elderly man stood resolutely before the sword projection as he threw a punch forward. The tremendous force behind his fist instantly vanquished the white sword projection before slamming into Lu Dongbin's body, creating a blast of air that knocked even the nearby Lu Chuchu flying. Lu Chuchu capitalized on this power, and she retreated with Shui Mengmeng. A golden light flashed before her eyes as she turned her gaze on the tip of the black tower. Eye technique, X-ray vision. Symbols revolved within her eyes while the walls of the black tower melted away before her eyes, thus revealing the interior within. She then discovered that Enlin and a few other cultivators had been bound by black branches and were completely immobilized. "Huh? There's another one of them?" Lu Chuchu furrowed her brows before deciding against staging a rescue mission herself. When Lu Dongbin was knocked flying by the elderly man's punch, blood gushed forth from his mouth. He hadn't underestimated the old man in the slightest and unleashed his full strength from the get-go, but he still sustained heavy wounds from their first clash. The power imbued within that fist had already transcended beyond the pinnacle of return to void intermediate stage, but he was completely unable to detect the aura of the old man. It was as if he were just a wandering spirit with no sense of presence. At this moment, another spatial rift was split apart in the distance. Two snow maidens with flowing silver hair stepped out of it before their eyes lit up as they assessed the situation. "Nice, Su Jingxiang. Our enemy is being held off by a human cultivator. Let's take this opportunity to grab the fragment of the realm core," the snow maiden holding the ice doll said excitedly. "Oh? Are fragments of the realm core really that easy to grab?" An unhurried voice sounded nearby. A short and stocky elderly man in a red robe appeared before the two snow maidens in the next instant. "Go, Yanhua. I'll hold him off." A white ice lotus materialized in Su Jingxiang's hand as she spoke to the snow maiden beside her. Yanhua immediately sprang into action and flew toward the tip of the black tower. It was also at this moment that Su Jingxiang launched her ice lotus at the stocky old man. The ice lotus instantly expanded to encompass an area with a radius of over a kilometer as boundless power of extreme frost surged violently through the air before converging upon the old man in the form of a destructive, sealing power. The stocky old man had already summoned his guqin as he wobbled his head from side to side. "The Song of Illusion expends too much energy to play. Looks like I'll have to play the Song of Slaughter instead. What a pity for these little girls." His hand stroked the strings of the guqin as he spoke, and a series of short and sharp notes exploded forth. The space within a radius of 5 kilometers suddenly congealed as the sound waves transformed into countless blades that tore through the air, which reduced the massive ice lotus to specks of white light, before flying toward the two snow maidens. Yanhua had only just unleashed a spell technique to break through the congealed space around her before countless blades of sound converged upon her. As for Su Jingxiang, who had volunteered to hold off the stocky old man, she was also in an extremely perilous situation. Around 15 kilometers away from the Black Tower, Lu Chuchu drew her pink bow. A crimson arrow materialized on the bowstring, making the air around it warp and shimmer with its fearsomely high temperature. Divine technique, explosive flame arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, streaking through the air as if it were a meteorite. The targets of the arrow were the black branches within the tower. Since the two red-robed men were being distracted, it was now time to try and rescue Enlin. Lu Dongbin was firmly on the back foot in his battle against the tall old man, but his spirits were immediately lifted at the sight of the crimson arrow. He then gritted his teeth and tried to go on the offensive. Boom! The exploding flame arrow suddenly seemed to strike something when it was still around 10 feet away from the tower, and its momentum came to a grinding halt. A ripple emanated forth from the surface of the Black Tower while a sharp screeching sound erupted as the arrow fought to break through, only to spontaneously explode, transforming the entire sky into a sea of flames. The sea of flames was kept at bay by an invisible barrier, leaving the Black Tower completely unscathed. Don't waste your energy. Do you all really think that we would leave the tower undefended? We may be old, but we're not quite senile yet, the tall old man said in a calm voice as he unleashed attacks on Lu Dongbin. His attacks became more and more powerful as each and every one of his fists descended upon Lu Dongbin with mountainous force. Lu Dongbin stumbled back in retreat, having already been forced to the brink of defeat. He didn't expect there to be a defensive spell formation too. Is there really no hope? Lu Chuchu pursed her lips before drawing her bow again. Within the Black Tower, and Lin and the others were unable to do anything but wait for the commencement of the ceremony. Sharp, hollow tubes had already materialized on the branches, and they slowly positioned themselves over the hearts of their targets. The location of Xianxia's heart was not very obvious. As such, the tube on his black branch was aimed at his mouth. Xianxia was scared to the point that he was on the brink of tears while he entertained the thought of committing suicide by biting through his own tongue. Right at this moment, and Lin suddenly felt his pocket begin to bulge a little. No, wait, it was bulging a lot. Fuck, what the hell is this? And Lin felt like his waist was being forced to the side by some massive object. A bright white light then began to burst forth from his pocket. Immediately following this was the sound of a sharp crack. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. Tina, and Lin suddenly recalled that there was a pocket by his waist, within which was a silver ball, which in turn housed a small fairy. He did not get a response when he called out Tina's name, but the cracking sound did not stop. Something amazing was clearly about to happen. The clothes by Lin's waist suddenly exploded with a dull thump. And something amazing really did happen. Everyone looked down at Lin's waist with dumbstruck expressions. A silver ball was floating there while emanating a scintillating light. What's that? Merlin's eyes widened in shock. Master laid an egg. Is this a method of reproduction in the face of impending doom? Cassidy's eyes were wide open in shock. Humans are mammals, not oviparous creatures, thank you. And Lin provided this piece of general knowledge to Cassidy in an earnest voice. A final crack sounded, and the silver ball finally cracked open as its shards fell to the ground below. An extremely beautiful figure appeared before everyone's eyes. She wore a white dress, and her skin was soft and translucent. Her semi-transparent wings left specks of golden light in the air, and her eyes were like sparkling emeralds. Her nose and ears were both quite pointy. Along with her pink, supple lips as well as her exquisite figure, her body could be called the epitome of perfection. Cassidy and Merlin were both dumbstruck. Even Lin himself was completely dumbfounded. And Lin was dumbfounded not because he had never seen Tina before, but because he had never seen such a large version of Tina. After growing almost 10 times her original size, Tina was now close to 20 centimeters tall, which meant he would no longer be able to hold her in one palm. Is this Master's daughter? So pretty, Merlin exclaimed. This must be Master's daughter with a fairy goddess. Master's genetics aren't enough to give birth to such a perfect fairy. Her mother must be quite beautiful, Cassidy added while analyzing Tina with a serious expression. And Lin wanted to hit someone after hearing this. Tina blinked her emerald eyes blankly as she stared at Lin. Huh? Did you shrink, giant Lin? And Lin? I haven't shrunk, stupid child. You've grown bigger. Tina needed a reference point to verify Lin's claim. She turned to look around her before her eyes fell upon Xianxia. Xianxia had seemed like a massive snowball in the past, but she suddenly found that they were about the same size now. Tina exclaimed in disbelief. I grew bigger. You didn't lie to me, giant Lin. We really can grow bigger over time. A joyful smile appeared on Tina's face as she flew toward Lin before giving him a big hug. This time, it was no longer a mosquito splat hug. Tina encircled her slender arms around Lin's neck, and her little head bumped into something a little hard with a light thump. And Lin coughed while his Adam's apple was throbbing with pain. Cough. I'm a very honest person, so of course I wouldn't lie to little Na. By the way, How come your dress grew as well? He inquired in a gentle voice. I don't know. Oh right, Giant and Lin, you told me you'd give me all my stuff when I grow bigger. Can I have them now? Tina released Lin as she rubbed her forehead while grinning widely. No, it's still too early now. You have to be as big as me to be considered fully grown up. And Lin replied sincerely. Tina nodded her head with a hint of disappointment. Oh. Just as the two of them were conversing with one another, the sharp tube protruding from the black branches suddenly stabbed down toward Lin's heart. A white light imbued with boundless holy might flashed past, instantly reducing the branch to dust. The white light flashed through the air, leaving a series of spatial cracks in its wake, all of which were emanating a chaotic power. Tina retracted her palm with a cold expression. Don't even think about hurting Giant and Lin with me here. And Lin and the others drew a collective sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. Shock, joy, hope, countless emotions bunched together before manifesting itself into two words. So cool. Tina, have you successfully broken through to return to Void Stage? And Lin asked with an ecstatic expression. I do feel like my cultivation base is indeed higher than before, but what rank is above holy rank? Tina pondered to herself. Call it the Great Holy Rank. You'll be sky-crushing Great Holy Fairy. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he yelled out a suggestion. And Lin, what the hell do you have against the sky anyway? He paused momentarily before answering Tina's question. Just use our ranking system from now on. After all, cultivation bases are just arbitrary terms anyway. Take myself as an example, everyone else has a domain at the soul formation stage and I have nothing, but I'm still referred to as a soul formation stage cultivator. So you'll be a return to void stage mighty figure from now on. Understood. Tina blinked her emerald eyes. Is that the case? Cassidy and Merlin also chimed in with shocked expressions. Is that the case? Whoosh! A sharp tube suddenly stabbed down toward Xianxia's mouth. Tina didn't even look in his direction as she extended a palm toward the black tube. A flash of white light streaked through the air in a destructive trajectory, instantly pulverizing the tree branch. And Lin came to his senses and changed the topic. Let's talk about this another time. Free us from these branches first. Okay. Tina nodded with a smile. Outside the black tower, all the crimson-veined patterns were in place. The stars in the sky began to dim as a separate space slowly took shape. The blue dresses of the two snow maidens standing before the stocky old man had already been completely stained by blood, and a series of grievous wounds could be seen on their bodies. The alternate realm has been constructed. It is now time to initiate the life transference ritual, so I'm afraid I no longer have time to waste with the likes of you two. The stocky old man placed his hands on the strings of his guqin as an aura as vast as the sea began to emanate from his body. Su Jingxiang and Yanhua were both completely filled with despair. There was simply too much of a power gap. If they hadn't used up all their trump cards, they would have died a long time ago. However, even after using all their trump cards, they were still unable to escape. All they managed to achieve was to delay their inevitable deaths. Another sharp screech erupted in the air as a pink energy arrow flew through the air in a dazzling trajectory before crashing into the invisible barrier of the black tower at extreme speed. Boom! The arrow struck the barrier before exploding in a dazzling explosion of light. Lu Chu gritted her teeth as she steeled herself to slit open her wrists and offer her blood as a sacrifice to unleash a mystic technique. However, her sharp eyes suddenly faltered as an astonished expression appeared on her face. Tina destroyed all the black branches that were binding Lin and the others before turning toward the white fragment with a curious expression on her face. Huh? What's this, Giant and Lin? It's so pretty. She extended her hand toward the fragment to try and hold it. Little Na, don't touch that. There's a certain ritual going on at the moment, so it's very dangerous. And Lin immediately yelled. Tina's hand faltered from fright when she was only an inch away from the fragment of the realm core. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Touching things like that could result in a backlash from the spell formation, which could, in turn, result in injuries or even becoming the sacrificial subject of the ritual. However, right at this moment, the fragment of the realm core suddenly began to tremble. Whoosh! The white fragment suddenly flashed before directly merging into Tina's body. Everything happened in a split second, so no one had any time to react. The fragment of the realm core fused into Tina's body, and she collapsed to the ground after uttering an agonized moan. The mighty projection of the holy fairy leader suddenly appeared in Tina's emerald eyes, and it seemed to be reciting something. At the same time, a brilliant white light burst forth from Tina's body. Little Na! And Lin let loose a cry of surprise before charging toward Tina and cradling her in his arms. Little Na! Are you all right, Little Na? And Lin inquired in a panicked voice. Tina didn't reply. She was clutching her chest as it rose and fell with her violent panting. Cassidy, Merlin, and Xianxia all gathered around her with different expressions on their faces. Fragments of the realm core can be fused into one's body? Why have I never heard of this? Merlin's eyes widened with incredulity. My 30 milliliters of blood gone? Cassidy looked like she was at the brink of tears. Is she finally taking her first step toward crushing the sky? Xianxia muttered to himself with a solemn expression. The white light gradually subsided as Tina's breathing settled into a slower rhythm, indicating that she was no longer blighted by pain. She opened her teary emerald eyes as she curled herself up into a ball in Lin's arms before sobbing into her hands. Giant Lin, did I screw something up? And Lin rubbed her head with a smile on his face. Everything is fine as long as you're okay. Let's get out of here now. Outside the black tower, the pillar of white light piercing the heavens suddenly vanished. The stocky old man's body faltered just as he was about to unleash his song of slaughter to kill the two snow maidens. He turned around with an expression of crushing disappointment. How did we fail? No, the aura of the fragment of the realm core has disappeared. The tall old man turned to look up at the tower with confusion and disbelief on his face. Everything had happened far too quickly, so both of them were taken by surprise. The defenses of the tower hadn't been breached, but they overlooked the possibility of potential change in the situation within the tower. The sky began to crumble as if it were a pane of glass that had lost its support. The shards of the new sky began to dissipate, thus revealing the starry night sky above. The crimson formation on the ground also began to lose its luster, and the sound of all the wandering souls resumed as everything returned to their former state. The realm-piercing nail streaked through the air like a crimson bolt of lightning before shattering the defensive spell formation of the Black Tower. A group of figures flew out from within the tower. Lin, Tina, Cassidy, Merlin, as well as Xianxia, who kept Xianxia, Tabo, and Mina levitating in the air through the use of a spell technique. After the fragment of the realm core merged into Tina's body, the illusionary realm crumbled. Following that, the remaining three returned to Void Stage mighty figures all awakened in succession. None of them were idiots, and after looking around at their surroundings, they all realized what the situation was as different expressions appeared on their faces. Have I been saved? No, this might not be a rescue mission. The Lightwing clan mighty figure, Qin Shang, looked at the two active blood tribe cultivators beside him, and his face darkened slightly. Tabo, on the other hand, began to chortle with glee. Cassidy Merlin, well done. Not only did you save me, but you also captured two opposing mighty figures. I'm going to report your heroic feats to Emperor Yideng once we get back, so that he can reward you both. Mina's eyes were slightly downcast, but she would occasionally glance at Lin with a thoughtful expression on her face. The Dark Realm vines binding their bodies had extremely fearsome sealing power, and as a result, they were still unable to battle. Thus, they would most likely require external assistance in order to free themselves from these vines. Cassidy, get rid of these annoying black vines for me. Tabo issued a command. However, to his surprise, Cassidy completely ignored him. He faltered slightly before turning his eyes on Tina. As for Lin, he was just a soul formation stage cultivator, so Tabo automatically ignored him. Could it be that the fairy was the leader of this group? Tabo was just about to speak to Tina when the two elderly men in the distance focused their eyes upon Tina while monstrous killing intents burst forth from their bodies. "Who are you? How did you get here?" the stocky old man asked in an aggressive voice. "Where is the fragment of the realm core?" The tall old man's hands balled up into fists as he struggled to contain his seething emotions. "I don't know." The fragment of the realm core suddenly disappeared, and Lin replied with an oblivious expression. "I saw what happened. It looked like it tore open a spatial rift before falling into chaos." Cassidy lied without so much as a blink. Everyone else remained silent. No one would admit to taking the fragment. Admission would be akin to direct provocation to the two elderly men. Hence, it was best to pretend to be oblivious to the entire situation. It was all thanks to the timely appearance of Enlin and the others that the two snow maidens were able to avoid death. Lu Dongbin still had blood smeared on the corners of his lips, and his mind was still groggy from the fists of the tall old man. He had only just come to his senses when he caught sight of Enlin, who was in between two blood tribe cultivators. He then immediately flared up in rage and demanded, "Bastard! Release Enlin at once or I will cut you down." Merlin faltered slightly before pointing at himself. "Me? And you?" Lu Dongbin pointed his sword to Cassidy. "Cassidy, don't worry Enlin, I'll protect you." A gentle smile appeared on Lu Dongbin's face, as if he was trying to instill confidence in Enlin. Senior Lu, please calm down. They're both allies." Enlin hurriedly explained in fear of Lu Dongbin striking down his underlings. "What?" Lu Dongbin's expression faltered. "Well, as you can see, they're both my slaves," Enlin replied. Everyone instantly fell silent. Cassidy and Merlin nodded with earnest expressions. "Enlin is our master. We're all allies." Lu Dongbin. His body suddenly swayed slightly as he massaged his head before looking up at the sky. What a terrifying illusionary realm. To think that I would fall under its spell without even realizing it. "Wow! You're so awesome. Giant Enlin. So this big brother and big sister are both your slaves?" A vibrant smile appeared on Tina's face as she settled herself on Enlin's shoulder like a dependent little bird. Aside from the two red-robed elderly men, everyone turned their eyes upon Enlin as they drew sharp intakes of breath. It was very clear now that Enlin was the leader of this group. So he's the Enlin from the Vermilion Bird sect battle? He really is an unfathomable man. Su Jingxiang stared at the handsome man in the distance with a hint of awe and veneration in her eyes. Just his ability to remain calm in the face of the tall old man's interrogation is enough to inspire awe and respect. Yan Hua chimed in. She didn't want to admit this, but if it wasn't for Enlin's timely appearance, they would most likely be dead already. Looking at it that way, it could be said that Enlin was their savior. The most shocked person among everyone was Tabo. He stared with incredulity at the man standing before him, and he felt like his brain had been reduced to mush. Cassidy and Merlin, who were revered by countless blood tribe citizens in the dark marshlands, became slaves to a soul formation stage cultivator? This was surely too far-fetched even for an illusionary realm. In the end, Tabo opened his mouth before closing it again as he simply didn't know what to say to Enlin. Qin Shang heaved a light sigh of relief. The human race was quite friendly with the Light Wing clan, so he could confirm that this was indeed a rescue mission to him. Sure enough, Tina seemed to have received a voice transmission from Enlin, and she nodded lightly before blasting a bolt of destructive white light from her palm, thereby instantly pulverizing the dark realm vines around Qin Shang's body. Thus, the leader of the Light Wing clan returned to Void Team, Qin Shang, was freed. This was another clear indicator that Enlin truly was the leader of this group. Just as everyone's hearts were still dealing with the shocking revelation, the two red-robed elderly men had already sprung into action, and their target was none other than the leader of this group, Enlin. The tall, elderly man launched himself at Enlin before throwing a fist at him with an enraged cry. His fist was entirely enveloped by golden flames, and the fearsome might behind the fist made entire space around him tremble. This was his full-power strike, and he was clearly trying to kill Enlin in one fell swoop. He didn't know where the fragment of the realm core was, but the only thing he could do now was to keep everyone here, even if it meant killing them. The tall old man was extremely quick, but a powerful white sword projection flew through the air en route to his back as he sprang into action. Lu Dongbin finally attacked after seeing the tall old man move. However, to his surprise, the tall old man completely ignored the sword projection flying toward him as he aimed his fist down at Enlin with a ruthless determination on his face. The fist expanded in Enlin's field of vision, and the entire space around him was sealed, affording him no avenues for escape. A pair of white wings flapped at this moment as a figure instantly positioned himself in front of Enlin. A golden ring began to revolve in front of the figure while attempting to redirect the monstrous power behind the tall old man's fist. Boom! The fist collided with the golden ring with earth-shattering force as a vast amount of force was redirected into the ground, where it created a bowl-shaped crater of over a kilometer in radius. However, the tall old man's fist was still able to punch through the golden ring before striking Xianxia's chest, creating a massive hole in his chest with the power of annihilation imbued within his fist. Hua! Xianxia's body swayed as if he was about to collapse. Seeing as you want to take the punch for him, then I'll kill you first. The tall old man had initially planned to leave the return to Void Stage mighty figures alive, in order to use them to revive the wandering spirits of Qi Lu City. But now that the fragment of the realm core had disappeared, he was no longer in the mood to spare anyone. The white sword projection also pierced through the tall old man's body at this moment, leaving a hole in his chest where his heart should be. However, Lu Dongbin's pupils contracted drastically as he caught sight of the wound on the tall old man's chest. There was nothing, not even any blood or flesh, as if he were just an illusionary figure. Right at this moment, the tall old man turned and unleashed another terrifying punch that knocked Lu Dongbin back through the air as blood gushed forth from his mouth. So you two are wandering spirits too? Lu Dongbin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was shock and sympathy in his eyes. Golden flames once again burst forth from the tall old man's fists. This was not our burden to bear. We must rescue this city that we once protected and lead them out from this hell on earth. The sound of a guqin suddenly erupted throughout the entire heaven and earth. The stocky old man stroked the strings of his guqin as an extremely sorrowful song reverberated throughout heaven and earth, recounting a tale of countless years in limbo, as well as endless loneliness and despair. Divine punishment descended upon the world, reducing the flourishing city to ash and dust. Inexplicable death befell everyone as their bodies crumbled. However, these people were trapped in limbo and were unable to pass on to the afterlife. Why? What did we do to deserve this? Confusion, fear, resentment, despair. The wandering spirits walked the ancient city, replicating the lively scenes of the past, as if nothing had ever changed. The stars were obscured once again as a rain of blood descended upon the world. And Lin felt as if the despairing cries of countless people were reverberating in his head, and his consciousness trembled violently as he was struck by a bout of intense dizziness. Not only him, but all the return to Void Stage mighty figures at the scene also experienced splitting headaches as they were struck by the fearsome spiritual attack, which was imbued with the indignation and despair of a huge city with a population of hundreds of millions. The stocky old man's attack instantly took effect on everyone at the scene. Wah! They're all so miserable. A sob as pleasant to the ear as the call of an oriole pierced through the countless cries of despair before transmitting clearly into everyone's ears, as if it were a beacon of light in the darkness. And Lin gripped his head in agony as he turned his eyes on Tina. Tina sniffled as she wiped away the tears on her face. A brilliant white light glowed in her eyes as the image of a fragment appeared within her pupils, which lit up the world like a scintillating mirror. Within the mirror was a bustling city in which countless citizens lived busy yet fulfilling lives. Outside the mirror was a dilapidated ancient city in which countless wandering spirits roamed, forever trapped in limbo. The white fragment in her eyes appeared both realistic and illusionary at the same time, and it seemed to phase between these two modes of existence. Tina trembled slightly as her whole body began to glow with brilliant light. A pillar of light burst into the air with her body as the source before dispersing the rain of blood in the sky and creating a white vortex in the sky that enveloped the entire city with boundless suction force. The two red-robed elderly men were both dumbstruck upon seeing this. This is the aura of the fragment of the realm core? The tall old man muttered to himself. The ice doll in Yanhua's hands pointed at Tina as it yelled incessantly. Yanhua was getting quite irritated, and she flattened the ice doll between her palms. I can feel that the fragment of the realm core has already fused together with that fairy. What a rare and enviable opportunity. A bitter smile appeared on Su Jingxiang's face. Within Qi Lu City, countless wandering souls began to fly toward the white vortex in the sky. Even the two red-robed elderly men could feel the suction force emanating from the vortex. Tina turned her gaze on the two elderly men. Tears flashed in her eyes as she spread open her arms with a smile and said, Grandpa Lu Cheng, Grandpa Luo Cheng, thank you both for protecting the city through these countless, lonely years. I'll be taking you home now. Her white dress rippled in the wind as if it were a beautiful white lotus flower blossoming in the night sky. Heaven and earth were reflected in Tina's eyes, and at that moment, she was like a scintillating holy maiden who was providing redemption to all the wandering souls trapped in limbo. The two elderly men could see the former, bustling Qi Lu City in Tina's eyes. It was a scene so beautiful that it brought tears to their eyes. Countless wandering souls descended from the sky before disappearing under the vibrant sun. So that's what happened. She's able to mirror the past and create a reality based on illusion. To think that the fragment of the realm core would be capable of something like this. It's not the same as the alternate world we were trying to create, but it's a fantastic home nonetheless. The tall old man's body was already slowly floating into the air. The stocky old man also stowed away his guqin as a relieved smile appeared on his face. Who would have thought that we would be the ones to receive redemption in the end? The tall old man nodded before turning to Tina, and his lips moved slightly. Tina's expression faltered slightly before returning to normal. All the wandering souls of Qi Lu City flew toward the white vortex in the sky before merging into the fragment of the realm core in Tina's eyes. The two red-robed elderly men were both extremely relieved to see all the wandering souls flying into the vortex, and they stopped resisting the suction force as they too voluntarily flew toward the vortex. Old man Lu, we've been partners for a long time, and it appears I'll have to ask you to continue to look out for me in the future. The stocky old man smiled. Of course. Remember to eat more when you cross over to the other world, old man Luo, otherwise, I might not be able to recognize you. The tall old man replied with a smile. Thus, the two of them slowly disappeared into the white vortex. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and Qi Lu City fell into complete silence. There was no longer any chatter from the wandering souls, only the sound of the light breeze blowing through the air. Tina blinked, and the white fragment disappeared as her eyes regained their emerald color. Her tiny body swayed slightly before plummeting toward the ground, but her downward momentum was halted by a pair of warm, sturdy arms. Well done, little Na, and Lin praised. A sweet smile appeared on Tina's face. There's another treasure that I have to tell you about later, and Lin's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. But he soon suppressed his emotions as a nonchalant calmness settled over his face. The two red-robed elderly men had left, and it was now time to clean up this battlefield. Since Su Jingxiang and Yanhua knew that Tina had fused with the fragment of the realm core, they did not dare to attack her. Setting aside the fact that the unfathomably powerful Lin, as well as his personal army, was present, even Tina herself would probably be able to defeat them in their severely injured state. Thus, they immediately came to a decision, and they vanished as a veil of mist and snow settled over their bodies. And Lin and the others didn't bother giving chase. They weren't as powerful as those two red-robed elderly men, so there was very little chance they would be able to catch them anyway. Aside from that, a lot of them weren't in peak condition anyway. Tina's features were a little pale after using the power of the fragment of the realm core, and she sat feebly on Lin's shoulder as if all her energy had been depleted. Lu Dongbin and Qin Shang were both severely injured, and they immediately sat down to meditate after swallowing regenerative pills. This was to facilitate recovery in case their injuries affected their Dao foundations. and Lin and the others also swallowed some pills to recover their energy before descending onto the ground below. And Lin, your army sure is fearsome. Lu Chu flew through the air before landing lightly on the ground like a graceful butterfly. She wore a dainty smile, but she was staring intently at Lin with intense curiosity radiating from her sharp eyes. And Lin smiled lightly in response. I can't help it. I'm simply too charismatic, so everyone wants to follow me. Merlin rolled his eyes without saying anything. Meanwhile, Cassidy pulled out a white longsword from her spatial storage device before turning a scorching gaze on Tobias. A shiver ran down Tobias' spine, but he didn't say anything. He already had a clear grasp of the situation. He had fallen into the hands of enemy forces, and the two Blood Tribe returned to Void Stage mighty figures had already betrayed the Blood Tribe. On top of that, they had become the slaves of a soul formation stage cultivator. This was like the most bizarre non-fiction horror story to him. Wow, you're so cool. Lu Chu had already become accustomed to Lin's propensity to boast, and she nodded her head before turning a shocked gaze on Tina as she poked her tiny, delicate face with a finger. Little fairy, how did you grow so big? I grew up, Tina replied with a broad grin. Lu Chu's lips twitched upon hearing her reply. Both her questions had been answered with pointless replies, and she didn't feel like asking anymore. It really was a case of like master like pet. She hugged onto the soft and fluffy Shui Meng tighter. Her beast pet was still the best after all. And Lin waited until his energy had been fully replenished before dripping a drop of blood onto Cassidy's white longsword. Cassidy made her way toward Tobias with a scorching gaze in her eyes and a mysterious smile on her face. The hair on the back of Tobias' neck stood on end at the sight of her smile. This is a sword with lethal poison smeared on its blade. While speaking, Cassidy stuck out her sexy little tongue to lick the blood from the sword. Slap! And Lin karate chopped Cassidy's head. If you keep licking, you're going to lose your reward of holy blood later. And Lin warned in a cold voice. Cassidy pursed her lips before turning to Tobias again and raising her longsword. Tobias was starting to panic a little. What are you doing? Emperor Yi Deng won't let you get away with it if you do anything to hurt me. He'll make you experience a punishment countless times worse than death. Shut the hell up. I'm just purifying your filthy existence. You're lucky. I'm telling you. Cassidy rolled her eyes with displeasure as she slashed a huge gash across Tobias' chest. Blood splattered into the air. Tobias let loose a pained moan as he glowered at Cassidy. His body then trembled as if he was experiencing some sort of extreme pain. Immediately afterward, his eyes became glazed over as a peculiar flush appeared on his face. Lu Chu made her way toward Lin with shock on her face. Are you using your blood to kill him, Poison Lord? He's a return to Void Stage mighty figure. Is your blood that poisonous that even return to Void Stage mighty figures can't handle it? He won't die, but he'll be very loyal to me in the future. And Lin said and smiled. Lu Chu looked at Lin with confusion on her face before a thought suddenly occurred to her. She drew a sharp intake of breath before she turned to look at Cassidy and Merlin. Then at Tobias. Could it be? Tobias had already opened his eyes, but his cheeks were still slightly flushed. He looked at his fellow Blood Tribe compatriots first before turning to stare at Lin. No wonder. I understand now. I feel like my very existence has been purified. The evil-slaying sword appeared in Lin's hand before he shredded the dark realm vine binding Tobias's body. Establish a slave contract with me, and you'll have more chances in the future to obtain my holy blood. Tobias was a little hesitant as an extremely conflicted expression appeared on his face. Fuck off if you don't want to. We don't want to have to compete with you for holy blood either, Cassidy said and harumphed coldly. We can't let him go. We have to kill him in case he goes back and informs Emperor Yi Deng of everything. Tobias? All right, I accept. Tobias's brows suddenly unknitted themselves as he said, for the holy leader to possess such special blood, you will surely be a mighty figure standing at the pinnacle of the world in the future. As such, it won't bring dishonor to me to become your slave. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing Tobias' words. You called me Holy Leader? That title ain't half bad. He turned to Cassidy and Master before issuing an order. Don't call me Master. Call me Holy Leader from now on. Cassidy and Merlin's faces convulsed as they nodded reluctantly. Yes, Holy Leader. The rest of the process was quite simple. He chased away Cassidy and Merlin before releasing a drop of blood essence to establish the slave contract. The whole process was extremely rehearsed, and it was over in the blink of an eye. And Lin then revealed the blood reward system to Tobias before releasing 5 milliliters of blood to Cassidy. Cassidy swallowed the holy blood with an expression of pure bliss, much to the envy and chagrin of Tobias and Merlin. Lastly, and Lin exchanged 3 milliliters of blood for Tobias' storage ring. However, and Lin left Tobias' weapon to him in case battles were to erupt in the future. Tobias was extremely touched by the Holy Leader's thoughtful gesture. Lu Chuchu was absolutely dumbstruck. How could a return to Void Might figure be so wretched? And Lin, you're really scary. Lu Chuchu couldn't help but exclaim. Shui Zhantian burst into laughter. This is nothing. Master is a mighty figure who is destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. It's only normal that these three would submit to him. Didn't you promise that we would progress together at the same rate? We were just struggling in the ancient divine division together a few days ago, but you're already the ruling over the Void Star section now. This world is too crazy. Lu Chuchu sighed with emotion as she looked up into the sky, and Lin smiled slightly. You have to set a target for yourself, and you'll be a badass before you know it as you work toward the target. For example? Lu Chuchu asked. For example, I'll set a little target for myself to obtain 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. And Lin replied with a smile. Lu Chuchu's chest constricted upon hearing this. Hee, why didn't you set a target of 100 million? And Lin stroked his chin upon hearing this. 1 Golden Realm Essence Crystal is the equivalent of 1,000,000 Spirit Stones. So 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystals would indeed be 100 million Spirit Stones. You're not wrong there. Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu felt like Lin was from a different world, and she would suffer from hypertension if she continued to talk to him. And Lin tallied the items within Tobias' storage ring with a joyful smile on his face. 2 Golden Realm Essence Crystals, 5 Red Realm Essence Crystals, 3 Blue Realm Essence Crystals, 25 White Realm Essence Crystals, 1,300,000 Spirit Stones, 30 Spirit Pills, 12 Spirit Fruits, 7 Spirit Tools, 3 Immortal Fruits. The Immortal Fruits were Dark Wind Immortal Fruits, which were a type of 6th grade Immortal Fruits, and consumption of the fruit would grant one the power to use the power of Dark Wind for a short period of time, thereby allowing their speed to accelerate explosively. And Lin turned his eyes on Miya after tallying through all the items. This Spirit Fish Clan mighty figure was technically an enemy of his, so what should he do with her? Hypertension equals chronic high blood pressure. Miya detected Lin's gaze and raised her head to meet his gaze with a slight smile on her face. She was already exquisitely beautiful, and the smile on her face further accentuated her beauty and seductive charm. Thank you for saving my life, young Sir Lin. Even though Miya was bound by the Dark Realm vines, she still did her best to bend her upper body in a bow of gratitude. And Lin didn't reply. Instead, his eyes began sizing up Miya's body. Miya's blue garments were quite short, thereby revealing a large section of her slim, delicate waist. Below that was her slender, blue fishtail, which was extremely smooth and intricate. Her figure sure was nice. A blush appeared on Miya's face, as if she was a little embarrassed to be sized up by Lin like this. But she soon repressed her embarrassment, as it wasn't an uncommon occurrence for someone to be entranced by her looks. Where is it? And Lin asked with furrowed brows. Ha! Miya's expression faltered as confusion appeared on her face. I looked all over your body, but I couldn't see any spatial storage tools. Be honest. Where is it? And Lin interrogated in a slightly menacing voice. So he was looking at my body to look for my spatial storage tool? Miya didn't know whether she should feel happy or sad. She looked at Lin with a complex expression before replying in a soft voice. It's the earring on my left ear? and Lin nodded in sudden realization. No wonder he didn't discover any spatial storage tools. It was hanging on her ear all along. Hiding things in plain sight did work after all. He happily pulled the earring off Miya's ear before refining it. 1 golden realm essence crystal, 3 red realm essence crystals, 10 green realm essence crystals, 750,000 spirit stones, 3 spirit tools, 30 spirit pills, and a bunch of oceanic products. And Lin furrowed his brows in displeasure. So poor. Miya's face convulsed slightly as she forced herself to maintain her smile. And Lin paused for a moment before pulling off Miya's right earring as well, only to find that it wasn't a spatial storage tool upon attempting to refine it. So you really are this poor, Miya. And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword as killing intent began to emanate from his body. Miya's expression shifted as she pleaded for her life. Please don't kill me. Can do. Establish a slave contract with me. And Lin nodded. Miya pursed her supple pink lips as an extremely resistant expression appeared on her face. I can't do that. Oh? You have to realize that we are from opposing powers. Give me a reason not to kill you. And Lin was always merciless toward his enemies. After all, if he were to release Miya now, she might come back to kill him in the future. Miya hesitated momentarily before replying. I can provide information in exchange for my life. I know of a mystic realm that was discovered by my predecessors, who entered the Void Star section before I did, where there is a high possibility of realm essence crystals appearing. However, the guardian beasts of the mystic realm were too powerful, and I wasn't able to break through into the mystic realm. But I can assure you that there is definitely a vast amount of realm essence crystals there. I can even take you there. Why should I believe you? And Lin asked with a curious smile. He had to admit that any information regarding realm essence crystals was enough to move him. I can swear a vow in the name of Sea Monster Patriarch, Miya replied earnestly, and Lin turned his eyes upon Cassidy and the others. A vow sworn in the name of the Sea Monster Patriarch binds even the return to Void Stage mighty figures of the Spirit Fish clan. If she were to break her vow, her Tao foundation would crumble. Tobias nodded in affirmation. All right, then swear the vow. And Lin paused momentarily before amending his conditions. You also have to swear a vow to not attack any members of my party here or any other humans in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Miya immediately nodded in agreement. After swearing her vows, Miya regained her freedom. She smiled joyfully before bowing again. Thank you again for saving my life, young Sir and Lin. Even though she was from an opposing power, all her actions appeared quite genuine, regardless of whether her emotions were authentic or not. So Lin couldn't really summon up any resentment toward her. After a while, Lu Dongbin and Qin Shang recovered from their injuries and could get back up on their feet. Lu Dongbin turned to Lin to discover that he was surrounded by 3 mighty blood tribe bodyguards. Even Tobias, who was displaying a lot of enmity earlier, was now completely reverent and respectful toward Lin. He couldn't help but fall into a bit of a daze. As expected of the number 1 prodigy of the heavenly court, even his underlings were returned to Void Stage mighty figures. It looked like he was on the course to defy the natural order. Earlier, he was thinking that he would protect Lin if he was to encounter him in the future. However, it looked like he was going to be the one who received protection from Lin instead. For some reason, he recalled the Black Dragon's words regarding how Lin had killed him. Lu Dongbin didn't dare to continue along this train of thought, and he made his way toward Lin to extend a greeting. Qin Shang was also in a bit of a daze at the scene before him where the blood tribe, the human race, and the West Sea existed in harmony. He wasn't sure what to think of this situation. It appeared that this bizarre situation was only able to eventuate because of that young human cultivator. And Lin, oh, I remember now. Shirley had once mentioned Lin to him as the supremely talented cultivator who participated in the Tao Exchange Conference of the 4 Powers, which took place a year ago. The only thing was, what the hell was he doing dominating the Void Star section now? This rate of growth was far too scary, was it not? Qin Shang sighed with emotion before also making his way over to Lin to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin, This would probably have been his permanent resting place. After discovering Enlin's desperate need for Golden Realm Essence Crystals, he immediately offered the 3 Golden Realm Essence Crystals in his storage ring to Enlin as a gesture of gratitude. Enlin was ecstatic. He felt like this angel brother was both handsome and kind as he happily accepted his gift. Lu Dongbin also gave him the 2 Golden Realm Essence Crystals from his storage ring, saying that he was returning a favor in the stead of a certain black dragon. After hearing Lu Dongbin's words, Enlin was a little unsure of whether he should laugh or cry, but he still gladly accepted the gift. Lu Chuchu was on the verge of drooling. Enlin had just obtained 5 more Golden Realm Essence Crystals in the blink of an eye, and she was green with envy. Enlin, why do you need so many Golden Realm Essence Crystals? Can you give one to me? I can exchange for it with different colored Realm Essence Crystals of the same value. Lu Chuchu asked with an expectant gaze. Enlin replied with a smile. No, Lu Chuchu. Why not? I told you. My target is 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. I still don't have anywhere near enough. Enlin replied with a serious expression. Lu Dongbin chortled with mirth upon hearing this. Even if you add up all the Golden Realm Essence Crystals in the possession of all the other cultivators in the Void Star realm, it would still probably be nowhere near 100. Enlin heaved an exhausted sigh. That's why I have to hurry and gather more. I've only gathered 40 so far. His storage ring flashed as his voice fell, and 40 Golden Realm Essence Crystals appeared. In that instant, golden light lit up the entire sky as the space in a radius of 50 kilometers became more viscous. Lu Dongbin and Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they drew sharp intakes of breath. Mia and Tobias stared blankly at the Golden Realm Essence Crystals floating in the air. They were stunned to the point of speechlessness. Cassidy and the others knew that Enlin had collected a lot of Golden Realm Essence Crystal, but they were still dumbstruck when he released them all at once. Lu Chuchu's condition was even worse. Her legs wobbled and she almost knelt down before Enlin. Enlin was extremely satisfied upon seeing everyone's expressions. Enlin felt like he had fallen in love with the feeling of flexing. Aside from the absorption purpose, the Golden Realm Essence Crystals were also ideal for flexing. After flexing his massive hoard of Golden Realm Essence Crystals, he felt like his whole body had been rejuvenated, and he stowed the Realm Essence Crystals away with a satisfied smile. Even though the blinding golden light had disappeared, but everyone could still feel the feeling of dizziness. They didn't know whether this was because their eyes were in shock or their hearts were in shock. Lu Dongbin muttered to himself, I forgot to count just then. How many were there? Xianxia massaged his brows as he replied, It was something like 40. 14 is 14, 40 is 40. Lu Chuchu's brain was starting to short-circuit on her as she desperately tried to recalibrate her cognitive functions. Why was there such a monstrous disparity between one person to another? Mia hung her head in shame. She was a little disgruntled at being referred to as poor by Enlin, but now, she felt like he was completely right. She was just a mere beggar next to filthy rich and... So now you all know that I'm telling the truth when I say my target is to collect 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystal. If any of you find Golden Realm Essence Crystals in the future, you can exchange for other items with me. I'll even be willing to pay over their designated price. Enlin announced with a smile. Lu Dongbin nodded in response. He was initially quite skeptical of Enlin's words, but he firmly believed them now. Enlin really was going to try and collect 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. Why is there such a disparity between Return to Void Stage and Soul Formation Stage cultivators? Somehow. That doesn't feel quite right. He heaved a long sigh before turning to Enlin. What plans do you have now, Mr. Enlin? Enlin didn't hide his intentions as he told everyone what Mia had told him. Lu Dongbin nodded upon hearing this. Seeing as you're going to a mystic realm to search for Realm Essence Crystal, then I'll be taking my leave. Lu Chuchu should stay with me for safety purposes. Lu Chuchu nodded in agreement. This was the Void Star section after all. At her current level, she knew that it would be best to band together with someone strong. Xianxia also bade farewell to everyone. He had to go to another area to search for a lost treasure. Lu Chuchu, Lu Dongbin, and Qin Shang all left in quick succession, leaving Enlin and his team, which comprised of Shui Zhantian, Tina, the three blood tribe mighty figures, and Mia. This was likely to be the most powerful team in the entire Void Star section. All right, we can go dig up some treasure now, Tina exclaimed excitedly. Dig up treasure? Cassidy aimed a perplexed look at Tina. Tina didn't elaborate any further. Instead, she flew toward the black tower before slashing out a sword projection at the base of the tower with her Heart Lotus Ice Sword. A blue sword projection of over 1,000 feet in length sliced into the base of the tower. Boom! The tower, which had stood for countless years, fell under the attack of Tina's sword projection. The tower fell to the ground with a resounding boom, sending dust and debris flying like shrapnel through the air. No one knew what Tina was up to, but they still followed behind her. Immediately afterward, they were greeted by the sight of Tina digging for something in the ground. Soon, she dug out a circular hole that was 30 feet deep. Another blue sword projection slashed down upon the massive hole, which was followed by a resounding boom before boundless golden light burst forth, instantly making the space around everyone to be more viscous. Everyone looked down before their eyes widened in shock. At the center of the hole, a black object had been sliced into pieces. Within the black object lay 10 golden realm essence crystals clustered in a circle while glowing with a dazzling light. Around the golden realm essence crystals, there were 30 blue realm essence crystals which glowed with the light of the ocean, making it appear as if the golden realm essence crystals were floating on a scintillating blue sea. You're a lifesaver, little Na. And Lin's eyes lit up as he happily stowed away all the realm essence crystals. Tobias was a little dumbstruck. The holy leader's luck truly defies the natural order. Mia also wore a vacant expression on her face. So, just digging a hole could reveal so many realm essence crystals? Do I have some sort of misunderstanding toward this world? Phew, we're halfway there to our target. Let's keep it up. And Lin offered words of encouragement to his party. Everyone, oh right Mia, I hope the mystic realm you were referring to won't disappoint me. And Lin turned toward the mermaid beside him with an expectant gaze. Mia, what could Mia do? She could only force a smile onto her face and pray to her lucky stars that the mystic realm wouldn't let her down. These realm essence crystals were materials that the two red-robed elderly men had set aside as building blocks for the new world they were about to create. However, no one could have foreseen that they would receive holy redemption from Tina before they had a chance to construct the new world. As a gesture of gratitude, they decided to gift all their realm essence crystals to her. Thinking about it now, Tina seemed to have taken everything from the two elderly men. Not only the fragment of the realm core and the realm essence crystals, but even the entire city of wandering souls and the two elderly men themselves were also taken by Tina. What a thorough job she did. After dealing with the matters at Qilu City, and Lin and the others continued onward to the mystic realm Mia had mentioned. Mia led the way at the forefront of the party as they headed toward their destination. The Black Sea. The purple grassland directly neighbored the Black Sea. As such, they had to go all the way back after traveling all this way to the realm of dead souls. On the boundless Black Sea there was a huge island. There was a vast array of fluorescent plants on the island that was glowing with red, green, blue, and golden light, thus making the island appear as if it were the venue for a spectacular light show in the middle of the ocean. At the center of the island, there was a white cave, and at the opening of the cave was a black dragon that glowed with a faint metallic hue. The dragon had a pair of crimson eyes, and its body was over 1 kilometer in length. Its aura was extremely vast and formidable, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged with its inhalations and exhalations. None of the ferocious beasts on the island dared to even venture into a 5-kilometer range of the dragon, as they were afraid of being accidentally blasted to death by a sneeze. However, there was a black shadow that was surreptitiously surveying the lizard dragon from within a 5-kilometer radius. He had a pair of black wings, bronze skin, and a huge saber tied to his waist. This black shadow was Dao Yi, who had fled at the sight of Enlin on the purple grassland and had now escaped to the Black Sea. He discovered this peculiar island on the Black Sea, and his instinct told him that there was definitely a massive treasure lying on this island, not taking into account other matters. Just the fact that there was an extremely powerful black dragon guarding that white cave was a strong indication of how extraordinary the cave was. He was quite cautious, and he had already observed the black dragon in secret for a few days, thereby getting a rough idea of the black dragon's power. As such, he felt like he needed to call for some reinforcements now. He was really pissed off. This was the treasure island that he had discovered, but he was forced to share the treasure with others. He recalled that his teammates were on this tectonic plate, so he should be able to find them through the use of his presence detection talisman. Right at this moment, a faint energy fluctuation appeared in the air nearby, and immediately after, a spatial rift opened up. Daoye's body tensed up as he immediately curbed his aura. How could this be? There were other Return to Void stage mighty figures who knew of this place. An exquisitely beautiful mermaid flew out from the spatial rift. Right behind her were three black-robed individuals who turned to face the rift as they bowed their bodies slightly, as if they were welcoming someone extremely important. Daoye drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. Even though those four were curbing their auras as well, Daoye could see that they were Return to Void stage mighty figures. They were simply too familiar to him. The mermaid was the Spirit Fish Clan mighty figure, Mia, with a cultivation base of Return to Void intermediate stage. Alongside her were the Blood Tribe Return to Void stage mighty figures, Merlin and Cassidy, as well as their team leader, Tobias, who was at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage. Since when did the West CC monsters forge an alliance with the Blood Tribe? And what kind of important figure could demand such respect from all four of them? A young man in a white robe walked out from the spatial rift with a smile on his face. There was also a white furball in his arms, as well as a beautiful fairy who was sitting on his shoulder. Daoye's eyes widened in astonishment upon catching sight of the white-robed man. His lips trembled as he spat out a name in a soft voice. Enlin. When Enlin descended upon the island, he was surprised to see all the colorful fluorescent plants. He then immediately whipped out his phone to take a commemorative photo. The dragon's habitat is just ahead, and it's guarding a white cave. I'm quite sensitive to energy fluctuations, so I can detect the energy fluctuations of the realm essence crystals from the cave, Mia said as she pointed to a white spot in the distance. Oh, so that's the black dragon? It looks pretty strong. And Lin nodded as he detected the vital energy violently surging around the gargantuan dragon. Mia nodded. I don't know whether it has had a cultivation-based restriction placed upon it, but it is currently at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage. Its dragon bloodline further enhances its power, and even most Return to Void intermediate stage mighty figures will find it difficult to survive in a battle against it. If you really want to defeat this black dragon, I can assist you by using a spell formation to trap it. And Lin wasn't really all that scared of the black dragon. As long as it was a proper life form and not some wandering soul again, its cultivation base would definitely be below Return to Void final stage. Otherwise, it would suffer a backlash from the laws of this world. Seeing as the dragon was only at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage, and Lin's personal army of 2 Return to Void initial stage and 2 Return to Void intermediate stage cultivators certainly wasn't going to be scared of it. Let's go and show it the might of our team, and Lin said while smiling. 5 figures flew through the air at an alarming speed toward the black dragon. The black dragon stirred slightly upon detecting the 5 auras flying toward itself. Its black scales began to ripple like water as a cold light emanated from its crimson eyes. Hee hee. Who would have thought there would still be people so eager to die that they would provoke me? The mighty Xiaoxia. A scornful smile appeared on the black dragon's face as it opened its cavernous mouth. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar instantly burst forth, which was audible from even over 10 kilometers away. The resulting monstrous sound waves swept outward in all directions like huge waves, pulverizing the ground and shoveling surrounding plants into the air as the space itself began to compress and tremor. The 3 Blood Tribe cultivators leading the charge were completely unfazed as Cassidy unleashed the first attack. She slashed a crimson sword projection through the air, which dispelled the monstrous sound waves. Tobias leaped through the incision in the sound waves to appear before the black dragon in the blink of an eye. A sinister ghoul face appeared on each of his gloves as he threw a heavy punch into the black dragon's head. His fist tore through the air before crashing into the black dragon's head with tremendous force, causing the ground below to tremor violently. The black dragon's gargantuan head was bashed into the ground by the monstrous power behind Tobias' fist. Right at this moment, a blood demon projection over 10,000 feet tall had already materialized. Merlin manipulated the blood demon projection to rain down punch after punch upon the body of the black dragon. Each of the projection's attacks was imbued with monstrous force, and the black dragon was soon almost completely submerged in the massive crater that had appeared beneath its body. Mia stood off to the side in preparation to unleash a spell formation that could ensnare the dragon, but she fell into a daze upon seeing the exemplary teamwork displayed by the three blood tribe cultivators. Such a fearsome combination attack was practically invincible against any cultivator under return to Void Final Stage. Dao Yi was also observing the battle from nearby, and his face was pale. If that combination attack had been aimed at him instead, he would probably be nothing more than a cold, dead corpse by now. He looked up, both in shock and horror, at Lin, who was spectating the battle from above while standing on his black brick. Just how unfathomable powerful would he have to be to command such a frightening army? Howl! The black dragon finally realized that his opponents were not the small fry that he was used to, and he let loose an enraged roar. Dark clouds immediately obscured the sky overhead. A huge bolt of black lighting over 100 feet in diameter tore through the air before instantly piercing through the blood demon projection's head. All the soul warriors seemed to be extremely fearful of the monstrous bolt of lightning. After the blood demon projection was struck, countless soul warriors were also blasted into nothingness, and all the remaining soul warriors fled in different directions, while the blood demon projection began to show signs of crumbling. The black dragon twisted its body as it whipped its tail toward Tobias, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake with its alarming speed. Tobias' heart trembled as he immediately aimed both his fists at the dragon's tail. Boom! The collision between fists and tail made the entire heaven and earth fall silent for a split second, and immediately following which was an extremely violent explosion of energy that pulverized everything within a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Dao Ye's heart jolted in shock as he stumbled back in retreat to prevent himself from being swept by the shockwaves exploding forth from the battle. He had initially planned to lie in wait to strike when the time was right, but he was starting to consider retreat as the wiser option now. In the end, Tobias was no match in a contest of brute strength against the black dragon, and his arms sustained severe injuries as his body flew through the air like a cannonball. Right at this moment, a few dozen pillars of water soared into the air before forming a series of water ropes that instantly entangled themselves around the black dragon's body. Mia recited a mantra in a foreign language as countless symbols appeared on the pillars of water, fortifying them to an extreme extent. The formidable restrictive power imbued within the pillars of water was even able to immobilize the massive black dragon for a split second. It was exactly during this split second that a mighty crimson sword projection descended upon the black dragon. The sword projection parted the clouds in the sky, and as Cassidy's sword fell, the entire heaven and earth was stained crimson. Boom! The sword projection struck the neck of the black dragon before slicing its gargantuan body in half. Did we do it? Mia stared down at the dragon's head with excitement on her face. That sword projection was one that Cassidy had been charging for a long time, and it could be said that it was the most powerful technique she had unleashed up to this point in her life. The black dragon was unable to dodge or defend itself with any spell techniques, and on top of that, it had been struck on the neck, so even if it wasn't dead, it should at least have been severely wounded. The crimson light dissipated to reveal the black scales on the dragon's body, which were completely unscathed. Cassidy was dumbstruck, and even Mia was looking down at the black dragon with incredulity etched onto her face. That last sword strike was extremely fearsome, to the extent that even a return to Void Final Stage mighty figure would be injured if they were struck by it before formulating any defense. However, the black dragon was able to endure the attack without so much as a scratch on its gargantuan body. Are you shocked? A taunting sneer appeared on the black dragon's face as it said, "My defensive prowess is something I take great pride in, and it is exactly because of my impregnable defense that I was able to live for so long. Do you think you can defeat me with your pitiful attacks? Stop dreaming." Its body rotated at extreme speed as it spoke, creating a black tornado that vanquished the pillars of water. Cassidy was just about to fly back in retreat when an extremely monstrous energy blast burst forth from the black dragon's mouth before sweeping toward her body with devastating destructive force. This was the full power strike of the black dragon, and Cassidy had no chance of dodging it, so she could only grit her teeth and endure the attack head-on. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly appeared before her as he extended a single hand in front of his body. The black energy blast was suddenly absorbed by a peculiar ripple before bursting forth again. But this time, it was moving in the opposite direction. The black energy tore through the black tornado before striking the black dragon's body, and the resulting explosion pulverized the ground below once again. "Master!" Cassidy's eyes widened as she stared at the figure standing before her, seemingly in a daze. "Call me the Holy Leader," and Lin commanded before turning to Tina, who was sitting on his shoulder and patting her tiny little legs. A white light flashed, and Lin's body disappeared. The black dragon let loose an enraged roar upon being struck by its own attack. Right at this moment, a white light flashed as Lin appeared within 100 meters away from the black dragon. Golden-veined patterns began to appear on his forehead to form the image of a golden eye as ripples emanated forth before sweeping toward the black dragon. Divine Plunder Technique. Among the 18 different types of spell techniques and abilities, Lin plundered the black dragon's ability of impenetrable defense. The black dragon suddenly felt as if it had lost something in that moment, and its shiny metallic scales suddenly lost their luster. The white light flashed again, and Lin disappeared before reappearing over a kilometer away. Tina's spatial flicker was quite useful, and it was this ability used in conjunction with Lin's vermilion bird mirror and divine plunder technique that caught the black dragon completely off guard. He immediately yelled to Cassidy and the others, "Attack the black dragon now. I've already taken away his defensive ability." Cassidy and Merlin's expressions shifted upon hearing this. He could even snatch away the defensive ability of the black dragon? As expected of the Holy Leader. Mia felt like Lin was spouting nonsense, but upon seeing the black dragon's scales losing all their luster, she had no choice but to believe that the black dragon had indeed somehow been weakened. A massive black fist projection tore through the clouds as it descended from the sky. Tobias had finally returned, and he immediately threw a devastating fist at the black dragon's head. The fist collided with the black dragon's head, and it was once again bashed into the ground. However, what was different this time was the fountain of blood gushing from its mouth upon being struck by the devastating fist. Mia and the others were all shocked upon seeing this. And Lin actually stripped away the black dragon's defensive abilities. Everyone immediately took advantage of this opportunity to unleash their full power. Blue pillars of water soared into the air. The blood demon projection was conjured up again, and a series of monstrous crimson sword projections rained down as the tables were instantly turned. Once again, and Lin went to stand atop his black brick while spectating the battle with a calm expression. Dao Yi was in a state of shock upon seeing all this. This was the real Lin. He only participated in the battle for a few seconds, but he was instantly able to flip the entire battle on its head. Was this really something a soul formation stage cultivator was capable of doing? The average soul formation stage cultivators would have probably shit themselves in the face of such a mighty dragon. But what about Lin? He was completely calm and collected with not even the slightest hint of fear on his face. An unshakable heart combined with unfathomable power. No wonder the Dark Knight Monarch fell at his hands. Dao Yi was starting to feel quite concerned for even the Moonlit Knight Monarch. Dao Yi was completely unable to muster up even a hint of courage in the face of Lin's overwhelming strength. He felt like his top priority should be to get out of here alive, so that he could deliver news of what he had witnessed here to the Moonlit Knight Monarch. He had to warn her of how terrifyingly dangerous it was to oppose such a monstrous being. The black dragon was getting the living crap beaten out of it, and its body was riddled with wounds. Just as everyone was thinking whether they should beat this dragon to death, all the scales on its body suddenly opened up while a brilliant crimson light burst forth from its body. Immediately after, its aura began to climb explosively. Roar! Its body spun on the spot as the fearsome power emanating from its body twisted the space around it into a corkscrew shape. Everyone around the dragon sustained internal injuries from its desperate counterattack, and they all stumbled back in retreat. It was also right at this moment that the black dragon flew toward Enlin. That's right, its target was Enlin. It was reduced to this pitiful state because Enlin stole its defensive ability. Hence, the only way to turn the battle around was to kill Enlin. Tina immediately tried to unleash a defensive spell formation. To her surprise, Enlin prevented her from doing so. Get out of here. I'm invincible during this period of time. Tina instinctively heeded Enlin's instructions, and she flew back in retreat. Meanwhile, Enlin turned to face the furious black dragon. His body was so insignificantly tiny compared to the gargantuan dragon, but it was exactly this tiny, yet fearless figure that appeared especially scintillating in everyone's eyes. Mountain-quaking lightning. Boom! Enlin didn't even have a chance to unleash his mountain-quaking lightning fist before he was slapped into the ground by a gargantuan dragon claw. The black dragon didn't hold his strength back at all. Its claw struck Enlin with a mountainous force, leaving a series of spatial cracks in its wake, while the residual power tore a massive abyssal fissure into the ground. However, Enlin flew back into the air in the blink of an eye before chortling at the black dragon. That was piss weak, little black dragon. Could you try a little harder? Cassidy and the others were in the process of rushing to Enlin's aid, but all of them faltered in their footsteps upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the black dragon's face was filled with shock and incredulity. How could this be? Roar! It unleashed a blast of scorching black flames toward Enlin, leaving a trail of black flames in its wake with no end in sight. Enlin placed his hands on his hips as he stood on his black brick without even attempting to dodge. The monstrous black flames knocked him back by over a kilometer, but he remained completely unscathed. Tui! Did you spit out saliva at me, or was that fire? There was no temperature to it at all. Enlin looked at the dragon with a scornful expression. Black dragon. Xiaoxia was completely dumbstruck. How was it possible that this human's defenses were even more powerful than its own? What are you all standing there for? Kill it! Enlin yelled at Cassidy and the others, who were still in the process of recovering from their incredulity. He could only steal the black dragon's defensive ability for 10 minutes, so he could only pray that his personal army would be able to take care of this black dragon within the 10-minute time limit. Cassidy and the others finally came to their senses as they pounced toward the black dragon again. The black dragon finally lost all battle intent at the sight of the return to void stage mighty figures charging toward it. It was unable to kill their leader, and its defensive ability had been stolen. If this battle continued any longer, it would fall to an inevitable defeat. This was simply far too bizarre. How could a soul formation stage human cultivator be so powerful? Xiaoxia looked deeply at Enlin, as if it was trying to commit Enlin's face to its memory. I'll make you pay for this another time. The black dragon let loose an enraged roar toward Enlin. Its voice was imbued with the boundless dragon might within its bloodline as a black sound wave swept toward Enlin with overwhelming force. It wasn't expecting to hurt Enlin with its roar, but it had to at least gain a moral victory over Enlin before it fled the battle. Enlin wasn't planning on taking any evasive measures either. He had the dragon's ability of absolute defense, so he didn't need to fear any attacks. However, it was at this moment that an unexpected change struck. The ring on his finger, which was glowing with a faint golden light, suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it had been greatly enraged by something. Immediately afterward, Enlin's consciousness stirred, and the projection of a mighty black dragon appeared under the starry sky. The projection of the dragon was indescribably vast, and all the stars in the sky seemed to lose all their luster upon its emergence, and the golden light emanating from its eyes became the only color in this world. Boundless ferocious might engulfed the entire island, as if the island would be reduced to nothingness with just a flick of its finger. "So it is you that is trying to provoke me?" The projection of the black dragon spoke, and each and every syllable it uttered resonated with the Tao of heaven and earth, making everyone shudder in awe. Xianxia was scared shitless by the projection of the black dragon as it knelt down onto the ground before kowtowing one over and over again. "Senior, it is my fault for not recognizing you. I didn't mean to offend you. Please spare me." The projection was a black dragon just like Xianxia, but the disparity in their dragon mites was like a gigantic dragon towering over a worm. They were simply on completely different levels. Xianxia had been paralyzed by fear, and he could only kowtow incessantly while begging the dragon projection to spare its life. The projection of the black dragon remained silent for a moment before slowly vanishing. And Lin experienced a sharp pain in his consciousness, which appeared to be the after-effect of summoning the projection of the black dragon. The stars in the sky regained their luster, but everyone was still frozen in place as they struggled to come to terms with what they had just witnessed. And Lin was also not expecting the ring Yang Yuan had once given him to unleash its power at a time like this. Not only was Xianxia scared shitless, but everyone else was also paralyzed with fear. None of them dared to say anything in fear of the black dragon projection killing them with a swipe of its palm. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat from its forehead with fear lingering in its heart as the black dragon projection disappeared. It then turned a pair of grateful eyes on Enlin as it kowtowed again. "Thank you for sparing my life, Senior." Enlin was at a bit of a loss for words at the sight of the grateful, kowtowing dragon. Had Xianxia mistaken him for that mighty black dragon? One couldn't really blame Xianxia for making a mistake like this. After all, Enlin was only a soul formation stage cultivator, but he was able to gather an army of return to void stage underlings, as well as snatching away Xiaoxia's defensive ability in the blink of an eye. How could a soul formation stage cultivator be capable of something like this? No matter how one thought about it, Enlin was definitely some mighty figure in disguise. Xianxia finally verified these suspicions upon witnessing the emergence of the black dragon projection. Not only that, but Enlin was countless times more terrifying than Xianxia had initially thought he would be, to the extent that it was completely unable to muster up any resistance. In other words, Xianxia had been completely crushed by fear. "You may get up. I'm just here to grab some things from the cave," Enlin said as he waved his hand with a nonchalant expression. "Of course, you can take whatever you want, Senior." The black dragon nodded obediently as the pair of feelers in front of its nose wagged in a fawning display. And Lin nodded with a satisfied expression and said, "It appears you have realized your mistakes. How about this? I will return your defensive ability to you after 3 minutes." Xiaoxia's gargantuan body trembled, and tears of joy and gratitude almost flowed from its eyes upon hearing this. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you for your kindness and generosity. This junior is forever in your debt." And Lin shook his head nonchalantly. "There is no need to thank me. The plunder effect of the divine plunder technique would only last for 10 minutes, and since 7 minutes had just passed, there are exactly 3 minutes left. I'm a genius." Cold sweat was pouring down Dao Ye's face, and his legs trembled as he surveyed the situation from afar. He was once again struck by Enlin's fearsome might. The moonlit night monarch was going to die for sure if she tried to mess with Enlin. No, he had made up his mind. Once he returned to Taichu continent, he had to dissuade the moonlit night monarch from continuing in her suicide mission. Shui Zhantian stared at Enlin with a scorching reverence in his big, bright eyes. This was his master, a mighty figure who was destined to stand at the pinnacle of this entire world. He firmly believed that his master was going to part the heavens someday, and he would be able to bear witness to this historic feat. Ancient Taichu realm, ancient god division. The two suns in the sky dimmed slightly before turning toward a certain direction. Was that Chudong? No, it isn't. It's just a sliver of his consciousness. An ethereal voice dissipated as the two suns in the sky regained their former brightness before continuing to revolve around this crumbling ancient realm. 3 minutes later, Xiaoxia's blood-stained body suddenly regained its metallic sheen. It could feel that something was coming back. Its injuries were regenerating quickly, and its scales were glowing with renewed luster while expelling all the dirt and grime from the surface of its body. Once again, Xiao Zhe aimed a grateful glance at Enlin, as if it were staring at a mighty god. Enlin nodded lightly in response before flying directly into the White Cave. Cassidy and the others faltered slightly before coming to their senses and following Enlin into the cave. After leading everyone here and helping them defeat the Black Dragon, Mia had already fulfilled her vows. However, she still decided to tag along as she was unable to repress the curiosity in her heart. And Lin wasn't really bothered by this. Mia had already sworn a vow in the name of the sea monster patriarch, which prohibited her from hurting Enlin and his party. If she were to go against her vows, her Dao foundation would instantly crumble, so Enlin wasn't concerned in the slightest. Tobias turned a pair of scorching eyes on Enlin. "Holy leader, are you a member of the dragon tribe? Or do you possess a dragon bloodline?" Enlin gave him a slight smile. Without giving a definitive response, he said, "I'm a human." Oh, so he's a human with a powerful dragon bloodline running through his body. Tobias felt like he had solved the mystery. A mellow, seductive voice said, "Thank you for saving me back there." And Lin turned to find Cassidy looking at him with a pair of rippling eyes filled with reverence, gratitude, and a hint of shyness. As their eyes met, she averted her gaze slightly while pursing her supple, sexy lips. So she really was shy. And Lin was shocked. This was great. Now he wouldn't have to worry about her raping him. Right at this moment, a young man with short black hair and fine, delicate features suddenly ran toward them. "Senior, wait for me." The young man had fine and delicate features with a black dragon horn on his head. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, but he wore a fawning smile on his face. And Lin turned to look at the young man with a peculiar expression. "You're Xiao Zhe." The young man nodded with excitement on his face. "Yes, that's right. Why are you here? Did you regret making that earlier decision?" And Lin asked with a smile. "No." Xiao Zhe shook his head with an earnest expression and said, "I was afraid that you wouldn't know the way, so I'm here to be your guide, senior." And Lin, "All right, go ahead." His home was getting robbed, yet he was acting as a guide for the robbers. This was too good. However, Enlin wasn't going to believe everything he said. He still searched through every nook and cranny himself, in case Xiao Zhe decided to keep some secrets from him. Within the stone cave, there were many sculptures of mysterious ferocious beasts, and in the center of the white stone cave, there was a pool of black liquid. The liquid was bubbling incessantly while a light aromatic scent wafted from within. "This is a pool of demonic dragon marrow liquid. It's where I usually bathe in," Xiao Zhe introduced as he pointed to the pool. And Lin was immediately struck by the urge to take the pool of liquid with him. Xiao Zhe's body trembled upon seeing Enlin's scorching gaze, but he didn't dare to say anything. Who would have thought that this senior would be interested in even his bathwater? "Is this your cave abode?" Enlin asked with curiosity. "It is, but before I came here, this was already a cave abode that was left behind by an ancient mighty figure. Some of the items in here are inaccessible even to me, as if they were permanent fixtures fastened to this world itself," Xiao Zhe replied. If he wasn't worried about Enlin blasting his home to the ground in an attempt to try and grab those inaccessible items, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to volunteer as Enlin's guide. He continued forward before arriving at a stone wall, upon which he carved out a spell formation. A deep rumbling sounded as the stone wall parted while a spell formation appeared on the ground. A film of rainbow light began to flicker behind the opening in the stone wall, and a passageway appeared before everyone. Xiao Zhe led the way inside, and Enlin and the others followed him into the passageway. They had verified in advance that there were items of value around the stone wall, but there were some extremely powerful energy fluctuations emanating from within the spell formation, thereby confirming that Xiao Zhe was not trying to deceive them, and there were treasures within the film of rainbow light. Everyone passed through the film of rainbow light and were greeted by the sight of a shining golden woman. And Lin and the others all drew collective sharp intakes of breath with shock and incredulity etched on their faces. as if they had seen something extremely inconceivable. This was an exquisitely beautiful woman with one hand on her slim, sexy waist, while her other hand was positioned in front of her lips in the process of blowing a kiss. Her entire body was nude, thereby showing off her flawless figure as if she were the most perfect artistic sculpture ever to be crafted. Boundless golden light emanated from her body, and everyone felt as if they were going to be blinded by the scintillating radiance. That's right. This was an exquisite beauty crafted entirely from Golden Realm essence crystals. This was the first time Lin had ever seen a Golden Realm essence crystal that looked like this, and he was shocked beyond words. How many Golden Realm essence crystals did it take to make this? He muttered to himself. Not much, just 23. Xiaozhe waved his hand nonchalantly, but his expression was clearly a little smug. And Lin turned to Xiaozhe with surprise in his eyes. How do you know the number so accurately? Did you make this? I sure did. Realm essence crystals are special forms of matter born from space and time. Since it's a form of matter, there is a chance that it can be transformed into different shapes and forms. What do you guys think of my dragon princess? Xiaozhe stroked the golden statue with a broad grin on his face. Dragon princess, and Lin looked up into the sky as he pursed his lips. Everyone else was also trying their best to suppress their laughter as they didn't want to offend Xiaozhe. Do you like it, senior? Xiaozhe asked while looking at Lin with a scorching gaze. Lin looked around to find that there were no other realm essence crystals here aside from this dragon princess statue. Come to think of it, the energy fluctuations Mia had detected earlier most likely came from this statue. He immediately nodded without hesitation. I do. Then I'll present her to you as a gift. Xiaozhe picked up the Golden Realm Essence crystal statue before imparting upon it a passionate farewell kiss and handing it to Lin. When I came to this island, she was still just an ordinary cluster of Realm Essence crystals. I gave her a new life, and she stayed with me for countless years in return. You have to treat her well. Tears welled up in Xiaozhe's eyes as he spoke with a solemn expression. Why did it feel like he was entrusting his daughter to Lin? Lin's lips twitched. He wasn't that fond of the new dragon princess statue, but he still stowed her away into his storage ring in order to save his dick. Xiaozhe wiped the tears from his eyes after Lin accepted the dragon princess, and he continued onward to show Lin the rest of his treasure vault. He managed to get 23 Golden Realm essence crystals just like that. Tobias turned to Cassidy with shock on his face before transmitting his voice to her. Are all the Golden Realm essence crystals obtained by the Holy Leader like this? Why do I feel like I've been searching for something completely different this whole time? Cassidy massaged her brows before letting loose a concerned sigh. Sigh. Master's target has almost been reached. There's soon going to be one less clause on the blood reward system. What should I do? Tobias. Sure enough, he existed in a completely different world from all these people. Mia didn't want to say anything. Regardless of what treasures were stored here, she didn't have a claim on any of it. All she was here to do was to see what she had missed out on. Xiaozhe led Lin to a pile of shiny golden ore. These are mineral ores unique to the Black Sea. Do you need them? Lin didn't have much interest in them, but he still stowed them away into his storage ring. Lack of interest didn't mean he was just going to leave it, or like this might be worth a lot of money. No one knew what Xiaozhe was thinking, but the smile on his face did not waver as he led Lin to the next location in his treasure vault. Spirit tools? Sure. Spirit pills and spirit fruits? Sure. The carcass of a Black Sea immortal eel? Sure. Over 100 vital stones? Sure. Lin was like a vacuum cleaner as he took everything he saw. Tina was a little concerned, and she transmitted her voice to Lin. Giant Lin, aren't we taking too much? Lin chuckled lightly. Can't you see how happy Xiaozhe is? What if he has some sort of ulterior motive? Tina was still quite worried. Even Tina was able to sense that something was amiss here, so naturally, Lin was already aware of this as well. He transmitted his voice in reply. No matter what he's planning, we should grab everything we can for now. He can't beat us in a fight, so even if he does have some sort of ulterior motives, we can just beat him up and leave. Tina flapped her intricate golden wings with a thoughtful expression upon hearing Enlin's reply. Thus, Xiao Zhe continued to lead Enlin through the treasure vault, and before they even knew it, the treasure vault had been completely emptied. Ah! This place is finally empty. Xiao Zhe had his hands on his hips as he sighed with a joyful smile. Everyone's face convulsed upon seeing this. Had Xiao Zhe's cognitive functions been impaired from the trauma he had suffered earlier? Enlin was quite satisfied too. Well done, little Xiao. I have to praise you for your cooperation. No. Xiao Zhe waved his hand and said, these items can only fulfill their true purpose in your hands, senior. I just want them to go to a good home. Enlin nodded with a benevolent expression on his face. Next, it's time for the big finale. Xiao Zhe announced with an excited expression. He stamped his foot down on the ground and another spell formation appeared. Everyone stirred slightly upon seeing this, and they quickly assumed a defensive formation around Enlin with cautious expressions on their faces. Mighty spatial power began to sweep through the treasure vault, and it was as if the space in the center of the treasure vault had been shattered by a sledgehammer, thereby revealing a hidden space. Powerful energy fluctuations emanated from the hidden space as everyone's heart rate accelerated. Enlin looked into the space to find that there were 3 mysterious items suspended within, all of which exuded mighty auras that seemed to be discouraging everyone from trying to approach them. Xiao Zhe said with a smile, these are ancient objects that were here before I discovered this cave. I don't know why the previous owner of this cave abode didn't take these items with him, but I'm sure they are extremely rare and valuable treasures. There were originally 4 items here. Aside from the crown, the golden flame badge, and the black cube, there was a drop of black blood. However, the drop of black blood seemed to suit my constitution quite well, and it was voluntarily absorbed by me, thereby drastically improving the power of my bloodline. As for the remaining 3 items, I've studied them for several thousand years and tried to take them for myself, but I have been unable to make any progress. A strong sense of disappointment appeared on Xiao Zhe's face as he spoke, but he then turned to Enlin, and an expectant light appeared in his eyes. I believe we are fated to meet, senior. Not only that, but these 3 items are also all fated to encounter a mighty figure like you. Hence, if you're able to take these 3 items from here, I would be happy to give them to you as well, senior. Enlin faltered slightly upon hearing this. He then slowly made his way toward the 3 treasures. Xiao Zhe hadn't been able to move these items even after several thousand years, but now he wanted Enlin to have a go? Regardless of whether Xiao Zhe's words were genuine, or whether he was just using this as a test, Enlin had only one thought in his mind. He was definitely going to take these 3 items for himself. Enlin stepped forward before touching the items with his hands. All of them were completely locked in place by spatial power. However, he knew this wasn't the main obstacle that Xiao Zhe had encountered. After all, Xiao Zhe was a return to void stage mighty figure, and as such, he would be able to easily tear through this spatial seal. The main obstacle standing in his way was the power of divine Tao imbued within all 3 items. This was a type of power that only those who were close to Tao integration stage were able to unleash. If Enlin wanted to refine these items, he would have to wipe away the power of divine Tao imbued within these items first. However, in order to do so, he would have to be at least returned to void stage or even at the return to void pinnacle stage. But the problem was, if a mighty figure of such a powerful cultivation base were to appear in this world, they would be killed by the backlash of the laws of heaven and earth. Hence, he had to find the correct method to refine these items instead of relying on his brute force. After pondering over this conundrum for a short moment, a smile appeared on his face as his eyes turned snowy white. Divine Inspection Technique. The Divine Inspection Technique would allow him to glean more information about the 3 items. Enlin unleashed his Divine Inspection Technique on the crown first, and immediately after, a string of information appeared in his mind. Regal Crown. An item crafted by the Dragon Tribe mighty figure Xiao Tu using the blood essence and spinal cord of a divine dragon. This item is able to unleash boundless dragon might and is an absolute must-have for flexing purposes. The item possesses sentient intelligence. In order to obtain it, you must evoke awe and reverence within it. The string of text wasn't very long, but there was a lot of information contained within. Xiao Tu, Xiao Tu. And Lin suddenly recalled that dragon tribe mighty figure who was constantly seeking death but unable to obtain it. So, this was an item crafted by him. Wait, a thought suddenly occurred to Lin. Could this cave abode be Xiao Tu's house? Another thought then occurred to him as he turned to Xiao Zhe with a complex expression. Xiao Tu and Xiao Zhe both had the same surname. Could they be from the same family? And Lin couldn't help but ask, "Do you know Xiao Tu?" Xiao Tu nodded with a reverent expression on his face. Xiao Tu. He is one of the supremely talented mighty figures of our dragon tribe. He cultivated in the Tao of indestructibility and almost reached Tao integration stage. He is the pride of our tribe. Xiao Zhe's expression was extremely exuberant as he talked about Xiao Tu, and it was clear to see that he was indeed quite proud of Xiao Tuesday. Thus, it looked like Xiao Zhe was able to absorb that drop of blood due to his shared bloodline with Xiao Tu. It's a shame that he was imprisoned by the laws of heaven and earth in the Dragon Valley Sanctuary, and returned to void stage cultivators like us are unable to save him as the sanctuary is located in the ancient divine division. I wonder how he's doing at the moment. A disconsolate expression appeared on Xiao Zhe's face. He's talking about that suicidal dragon. Haha, what a coincidence. I've heard Master talk about him. Don't worry, Master has already slain him. Xianxia waved his little wings around as he chortled with mirth. Everyone instantly fell silent. Xiao Zhe stared blankly at Lin and Xianxia. Had he misheard what was being said? Xiao Tu is dead? Don't worry? What kind of logic is this? Xiao Zhe was completely stupefied. It's not what you think. Tina immediately offered an explanation upon seeing Xiao Zhe's dumbfounded expression. Xiao Tu requested for Giant and Lin to kill him, which would allow him to resurrect himself through the resurrection spell formation, thereby escaping from the dragon sanctuary. He has already been freed from the sanctuary after being killed by Giant and Lin. Xiao Zhe turned to Lin with incredulity on his face. Senior, did you really kill Xiao Tu? And Lin nodded with a smile. I was only doing him a favor. Gasp! Xiao Zhe drew a sharp intake of breath, as expected of a mighty figure who had made him tremble in fear. As for the other team members, they were already used to being shocked, and so, all of them chimed in with half-hearted exclamations of shock. Then, where is Uncle Xiao Tu now? Xiao Zhe asked eagerly. This world is no longer suitable for him, so he has traveled to Taichu continent. And Lin said as he revealed the truth to Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe nodded in response and said, aside from one branch that established themselves on Taichu continent, the other branches of the dragon tribe are all reluctant to leave this continent. It's a pity. The laws of heaven and earth are not something we can resist. And Lin couldn't be bothered to listen to Xiao Zhe lamenting about the world. Instead, he turned his attention back on the crown. He donned his illusionary star robe, thereby elevating his aura to the return to void pinnacle stage, before activating his divine might technique. Everyone around him instantly received a massive fright from the combination of his explosively elevating aura, as well as the regal might emanating from his body. The crown succumbed almost instantly to Lin's shock therapy as it emitted a faint glow, as if it was pleading with Lin to be taken away from here. It was easy to see that it revered and was in awe of Lin. Thus, Lin successfully refined the crown before stowing it away into his storage ring. Xiao Zhe was still lamenting the state of this continent before coming to his senses just in time to see Lin stowing the regal crown away into his storage ring, upon which he began to lament his own ineptitude. He had tried for thousands of years to obtain these three treasures to no avail, but Lin took it in what seemed like a blink of an eye. Cassidy and the others didn't actually have high hopes for Lin. After all, obtaining sentient treasures depended on luck and fate most of the time. One would have to have a connection with the treasure before it would accept one as its master. As such, they really weren't expecting Lin to be able to succeed where Xiao Zhe had failed. However, the result had everyone's jaws dropping to the ground. Cassidy and the others were in shock. Xiao Zhe was also dumbstruck, but at the same time his heart throbbed with pain. He was actually in a very conflicted state of mind. He wanted Enlin to take these treasures, but he was also hoping that Enlin wouldn't be able to do so. This was a type of obsessive-compulsive disorder. If he were to leave this cave with the treasures unclaimed, there would always be a nagging feeling at the back of his mind that he had missed out on something, that his life wasn't quite complete. It was exactly because of this that he hoped Enlin would be able to claim the treasures. If Enlin managed to take the treasures, Xiao Zhe wouldn't have to think about them anymore as they were already someone else's possession. But at the same time, he was hoping that Enlin would fail. For thousands of years, he had tried and failed to take the treasures for himself. If someone else managed to take the treasures without any trouble, then what about his effort for the last thousands of years? Wouldn't it mean that he had essentially wasted thousands of years of his life? Enlin forged onward as he unleashed his divine inspection technique on the golden flaming badge. Divine Flame Badge, an intermediate rank immortal tool crafted by Xiao Tu from 99 different types of rare Tai Chu flames. It has not ingested any divine flames in over 150,000 years and is currently in severe starvation mode. As such, one can obtain it simply by feeding it with divine flames until it is full. Heh, easy. I have 4 divine flames. Come on out. Great Holy Flame, Demonic Star Flame, Heavenly Void Flame, Setting Moon Flame. The 4 divine flames suddenly appeared before converging on the divine flame badge. Xiao Zhe turned to Enli. With confusion etched on his face, he asked, "What are you doing, Senior? Why would you burn it?" Enlin replied with a light chuckle. "Let me ask you this. How long has this golden badge been burning for?" Xiao Zhe shook his head before replying, "I'm not sure. As far as I know, it has been burning ever since I arrived here." "Then let me ask you again. What is giving it the energy to continue burning like this? Isn't it tired? Isn't it hungry? Wouldn't it run out of energy?" Enlin asked. Xiao Zhe's whole body trembled upon hearing this. What a startling revelation. Not only had his confidence received a heavy blow, but he was also beginning to doubt his own intelligence. Time passed by slowly, and before everyone knew it, 4 hours had passed. Enlin fully unleashed all 4 of his divine flames during this time while swallowing 1 blood spirit pill after another in order to maintain the flames. Just when he felt like his body was about to give out, the divine flame badge was finally full. Thus, Enlin stowed the divine flame badge into his storage ring. Xianxia was elated beyond belief. As expected of my master, mere immortal tools can be easily subdued by master. Enlin rolled his eyes. Don't be so quick to flatter me. There's still one left. He made his way toward the black cube before unleashing his divine inspection technique again. Spatial Magic Box. Xiao Tu's 9th resurrection trump card. Upon his death, Xiao Tu can be resurrected within this magic box. Aside from that, it also possesses a spatial sealing ability. It is currently in a dormant state due to a lack of nourishment from high-grade dragon tribe blood. Enlin was at a loss for words as he looked down at the box. Just how many resurrection trump cards did Xiao Tu set up? Could it be that his Tao of indestructibility was achieved by setting up an endless string of resurrection devices? However, this spatial sealing ability sounded quite useful. He had to take this with him as well. After a momentary hesitation, he turned his eyes on Xiao Zhe while a mysterious smile appeared on his face. The hair on the back of Xiao Zhe's neck instantly stood up on end at the sight of Enlin's smile. He retreated a few steps before asking in a trembling voice, "Senior, why are you looking at me like that? Little Xiao, can you spare some blood for me?" Enlin smirked. "I can't, Senior. Look at my frail body. I don't have any blood to spare." Xiao Zhe's body trembled, but he still forced a smile onto his face. "You'll have more blood when you are in your dragon form." Enlin persisted while maintaining his sinister smile on his face. Xiao Zhe was quite reluctant to give up his blood, but he finally agreed after Enlin elaborated to him the reason he was asking for his blood. Deep down, Xiao Zhe still hoped that Enlin would be able to take the 3 treasures with him so that he could leave this island with no regrets. With this in mind, he reluctantly slit open his wrist. "Is that enough? I can't keep this up anymore. No, I still need more. I can't." I'm about to pass out. Don't stop. Do it harder. Ah! Xiaozhe collapsed to the ground while panting from overexertion. However, a satisfied smile appeared on his face when he witnessed Enlin stowing away the spatial magic box into his storage ring. Enlin made his way toward Xiaozhe before producing a red pill from his storage ring, which he offered to Xiaozhe. What's this? Xiaozhe murmured as he looked at the pill, which was exuding extremely potent life force energy. This is an 8th grade immortal pill, blood Rakshasa pill. It will help you recover all your lost blood and energy. Enlin explained with a smile. Thank you, senior. Xiaozhe was extremely touched as he accepted the immortal pill. Such a generous and gentle senior. Xiaozhe finally made up his mind. Enlin looked around the treasure vault with a wistful expression. Looks like everything has been emptied. Is there anything else? There's one more item that I hope you may accept, senior. It's the most important item here. Xiaozhe looked up at Enlin with an earnest expression. What is it? Enlin's eyes lit up with anticipation. A light smile appeared on Xiaozhe's fine and delicate features as he said, Me! Please take me with you, senior. Enlin, everyone, what the hell was going on? After giving away all his treasures, he was giving himself away now. What do you mean by that, little Xiao? Enlin faltered slightly before asking with a gentle smile. Senior, I am a direct lineal descendant of the dragon tribe's Xiao family. My bloodline is pure and powerful, and I personally think I have some aptitude for cultivation. On top of that, my Dao heart is as scorching as the sun. I am a determined and conscientious dragon who doesn't know the meaning of giving up. Xiaozhe continued. So, what are you trying to say? Enlin was completely baffled. Senior. Xiaozhe looked up at Enlin with a scorching gaze as he said, Can you please take me as your disciple? The inheritance of the dragon tribe had been completely depleted. Only a mighty figure like you can light the way for my future cultivation path. I beg of you, please take me with you. Xiaozhe's determined and passionate voice reverberated throughout the cave, while Enlin stood rooted to the spot. Cassidy and the others all had their eyes wide open in shock. Enlin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he came to a sudden realization. So, all those treasures were gifted to me so that I could take you as my disciple? No. Xiaozhe shook his head emphatically and said, All my belongings belong to Master anyway. Enlin's chest constricted, and he suddenly found it hard to breathe. Fuck. He was already calling him Master, and he still had the audacity to shake his head. This was clearly his plan all along. Enlin had never thought about accepting a disciple, and he had certainly never thought about accepting a dragon at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage as his disciple. How was he supposed to teach this disciple anything when the disciple could crush the master in seconds? Little Xiao. These things can't be rushed. The path to seeking Tao is a long and winding one during which you will meet many different people. You will definitely encounter a better candidate to be your master in the future. Enlin preached in a sincere and earnest manner. No, Master, you are the best choice. Your personality, your power, everything about you has completely won me over. Xiaozhe retorted stubbornly. Veins began to pop on Enlin's forehead. Couldn't this dragon read between the lines and see the rejection in his words? Why was he so damn stubborn? Sigh. We are not fated to be master and disciple. Enlin shook his head with a forlorn sigh. Xiaozhe grabbed onto Enlin's hand. No, everyone makes their own fate. Besides, our paths have already crossed. That's fate. Enlin, everyone, what could he do? If things were to continue like this, Xiaozhe would get his way. So that's why he was so enthusiastic about clearing out his own treasure vault. It was all build up for this final step. Never would Enlin have thought that Xiaozhe would try to become his disciple. Let me tell you the truth, Enlin said with a solemn expression. I don't have dragon tribe inheritances, so I won't be able to teach you anything even if you accept me as your master. He was planning to just reveal the truth to Xiaozhe and let the chip fall by itself. If worst comes to worst, it would just mean that he would have another battle to settle. To his surprise, Xiao Zhe's expression remained completely unchanged. If anything, he appeared to look at Enlin with an even more respectful expression. I don't mind. I want to follow you for who you are, not what you can teach me. I can just watch and learn by following in your scintillating example. Enlin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Tell me what I need to do for you to give up on becoming my disciple? I won't give up no matter what. Xiao Zhe stood firmly by his decision. I'm going to tell you the truth now. I am a human. I don't mind. I am following you for who you are as a person. I'm only at the soul formation stage cultivation base. If you're already this strong at the soul formation stage, then I'm even more determined to become your disciple. I'm a Virgo. What's that? Anyway, I don't care. After a series of self-defamation, Enlin was at a complete loss for what else he could say. He had been completely and utterly defeated by Xiao Zhe. It was such a fortunate thing to have someone who was determined to follow you despite all your flaws. What excuse did he have to reject someone like this? Enlin heaved an exhausted sigh and said, You really want to accept me as your master? You haven't changed your mind. I do. My mind has not changed in the slightest. Xiao Zhe replied with a firm expression. Enlin massaged his brows and said, All right then, I agree. Xiao Zhe was ecstatic, and he immediately fell to his knees. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. He was overjoyed that Enlin had finally agreed. He was a human. He was only at the soul formation stage. Bullshit. He was only saying all that as a test of determination and loyalty. Xiao Zhe felt like he had passed the test with flying colors. He would have lived all his years in vain if he couldn't even see through such a simple test. He could now stay by Master's side and develop a relationship over time. Master would then teach him a few techniques here and there, and life would be smooth sailing from there. Thus, Enlin and Xiao Zhe established a disciple contract, which was quite a simple contract. The contract allowed them to sense the presence of one another over long distances and prohibited the disciple from doing anything harmful to their master. Doing so would result in the collapse of their Dao foundation. And so, Xiao Zhe inexplicably became Enlin's disciple just like that. Cassidy and the others were stunned beyond words. Were they supposed to say that it was to be expected that the holy leader could subdue such a powerful black dragon as his disciple? They really didn't know what to say anymore. As for Mia, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. All the contents within the treasure vault belonged to Enlin, including the ancient treasures, and now even the guardian black dragon belonged to Enlin. They were simply from two different worlds. What else could she say? Thus, Enlin led his ever-growing party out of the White Cave. Outside the White Cave, Dao Yi was hiding surreptitiously behind a large rock, having used a mystic technique to conceal himself. He had already completely abandoned any thoughts of launching a sneak attack. The only reason he was here was to better observe Enlin in order to gather information for the Moonlit Night Monarch. Dao Yi felt like there weren't many people like him left. Not everyone was brave enough to risk their lives for the benefit of the greater good. After all, the person he was spying on was the top-rate dragon tribe mighty figure, Enlin. This was a mighty being who was able to scare a return to void intermediate stage black dragon shitless with just his aura alone. Observing a monstrous being like this required a lot of bravery. He was going to ask the Dark Wing Emperor for a reward once he returned to Taichu continent. It would be best if he could also curry the Moonlit Knight's favor through his selfless actions. Just as he was chuckling internally to himself, a few people began to exit the White Cave. They're coming out. And Lin appears a little depressed. Did he encounter some difficulties? That young man with delicate features appeared to Xiao Zhe's human form. Why did he look so happy? And why was he latching onto Enlin's sleeve? When did they develop such a close relationship? Where are we going next, master? Xiao Zhe asked with a broad grin in an amiable and innocent display. And Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this facade. This was a monster who had lived for countless years. What the hell was he doing pretending to be an adorable little kid? We're going to search for more Golden Realm essence crystals. I'm cultivating in a special technique that requires the use of Golden Realm essence crystals. And Lin replied with an enigmatic expression. Confused, Xiaozhe blinked his bright eyes and asked, Master, are 23 Golden Realm Essence Crystals not enough? Nope. I have to collect 100 Golden Realm Essence Crystals, and I'm still missing 27, Enlin said and chuckled. That means Master already has 73 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. That's amazing. Xiaozhe really was shocked this time, and his praise was genuine. He knew how rare Golden Realm Essence Crystals were in this realm. For Enlin to be able to collect 50 Golden Realm Essence Crystals in the span of only around 20 days was unimaginable. Congratulations on your Hall of Treasures, young Sir Enlin. I've done everything I have vowed to do, so I'll be taking my leave now. Mia bowed slightly to Enlin. Enlin only recalled Mia was still in his party upon hearing this. He paused for a moment and only released her after making her swear a non-disclosure vow. After taking care of matters here, everyone decided to head north to a neighboring tectonic plate after a short discussion. Dao Ye's legs finally gave out from under him, and he collapsed to the ground after seeing Enlin's party disappear into a spatial rift. Huff huff. That was way too intense. He sighed while fear remained on his face. To think he was able to subdue a black dragon at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage and turned him into his disciple. Enlin, you truly are a monster. On this colorful and vibrant land, all manners of unusual creatures roamed, and holy music from an unknown source could be heard throughout heaven and earth. The density of vital energy here was 10 times that of the outside world. This was an area fit to become the cultivating ground of a huge sect. On top of that, this bizarre land was over 5,000 kilometers wide. A purple python several thousand feet in length opened its cavernous mouth before abruptly pouncing toward a certain figure. Whoosh! A blue sword projection flashed past, and the power of extreme frost froze heaven and earth within a radius of over a kilometer. The python was still frozen in a pouncing motion when its body was sliced in half. It then fell to the ground like two halves of a gigantic ice sculpture. A tall and slender woman in a golden robe sheathed her white long sword with a cold expression before turning to the woman beside her. Palace leader Yanhua, there will be life-threatening danger up ahead, even to us. Are you sure there is a fragment of the realm core here? The snow maiden cradling the ice doll in her hands nodded in response. I can feel how excited my ice doll is. There's definitely something up ahead that it has taken a keen interest in. Should we continue, Rogu? I feel like it's a better choice for us to go to the Earth Demon Realm to continue our search. Su Jingxiang expressed her opinion. The three mighty figures from the holy glacial lands had finally all gathered together, but there wasn't much time left for them. They had less than 10 days, during which they had to find a fragment of the realm core. The leader of the Return to Void team, Rogu, hesitated momentarily before speaking. You two were talking about a fairy that had absorbed a fragment of the realm core. I was wondering if we could capture her next time we encounter her, and use her as a sacrifice in place of a fragment of the realm core. That group is extremely powerful. It would be next to impossible for us to snatch the fairy away from them. We should pin our hopes on this continent instead. Yanhua immediately replied. She didn't want to provoke Enlin no matter what. Su Jingxiang also expressed the same opinion on this matter. Strength isn't absolute sometimes. Rogu didn't really take their advice to heart as a plan began to hatch in her mind. The three of them continued onward, and the mutant beasts they encountered became more and more powerful. After slaying a humanoid cow with 4 heads, they arrived at the border of a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was a black line running along the ground that indicated the border between the two areas. Are we ready? We won't be able to turn back after we cross this line. Our only option will be to continue forward, Rogu asked in a solemn voice. The other 2 snow maidens nodded in unison with resolute expressions. Those who enter wouldn't be able to turn back as the laws of heaven and earth would prohibit them from doing so, and they also wouldn't be able to use spatial manipulation to get to the other side. They had to exit by crossing through the black line on the other side of the remorseless realm, which meant that they would have to cross through the entirety of the remorseless realm. At the center of the remorseless realm was an extremely dangerous area. One particular emotion that was within all living beings would be greatly amplified upon reaching that area, and that emotion would remain with them until they reached the other side. Thus, that area was known as the realm of boundless emotions. What emotions would be amplified? There were some emotions that could heavily influence their actions and directly affect their combat prowess. As such, the three snow maidens were all quite nervous. Rogu, Su Jingxiang, and Yanhua looked at one another before crossing over the black line at the same time. Suddenly, the perpetually calm and collected palace leader Rogu collapsed to the ground as she howled while sobbing. Su Jingxiang looked blankly at the stars in the sky, thinking about who knows what. Yanhua's reaction was even more vehement. She slapped Rogu across the face and roared with rage, "Cry my fucking ass! Rogu!" Rogu's cheek was burning with pain as pain and shock temporarily overwhelmed her grief, and she glowered with rage at the snow maiden beside her. Yanhua was rooted to the spot, clearly dumbstruck by what she had done. The two of them were both holy palace leaders, but Rogu's combat prowess and status are both clearly above hers. The fact that Rogu was designated as the team leader for this operation was a clear indication of that. However, she had just slapped Rogu across the face. My God, what have I done? Yanhua stared at Rogu as a sense of horror overwhelmed her. However, she suddenly became enraged upon seeing Rogu's resentful glare. What the fuck are you looking at? Rogu faltered slightly before she broke down in grief-stricken tears again. She cried, "Wah! Why are you so mean to me? I clearly did nothing wrong. So why did you slap me? I'm so miserable. Wah?" Rogu's tears fell like rain. Yanhua was enraged beyond belief, and the whole time, Su Jingxiang was staring up in the sky with a disconsolate expression on her face. 2 hours later, a huge brick flew through the air at extreme speed over this colorful continent. A monstrous aura emanated from atop the brick, and all the surrounding mutant beasts scattered in fear. This aura combined the auras of the 5 returned to void stage mighty figures: Cassidy, Merlin, Tobias, Tina, and Xiao Zhe. If such a powerful combined aura was to be focused together, it would be able to instantly detonate even a soul formation stage soul beast. It was exactly because of this formidable combined aura that they were able to progress onward so smoothly. All their potential enemies had simply been sent scurrying away in fear. After traveling for some time, they reached the black line border. This is the realm of boundless emotions? Can it really explosively amplify emotions? And Lin asked with curiosity on his face. That's right. Tobias nodded. This was his 3rd time venturing into the ancient Taichu realm, so he was a seasoned veteran. He said, "If it was possible, I really would advise avoiding this place at all costs. Quit the chit-chat. Master wants to gather more Golden Realm essence crystals. So this place is the best option for us," Xiao Zhe said. He was still trying to suck up to Lin. "Humph. I, the mighty Xianxia, am not afraid of heaven nor earth. Watch as I conquer this realm of boundless emotions." Xianxia's big round eyes were burning with battle intent. Tina sat silently on Lin's shoulders while surveying this vast expanse of heaven and earth around her with curiosity in her emerald eyes. This place was very bizarre, but it was also very beautiful with a myriad of bright, vibrant colors. Among all the places she had traveled to with Lin, this was the place that she found to be the most pleasant. In contrast, Lin was quite concerned about the unique laws of heaven and earth here. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Zhe had told him there would be an extremely good chance of realm essence crystals appearing here, he would not have chosen to come to such an unpredictable place. "Let's go." Xiao Zhe led the way forward with a nonchalant expression. Everyone could only follow along in his footsteps, and Lin crossed the black line with a hint of uneasiness in his heart. And immediately after, an extremely peculiar sensation enveloped his entire body. At the same time, Xiao Zhe's footsteps suddenly faltered. He then retreated a few steps before latching on tightly to Lin's arm. "Lin?" Xiao Zhe forced a nonchalant chuckle as he looked up at Lin, but the fear rippling through his eyes betrayed his true emotions. "Master, I'm scared. I suddenly have zero sense of security. Please let me hug you." And Lin? Don't worry, baby. I am your pillar, and I will support you and hold you up no matter what happens. And Lin replied as an inconceivable sense of sympathy welled up in his heart. Ah! A crisp shriek sounded nearby, and Lin turned to discover Xianxia had covered his face with his wings as he lay on the ground while trembling uncontrollably. This must be an extremely frightening place if even Xiao Zhe feels unsafe here. It's over. I'm as good as dead. Xianxia trembled in fear and mumbled. The blasted heavens must be trying to kill me. They're plotting a sinister scheme against me. I can feel it. My time in this world is about to be over. And Lin made his way over to Xianxia before cradling him up in his arms. Poor baby. Don't be scared. Master is here to protect you. He offered a gentle and sympathetic smile to Xianxia before planting a kiss on his intricate little nose. Xianxia? Xiao Zhe. Xianxia faltered momentarily as he stared at Lin with his big, watery eyes before letting loose another shrill shriek. Ah! Master is trying to disgust me to death. How sinister! To think he would resort to such heinous murder methods. My heart. I can't. My heart. Xianxia's breathing accelerated drastically, and he was soon on the brink of passing out from hyperventilation. Tina sat on Lin's shoulder, and she tugged on Lin's hair with her slender arms as tears welled up in her eyes. She cried, I am trash, Giant Lin. I'm stupid, and I'm ignorant. I'm just a dumb hillbilly, and I'm so small and I don't know anything. That's not the case, little Na. No one is born with knowledge and experience. And Lin offered a comforting smile as he said, You've done very well already. You're so beautiful and powerful. Tina bundled up into a ball with a suicidal expression while saying, But I have no other redeeming traits aside from my beauty and power. And Lin? What else do you want? Tobias looked up into the sky and clutched at a star in the distance. Lucy, is that you? That star is you, right? I knew you were still looking out for me this whole time. Tall and burly as he was, tears suddenly flowed down his face as his brawny body was racked with sobs. Wah! Lucy, you promised to be with me for the rest of eternity. Why did you leave me? So what if you can see me from the heavens? I can't see you. Everyone was blighted by a series of negative explosions, and morale fell to an all-time low. However, there were two people who were reacting in completely different manners. Cassidy and Merlin were roaring with laughter as they clapped their hands in delight. Ha ha ha! Look at Tobias. I've never seen him like this. This is hilarious. Ha ha ha! Merlin doubled with laughter. Cassidy had one hand on her hips, and she pointed to Xianxia with a trembling finger as tears of laughter welled up in her eyes. Ha ha ha! That fat furball was just saying that he wasn't scared of heaven and earth and that he was going to slash the heavens and defy the natural order. Look at him now. He's such a little coward. What a hypocrite. Ha ha ha! Xianxia immediately flared up in rage upon hearing this, but just when he was about to charge toward the Cassidy and Merlin, he suddenly retreated back into Lin's arms as he trembled and murmured to himself, I can't fall for their tricks. They're trying to goad me into attacking them so that they can team up and kill me. And Lin looked around at his crumbling army with sympathy in his eyes as he went around consoling each member one by one. For example, he had to rectify Tobias' outlook on love. He had to give Cassidy and Merlin a beating. He had to console Tina. He had to kiss Xianxia. He was like a saint flitting from one person to another, doing his best to comfort and console them in their times of need. And Lin suddenly felt like he was a lot more kind-hearted now. This feeling, it was really good. It had to be said. Team morale was boosted significantly following Lin's efforts to console everyone. And Lin stroked Xiao Zhe's smooth, short hair as he consoled everyone while leading the way forward. Everyone sighed internally with emotion. And Lin was suddenly so gentle and kind, to the extent that it appeared as if he were glowing with maternal love. Even Cassidy and Merlin, who had received a beating at his hands, shared this feeling. Although Lin had beaten them up, he wore a painful and sympathetic expression at the same time, as if he were trying to beat the redemption into their bodies. To put it in simpler words, Lin had beaten the crap out of them, while wearing an expression that said, "This is all for your sake. What a kind-hearted person. Ha 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 ha. Merlin, look at that huge centipede. The feet on either side of its body aren't symmetrical. Ha ha ha." Cassidy chortled with mirth as she pointed to a mutant beast in the distance. "Ha ha. Cassidy, that rock is hilarious too. It looks a lot like you." Merlin was also having the time of his life. He felt like he had never been so happy in his life. Everything was funny, and everything tickled his fancy. However, their laughter was extremely insulting to Tina and Tobias. One was wallowing in self-loathing while the other was agonizing over his lost lover. How would they feel with two people constantly chortling with mirth beside them? And Lin was already detecting killing intent in the air. In order to ease the tension, he turned to Cassidy and Merlin with a gentle smile. "Since you both like laughing so much, how about I tell you a joke?" Cassidy and Merlin were ecstatic and immediately chortled in agreement. And Lin began in a slow voice and said, "Once upon a time, there was a wolf cub who refused to eat meat and only ate a vegetarian diet, for which its parents were greatly concerned. However, they were ecstatic one day to see the lion cub chasing a rabbit, but they were immediately distraught again soon." "Why?" Merlin asked, and Lin continued, "Because the wolf cub finally managed to catch the rabbit, but it then said, 'Hand over your carrot.'" Merlin, Cassidy, and Lin continued, "A long, long time ago, there was a hide-and-seek committee, which had an extremely awesome committee leader." "How awesome was he?" Cassidy asked. "A few decades passed, and the committee leader still hadn't been found," and Lin replied. Merlin, Cassidy, and Lin felt like the atmosphere was heading on the right track, so he continued. "One day, a doctor said to a patient, 'I have some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?' The patient thought for a moment before requesting to hear the bad news first. The doctor said that a forgetful doctor had been prescribing the wrong medicine to the patient, thereby resulting in severe poisoning. The condition is already incurable, and the patient only has less than a week to live." The patient was in complete despair upon hearing this, but they still inquired about what the good news was. The doctor was confused. "What good news?" The atmosphere instantly cooled down to a freezing point. Gasp! Cassidy and Merlin drew a collective sharp intake of breath as their smiles froze on their faces. This was supposed to be a joke? And Lin called this a joke. Thus, Cassidy and Merlin were a lot more subdued, with a satisfied expression, and Lin nodded before continuing onward. After traveling for a while longer, they arrived at an area where the ground was entirely golden in color. "This is the land of golden soil. If we continue down this side, we will arrive at the land of crystals, where there is an extremely high probability of realm essence crystals appearing," Xianxia said while pointing in a certain direction. And Lin nodded before walking in the direction that Xianxia had pointed to. He stepped onto the golden ground to find that it was extremely solid, as if the ground had been constructed from some sort of alloy. And Lin estimated that a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator would probably be unable to leave even a dent on this surface. Boom! A loud rumbling suddenly sounded. The ground directly in front of Lin and the others cracked open as golden light burst forth. A mutant beast over 1,000 feet tall with a vast aura emanating from its body appeared before everyone. It had the body of a gigantic elephant, but its head comprised of 5 snakes' heads, each of which emanated a frosty aura. Who would have thought that there would be a beast that dares to provoke us? "Let's go," and Lin said as he rallied his troops. Tina lowered her head without a reply. Xianxia trembled in Lin's arms, and Xianxia latched on even more tightly to Lin's arm. Tobias was still looking up at the starry sky while Cassidy and Merlin were grinning like idiots. And Lin. Weren't they all supposed to be exceptionally powerful return to Void stage mighty figures? Why did they not look the part at all? And Lin finally understood why this mutant beast wasn't scared of them. Everyone had been overwhelmed by their respective emotions, to the extent that they had close to no battle intent, and their auras were completely subdued. As such, they were nowhere near as formidable as they were when they first entered this realm of boundless emotion. So it was no wonder that this mutant beast labeled them as prey. The 5 snakeheads turned their eyes upon Enlin and his group with greed shining in their eyes. What a powerful aura! Only the flesh and blood of powerful beings like these are worthy to become the meal of the mighty Elephant King. None of you are getting away. A despairing expression appeared on Xianxia's face, and he said, "It's over. It's all over. It said we weren't getting away, we're all screwed." Xiaoze furrowed his brows and said, "It's not that simple. There must be some sort of sinister plot behind all this." Tina tugged on Enlin's hair with her tiny little hands, and she asked, "Giant Enlin, what do I have to do to become as outstanding as this Elephant King?" Enlin, hiss! One of the snakeheads suddenly opened its mouth, and a black, toxic mist blasted forth from within. The corrosive effect of the toxic gas was extremely potent, as evidenced by the sections of the golden ground that were beginning to melt and erode away upon making contact with the black mist. Enlin looked around to discover that everyone was still rooted to the spot by their respective emotions, so he could only unleash his 2 Gundams. The 2 Gundams unleashed an ionic deprivation protection formation, thereby keeping the black toxic mist at bay. "Oh? So you're able to offer up some resistance after all." The Elephant King roared with laughter as one of its other snakes opened its mouth. A streak of black light burst forth, penetrating through the black mist before striking the protection formation. Boom! A resounding boom coupled with a sharp screeching noise reverberated through the air. The ionic deprivation protection formation finally began to crack open under the streak of black light. A grim expression appeared on Enlin's face. He knew he had to end this battle quickly. He turned to everyone with a gentle gaze and said, "Let me protect you all." Within his sea of vital energy, lightning began to burst forth from Inkiran's body. At the same time, a robe of golden void lightning draped itself over Enlin's body, while golden lightning flashed and crackled. An extremely formidable aura imbued with the power of pure yang emanated from his body before sweeping outward in all directions. Wings of wind appeared on Enlin's back as Enlin charged through the crumbling ionic deprivation protection formation before pouncing toward the mutant beast with his evil-slaying sword in hand. The black toxic mist surrounding Enlin's body was all dispelled by the lightning from Enlin's robe of golden void lightning. A chill instantly ran down the Elephant King's spine. Enlin's speed was simply too fast, and his aura was extremely powerful. The Elephant King had no choice but to unleash its most powerful attack. All 5 snake mouths opened at once as toxic mist, black light, frosty ice, scorching flames, and flashing lightning burst forth before converging toward Enlin all at once. Enlin gripped his evil-slaying sword. His golden void lightning exploded forth around his body as he slashed his sword through the air toward the Elephant King. Golden light flashed, and a dazzling golden void lightning sword projection swept through the air with devastating destructive force before slicing the Elephant King's attack cleanly in half. How could this be? An expression of shock and horror appeared on the Elephant King's face. It was clearly not expecting Enlin to be able to slice through its most powerful attack. The golden void lightning sword projection continued onward before crashing into the Elephant King's massive body and slicing it in half. The golden void lightning completely exploded at this moment as an area within a radius of over 1,000 feet was transformed into a sea of lightning. The Elephant King wailed in anguish in the sea of lightning before crashing to the ground, where the 2 halves of its massive body were fried to a crisp in the violent explosion of lightning. Enlin's golden robe dissipated, and he stowed away his sword while heaving a light sigh of relief. This Elephant King was only at the soul formation pinnacle stage, so he was still able to handle it with relative ease. But what if they encountered enemies that were even more powerful? How was he going to be able to pull through if he encountered enemies of return to void stage cultivation base? With this concern in mind, he turned to look at the group of people behind him with heartache and affection on his face. "So be it. Let me protect you all, even if it means giving up my life." A faint, exasperated sigh sounded, but it was still as gentle as ever. Enlin tried his best to maintain the fragile relationships between his teammates as he continued to lead them forward. He didn't feel impatient or annoyed. As for how Enlin felt, even he himself couldn't describe it. He simply thought that his teammates were all pitiful and deserving of affection and support. Was this a feeling of boundless compassion and mercy? Or was it a feeling of sympathy? Or was it some other feeling altogether? At any rate, this was an extremely mysterious feeling. It was so mysterious that even he himself was confused by it. Wah! Giant and Lin, I'm so useless. After seeing that monster, I actually needed to rely on your protection. I didn't contribute anything. It's all my fault. Tina scolded herself in remorse while wiping tears from her eyes, and Lin poked Tina's delicate face lightly and consoled her by saying, "It's fine. This is all due to the effects of this mystic realm. I won't blame you. Giant and Lin, you're such a good person." Even though she was in a state of self-abasement, she still felt a burst of warmth course through her body as she gazed up at Lin's pleasant and refreshing smile. After crossing the vast expanse of golden land, what appeared before them was a mountain range composed of crystals of various colors. Some of the crystals glowed with strange and exotic colors that mingled and intertwined with the soft radiance of the starry night. This resulted in a spectacle that was breathtakingly beautiful. A gentle burst of cool air washed over Lin's body as he made his way through the crystalline mountain range. A rich amount of vital energy flowed through the air. They continued walking forward while keeping an eye out for any peculiar energy fluctuations or strange lands. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion shattered the silence, and Lin stood up on his brick and peered into the distance. There were blinding flashes of blue light on a stretch of land far, far away from them. There are people battling? And Lin was slightly surprised. Where there were battles, there was the potential of there being something worth fighting over. He was definitely going to stick his nose in this matter. And Lin didn't hesitate. Bringing the others along with him, he steered his black brick toward the location of the skirmish. As they drew closer and closer, they were finally able to make out the battling figures. One of them was a humanoid creature with a dragon head and 4 arms. It was covered in white scales and had a golden wheel on its back. It was currently brandishing 4 swords and chasing after 3 snow maidens. One of the snow maidens appeared especially pitiable. Tears were streaming down her face, and it was evident that she had been beaten to the point of tears. And Lin harbored a feeling of resentment towards snow maidens, so he felt extremely satisfied seeing them being pursued and bullied by a monster. He couldn't help but stand aside while enjoying their misfortune. Upon seeing the monster, Xiao Zhe's expression changed slightly, and he said, "That dragon-headed creature is called a Longshang. It's a type of abomination that exists within our dragon tribe. They're naturally violent, and their strengths and natural talents are also comparable with that of pure-blooded dragon tribe members. In fact, their cultivation speed even exceeds that of pure-blooded dragon tribe members." And Lin was astonished upon hearing this. "It's an intelligent life form? Isn't it the local boss for this section of the map? I thought that it was the local boss formed by some type of crystal." Xiao Zhe scratched his head. Indeed, Longshangs love collecting realm essence crystals. Look, isn't there a dozen realm essence crystals sitting right over there? He pointed his finger at some location, and the others all looked toward where he was pointing at. They discovered that there were indeed around a dozen realm essence crystals on the ground. There was a golden realm essence crystal, a red realm essence crystal, 3 blue realm essence crystals, and the rest were all green realm essence crystals. These crystals were shrouded in a peculiar curtain of light, which hid their energy fluctuations. Now that the Longshang is battling with the Snow Maidens, we should seize the opportunity and snatch the realm essence crystals. Let's go. And Lin's eyes were gleaming brightly as he urged his teammates to act. And then, he was met with a short period of deafening silence. "Master, something about this place feels fishy," Xiao Zhe said with a grave expression. "I'm afraid that there's a great situation of life and death waiting for us to fall prey to. Let's wait for a bit longer." "Wait for what? Hurry up and escape. Heaven's execution is about to fall upon us." Shui Zhantian shivered as he exclaimed in fright. "And Lin, whoever helps me snatch all the realm essence crystals over there, I'll reward them with 2 milliliters of holy blood. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias shuddered upon hearing this. Their hearts trembled in excitement, and a feeling of fervor and thirst surged through their bodies. Tobias pulled his gaze away from the starry night sky. "Sorry, Lucy. I'll be away for just a short moment. I'll come back to you after I obtain the holy blood." Cassidy and Merlin also stopped fiddling about. They summoned their weapons in silence and abruptly lunged toward the realm essence crystals. Meanwhile, the three snow maidens who were battling with the Longshang also detected Lin and the others. Su Jingxiang knitted her pretty brows. She drew out 9 silver frost needles and hastily launched them toward the Longshang. These needles formed a spell formation that froze the air within a radius of 10,000 feet, and this spell formation succeeded in slowing the Longshang down. Then, she turned around and said in a panic, "It's Lin and his team. Let's retreat. If we loiter around any longer, we won't be able to escape." Tears were streaming down Rogu's face as she cried, "Such terrifying auras! Are all of those supreme beings his servants? It appears as though I underestimated him before. However, it's so vexing to see those real essence crystals get taken away from our grasp. Why should we flee? We'll fucking fight them. If worst comes to worst, we'll simply die for the honor and glory of the holy glacial lands." Yan Hua's eyes were wide with anger as she roared. "Su Jingxiang, what has this got to do with the honor and glory of the holy glacial lands?" However, the votes came out 2-1, with the snow maidens choosing to stay and fight. "If we fail to snatch the real essence crystals, I hope that you two can immediately activate mystic techniques to escape this place," Su Jingxiang said to the 2 palace leaders next to her as she struggled to contain the Longshang within her spell formation. Rogu and Yanhua transformed into 2 streaks of blue light as they hurtled toward the nearby realm essence crystals. At the same time, 3 streaks of red light shot toward the realm essence crystals from another direction. "Fuck off. These crystals are ours," Yanhua snarled. She waved her arms, and a devastating blizzard instantly covered an area within a radius of 5 kilometers. The howling winds were like sabers, and the falling snow was like swords. The surrounding air was instantly congealed and frozen. The 3 Blood Tribe members faltered slightly as they became caught up in the violent blizzard. Sheets of snow cut toward them, and each flake of snow seemed to possess a spatial splitting ability unique to return to void stage cultivators. Cassidy drew her slender finger through the air, and a blood-colored blade sliced through the void and ripped the blizzard apart. "Ha ha ha! Such pathetic abilities. You want to stop me with such a weak spell technique? Ah ha 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 ha!" Cassidy was a return to void intermediate stage cultivator who specialized in slaughter, and Yanhua was only at the return to void initial stage. The difference in their power was immediately evident. However, superior strength didn't always guarantee that one would succeed. For example, Rogu had transformed into a sword right now, and she was whizzing through the void. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived before the realm essence crystals. Moreover, she had already cleaved apart the strange curtain of light that shrouded them. So what if you guys have the advantage in numbers? In this rapidly changing battle environment, anything is possible. For example, now, these realm essence crystals are all mine. Rogu was crying and laughing as she spoke, and she extended her slender hands toward the realm essence crystals. She made a grabbing motion, and the 12 or so crystals flew into the air. The Longshang shuddered as the protective barrier enveloping the realm essence crystals was ripped open by Rogu. The golden wheel behind its back suddenly expanded and started spinning rapidly. Boundless streaks of golden light washed through the space while countless dragon symbols burst out from the wheel and attached themselves to the Longshang's body. Dragon patterns started appearing on its scales, gradually transforming them from white into gold. At the same time, its aura started growing at an insane rate. The snow maidens are done for. The Longshang knows that its crystals have been stolen, and it's about to sacrifice its blood to fight with all its strength. Xiao Zhe gazed at the 3 snow maidens sympathetically. Rogu placed the realm essence crystals into her storage ring and was just about to flee. "Ha ha ha! Don't even think about escaping," Merlin bellowed in anger, and soul warriors surged from his banner. They flew towards several locations in the void and formed an imposing blood slaughter spell formation. Haha! You dare snatch my realm essence crystals. This place will make a nice graveyard for you. Cassidy recited an incantation, and a blood sword materialized in the void. A vast power was infused into the glinting blade, causing it to radiate with fearsome killing intent. Tobias didn't speak, yet his fists had already descended from the sky. His fists had yet to strike their target, but the monstrous pressure wave created by them had already caused the earth within a radius of 1,000 meters to fracture and cave in. Rogu's body transformed into a blue sword once again, and her crisp voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Heh! Do you people still not understand the current situation? In terms of speed, no one can surpass me. Is that so? A deep and husky voice suddenly sounded from next to her. This was a golden figure, which had a dazzling wheel on its back, and it was currently emitting a formidable aura. The blue sword penetrated through the void without any hesitation. However, the speed of the golden figure's fist was even faster. Boom! The energy contained within the golden fist exploded outward in a spherical wave, and the earth within a 5-kilometer radius was obliterated into dust. Rogu's sword body shattered, and she was forced to transform back into her human form. She spluttered blood as she collapsed onto the ground. Right at this moment, the attacks of the 3 blood tribe members also arrived. Palace leader Rogu. Yanhua dashed before Rogu, and blood spurted from her slender wrist. Her blood formed into a strange blue blood orb that enveloped the two of them. Boom! 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 The blood slaughter spell formation transformed the space into a slaughterhouse, and countless crimson energy swords shot toward the Snow Maidens and the Long Shang. The crimson swords shattered heaven and earth as they slashed into the blue blood orb. The fist also landed at this instant, and the Long Shang and Snow Maidens were all hit. A blood-red color suffused through heaven and earth and swallowed everything in its path. It was as though the starry night sky had collapsed, and all matter had ceased to exist. The terrifying shockwaves generated by the attacks swept out over 10 kilometers. Xiao Zhe cast a protective barrier in front of Enlin, Tina, and Shui Zhantian. Rogu! Yanhua! Su Jingxiang was standing on a patch of sunken land as she yelled in panic. Her white dress was stained with blood, and she appeared extremely disheveled. Moreover, there was a gaping hole in her abdomen. It was clear that she had been severely wounded by the Long Shang's frenzied attack. The destructive energy permeating through the space gradually dispersed. The protective orb formed from Yanhua's blue blood had already shattered, and the 2 Snow Maidens were half kneeling in a gigantic crater. Although they had managed to survive the flurry of attacks, they were riddled with wounds and appeared to be on the brink of death. The Long Shang remained standing in midair, and the golden wheel behind its back kept rotating without pause. In fact, its wounds, which were bleeding with golden blood, actually started to heal rapidly. Heh! Those 2 Snow Maidens are hard-pressed to escape death. A cold sneer emerged on Xiao Zhe's face. Cassidy, Tobias, and Merlin are strong enough to deal with the Long Shang, right? After realizing how powerful the Long Shang was, a look of concern spread across Enlin's face. Rest assured, the Long Shang can't hold on for much longer. Members of the Blood Tribe are renowned for their extraordinary vitality. If they drag the battle out for long enough, then the Long Shang will be no match for them. I'm just afraid that this is all part of a greater conspiracy. As he said this, Xiao Zhe hugged Enlin's arm tightly. Enlin, what's with all these conspiracy theories and unwarranted fears? Living like this must be so tiring. With this in mind, Enlin patted Xiao Zhe's head sympathetically. His face was full of compassion and benevolence. The Long Shang glowered at the 2 Snow Maidens before it. Then its 4 hands unclenched, and 4 bone-chilling swords materialized in its hands. A look of regret finally surfaced on Yanhua's face. The rims of Rogu's eyes were red, and her delicate pink lips were pressed together firmly. It looked as though she was trying her best to hold back tears. She removed her storage ring and placed it into Yanhua's hand. It was because of my arrogance that you two were dragged into this matter, she said softly. I'll sacrifice myself to hold them back. Hurry up and escape with Su Jingxiang. Don't act like this. We'll escape together. Yanhua dragged Gu up roughly. Gu gave a sad smile. Then, rays of blinding blue light shot out from her eyes. No! Yanhua shrieked in anguish. Upon seeing this, and Lin silently wiped at the corner of his eyes. Such a touching moment. Why did they become like this? They should be able to enjoy life under this beautiful stretch of starlit sky. Xiao Zhe stared at Lin in astonishment. Tina's emerald eyes also widened in shock. Master, didn't you say that snow maidens are enemies of the human race? Why are you showing sympathy toward them? Xiao Zhe blinked his eyes in confusion. And Lin sighed softly. But they're also magnificent life forms. We all live under this heaven and earth, and we all have the right to seek happiness. Setting aside our differences, all of us are delicate flowers journeying to discover our happiness in this vast world. Now, however, two of these beautiful flowers are about to wither. Tina. Giant Lin is so benevolent. Master, you want to rescue these beautiful snow maidens? Xiao Zhe chuckled. You can order the blood tribe to help. And Lin suddenly came to a realization. He turned to his blood tribe slaves and yelled, You guys! Hurry up and assist the snow maidens. Don't let them die. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias were all dazed upon hearing his order. Gu, who had activated a mystical technique and was about to sacrifice herself, was also stunned by Lin's words. A look of bewilderment spread across her face. Every tribe that pursues happiness has the right to live peacefully in this world. And Lin continued, Everyone is equal. You guys, hurry up and protect them. Cassidy, Merlin, Tobias, whoosh. Meanwhile, the Longshang had already used its 4 swords to slash out numerous golden sword projections. Its dragon might swept through the space, and the piercing auras of the blades caused one's soul to quake in fear. Jet-black ditches were torn into the crystalline land. Gu was of the return to void intermediate stage, yet her power was still inferior to the Longshang even after she activated a mystical technique. Tears rolled down her face as she continued to retreat. Hurry up and escape, she cried. Yanhua gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to turn around and escape, the Longshang launched a devastating sword projection toward her. The sword projection was insanely quick, and its might was equal to the full power attack of a return to void intermediate stage cultivator. Her body was already riddled with severe wounds, and it was clear that she would be unable to endure the destructive power of this sword projection. Am I going to die here? Yanhua's petite body appeared especially tiny and insignificant before the devastating golden sword projection. She looked weak and fragile, like a leaf of duckweed that was being tossed and thrown by the raging sea. Right at this moment, however, a tall and slender female appeared before her. This black-robed female drew upon all of her strength and released a crimson sword projection. The night sky was lit up as the golden and crimson energies collided. Cassidy's golden hair billowed behind her, and a hint of exasperation appeared on her breathtakingly beautiful face. Ah! Why the hell am I carrying out such unreasonable orders? There was an expression of shock and surprise on Yanhua's pretty face. She had never imagined that she would be saved by a member of the blood tribe, much less by Lin. It appeared as though this was already the second time. Cassidy's actions left the Snow Maidens dumbstruck once again. Even the Longshang faltered slightly. Although Longshangs were violent beasts, this didn't mean that they were rash and unintelligent. Upon seeing that the blood tribe cultivators had sided with the Snow Maidens, it immediately turned around and charged at Yanhua. In its mind, Yanhua was its primary target right now, as Gu had already handed her storage ring over to her. However, Gu and Cassidy fought with all that they had to pin down the Longshang. Merlin flew over with his army of soul warriors and also joined in the battle. Golden sword projections sliced through heaven and earth, and boundless blizzards and crimson strikes permeated throughout the space. Deafening booms rumbled non-stop, and the intensity of the battle reached a climax right from the get-go. If it wasn't for her severe wounds, Yan Hua would have also joined in the battle. However, she still remembered Ro Gu's words, so she hardened her heart and fled toward the distance. Before she could make it far, though, another black-robed figure appeared before her and cut off her path of escape. This was a muscular male with a buzz cut, and there was a dangerous glint reflected in his crimson eyes. The holy leader only ordered us to prevent you guys from dying. He didn't say that you guys could leave. The individual blocking Yan Hua's path was none other than Tobias, a blood tribe mighty figure. Yan Hua faltered slightly. Then, she cast a complicated glance toward the nearby Enlin. What on earth do you guys want? The pretty, silver-haired snow maiden arrived at Yan Hua's side, and she stared at Tobias with a guarded expression. She was Su Jingxiang, the snow maiden who had been severely wounded by the Longshang not long ago. Tobias had a look of disdain as he glanced at Yan Hua and Su Jingxiang. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Being of the return to void intermediate stage himself, dealing with the two severely wounded snow maidens before him was a piece of cake. What on earth do we want? You've got to direct that question to the holy leader, Tobias grinned. At this moment, Enlin was already flying over. Xiao Zhe spoke excitedly upon hearing Su Jingxiang's question. What on earth do we want? We're going to add you two to Master Enlin's imperial harem, of course. The two snow maidens shuddered, and they glanced toward Enlin in fright. Xiao Zhe's remarks didn't escape Enlin's ears, and Enlin wanted to give him an almighty smack. Then, he suddenly felt that Xiao Zhe was a bit pitiable, so he lowered his raised hand and said, Never again, understand? Don't utter such nonsense behind my back. Master, isn't it normal for a mighty individual like you to accept a few beautiful females into your harem? Check out those two snow maidens, TSK. Their beauty is seriously stunning. It's a shame if you don't accept them. Xiao Zhe felt that there could only be one reason why Enlin was saving the snow maidens. He was a male after all. He perfectly understood him. Su Jingxiang's face paled upon hearing this, and she tightened her tattered clothes around her skin, which was visible through the tears in her dress. Bullshit, Yan Hua fumed. In your fucking dreams. I won't let you touch a single strand of my hair, even if that means dying. Enlin developed a slight headache as he glanced at Xiao Zhe and the two snow maidens, and he gave up on trying to explain himself. Xiao Zhe's suggestion was ridiculous, yet his own reasons weren't any more understandable. They were clearly enemies who had a great hatred for each other. Yet he couldn't help but feel that these snow maidens were pitiable and deserving of mercy. A feeling of sympathy had mysteriously arisen within him, and it made him want to rescue the snow maidens. I have no ulterior motives. I simply want to rescue you, Enlin said sincerely. There was a hint of sympathy in his bright eyes as he gazed at the snow maidens. Yan Hua and Su Jingxiang were momentarily dazed upon seeing Enlin's sincere expression. You simply want to rescue us? Su Jingxiang asked softly. Why? Enlin pondered for a moment. Then, a warm smile suddenly spread across his face as he replied, I don't know. I just don't want you guys to die here. I can't bear to see you guys die. Can't bear to see us die? Yan Hua gaped in surprise as she stared at Enlin. A myriad of thoughts raced through Su Jingxiang's mind, and a slight blush appeared on her pretty yet frigid face. Xiao Zhe's eyes lit up in understanding. Master is indeed master, he exclaimed in his mind. His flirting skills are godly. I'm nowhere near his level of expertise. The Longshang was pinned down by two blood tribe cultivators and a snow maiden who had activated her mystical technique, and it was unable to breach their defenses. It found the blood tribe cultivators especially difficult to deal with. It had sliced Merlin into two with its sword, yet he was actually able to regenerate by regathering his blood. This type of freakish life form was almost impossible to kill. I'll remember this. I'll definitely seek revenge one day. The Longshang threatened in a cruel and husky voice. It stole a quick glance at the snow maidens as well as Enlin and the others. Then, it hastily retreated and fled into the distance. In terms of individual strength, the Longshang was more powerful than anyone present. However, it faced an uphill struggle fighting against so many opponents. Thus, it could only flee in anger before the power of its blood-sacrificial mystic technique vanished. Rogu's body swayed when she saw the Longshang fleeing. Then, unable to hold on any longer, she spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed into a kneeling position on the ground. Palace leader Rogu, Yanhua and Su Jingxiang immediately cast healing spell techniques as they flew to Rogu's side. "Why are you guys returning? Hurry up and escape. Otherwise, we'll all fall prey to Enlin." Rogu's delicate brows were knitted into a deep frown as she pushed the two snow maidens aside. Then, tears started streaming down her face once again. Seeing the crying Rogu, Su Jingxiang had a look of anxiety, while Yanhua had a look of firm determination. Yanhua squeezed Rogu's hands as she looked up toward Enlin. "Speak. What on earth do you want?" "What do I want?" Upon hearing this question, Enlin frowned again. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias stood in 3 separate locations, and their positioning indistinctly blocked off all the Snow Maiden's paths of escape. The difference in their power was extremely evident right now, and it could be said that the fate of the Snow Maidens all rested in Enlin's hands. With a single command, he could sentence the 3 returned to Void Stage Snow Maidens to death. Release the Snow Maidens just like this? That was definitely out of the question. His conscience wouldn't allow him to do that. However, his mysterious feeling of compassion and sympathy also prevented him from slaying them on the spot. The Snow Maidens were so pitiable. Why would he kill them? Seeing Enlin fall deep into thought, the 3 Snow Maidens all breathed sighs of relief. After all, Enlin's lengthy consideration showed that he truly cared about their existence. At the very least, he wouldn't order their executions immediately. "How about this? Give me your storage rings, then leave." After pondering for a while, Enlin finally made up his mind. He couldn't take their lives, so taking all their possessions seemed like a fairly good choice. "That's all?" Yanhua asked hesitantly. "She's right, Master, that's all? You're really not going to add them to your harem?" Xiaozhe looked at Enlin in surprise. Tears streamed down Rogu's face. "All right, we accept your demands. Enlin, I hope that you hold true to your words. If one lost their money, they could still work to earn it back. If one lost their life, however, then that would be the end of their existence." The 3 Snow Maidens didn't hesitate for long before handing their storage rings over to Enlin. After receiving Enlin's orders, the 3 Blood Tribe cultivators also moved aside to let the Snow Maidens leave. Yanhua rose into the sky on a gigantic ice flower, and she flew off into the distance with Su Jingxiang and Rogu. Su Jingxiang turned around and stared at Enlin intently. She found that he was also gazing at their disappearing figures calmly, and there wasn't any look of regret on his face. Su Jingxiang pulled her gaze off Enlin and turned back around. Under the influence of the emotional explosions, an indescribable feeling had buried itself into her heart. After flying for a long period of time, the 3 Snow Maidens finally relaxed upon detecting that Enlin and the others really didn't chase after them. Then, they glanced at each other strangely. He really let us go." Even now, Yanhua still appeared to be in a trance. That's right. We were released by the enemy." Rogu nodded her head solemnly. Thinking about this, she started crying once again. She had heard countless stories about Enlin, yet this was the first time that she had encountered him in person. She never would have imagined that this person would bring her so many surprises and leave her in such disbelief. Humph! His decisions were definitely influenced by the emotional explosions. It appeared as though Yanhua wanted to stabilize her mental state through venting. Besides, he stole all of our treasures. He's just a bandit. The remaining 2 Snow Maidens remained silent. One was sobbing by herself, and the other appeared to be lost in thought as she gazed at the starlit sky. After a short while, Su Jingxiang asked, "What are we going to do next?" "Recover. Then continue searching for the fragments of the realm core." Rogu had never considered giving up on this mission. Right now, they couldn't accept another failure. "Look, there's a crystal mountain over there. Let's head over there to recover. All right? And Lin was overcome with a feeling of melancholy as he fiddled with the 3 snowy white storage rings in his hands. Tobias, Cassidy, and Merlin each received 5 millimeters of holy blood as their reward. After all, their achievements were equivalent to slaying 3 return to void stage beings. After drinking in Lin's blood, the 3 blood tribe cultivators lay down on his black brick in satisfaction. After resting for a short while, and Lin started refining and taking inventory of the 3 Snow Maidens' storage rings. He had witnessed the pitiable wealth of Snow Maidens before, so he didn't harbor any high expectations. It was also because of this mindset that he was given a pleasant surprise by what lay inside the storage rings, including the realm essence crystals that they had obtained from the Longshang just now. They had a total of 8 golden realm essence crystal, 18 red realm essence crystal, 25 blue realm essence crystals, 10 green realm essence crystals, and 51 white realm essence crystals. In addition, there were also 1,300,000 spirit stones, 20 spirit tools, and over 30 spirit pills and spirit fruits. There were also 3 8th rank immortal fruits, red ice immortal fruit. This immortal fruit could strengthen one's soul and improve one's ice elemental ability. Furthermore, there was an intermediate rank immortal weapon, Divine Sun Sword. This immortal weapon was forged from the Tao Observation Stone where Golden Crow, a mythological beast, rested upon. And Lin's heart ached when he saw this immortal sword. This was Snow Maiden Rogu's weapon. Without this weapon, would she face dangers due to her strength declining considerably? If Rogu died, then it would be because of him. And Lin was feeling a bit gloomy as he stowed the treasures away. Then, he set off with his teammates once again. Right now, his team was strong enough to do as they pleased in this Void Star realm. 3 returned to Void Stage Blood Tribe cultivators, 1 returned to Void Stage Fairy, 1 Black Dragon, which was at least as powerful as 3 returned to Void Stage Blood Tribe cultivators, and the most adorable Xianxia as well as the most handsome Lin. This lineup was invincible. Even Lin was surprised by how powerful his brigade had become. The past him would never have been able to envision such a future. He had already gathered 81 Golden Realm Essence Crystals, and he was close to achieving his small target of gathering 100. He had also obtained the wealth of almost 10 return to Void Stage beings, and his personal wealth had reached a jaw-dropping level. His achievements were simply incredible. After taking in numerous beast pets and several servants, and Lin realized that he needed to order them accordingly. Thereupon, he turned toward Xianxia, who he was holding in his arms, and said, "I took in 4 beast pets before you, so your 5th brother in the future, understand?" Xianxia was especially cowardly right now, so he nodded his head emphatically without raising any objections. "Giant and Lin, what about me then?" Tina asked softly, and Lin faltered slightly. "Little Na, this ordering is for my beast pets. You're not my beast pet yet." "Oh." There was a complicated expression on Tina's face as she nodded. "As for my servants, Cassidy is servant number 2, and Merlin is servant number 3. And Lin continued. Cassidy pursed her lips in discontent upon hearing that she was only second in line. "I clearly followed you first, holy leader." Merlin chuckled indifferently. "Whatever. Letting the most powerful Tobias be servant number 1 isn't too bad either." Tobias clasped his hands together and saluted in satisfaction. "It's nothing more than a mere label. There's no need for you guys to take it to heart." Tobias is servant number 4, and Lin added, "I forgot to mention that I took in a wolf servant before you guys. The wolf is servant number 1. Tobias?" Cassidy burst into a fit of giggles. "Ahem. That, little Tobias, it's nothing more than a mere label. There's no need for you to take it to heart. Bahaha." Merlin didn't actually want to laugh. However, under the effects of the emotional explosions, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Tobias raised his head dejectedly and gazed at a certain star in the sky. "Lucy, only you can provide me with a hint of warmth in this cruel world. Why did you leave me?" After saying this, tears started trickling down his face. Xiao Zhe was extremely worked up, and he tugged at Lin's sleeve impatiently. Master, what about me? What number disciple am I? You. As Enlin gazed at Xiaoze's pure and innocent eyes, he developed the illusion that Xiaoze was an adorable child. He immediately shook his head to rid himself of these strange thoughts. You're my first disciple, he said with a chuckle. So you're naturally disciple number 1. Boom! Xiaoze was completely stunned. His innocent face was full of shock and amazement. He was actually number 1. An overwhelming feeling of happiness exploded in his mind, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. I'm actually the chief disciple. No, I'm the only disciple. Hee. Xiaoze started chuckling stupidly as he muttered to himself. What did this imply? This implied that he was Master's only personal disciple. This implied that most of the cultivation resources would be given to him. Cultivation mantras, top-notch cultivation methods of the Dragon Tribe experiences, Tao intent. He would receive everything that he could wish for. Xiaoze could already envision himself reaching the pinnacle of life. Upon seeing Xiaoze's ecstatic expression, the pity in Enlin's eyes grew even stronger. Silly child, you're rejoicing far too early. Tina was sitting on Enlin's shoulder at this moment, and her small head was slightly lowered. Her eyes were dull and gloomy, and her slender legs swayed slightly. Her small hands were clenching Enlin's clothes tightly, as if sensing the strange movements of the small hands on his shoulder. Enlin turned his head slightly to gaze at Tina. What's wrong, Tina? He asked in a soft and gentle voice. It's nothing. The small, 20-centimeter tall fairy shook her head. After a short while, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded next to his ear. Giant Enlin, you said that you would only be in this ancient Taichu realm for a month. How many days are left? Around 5 to 6 days. Enlin replied after a short pause. Then how are you guys returning? Tina asked. We have space teleportation talismans that can directly teleport us back. What about Shui Zhantian then? He's already signed a beast pet contract with me. Enlin chuckled and said, as long as I'm holding on to him, the teleportation talisman will be able to recognize his aura and teleport him out alongside me. Xiaoze threw his arms into the air and grinned. Me too! I'm yet to sense the power of the Tao integration stage, so I'm unable to cut across the two realms. However, I can rely on the spiritual connection between Master and me to escape this place. Tina lowered her head imperceptibly. Giant Enlin, what do you think about me then? Enlin lifted Tina with his thumb and forefinger and placed her onto the palm of his left hand. Tina raised her head, and what she saw was Enlin's extremely sincere and genuine expression. Enlin smiled and replied, Tina is great. I've said this before, you're extremely beautiful and you're also very strong. I realize that my request might be a little brusque, but I still want to say it. Leave this place with me. Come to Taichu continent with me. I'll take you to visit stunning sceneries, and I'll let you witness more of this vast world. You can choose to become my beast pet, or you can choose to become my disciple. These are merely ways for you to leave this place. I'll treat you sincerely like my closest friends. Tina's expression faltered, and she murmured, So you knew what I wanted to say. Don't be silly. Didn't we agree on this earlier? And Lin said softly, I promise to explore this vast world with you. This promise is effective forever. The rims of Tina's eyes reddened upon hearing this. Then, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Giant and Lin, you're such a good person. You're also an honest person who keeps your promises. Tina praised Enlin's character as she wiped her tears away. She had labeled him as a good and honest person at the same time. What else could Enlin ask for? All he could do was smile warmly and pat her small head gently. After a short while, the fairy stopped crying. Giant Enlin, I've reached a decision. I want to become your beast pet. Enlin was a bit surprised. He had thought that Tina would choose to become his disciple. After all, she would be able to leave this realm as long as she developed a spiritual connection with him. He didn't hesitate for long before nodding in approval. All right, I'll take you in as a beast pet. Just like that. And Lin recited a series of incantations and let out a drop of his golden blood essence. Then, Some form of spiritual connection formed between him and Tina. Tina had officially joined Lin's group of beast pets. Little Tion. Tina is fifth sister and your sixth brother from now on. Understand? In fact, he had viewed Tina as a member of his group since long ago. Thus, he made a small adjustment to the ordering of his beast pets. Xianxia, who was still consumed in terror, shuddered. He didn't raise any objections and nodded his head emphatically. Little Na smiled sweetly. She flapped her golden wings and flew around Lin joyfully. She even gave Lin a peck on the cheek. She appeared especially adorable right now, and the self-abasing feeling instilled within her by the natural laws of this realm was washed away by a feeling called happiness. Why didn't she choose to become Lin's disciple? Because Xiaozhe was difficult to pick on, whereas Xianxia was easy to pick on. Lin's heart melted as he looked at the adorable little fairy. He couldn't wait to bring his new beast pets back to meet with Dabai and the others. That was definitely going to be interesting. Lin wandered around the crystalline realm on his black brick, and he tried to search for any remaining realm essence crystals. Xiaozhe, Tina, and Xianxia once again reverted back into their bludger forms and curled up beside Lin. Only the three blood tribe cultivators continued to slay crystalline mutant beasts in a bid to receive more holy blood. If they were lucky, they would be able to obtain a realm essence crystal. After hunting for an entire day in this crystalline realm, all they reaped was 1 golden realm essence crystal, 5 blue realm essence crystals, and 13 white realm essence crystals. Lin was extremely disappointed, but he knew that this was the normal speed of harvesting realm essence crystals. If they continued at this rate, he wouldn't be able to reach his small target in the short amount of time that they had left in this void star section. Sure enough, killing people and snatching their treasures is a much faster way of obtaining realm essence crystals, he lamented. Master, don't do it. Killing people and snatching their treasures is dangerous. Xianxia shivered in fright. I agree. He that touches pitch shall be defiled. Xiaozhe also wore an anxious expression, and Lin massaged his brows. Half of his brigade was useless in this realm. Even the blood tribe cultivators were only fighting due to the enticement of his holy blood. With the power of his brigade halved, it was best for them to leave this place as soon as possible. After a moment's thought, he decided to give up on their hunt for realm essence crystals. Instead, he sped toward the opposite direction of this remorseless realm. He planned on leaving this stretch of land and heading elsewhere to search for realm essence crystals. Once he decided on leaving this place, their speed increased significantly. This was because they only needed to slay the mutant beasts that they encountered on their path. They didn't come across any dangers, and they didn't find any great opportunities either. Just as they thought that they would be able to reach the other end of this realm of boundless emotions without a hitch, they came across an extremely terrifying being. This being was colossal, and its body stretched for hundreds of kilometers. It looked like a continent that blotted out heaven and earth, and its titanic body blocked the exit of the remorseless realm. Lin slowly descended behind a boulder. Then, he raised his head to glance at the mind-blowingly gigantic figure in front of him. From its external appearance, the creature looked like a colossal whale. Its body was jet black and sleek, and even the colors of the rainbow were reflected on its shiny body. Its pair of golden eyes looked like 2 blazing suns, which lit up this dim realm, and it made one feel as if it were daytime. Giant Lin, what is this thing? Such colossal creatures actually exist in this world. Tina was scared shitless by the gigantic creature, and even her speech became slow and stuttered. As she gazed over, all that she could see was the whale's golden eyes and its jet-black body. Its body was so large that she couldn't even see the other end of it, and Lin shook his head solemnly. He didn't know what the hell this creature was either. However, he could tell from the creature's aura that it was an extraordinary being. In this mysterious realm, spatial travel was forbidden due to the natural laws of heaven and earth. Their only way forward was to cross over the black line that lay before them. Now, however, this sole path forward was blocked off by this colossal whale-like creature. Do you guys know what this thing is? And Lin turned around and asked. The three blood tribe cultivators shook their heads in bewilderment. They were also scared shitless by that colossal whale-like creature. It was the most gigantic creature that they had seen in their lives. Xiao Zhe wore a grave expression at this moment, and he said softly, "Master, that's a heavenly void beast." Heavenly void beast? And Lin was startled upon hearing this. He had heard this name from Emperor Ziwei before, and legend had it that this was a terrifying tribe that roamed among the stars. It was rumored that members of this tribe possessed the ability to swallow the heaven and engulf the earth. Moreover, I'm afraid that this heavenly void beast has already reached the spatial nirvana stage. Not only can it swallow and destroy the void, but it can also create a realm within its body. It's an extremely terrifying existence, and it's far from what our abilities can deal with. As Xiao Zhe spoke, a feeling of extreme fear welled up in his heart. He clutched onto Lin's arm and continued uneasily. It's especially strange and uncanny for it to appear here. It's almost as if an earth-shaking scheme is forming as we speak. This scheme is attempting to cut off our exits and then slaughter us from within. And Lin, I'm pretty sure that you're overthinking things. Master, I feel that Xiao Zhe's speculation is spot on. This is definitely a divine death trap. Shui Zhantian concurred with Xiao Zhe's thoughts as he shivered in Lin's arms. In truth, Lin didn't want to provoke this type of being either. He planned to avoid any form of contact with it. Although it was unlikely that the heavenly void beast was here to target them, there was most definitely some ulterior motive leading it to guard this exit. They certainly couldn't run over like idiots, as that would be no different from handing their lives over on a silver platter. Which was more important, his life or his weenie? Of course his life was more important. Even though he preferred death over humiliation, there was still a chance for him to accomplish his small target in this remorseless realm. After all, this remorseless realm was extremely large, and he hadn't scoured over it carefully yet. He could obtain Golden Realm essence crystals here all the same. Fine, let's perform a strategic retreat first. And Lin pondered for a moment before announcing this to his brigade. However, a deafening rumble traveled over from the distance just as he finished speaking. And Lin glanced up toward where the heavenly void beast lay, and he saw several powerful figures charging toward it. It was evident that they were looking for a fight. It's two monks and boom! A golden Buddha halo measuring over 30,000 feet in height materialized in the void, and it pressed its large palm down toward the colossal creature, which was laying on the ground. An ear-splitting rumble exploded through the skies, and a golden shockwave rippled over the whale-like creature's jet-black body wildly. A patch of the creature's body measuring dozens of square kilometers in area caved in as a result of this strike. The whale-like creature let out a soft cry. Then, the earth was shattered by the devastating sound waves that it released. Its furious eyes turned toward the golden Buddha halo, and two streaks of flames shot out from them. These flames distorted the air that they passed and landed squarely on the golden Buddha halo. Boom! The gigantic golden Buddha halo was shattered by the blazing flames, forcing the monk within it to stumble back in retreat. It appeared as though the monk was covered in indistinguishable flames. Right as the monk caught on fire, a black-robed figure that was shrouded in black mists released a wisp of black mist, which then engulfed the flames that were raging on the monk's body. At the same time, the other monk pointed his Buddhist staff toward the eyes of the whale-like creature. A blinding golden glow tore through the air and struck the whale-like creature's eye. This time, the creature let out a heaven-shaking roar which caused the entire space to tremor violently. The heavenly void beast was finally infuriated. Its body squirmed slightly, and it appeared as if it wanted to shift its body. A female who was standing on a lotus projection flashed before the three other figures. The lotus in her hand swayed, and a pink water vapor enveloped the heavenly void beast's head. Then some sort of illusion ability was activated. Afterward, she and the remaining three figures started to retreat hastily. Tisk tsk tsk. It looks like they're trying to draw the heavenly void beast away. However, they're severely underestimating the power of a spatial nirvana stage heavenly void beast. Their combined strength is far from sufficient to deal with this creature, Xianxia said with an air of know-how as he shook his head. And Lin wasn't in the mood to provide useless commentary. Those two monks were clearly supreme beings from the Western paradise. As for the person shrouded in black mist and the celestial maiden who was holding a lotus, it was fucking clear as day that they were the Heavenly Court's night patrol god and celestial maiden he. Under such circumstances, he clearly couldn't stand by idly. He had to go and help them. Celestial maiden he continued to retreat, and the lotus in her hands released a pink water vapor that formed into a path in the void. The heavenly void beast's head was completely enveloped within the pink water vapor. Its colossal body wriggled about, and it appeared as though it was really going to follow after the trail of pink water vapor. In the next instant, however, the heavenly void beast opened its humongous mouth. A boundless and profound darkness formed into a gigantic swirl that looked as though it could swallow all matter. This gigantic swirl continuously tugged at the four fleeing figures. The void started to distort as airstreams generated by the gigantic swirl swarmed about violently. All the surrounding matter started funneling into the heavenly void beast's mouth. The four cultivators seemed prepared for this, and one of the monks tapped his Buddhist staff toward the void. For golden bells that possessed the power of Mahasvara radiated with brilliant divine might as they enveloped celestial maiden he and the night patrol god as well as the two monks. These bells acted as protective barriers that kept out the suction power of the gigantic swirl. In this instant, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Hang on. This isn't merely the heavenly void vortex ability. There's also the realm displacement ability. Be careful, guys. He stamped his feet, and a black dragon projection enveloped Lin and the others. The next instant, the galaxies reversed, heaven and earth collapsed, and the void warped. All living beings within a radius of 150 kilometers were enveloped by a mysterious spatial ability. Then they all vanished. Before he could even react, and Lin had arrived in a murky gray continent. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming spatial compression crushed down upon him. Fortunately, the black dragon projection enveloped around him blocked out this pressure. Otherwise, his body would have been flattened instantly. His eyes darted toward where celestial maiden he and her group was. He found that their golden bells had already fractured, and the monk who had cast these golden bells had already gone pale under the crippling effects of the crushing compressive pressure. It was clear that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Celestial maiden he and the others cast several defensive spell techniques in succession, yet this was to no avail. Faced with the devastating effects of the boundless spatial compression, they would succumb sooner rather than later. Little Xiao, what should we do? And Lin asked in a panic. Xianxia glanced around the gray land. Some mutant beasts that had been mysteriously sucked into this realm had already been crushed into pulp. Their life essence started to flow into the void. His brows knitted into a frown as he said, "We've already been sucked into the heavenly void beast's body. This space is 150 kilometers in radius, and the edges of this space are vast expanses of empty areas. No matter where we run, we won't be able to reach an end. All we can do is to wait for the heavenly void beast to use its heavenly void vortex again. At that time, we can use the spatial passageway that it creates to escape this place." And Lin's face turned pale, and his body swayed slightly. There's no other way? Who the hell would know when this heavenly void beast would use its heavenly void vortex ability for a second time? Under the crushing effects of the spatial compression, they were going to be flattened into meat pulp in no time. Xianxia shook his head. There might be other methods, but this is the only one that I know of. Boom! The space suddenly tremored. Immediately afterward, a jet-black whale with golden eyes started to materialize before them. Its body was only dozens of feet in length, yet its aura was petrifying. It appeared as though its body was formed from the darkest and most chaotic of matter. The sight of it caused one to tremble with fear. Ha! This is the heavenly void spirit? Who would have thought that this would exist within the heavenly void beast's body? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and a rare hint of excitement spread across his face. Heavenly void spirit? And Lin repeated curiously, "What's that?" It's a type of chaotic essence that is born within the bodies of heavenly void beasts. You can view it as the heavenly void beast's alternative body of energy. Such chaotic essence can only be born after the heavenly void beast swallows and digests the energy of enough high-caliber lifeforms. The divine weapon wielded by the Shao tribe's ancient ancestor was forged from heavenly void spirits. It was insanely powerful and terrorizing. The jet-black whale was currently glowering at Celestial Maiden He and her group. It was evidently furious about their sudden attacks just then. Whoosh! Its tail suddenly swayed, and its body became a streak of black afterimages. It instantly crashed into a nearby monk. Looking closely, that monk was the one who had stabbed its eye with his Buddhist staff. The monk's expression changed drastically, and he only had time to release a thick coil of golden vine from his Buddhist staff. However, the destructive power possessed by the black figure instantly pulverized the golden vine. Then the figure smashed into the monk's body. Boom! The tremendous force of the impact caused the monk's body to distort unnaturally, and countless bloody veins appeared on his skin. It looked as if his body had been shredded by innumerable sabers, and clouds of blood exploded from his wounded body. Chong Zong! The other monk swatted at the whale ferociously, and a gigantic golden palm surged over with a boundless Buddhist might. Everything in its path was annihilated into nothingness. To the monk's surprise, the whale was as nimble as ghosts. It instantly dashed out 1,000 meters and dodged his attack. Meanwhile, the lotus in Celestial Maiden He's hands shone brilliantly. A white lotus enveloped the injured Chongzong within it and started healing his severe wounds. With just a single strike, the heavenly void spirit was able to critically wound Chongzong, who was of the return to void intermediate stage. Seeing this, grave expressions appeared on the faces of Celestial Maiden He and the others. Celestial Maiden He, Chong He, this whale is far too powerful. It's impossible for us to defeat it. Let's use a combined defensive spell formation to hold off its attacks first. We'll wait until the next time that the heavenly void beast opens up a spatial passageway before making our escape. The three of them stood in different positions, and a large, semi-transparent golden Buddha slowly enveloped them. The golden Buddha was sitting on a holy white lotus, and its body was surrounded by several coils of black chain. The power of destructive containment froze the surrounding air into an impregnable barrier. After seeing the three cultivators' combined defensive spell formation, an even more terrifying aura was unleashed from the whale's jet-black body. This destructive aura transformed into countless black wisps as the whale swooped toward the spell formation viciously. Boom! The collision between the whale and the defensive spell formation resulted in a monstrous explosion of energy that caused hundreds of square kilometers of land to fracture and cave in. The spell formation quaked violently, and the blood of the three cultivators churned uncontrollably. The whale started distancing itself from the spell formation. Then, it turned back around and transformed into a black streak as it crashed toward the spell formation once again. Boom! The spell formation started quaking violently again. Blood seeped from the corner of Celestial Maiden He's mouth. The three cultivators all wore grave expressions. They knew that they were likely going to die here. The whale wasn't going to stop ramming into the spell formation. If the heavenly void beast didn't use its heavenly void vortex ability anytime soon, then it would only be a matter of time before they died. After the third collision, Monk Chong He's body started swaying slightly. He was also starting to show signs of collapsing. Meanwhile, the jet-black whale was still full of vigor, and a look of greed flashed across its golden eyes. As it retreated, its aura started climbing once again. Soon after, it became a black streak and aggressively crashed into the spell formation again. Right at this instant, an overwhelming blood blade pierced through the air and viciously stabbed toward the whale. Moving in a strange yet elusive manner, the whale drew out a curved path in the air and dodged this sudden attack. Who is it? Celestial Maiden He, Night Patrol God, and Chong He's faces lit up in delight. They never imagined that an ally would come to their rescue at this moment. Flames of hope flickered to life in their despairing hearts. However, their expressions froze when they saw where the attack had come from. Be Blood Tribe. A deathly chill gripped at Chang He's heart when he saw the three golden-haired and crimson-eyed return to Void Stage cultivators. Celestial Maiden He and the Night Patrol God were stunned into silence. They didn't expect that the attack from earlier had come from members of the Blood Tribe. Were these Blood Tribe cultivators here to kick them while they were down? Then, Celestial Maiden He's gaze focused on a handsome youth. Her eyes widened in shock. Night Patrol God. Look over there. That person looks so familiar. If I'm not hallucinating, that's Lin. The corners of the Night Patrol God's mouth twitched. He clearly found it absurd that a cultivator of the soul formation stage had come here. More importantly, that cultivator had brought a group of Blood Tribe cultivators along with him. The sight of that was even more bizarre. Celestial Maiden He, Night Patrol God, they're all my people. There's no need to worry. I've come to rescue you guys. And Lin waved toward the two cultivators in the distance. Celestial Maiden He and the Night Patrol God were both slightly dazed. An indescribable feeling churned in their hearts. They were stupefied, all kinds of stupefied. Was the army in front of them really here to rescue them? That was three supreme beings of the Blood Tribe. However, Lin's positioning amid them appeared as though he was being protected rather than being held as a hostage. It looked as though he was the leader of the group. So, Lin was here to rescue them? Their savior was Lin? After its ramming was halted, the whale glowered at Lin and the others in annoyance. It had initially planned on destroying the enemies who had injured it first before dealing with the bunch of spectating bludgers. To its surprise, however, the bunch of spectating bludgers actually entered the conflict willingly and were now tossing scraps of trash at it. Under such provocation, how could it maintain its cool? The whale let out an angry roar before turning around to charge at Lin and his brigade. Xiao Zhe raised an arm toward the whale, and a wall that was formed from black dragon scales appeared before him and the others. A vast dragon might oozed from this black wall. True dragon wall. Boom! There was another deafening rumble, and the shockwaves generated by the collision caused the void to tremor and crack. However, the wall, which was formed from black dragon scales, remained upright and unmoving. The whale snarled in pain, and it retreated for the first time. Its body squirmed uncomfortably, and there was a look of suffering on its face. Its attack was blocked? Celestial Maiden He yelped in surprise. She knew from first-hand experience just how devastating the whale's ramming attack was. That was an attack that could threaten the defensive spell formation formed by three return to Void Stage cultivators. However, such a terrifying attack was easily blocked by that ordinary-looking youth. How powerful was that youth? He's probably a supreme being of the primordial dragon tribe. The black mist surrounding the Night Patrol God swarmed in palpitation and veneration as he spoke. Xiao Zhe had always possessed an invincible defense, and he didn't shirk from the whale's brutal attacks. He faced them head-on as he led Lin and the others toward Celestial Maiden He. The whale-shaped body of chaotic essence was unwilling to give in, and it charged toward Xiao Zhe again. Xiao Zhe responded by activating the true dragon wall again. Boom! The collision this time was even more intense, and the entire land started quaking violently. Then, the whale retreated once again with a look of pain on its face. Its golden eyes flashed with a hint of fear, and Lin and the others arrived before Celestial Maiden He and her group safely. Celestial Maiden He and her group were amazed by Xiao Zhe's impressive power, yet they were still apprehensive toward the three Blood Tribe cultivators. Little friend and Lin, these Blood Tribe cultivators are. Celestial Maiden He was initially about to call him Little and Lin, yet she suddenly felt that referring to him in such a way would be inappropriate. Thus, she called him Little Friend instead and placed him on the same footing as herself. Oh, no need to worry about them. They're my slaves, Lin explained with a grin. They've already signed the slave contract with me. They won't hurt you guys. Gasp! Celestial Maiden He, the Night Patrol God, Chang He, and even the severely wounded Chang Zong all drew in a sharp breath. They looked toward Lin in shock and amazement. Celestial Maiden He's beautiful face twitched. She glanced at the Blood Tribe cultivators before glancing at Lin. she found that they were all acting naturally. It seems like he's telling the truth. Then this senior over here is... The night patrol god tried his best to control his emotions as he looked toward Xiao Zhe. And Lin glanced at his disciple and introduced, "Oh, he's called Xiao Zhe. He's my disciple. I'm Master's chief disciple. Right now, I'm still his only disciple as well." A smug and prideful smile crept onto Xiao Zhe's face. Celestial Maiden, he and her group all drew in another breath of cold air. The air was so chilly that they almost caught colds. This supreme being of the primordial dragon tribe is Enlin's disciple, and he looks proud of this fact? So, becoming Enlin's disciple is something this honorable? Celestial Maiden, his eyes widened, and her delicate pink lips were slightly agape. However, she was unable to utter a single word. The night patrol god was also stunned speechless. Just then, he had even referred to Xiao Zhe as senior. And what fucking now? Xiao Zhe turned out to be Enlin's disciple. Did he have to refer to Enlin as great senior now? Haha, senior Enlin. This is such a coincidence. He chuckled and said, "My disciple Qingji also knows of a cultivator called Enlin." Enlin scratched his head and smiled good-naturedly as he said, "I'm pretty sure that I'm the only person called Enlin in the heavenly court." "Oh, stop calling me senior as well. It seems a bit strange." He. "So, this isn't a case of having the same name? He really is that Enlin?" Heavens! Only last year, Enlin was still participating in the Tao Exchange Conference with the younger generation of prodigies. In the blink of an eye, he's already started to take in return to Void Stage Blood Tribe cultivators as slaves. He's already started to accept return to Void Stage Dragon Tribe cultivators as disciples? This world is insane. He stared at Enlin in shock. He couldn't find any words to describe the male before him. Freakishly talented? No, Enlin is beyond freakishly talented. Boom! 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 The whale charged toward Enlin and the others several more times. However, it was blocked by Xiao Zhe's true dragon wall each time. His absolute defense wasn't called such for nothing. It truly was invincible. Sen, fellow cultivator Enlin, have you devised a plan to escape this place yet? Celestial Maiden, he knew that now was not the time to gasp in shock and surprise. She immediately reeled in her emotions and asked Enlin a critical question. Right now, Enlin's standing was already towering far above anyone else present. After all, he was an individual who could take in a return to Void Stage Primordial Dragon Tribe cultivator as a disciple. He was definitely capable beyond imagination. It was because of such consideration that Celestial Maiden he chose to direct her question toward Enlin. Speculations had already started to form in her mind. Was Enlin the reincarnation of some divine being? Or perhaps he was a divine being in disguise and had descended into this world to train himself. Enlin shook his head upon hearing this. Apart from waiting till the next time that the heavenly void beast swallows foreign matter, I don't have any other ideas. Celestial Maiden he and the others were a bit disappointed upon hearing this. However, when they saw Enlin by their side, their minds became more at ease. That's right. Their feelings of despair were washed away by Enlin's arrival. In their minds, Enlin was a profound individual. Little Xiao, if the body of chaotic essence keeps attacking like that, how much longer can you hold on for? Enlin questioned. If I'm alone, then I can defend against it forever. Xiao Zhe grinned. He then added, if I have to protect everyone else, and if the body of chaotic essence doesn't stop attacking, then I can probably hold on for around 6 hours. 6 hours? This was already a very long time. As long as the heavenly void beast used its heavenly void vortex again within 6 hours, they would be able to escape this place successfully. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly echoed aloud. Why are we sitting around and awaiting our doom? We should stand upright and fight. We should be unbending and unyielding. We should send that whale into the netherworld. And Lin, Cassidy, and the others all looked toward the white figure in shock. The creature that spoke was the super coward, Xianxia. Little Tian, is your brain all right? And Lin descended into a panic state. This wasn't like him. Was he scared silly? Could it be that sixth brother was going to meet a tragic end like fourth brother? Was he going to go insane? No, it's most likely that the natural laws of heaven and earth have been blocked out from the whale's body, Xianxia suggested suddenly. As such, our emotions have returned to relative normality. And Lin and the others breathed a sigh of relief as they looked toward Xianxia. Xianxia was flushed red with embarrassment, and it appeared as if he had recalled some cringe-worthy memories. "Don't look at me like that," he fumed. "I only lost to the heavens by half a move one. I was only manipulated by the heavens once. This is my true heroic nature. Such unforgivable crime. I'll definitely exact revenge." They all burst into laughter upon seeing Xianxia's reaction. The tense atmosphere was eased significantly. Celestial Maiden He's eyes were gleaming brightly as she gazed at Xianxia. It was the dream of every female to have an adorable beast pet like that. It was a shame that she couldn't go to the ancient divine division though. Otherwise, she would have definitely strived to obtain such a pet. And Lin, can I hug that snow soul beast? Celestial Maiden He's face was flushed a slight shade of red as she asked this in embarrassment. She felt that in the unfortunate case that they weren't able to leave this place, it would be a small consolation if she was able to fulfill a teeny little dream that she had. "Of course you can," and Lin said with a grin. He tossed Xianxia toward Celestial Maiden He. Celestial Maiden He was elated as she hugged Xianxia, and she couldn't help but rub her pretty face against his soft white fur. "So soft and warm." "Woman, your bust is too large. It's squishing into me," Xianxia protested loudly. When she heard this, Celestial Maiden He didn't become angry. Instead, she became even more overjoyed and started hugging him even tighter, and Lin looked at the loudly protesting Xianxia enviously. "This is what they call taking things for granted, isn't it? If Master is able to, Master also wants to suffer such fate as you." The tension in the atmosphere was slightly alleviated, but the whale heavenly void spirit did not pause to rest. It continued to chip away at Xianxia's power with its relentless attacks. And Lin was actually in agreement with what Xianxia had proposed. As opposed to just defending for their lives, he was more inclined to stage a counterattack on the heavenly void spirit. Although defeating the heavenly void spirit wouldn't guarantee that the heavenly void beast would open its mouth, it would at least enable everyone to hold on for a little bit longer. The important thing to think about was what method of attack they could use to defeat this whale. It would be quite difficult to use conventional methods. After all, everyone saw what happened to Changzong. If they weren't careful, they could be put out of commission in an instant. This whale was powerful enough to severely wound a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure in one attack. Xianxia's offensive prowess wasn't as insane as his defense. The offensive prowess of everyone else here also wasn't much better than Changzong's power. If they really did stage a counterattack, they would have to be extremely cautious of the whale dividing and conquering them one by one. If that were to happen, they would really be screwed. After some discussion, everyone arrived at a consensus. Xianxia was to be responsible for protecting everyone, while everyone else would be tasked with the role of unleashing attacks on the whale. As such, even though the team would lose Xianxia's offensive output, it would at least allow them to control the situation, thereby avoiding unforeseen risks. After coming to a consensus, everyone immediately agreed on a course of action. The whale heavenly void spirit crashed into Xianxia's true dragon wall before being rebounded by the force of the impact. It was at this moment that everyone finally sprang into action. 100,000 soul warriors burst forth from Merlin's banner in a frenzy while unleashing a blood sea trapping formation, thereby ensnaring the whale as countless crimson soul warriors converged on the whale. A lotus flower over 10,000 feet in size descended from the sky while congealing the air around the whale, thus causing its massive body to falter for a split second. It was also during that split second that the night patrol god's countless black chains bound the whale's body. At the same time, the three mighty figures responsible for slaying the whale all unleashed their most powerful attacks at once. Countless golden symbols began to revolve around Chong, His Buddhist staff as the power of great mercy and majesty descended from the sky in the form of a pillar of light several hundred meters in radius before striking the whale's body. The earth tremored violently, and everything encompassed within the pillar of light was instantly reduced to dust as the monstrous power threatened to puncture through the entire continent. Wah! The whale roared with pain. At the same time, Tobias descended upon the whale and unleashed both fists at once, which caused countless spatial cracks to appear within a radius of 5 kilometers. The atmosphere between heaven and earth was condensed into a massive, flat pancake by the force of his fists as an earth-shattering boom exploded forth. The pitch-black body of the whale, heavenly void spirit, began to show signs of crumbling at this moment. However, it seemed to have been completely enraged by these two attacks as its body became extremely dark in color. In the instant after Tobias unleashed his attack, the whale struggled free from the chains and the sealing power of the lotus flower before streaking toward Tobias at extreme speed. Tobias' entire body was twisted out of shape by the whale's monstrous attack, and he almost exploded into a cloud of blood mist. If the attack had been unleashed on someone like Chang He or Celestial Maiden He who didn't possess the insane life force of a blood tribe cultivator, they would most likely have been killed on the spot. A crimson sword projection descended from the sky in the same split second that Tobias' body was knocked flying. The sword projection tore through the air at the speed of lightning before instantly puncturing through the whale's body. Wah! The whale's body was almost sliced in half by the crimson sword projection, and it let loose a crazed roar of rage. No. The combination attack wasn't powerful enough to kill it. Come back! Xiao Zhe's expression shifted as he yelled in a panicked voice. Everyone had just used their most powerful attacks, which were extremely taxing to unleash, so there was no way they could unleash the same attack again in quick succession. After witnessing the whale survive their combination, everyone immediately converged toward Xiao Zhe. The whale was obviously not going to let them retreat so easily. An aura as vast as the sea burst forth from its body before it swept toward everyone with a boundless might that seemed to be imbued with the power of heaven and earth. Cassidy was in the process of dragging the severely wounded Tobias toward Xiao Zhe, but an extremely intimidating sense of impending death enveloped her entire body in the next instant. This was an absolutely horrifying feeling, as if her body and soul were going to be wiped away from the face of this world. Fortunately, Xiao Zhe managed to predict the target of the whale's attack, and he instantly conjured up a true dragon wall behind Cassidy. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted, and a collision even more devastating than any of the previous collisions took place as spatial cracks appeared in the air. On the ground below, massive craters and fissures began to appear. Thin cracks began to appear on the true dragon wall. Xiao Zhe's so-called invincible defense was hastily unleashed, and it showed signs of crumbling in the face of the whale's monstrous attack. At the same time, the backlash from the damage sustained by the true dragon caused his blood to surge within his body as blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. In the sky above, the lotus flower suddenly began to glow with an extremely scintillating light as the spatial seal was activated again. 100,000 soul warriors unleashed the blood-sealing formation to its fullest extent. Black chains tore through space before ensnaring the whale. Everyone seemed to have developed a tacit understanding with each other at that moment. They all chose to overexert themselves in order to unleash the most powerful sealing techniques they were capable of. This was their plan B, to seal the heavenly void spirit during its cooldown period right after it unleashed its most powerful attack in order to create a split second of opportunity for a certain someone. White light flashed as a beautiful fairy appeared within 100-meter distance of the whale. She had her slender hands pressed on Enlin's shoulders as a peculiar power enveloped Enlin's body. The image of a golden eye appeared on Enlin's forehead as golden ripples began to proliferate outward. Divine plunder technique. He didn't know what he was going to be able to plunder from this heavenly void spirit, nor did he know how he was supposed to defeat this insanely powerful heavenly void spirit. However, he knew he had to do something. Even if it was just by blind luck, he had to try and see if he could plunder a vital spell technique from the whale in order to flip the tables on this dire situation. This was the only thing he could do. Everyone turned their eyes upon Enlin, and at this moment, he became the most critical person. after failing to kill the whale with their combination attack, and Lin was their only hope. However, a dumbstruck expression appeared on Lin's face when he couldn't detect any spell techniques or abilities that he could plunder using his divine plunder technique. Just as he thought that he had failed, a mighty suction force suddenly burst forth from the image of the golden eyes on his forehead before creating a spatial vortex. The heavenly void spirit wailed in anguish as it began to struggle, but it was completely unable to resist the suction force as its massive body disappeared into the image of the golden eye. And Lin blinked with a perplexed expression while the divine plunder technique slowly faded. Everyone was instantly rooted to the spot. They even forgot how to breathe. Celestial Maiden, he finally broke the silence after coming to her senses and asked, "Did Lin absorb the heavenly void spirit?" Xiao Zhe also came to his senses. He turned a scorching gaze of admiration and reverence on Lin as he said, "I thought the Xiao family ancestors were already badass for their ability to use bodies of chaotic essence as cores to construct divine tools. Who would have thought that Master can absorb them directly into his body? That's even more badass." Everyone turned to Lin with awe and veneration on their faces, and they felt like he was growing in stature before their very eyes. And Lin was dumbstruck himself, but he soon figured out what had happened. His divine plunder technique was able to plunder the target's spell techniques and abilities. However, he was currently situated within the body of the heavenly void beast, which meant that after using the divine plunder technique, could it be that the target was the heavenly void beast instead of the heavenly void spirit? The heavenly void spirit was a body of chaotic essence born inside the heavenly void beast, so it could be said that this was one of the heavenly void beast's special abilities. On top of that, Lin was in extremely close proximity to the body of chaotic essence, so could it be that the divine plunder technique had accepted the heavenly void spirit as its target by default? This was the only theory Lin could come up with. However, there was another question now. He had just plundered the body of chaotic essence, but he didn't feel like he had the ability to use the body of chaotic essence. So where had the body of chaotic essence gone? He didn't feel like he had gained any new spell techniques or abilities. Couldn't have just disappeared into thin air, right? He decided to survey his own body to see if there was anything different. He surveyed his consciousness before turning his attention to his sea of vital energy. His eyes widened, and he drew a sharp intake as he focused his gaze on his sea of vital energy. Within his cavernous sea of vital energy, the white flaming vermilion bird soared in the air above, lighting up the sea of vital energy like the sun in the sky. And Kiran slowly swam backstroke through the sea of vital energy with a bored expression on his face, revealing his cute, round stomach. He was no longer able to beat the flaming vermilion bird. It was all Lin's fault for absorbing the energy from that drop of vermilion bird blood essence. Otherwise, he would still be able to fight on par with the vermilion bird. Thankfully, the vermilion bird wasn't fond of battle, and it let him go after pushing him around for a bit. And Kiran was very depressed. Even though the vermilion bird wasn't pushing him around anymore, he always felt like the bird was goading him by showing off its superiority, but there was nothing he could do about it. Right at this moment, the sea of vital energy suddenly began to surge violently, attracting the attention of both Kiran and the flaming vermilion bird. And Kiran turned toward a certain direction, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that a black whale had suddenly appeared in the sea of vital energy. The whale looked around with puzzlement flashing in its golden eyes. It was clearly at a complete loss with regard to how it had ended up here. Right at this moment, a golden baby with lightning revolving around his body leaped onto its head before jumping up and down in excitement as if its head were a massive trampoline. The whale had never been humiliated like this before. It instantly let loose an enraged roar, sending massive waves cascading through the sea of vital energy as it unleashed a vicious headbutt directly upward. Bam! And Kiran was headbutt into the sky, and the devastating force almost caused his entire body to crumble. The whale didn't know where it was, but it was a mighty body of chaotic essence that refused to be humiliated by anyone. It looked up at Kiran with a scornful smile as he was headbutt into the sky. It was invincible wherever it was. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding booms erupted in the air above. A chill suddenly ran down the whale's spine as its entire body was enveloped by a sense of extreme danger. It looked up and was greeted by the sight of countless bolts of golden lightning descending from the sky with devastating destructive force. In that instant, the entire sea of vital energy was transformed into a sea of lightning as Kirin unleashed all his pent-up negative emotions from being bullied by the white vermilion bird. The golden void lightning struck, and the sound of a whale's anguished howling reverberated throughout the entire sea of vital energy. Was Kirin powerful? Of course he was. And Lin was able to unleash power equivalent to a return to void stage cultivator just by borrowing Kirin's golden void lightning. Kirin had the home court advantage here, and after being oppressed by so long by the white vermilion bird, it certainly wasn't going to lose to a body of chaotic essence that had already been weakened. Thus, the whale experienced a full 3 seconds of complacency before having the crap blasted out of it by Kirin. After witnessing all this in his sea of vital energy, Lin finally retracted his gaze. He was then greeted by the sight of everyone looking at him with a smorgasbord of different expressions. There was shock, there was incredulity, there was curiosity, and there was scorching admiration and reverence. "What are you all looking at?" Lin pursed his lips. "Mr. Lin, did you really just swallow the heavenly void spirit?" The night patrol god asked in a trembling voice. "Does your body feel strange in any way? How did it taste? Is your stomach in pain from swallowing such a gargantuan creature?" Celestial Maiden, he didn't know what to say, so she decided to offer some words of concern, and Lin rolled his eyes. "It's not like I actually ate the damn thing. It's in my sea of vital energy now." Gasp! Everyone drew another collective intake of sharp breath. It's in his sea of vital energy? How is that even possible? Bodies of chaotic essence can be stored in the sea of vital energy? Even Tobias, who was still meditating to recover from his injuries, couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. In any case, I have a little baby and a small vermilion bird in there already, so the whale isn't exactly a bizarre new addition." And Lin said as he splayed his hands before him with a resigned expression. "Everyone, Celestial Maiden, are we even doing the same cultivation?" Xiao Zhe was extremely excited. "As expected of my master, you're so awesome. Then does that mean we've taken care of the body of chaotic essence?" Chang he asked, and Lin shook his head upon hearing this. "The effect of my spell technique can only last for a duration of 10 minutes, which means that it should reappear here in 10 minutes. He knew that the effect of the divine plunder technique wasn't permanent. Once the time limit of 10 minutes passed by, the plundered ability would return to its original owner, and there was no reason why this whale would be an exception. Everyone began to tense up again upon hearing this. Thus, they began to discuss a course of action for when the heavenly void spirit reappeared. Time passed by slowly as 10 minutes eventually dwindled down to a few seconds. Celestial Maiden, he and the others all stared at Lin with cautious expressions, and Lin himself was also starting to get nervous. How would the heavenly void spirit reappear? Would it pop out from his mouth like what Kirin did? It was too big. There was no way it could fit. That's right, there was no way it could fit. A chill suddenly ran down Lin's spine as a horrifying thought occurred to him. Could it be that he was going to self-detonate due to the gargantuan size of the whale? He immediately turned his gaze upon his sea of vital energy. At this moment, the whale, which was on the brink of death, suddenly detected a powerful summoning force, as if the world from which it had originated was summoning it back to its home. Tears began to well up in the whale's eyes. Its power had been significantly weakened here, thereby allowing the monstrous little lightning human to beat the living crap out of it. But now, it finally had a chance to return home. Happiness struck far too abruptly. Its body slowly floated upward as it leaped toward a certain space. And Kirin surveyed the floating whale with curiosity and puzzlement on his face. A smug smile appeared on the whale's face, and it spat out a mouthful of saliva at Kirin. "You're all trash that are trapped in this prison. See you never." The whale imparted a farewell message, and Kirin's expression faltered upon hearing this. The flaming vermilion bird that was only spectating from above also faltered in its movements. In the next instant, lightning wreaked havoc throughout the entire sea of vital energy. The holy vermilion flame transformed the sea of vital energy into a sea of scorching flames. The whale let loose a series of heart-wrenching cries. At the same time, the summoning power was completely obliterated by the monstrous holy flames and golden lightning. 1 minute later, the whale floated along on the sea of vital energy, seemingly on the brink of death. And Kiran created a set of lightning reins that he tied around the whale's head, so that he could ride on it around the sea of vital energy. Meanwhile, the flaming vermilion bird blasted scorching holy flames from time to time onto the whale's backside. And Lin, my God, is this what it looks like to shoot oneself in the foot? Everyone fell silent for a moment. Everyone turned to Enlin with curiosity on their faces. It has already been 10 minutes. Where's the body of chaotic essence? Enlin's lips twitched slightly. I don't know what happened, but it appears that the whale has been permanently confined in my sea of vital energy. Everyone? Really? Then our spell techniques? Chong, he asked uneasily. And Lin nodded. You can retract them now. I can feel that the summoning power that would allow it to return has disappeared. Everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief, but at the same time, they all experienced an inexplicable sense of disappointment. This was like everyone preparing their sure-kill techniques in preparation to bombard a boss, only to find that the boss wasn't going to turn up. At the same time, the heavenly void beast suddenly felt as if it had lost something after the power of summoning was dispelled. Its massive body of several thousand feet in length shuddered involuntarily. The heavenly void beast discovered something extremely disturbing. The heavenly void spirit it had been nurturing for tens of thousands of years had disappeared from within its body. This was a body of chaotic essence. The heavenly void spirit had absorbed countless life essence and chaotic matter, as well as the fundamental power of the heavenly void beast itself. The world within the whale's body was similar to a human sea of vital energy, in that it was easy to overlook the things that were taking place within unless they internally focused their attention. It was exactly because of this that the heavenly void beast only realized that it had lost its body of chaotic essence after it was too late. It wanted to examine the memories of the body of chaotic essence to see what had happened, only to find that it was unable to do so as it had completely lost connection with the body of chaotic essence. Roar! The whale roared with rage as the energy within its body exploded forth, making the ground in a radius of over 10,000 feet crack open as gale force winds swept up, creating a massive sandstorm in a scene akin to the onset of Armageddon. It turned its gaze internally on Enlin and the others who had yet to be digested. These were the only people who could have come into contact with the body of chaotic essence. The body of chaotic essence was a near-invincible being within its body, and as such it wasn't really worried about letting it engage in battles. However, this appeared to be an oversight now. These people definitely had something to do with the disappearance of the body of chaotic essence. Boom! An extremely formidable spatial compression power swept toward Enlin and the others from all sides. Xiao Zhe had already enshrouded everyone in his black dragon projection, thereby keeping the fearsome spatial compression power at bay. The heavenly void beast has been enraged. It looks like it has noticed the disappearance of the heavenly void spirit. The night patrol god said in a grave voice, as if he had already predicted that something like this would happen. We've taken care of business in here, so it's time to figure out how to get out of here, Merlin said with a carefree smile. Xiao Zhe rolled his eyes. Taken care of business? I have to expend many times the amount of energy I was expending before to keep this spatial compression pressure at bay. This is not any easier for me than defending against the successive attacks from the heavenly void spirit. How long can you last? Cassidy was getting concerned again. Xiao Zhe placed a blood spirit pill into his mouth before replying, even if I continue to consume pills as I unleash my spell technique, my energy will still be completely depleted after 6 hours. And Lin immediately rallied everyone upon hearing this. If that's the case, then we need to hurry up and find a way to get out of here. It's simply not practical to wait for the whale to open its mouth when it feeds next. Everyone nodded in unison before turning their eyes on Enlin. Enlin's expression faltered slightly in confusion. "What are you all looking at me for?" Little did he know that ever since he saved everyone by swallowing the body of chaotic essence, he had become the default leader of the group. As such, everyone wanted to hear his opinion first. "Mr. Enlin, do you have any ideas?" Celestial Maiden, he inquired with a dainty smile. Enlin. A bunch of return to void stage mighty figures were waiting for a mere soul formation stage cultivator to come up with an idea? Was this really advisable? "I can't think of anything for the moment. How about you all suggest some ideas?" Enlin's head was beginning to throb. Thus, everyone sprang into action. Tobias tried to forcefully tear open the space within the heavenly void beast, only to find that he was unable to tear a spatial rift leading to the outside world and could only traverse within this small world. Everyone had actually already suspected that this would be the case. Chong, he released tens of thousands of golden cicadas to try and explore avenues leading to the outside world. But this small world was unfathomably huge, and the cicadas had yet to obtain any useful information. Everyone else was also using their own methods to try and find a way out. Time passed by slowly, but no progress was being made, and everyone was starting to feel a little dejected. And Lin wondered to himself if he could plunder something else from the heavenly void beast to change this situation. He was initially quite reluctant to resort to this spell technique again in fear of incurring the wrath of the heavenly void beast, thereby worsening the situation, but it looked like he had no choice but to try it again. Divine Plunder Technique. Golden ripples proliferated outward before merging into heaven and earth. A dense cluster of information on spell techniques and abilities instantly rushed into Enlin's head, giving him a splitting headache. This was something he had experienced once in the past. It was the same backlash he had suffered when using the Divine Plunder technique on Xiao Tuesday. He didn't have time to sift through all the options, so he decided to pick one at random. He abruptly picked out a certain string of information amid a rush of dizziness. Pwah! Enlin spat out a mouthful of blood, and the image of the golden eye disappeared from his forehead as he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. "Master! Holy Leader! Mr. Enlin!" Everyone's expression shifted as they ran over to Enlin in quick succession. "I'm fine." Enlin waved his hand feebly. He observed the ability that he had plundered, and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. Heavenly Void Reproductive Ability. The ability to absorb limitless spatial power to materialize a core of life, upon which the user of the ability will gain the reproductive ability of the heavenly void beast. And Lin's lips twitched upon reading this information. He had risked his life for the ability to bear children. And this was the reproductive ability of heavenly void beasts. He was a human for God's sake. However, Enlin did attain some enlightenment from plundering this ability. He felt like he was at least able to absorb limitless spatial power now. He immediately acted without delay. He activated his cultivation method, and sure enough, spatial power began to converge toward his body. At the same time, he experienced a swelling pain in his stomach, which soon worsened into an extremely acute pain, as if his stomach was about to burst open. And Lin looked down, and his whole body trembled when he discovered that his stomach had expanded. Holy fuck, is this a pregnancy? Stop. Stop it right now. He immediately withdrew the spell technique, but spatial power continued to flow into his body. Bam! And Lin's stomach exploded, and blood and pieces of internal organs splattered all over their faces. Celestial Maiden, he and the others were all completely dumbstruck. Master self-detonated? Shui Zhantian wore a stunned expression with fur stained red with blood. Giant Enlin self-detonated? Tina was rooted on Enlin's shoulder. Master self-detonated? Xiao Zhe's legs almost gave out from under him, and his defensive spell technique almost collapsed. Enlin was on the brink of death as he urged in a trembling voice, What are you all waiting for? I feel like I can still be saved." At the same time, the heavenly void beast, which was situated at the border of the remorseless realm, suddenly felt as if it had lost something again. It suddenly felt like all its efforts in life were worthless and pointless. Why did it want to give birth here? What was so good about having children? Who was it? Why was it here? What was its purpose in life? The gargantuan whale was at a complete loss. Several returned to void stage mighty figures immediately unleashed healing spell techniques on Enlin. He also consumed a blood Rakshasa pill. There was no way around it. His injuries were simply far too severe. The blood Rakshasa pill was an 8th grade immortal pill, of which there were only 2 left in his storage ring, that could quickly regenerate injuries and lost blood. After consuming the pill, a red light burst forth from his heart. Immediately after, all the blood and internal organs that had been flung into the air suddenly expelled all their impurities as they began to emanate a ruby light before flying back into Enlin's stomach cavity. This was a scene akin to an extremely powerful blood tribe cultivator's resurrection. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias were all extremely disappointed to see all the spilled blood flying back into Enlin's body. They were still waiting to clean up the mess once the holy leader recovered from his injuries. There was blood all over the floor and all over their own clothes. It was going to be heaven. However, the reality was a lot more brutal than their expectations. Not only were the blood tribe mighty figures extremely disappointed, but even Enlin himself was also feeling quite distraught. He had just wasted an extremely valuable immortal pill because of his stupid experiment. What a massive waste. Within the remorseless realm of the Void Star section. Wah! The heavenly void beast suddenly became extremely violent as it roared with thunderous rage. It looked down at its own reproductive organs to see if there was a problem. However, there were no external injuries, which could only indicate that the root of the problem lay in its internal reproductive functions. Wait, I'm impotent. The heavenly void beast's gargantuan body shuddered as it stared blankly into the distance, as if it was unable to face the terrifying reality. Who could endure the despair of suddenly becoming impotent right when they were about to give birth? It tried to use its spatial reproductive ability again, only to find that it was completely unable to do so. The heavenly void beast's eyes widened in shock. It really was impotent. Wah! 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 The heavenly void beast wailed in anguish, as if it was weeping with grief and indignation or roaring with despair. At that moment, heaven and earth crumbled, and the air trembled as the sun and moon wept in unison. The heavenly void beast finally calmed down somewhat after bawling its eyes out. It then began to turn its gaze internally on the world within its body, as it had a feeling that the people within its body had something to do with its sudden onset of impotence. However, right at this moment, a ripple suddenly began to proliferate outward as its body trembled violently. That familiar feeling. It was back. The feeling of wanting to bear children. The feeling of spatial energy flowing relentlessly into its body. It was all back. The whale was ecstatic as it returned to its original location. It then tried to force something out of its body. Within the whale's body, Enlin felt a certain power leave his body as he heaved a light, forlorn sigh. The regenerative effects of the blood Rakshasa pill were extremely potent, and he was able to fully recover from his external injuries in just 1 hour. He estimated that he should be fully recovered within 2 hours. Everyone had already withdrawn their healing spell techniques when they asked Enlin with regard to the reason for his self-detonation. Obviously, Enlin wasn't going to tell them the truth. They were probably going to laugh their heads off if they were to learn the truth. He fabricated an excuse to answer their question before changing the topic as they continued to discuss how they were going to escape from this world. In any case, he didn't dare to use the divine plunder technique again. To pick out a useful spell technique or ability from the vast amount of options available was like winning the lottery. The chances were simply too low. On top of that, he ran the risk of self-detonation each time he used the divine plunder technique on the heavenly void beast. He would eventually lose his life if he kept using the technique. Everyone brought out their artifacts and spell techniques in search of a breakthrough, but to no avail. Before he knew it, Enlin's injuries had fully recovered. Thus, he was itching to do something again. He pulled out the vermilion bird mirror. Mirror, mirror in my hand, tell me how to get out of this accursed place. A crisp and tender voice sounded. I don't know. Enlin. Clatter. Enlin threw the mirror onto the ground in rage. What use do I have for you? I'm useless. So I beg of you, please release me. I want to go home. The vermilion bird mirror replied in an earnest voice, and Lin's chest constricted as he picked up the mirror. He calmed himself down before stroking the surface of the mirror with a smile on his face. No, my little magic mirror. I won't let you leave me. You're my family. The vermilion bird mirror remained silent before a white ripple swept toward Lin, and immediately after, the mirror let loose a cold chuckle. Heh, I almost believed your lies. You were clearly thinking this stupid cunt of a mirror. If it wasn't for your attack reflection ability, I would have thrown you into a shithole a long time ago. And Lin's hand trembled. He was almost startled into dropping the mirror. Holy fuck. You can read minds? I'm a mirror knowledgeable in events of the present and past. You're grossly underestimating me if you think I can't read minds. The mirror chuckled lightly with disdain in its voice. And Lin didn't have a response to that. He could only stow the mirror away. He couldn't depend on the mirror, so he had to think of another method. But what other methods could there be? The return to void stage mighty figures had tried everything. Among the special hack techniques he possessed, only the divine plunder technique had a direct effect on the heavenly void beast. Should I try it again? And Lin was very tempted, but he was a little hesitant upon recalling the backlash he had just suffered. Sweat was already beginning to pour from Xiao Zhe's forehead, clearly indicating that he wasn't going to be able to last much longer. Without his defensive spell technique, everyone else probably wouldn't even be able to last 15 minutes under the overwhelming spatial compression force. As such, they really didn't have much time left. So be it, let's do it. And Lin took a deep breath as the image of a golden eye appeared on his forehead. Divine plunder technique. Golden ripples proliferated forth as information on countless spell techniques and abilities swarmed into his mind. And Lin didn't think at all this time and immediately plundered one of the abilities. His body swayed slightly as he half knelt onto the ground again. Meanwhile, within the remorseless realm, the gargantuan whale was suddenly blind. Heaven and earth suddenly dimmed as if the two suns had disappeared and the stars became extremely dazzling again. The gargantuan whale was scared shitless as it roared in shock and horror and destroyed everything around itself in a panicked frenzy. Wah! 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 A joyful expression suddenly appeared on Lin's face. Goldenly fire eyes. This ability can allow its user to burn everything in their path, even space itself. The ability can also destroy an entire realm and pulverize all obstacles. This spell technique seemed to be extremely badass. And Lin looked up at the endless expanse of space around him as a determined smile appeared on his face. Now then, let's give you a taste of what it's like to have your stomach burning. His eyes suddenly turned golden as he spoke. His eyes were like a pair of miniature suns, lightening the world before setting it alight. Everyone noticed the change in Lin's expression, and they turned to him with surprise and anticipation on their faces. Right at this moment, boundless golden flames burst forth from Lin's eyes before incinerating the vast world before him. The golden flames swept forth, transforming the world into a sea of flames as the ground below began to melt while space warped and cracked open. In just a short few seconds, the entire space around everyone had been engulfed in boundless flames, and the flames continued to spread into the distance. Holy crap! What are these flames? Cassidy's eyes widened in shock. These are sky-incinerating flames capable of incinerating the sky and boiling the sea. They can only be wielded by the mightiest of mighty figures. Xianxia yelled in excitement. Sky-incinerating flames, my ass. Those are clearly goldenly flames, which possess the ability to incinerate space itself. The Flames Master is unleashing our goldenly flames of extremely high purity. Perhaps they really would be capable of burning a hole into this world. Xiao Zhe rolled his eyes at Xianxia before turning to Lin with reverence etched on his face. After venting its shock and horror for a while, the gargantuan whale detected a scorching heat in its belly, and it turned its gaze internally to find that the world inside its body had been transformed into a boundless sea of flames. Gargantuan whale. How did it feel to go blind, followed by having your innards transformed into a sea of flames? Words could not describe its emotions at this point in time. This familiar aura, this familiar power. The gargantuan whale drew a sharp intake of breath. Wasn't this its fucking ability? Immediately afterward, it noticed a human who seemed to possess a pair of identical eyes as its own. The human was currently in the process of unleashing golden flames in its inner world, as if he were a realm-destroying fiend celestial. Aren't those my eyes? The gargantuan whale's flesh crawled as a terrifying thought occurred to it. The disappearance of the heavenly void spirit, followed by the sudden onset of impotence and blindness. Could it be that this man was responsible for everything? My God, what kind of monster did I absorb into my body? A rare sense of remorse and fear appeared in the gargantuan whale's heart. Anyone would experience the same emotions if their food suddenly stole away their powers before turning their innards into a sea of flames. No, things couldn't continue like this. The gargantuan whale immediately activated its power to unleash a sealing spell technique. The goldenly flames, which were previously expanding at an alarming rate, suddenly faltered slightly before slowing down. Solemn expressions appeared on all their faces as they knew an external force was at work here. It was very likely that the heavenly void beast was responsible for this, which meant that it had become aware of the situation within its body. With this mind, everyone suddenly became very nervous. This was like getting caught red-handed while they tried to commit arson to an extremely powerful mighty figure's house. However, Lin was not going to stop no matter what. If he didn't burn this house down, everyone was going to die here. Boom! An unimaginably enormous black shadow suddenly appeared in the air above this world. It had a smooth round head, and its eyes were closed as its body obscured the entire sky above. Its appearance immediately imparted upon everyone an inconceivable sense of pressure, as if they were facing a certain high and mighty god. And Lin looked up at the black shadow and immediately figured out the fact that this was the projection of the gargantuan whale. He looked at the projection with a calm and fearless expression. You are the one that stole the power of my eyes from me? A mighty intent projected itself onto everyone. No one knew what language this was, but everyone could understand what the projection was saying. That's right. And Lin nodded. Everyone turned to Lin with shock on their faces upon hearing this. He could even snatch away the power of the heavenly void beast. Badass. Xiao Zhe already had his suspicions when he saw the golden flames bursting forth from Lin's eyes. After all, his defensive ability had once been stolen by Lin, so he knew just how powerful this ability was. Now that his assumption had been verified, he was in even more admiration of Lin. My heavenly void spirit was also taken by you? And was that also you? The gargantuan whale's intent was as vast as the sea, but its voice was fluctuating with emotion. That was all me, and Lin confessed. He wouldn't even get the chance to negotiate with the heavenly void beast if he didn't have the power to threaten it. Boom! An extremely formidable might descended from the sky, and even the boundless sea of golden flames was forced back. It was quite clear that the heavenly void beast had been enraged. How dare you do things like that? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? A boundless killing intent descended upon Lin, giving him a sense of asphyxiation. He? And Lin chuckled coldly as he said, I was just an innocent bystander that wasn't doing anything, but you still ate me for no reason. Am I supposed to just lie down obediently and wait for you to digest me? The heavenly void beast seemed to have no response to this, and it pondered for a moment before continuing. Return my heavenly void spirit and the power of my eyes, and I'll release you. And Lin shook his head. The heavenly void spirit has already been absorbed by me, so there's no chance of returning it. I can return the power of your eyes to you, but you have to release all of us. You! Boom! The heavenly void beast's aura surged violently as it seethed with killing intent. However, Lin did not fear it in the slightest. If the projection was able to harm him, it would have done so already. The fact that it hadn't done so indicated that it was either unable to, or it would have to pay a hefty price to do so. Think about this carefully. I'm only going to give you 1 minute to consider my condition. If you don't agree to my conditions within 1 minute, then you won't have another chance to change your mind. After I die, you will be blind forever. Not only that, but I'll be sure to plunder a few more of your abilities." And Lin said with a calm expression, but the confidence and determination in his eyes were plain to see. "The ones that attacked me can't leave, but I can release the rest of you." The gargantuan whale remained silent for several seconds before negotiating. This was clearly the biggest compromise it was willing to make. Couldn't just release everyone. The mighty heavenly void beast had to kill all those who dare to attack it. And Lin shook his head firmly. "I told you to release everyone, and I mean it," he continued. "You still have half a minute to consider my conditions." A hint of awe and reverence flashed through Celestial Maiden He's eyes. Everyone else was also in admiration of Lin's fearlessness and his unwillingness to give up even a single one of his companions. His entire body was practically glowing in everyone's eyes. The gargantuan whale felt extremely conflicted. It wanted to kill Lin on the spot, but it couldn't lose its eyesight, and if Lin really did plunder a few more of its abilities before taking them to his grave, like its reproduction abilities or something like that, the heavenly void beast shuddered at this notion. However, for it to release everyone just like that would mean losing a lot of dignity. This was the equivalent of getting beaten up and having its most valuable treasure stolen before being forced to release all the perpetrators. Time slowly passed by while the gargantuan whale endured the longest half a minute of its life. Finally, just when the time was about to run out, it heaved a long, forlorn sigh. "All right, I agree to your conditions, but you have to return my eyesight to me first." And Lin smiled lightly as if he had expected this outcome all along. "As you wish." Moments later, an invisible barrier rippled outward, and the heavenly void beast suddenly felt as if it had regained something. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the gargantuan whale's eyes, as if they were two miniature suns that emanated boundless light and heat. The gargantuan whale was on the brink of tears. From blindness to regaining its vision, this was an extremely arduous path. "It's time for you to fulfill your side of the deal." And Lin clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at the projection with a calm but firm expression. Everyone turned nervous eyes on the projection, in fear that it would go back on its word. The gargantuan whale remained silent for a long while before its golden eyes flashed, and the goldenly flames began to dissipate from this world. The space in a radius of over 50 kilometers had been twisted and shattered, and the ground lost a vast amount of mass from being scorched by the flames. The whale surveyed the damage with a pained expression before turning to Lin. "What is your name, human?" the whale asked. And Lin smiled lightly. "Do you want to take revenge on me? That's fine by me. My name is Xianxia, Cassidy." An ecstatic expression appeared on Xianxia's face. "Good. That's an arrogant and unyielding name worthy for someone who dares to oppose me. I'll remember you." Xianxia. The whale's projection began to slowly disappear. Celestial Maiden He and the others were all at a complete loss for words. In the next instant, a mighty spatial power swept through heaven and earth as the space around them began to blur and transform. In the blink of an eye, everyone had reappeared on a certain broken continent with a vast expanse of stars overhead. Everything was so familiar. The only thing that everyone was surprised about was that an earth-shattering battle seemed to have taken place here as the earth was riddled with countless massive craters. The gargantuan whale looked at everyone with a pair of resentful eyes, which lingered for a few seconds on Lin before it averted its gaze and continued doing its business. "Ha ha ha! We finally made it out of there." Cassidy and Merlin were ecstatic. "Lucy, did you think that you would be able to see me again?" Tobias looked up at the sky as tears streaked down his face. Tina sat on Lin's shoulder as she covered her face with both hands. "Why am I always so useless? I am the epitome of a nuisance." Xianxia curled up in Lin's arms as he trembled uncontrollably, and Xiaozhe latched onto Lin's arm once again. And Lin heaved a light sigh as he shook his head. It looked like the extreme emotions were back. Celestial Maiden He, the Night Patrol God, Chang He, and Changzong also wore different expressions on their faces. They too had clearly been struck by some sorts of emotions. However, Changzong and Chong He were reciting Buddhist mantras to themselves in a low voice, which seemed to assist them in regulating their emotions, thereby allowing them to keep relatively calm. Mr. and Lin, it's all thanks to you that we were able to escape from the clutch from death. I hereby express my utmost gratitude to you. Celestial Maiden He bowed in gratitude to Enlin as her dress rippled around her like a blossoming lotus flower. The Night Patrol God and Chong He as well as Changzong also expressed their gratitude to Enlin one after another. Enlin waved his hands in a gesture that said, "You're welcome, Master. That huge whale is blocking the exit of the remorseless realm once again. How should we?" Xiao Zhe stared at the gargantuan whale in the distance with an uneasy expression. Xiao Zhe was like a completely vulnerable little kid, as he latched on Enlin's arm tightly. Enlin gave Xiao Zhe a gentle smile as he stroked his head. "Don't worry, Master will protect you." He flew toward the heavenly void beast with the entire group standing atop his brick, and he only used his vital energy to amplify his voice when he was not far from the whale. "Mr. Whale, since you've released us anyway, can you please move aside so that we can get past you?" The heavenly void beast turned its gaze on Enlin again as boundless heat and light burst forth from its golden eyes. Enlin felt like he was being directly glared at by two suns as a fearsome aura swept toward him. His expression remained unchanged, and a golden light flashed before his eyes as he activated the divine might technique. He stared down at the heavenly void beast with the arrogance and pride of a peerless war god looking down upon the world over which he ruled. That's right. Enlin triumphed over the heavenly void beast in a battle of will. The heavenly void beast was understandably not fond of Enlin and his group. For it, the mighty heavenly void beast, to be referred to as a whale was a huge disgrace. This made it even more resentful toward Enlin. "Mr. Whale, we don't have all day," Enlin urged with a smile. The heavenly void beast narrowed its eyes slightly. Enlin's smile seemed innocent and harmless, but for some reason, it made the heavenly void beast's flesh crawl. This response was triggered by the fear of having its heavenly void spirit stolen, of inexplicably losing its reproductive abilities, of mysteriously losing its eyesight. Humph! The heavenly void beast finally conceded as it moved its massive body to the side to reveal a little path. It was quite reluctant to concede any further to Enlin, but it decided to swallow its pride for the greater good. Enlin and the others immediately walked through that little path with delight on their faces. As they crossed that black line, the respective extreme emotions they had been blighted with all slowly disappeared, leaving them feeling much more in control of themselves. "Phew! We've finally made it." Xiao Zhe was ecstatic after surviving that ordeal. "We almost all fell to that heavenly void beast." Celestial Maiden He looked back with fear lingering in her eyes. The whale slowly moved its body back into position, blocking off the entire black line of the remorseless realm. "Why is this big guy blocking everyone here in the first place?" Tina pouted with indignant rage. She had already recovered from her mood of, "I'm useless aside from my beauty and power," as she looked back with a resentful expression at the heavenly void beast. Tobias remained silent. To him, breaking down in tears as he screamed out Lucy's name was a dark chapter in his past that he would love to forget. The heavenly void beast is extremely fond of places with special laws of heaven and earth as they are able to refine their heavenly void body in such locations. Furthermore, having one half of its body outside the region affected by the laws while the other half remains within that region is the best way for it to observe the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Zhe smiled as he pointed to the heavenly void beast's massive tail. Everyone turned to look at the heavenly void beast as understanding flashed through their features. So the heavenly void beast was cultivating here. Wah! 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 Right at this moment, the gargantuan body of the whale suddenly began to tremble, as if it was struggling with something. And Lin and the others were just about to depart, but their interest was piqued at the sight of its gargantuan trembling body. They had once fought the whale in a battle of life and death. Hence, it was a natural reaction to stay behind and observe their enemy when they appeared to be struggling. The whale wasn't trembling very violently, but with a body as vast as a continent, just a light tremble could trigger earth-shattering effects. Giant and Lin, It seems like the big guy is in a lot of pain, Tina said in a low voice. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He provided an analysis as he waved his little wings around. From a soft moan to a heart-wrenching cry, the progression in emotion and pain indicates that the heavenly void beast is giving birth. Ift. Everyone burst into laughter at Xianxia's joking analysis. However, their smiles soon congealed on their faces. The gargantuan whale suddenly lifted up its tail, whipping up gale-force winds within a radius of 50 kilometers. A slit opened up on its backside before blood gushed forth along with a black organism. Everyone looked at the organism with shock on their faces as they drew collective sharp intakes of breath. Xianxia was also completely dumbstruck as he murmured to himself, "Holy shit! It looks I'm right. This really is childbirth." And Lin and the others were all astonished by the scenes unfolding before their very eyes. None of them had ever witnessed a heavenly void beast giving birth before. Heck, they had never even heard of how heavenly void beasts were supposed to give birth. Even the knowledgeable and experienced Xiaozhe was no exception to this. Wah! The large heavenly void beast heaved a sigh of relief. As for the newly born small heavenly void beast, it was entirely black and shaped like a whale as well. It was only a few kilometers in length, but its aura was already extremely fearsome from birth, and Lin estimated that it was about as powerful as Tina. It certainly didn't feel like a newly born organism at all. Returned to void stage from birth, as expected of a heavenly void beast that is born with spatial manipulation abilities. Just its starting position is well ahead of everyone else on this path of cultivation. Xiaozhe sighed with emotion. Xianxia was extremely shattered as tears streaked down his face. "I've lived for so long, but I haven't even reached that starting position yet. My life is such a failure." Everyone had mixed emotions upon witnessing the birth of the heavenly void beast. The little whale opened its bright eyes, which were a little dazed, but they were glowing with scintillating golden light, which was in direct contrast to its pitch-black body. Wah! The large whale slowly floated in the air before twisting around to look at the little whale with joy and adoration in its eyes. "Mommy?" The little whale looked up at the large whale before speaking in a clear, crisp voice. The large whale was taken aback upon hearing this, as were Lin and the others, because the little whale had just spoken in the language of the Taichu realm, which is the language of the world that Lin and the others were currently situated in. That was really bizarre. Weren't whales supposed to communicate in whale calls? Why was it able to speak in the language of the Taichu realm from birth? Who taught that language to it? Everyone was still rooted to the spot in astonishment when the little whale flew toward the large whale before rubbing the tip of its nose with its comparatively tiny body in a show of affection. The large whale soon recovered its astonishment and began to bask in the intimacy of the moment. After a while, the little whale suddenly turned to Lin and the others. At this moment, Lin and the others all tensed up in anticipation. Even though the little whale had just been born, it was already extremely powerful. The little whale turned its eyes on Lin as a joyful expression appeared on its face. "Daddy!" Everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone at the scene, including the large whale, were all staring at the little whale in bafflement. "Daddy, Daddy!" The little whale flew through the air before reaching Lin and rubbing its soft nose on Lin's body. From Lin's perspective, it looked like a pitch-black pillar ramming repeatedly into his body. "Daddy!" The little whale continued to yell in excitement. Alright, so it appeared as if the little whale thought that Lin was its father. Lin's mind had gone completely blank. He felt like he was dreaming. As for Cassidy and the others, all of them were also shocked beyond words. As expected of Master to be able to tame a heavenly void beast like this, Xiaozhe drew a sharp intake of breath. A higher degree of reverence glowed in his eyes as he looked at Lin. Who would have thought that giant Lin's baby would be even bigger than Lin? Tina's world had been tipped on its head once again as she exclaimed with astonishment on her face. "The holy leader is even taking whale underlings now," Merlin exclaimed with a peculiar hint of excitement on his face. Chong, he put his palms together before lightly bowing. "Amitba, congratulations. Benefactor Enlin, you are a father now. Celestial Maiden, he and the others all came to their senses before offering congratulatory words to Enlin. Enlin wore a suicidal expression on his face as he was rammed relentlessly by the little whale. Words failed to describe what he was feeling. The little whale insisted on calling him father as soon as it was born. How the hell was he its father? Any normal person would know that this was impossible. The whale was so massive. How could he have impregnated it? Even if he could, he wasn't into bestiality anyway. Wah! Enlin, what the hell did you do? An extremely enraged intent suddenly swept through heaven and earth. The large whale was no longer able to keep calm. It unleashed its killing intent with all its might, and everyone's consciousness was struck by a sharp pain. Everyone shuddered as they came to their senses and pulled out their weapons before standing around Enlin in a defensive formation. This doesn't look right. Could it be that you really didn't do the deed with the whale? Xiao Zhe turned to question Enlin with a serious expression. Enlin almost blacked out and vomited blood upon hearing this as he flared up in rage. No shit. How the fuck could I do something like that with a whale? Mommy, don't hurt my dad. A crisp, pleasant voice sounded as the little whale positioned its body in front of Enlin with a determined expression. The large whale stared at the little whale with shock etched all over its face. Everyone also turned to Enlin's with dumbstruck expressions, as if to say, "Is that little whale really not your child?" Enlin, I'm not your father. Enlin spoke with difficulty. The little whale didn't say anything. Just as everyone thought that it had been confused by Enlin's words, they discovered tears flowing from the little whale's eyes before falling to the ground, where they created two small streams. Shui Zhantian murmured to himself, "Is this the legendary river of tears?" Cassidy and Celestial Maiden, he both turned to glower at Enlin, as if they were internally labeling him as irresponsible scum. Enlin's eyes widened as his mouth gaped open, but he didn't know what to say. The large whale felt like its heart was about to break at the sight of the tears flowing down the little whale's cheeks. A scorching killing intent burst forth from its eyes as it prepared to slay Enlin regardless of the consequences. I am a hermaphrodite. How dare you trick my child into calling you father? I'll kill you. A powerful killing intent swept toward everyone, giving them a sense of asphyxiation. Enlin heaved a sigh of relief even as the overwhelming killing intent engulfed his body. That settled the issue then. It was going to be difficult to explain to Xiaolan if the whale wasn't a hermaphrodite. He was not the father. Hermaphrodite? Everyone faltered upon hearing this before disappointment welled up in their hearts. They were thinking they would be able to witness a historic moment, but who would have thought that it was just a misunderstanding? Then, why would the little whale call Enlin daddy? You're lying, mommy. I am your child and daddy's child. The little whale retorted with a determined expression, but the tears began to flow more quickly from its eyes. Celestial Maiden, he murmured to herself. What a poor little whale. The father refuses to acknowledge it while the mother refuses to acknowledge the father. What kind of psychological scars will such a conflicting home environment inflict on the poor child's heart? Enlin clasped his hands to his chest. She's reading way too much into this. The little whale's body shuddered violently as two auras appeared before its body, one of which was black and chaotic and extremely immense, while the other was a small ball of red aura. Although the red aura was quite small, it contained a completely different aura to the black ball of chaos. Everyone sensed the familiar aura before turning their eyes on Enlin again while their eyes slowly widened. Enlin's heart skipped a beat as his body was rooted to the spot. That red ball of aura was quite familiar, as it belonged to Enlin. A thought began to occur to him as he lined up all the evidence. Enlin's body swayed as if he was about to topple over. He knew what had happened now. This little whale might really be his child. The large whale was also dumbstruck as its massive body was rooted to the spot. It was a hermaphrodite, so its children should bear only its own aura. So where did that completely different aura come from? The large whale felt like it was dreaming, and Lin swallowed with difficulty. He already knew what might have happened. This could be traced to when he used his divine plunder technique to plunder the reproductive abilities of the heavenly void beast. The heavenly void reproductive ability allowed him to absorb limitless spatial power to materialize a core of life, upon which he would gain the reproductive ability of the heavenly void beast. He didn't really think much of it at that time, as the duration of the effect was only 10 minutes. On top of that, he had almost died from self-detonation, so that was naturally a memory he did not want to re-explore. Then, where did all the spatial power that he had absorbed into his body gone to? The only explanation was that all the spatial power hadn't just disappeared upon his self-detonation. Instead, it had to have fused into the heavenly void beast's core of life. Holy shit! And Lin was about to cry after coming to this conclusion. The little whale really was related to him. Even though his aura only comprised a small portion of its overall aura, it was undeniable that the little whale really did have his aura within its body. The evidence is concrete now. Cassidy turned to Lin with a complex expression. No wonder it knows the Taichu language. Turns out, it inherited the tongue from Mr. Lin. The Night Patrol god nodded in a sudden realization. Celestial Maiden, he furrowed her brows as she spoke in a cold voice. Mr. Lin, if you dare to abandon this child and its mother, I'll look down on you. Amitba, benefactor Lin. This is all designed by fate, so you should take responsibility until the very end. Chang, he sighed. Lin gripped his chest as 10,000 alpacas stampeded over his heart. Concrete evidence? Inheritance? Abandoning child and mother? Take responsibility? I should just kill myself right now. Lin's mind fell into a complete daze. How could this happen? How could this happen? Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as the enraged intent of the large whale reverberated throughout their minds. The large whale suddenly opened its mouth, creating a gargantuan vortex of darkness. The vortex stood between heaven and earth like a vast wall of death, exuding monstrous suction power. The air surged violently, and space warped and twisted as everything between heaven and earth was sucked into the heavenly void beast's mouth. This was an extremely familiar scene for everyone. These were the heavenly void beast's signature techniques: heavenly void vortex and realm displacement. Everyone's faces instantly paled upon seeing this, and Xiao Zhe immediately unleashed his black dragon projection to protect everyone. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. In the next instant, a mystical spatial power enveloped everyone as their bodies disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin and the others arrived again in a gray continent as boundless spatial compression power swept toward them from all directions, which was kept at bay by Xiao Zhe's defense. Do we have an affinity with this place? It has only been less than 2 hours and we're back again. Lin slapped his forehead with exasperation. Everyone turned resentful gazes upon Lin, as if to say that this was all his fault. However, what was different from last time was that there was a pitch-black little whale accompanying them this time. The little whale floated outside of Xiao Zhe's defensive spell technique, as it looked around at its surroundings with confusion etched on its face. Huh? What is this place? It didn't seem to have been affected by the spatial compression power as it wagged its tail in the air with contentment on its face. Daddy, Daddy, where's Mommy? It turned to look at Lin with curiosity in its bright, golden eyes. Lin massaged his brows. Please don't call me Daddy anymore. The little whale pouted without giving a reply, but tears began to flow from its eyes again. Everyone was immediately enraged and was just about to denounce Lin when Lin spoke again. You should call me Grandpa instead, he amended. The little whale blinked with curiosity. Grandpa, there's a good grandson. Lin responded with a benevolent expression. Everyone, boom. At this moment, an extremely devastating burst of spatial power swept toward them. Xiao Zhe's expression shifted as he increased his defensive output before yelling in a panicked voice. Master, please stop making the heavenly void beast any more enraged than it already is. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to hold on for much longer. Lin gritted his teeth before looking up into the sky. Mister, Well, this is just a pure coincidence. Are you really going to force my hand again? The projection of a gargantuan head appeared before transmitting an enraged intent into everyone's mind. Pure coincidence? I can let you off for taking my heavenly void spirit. But now you're even trying to take my child from me. I'm a hermaphrodite, but you still managed to stake a claim on my child. I'll kill you. Everyone was starting to become a little sympathetic to the large whale upon hearing this, and Lin's face convulsed, but he still threatened in a firm voice, "Are you not worried about my plundering ability? Humph. I'll kill you even if it means giving up my life." The large whale's enraged yet firm voice sounded, and Lin heaved a long, forlorn sigh upon hearing this. "So be it. I don't want to hurt the mother of the little whale." The large whale's expression faltered, and the little whale's body trembled as tears instantly flowed from its eyes again. "Wah! Mommy, please don't hurt Grandpa. I won't let you hurt him." The little whale sobbed as it shook its body. A faint black light imbued with formidable spatial power began to emanate from its body before instantly enveloping everyone. Xianxia turned to the little whale with amazement on his face. "The spatial compression power has lessened significantly. Thank you, little whale." And Lin smiled. The little whale wagged its tail as it replied with a sincere expression, "No problem, Grandpa. I won't let Mommy hurt you." What a thoughtful child. Everyone sighed with emotion. Everyone else was overjoyed. But the large whale looked like it had just swallowed a fly. This was clearly its own child, but it was siding with its enemies. If it wasn't for the fact that the realm displacement technique couldn't selectively pick its targets, it would not have allowed its child to appear here. It initially planned to grind Lin and the others down and kill them before releasing the little whale again. But who would have thought that its child would side with them? "Little Xiao, how long can you hold on like this?" And Lin transmitted his voice to Xianxia. "With the little whale's help, I can last however long that is required of me," Xianxia replied. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief before turning his eyes on the little whale while thinking about how he could get everyone out of this place. And Lin looked at the little whale and asked, "Little whale, how long are you able to keep this up for?" The little whale shook its head before giving an honest reply, "I don't know, but I'll do my best." The large whale's chest constricted upon hearing this, but it still maintained its spatial compression technique. The spatial compression power wouldn't affect the little whale anyway, and it would eventually run out of power. The large whale would then be able to crush Lin and his group to dust before releasing the little whale. With this in mind, a sneer appeared on the large whale's face. "You think I'll spare you just because you offered a truce by refraining from plundering my abilities? Keep dreaming." The little heavenly void beast only needed its mother. The spatial compression power did not subside. Instead, it swept toward Lin and the others with renewed vigor. The large whale was clearly extremely determined, and Lin was at a loss for what to do. The projection of the large whale slowly disappeared. All these people were as good as dead anyway, so there was nothing more to see here. "Holy leader, what do we do now?" Cassidy asked. "How about you use that plundering ability again, holy leader? We can just fight the whale if worse comes to worst," Tobias suggested. "I won't let you hurt my mommy." The little whale turned back with tears of grief and indignation shining in its eyes. Everyone immediately fell silent upon seeing this. They knew that the little whale was helping Lin because it didn't want to see domestic violence happening within its family. But that didn't mean it would be willing to fight against the large whale, and Lin wasn't really completely against using divine plunder technique. However, he was reluctant to use it unless he had no choice, as that meant there was no going back. The large whale would try to kill them with all its power, and the little whale might not lend them its assistance anymore. Was there really no other way? And Lin furrowed his brows in deep thought before a thought occurred to him as he silently transmitted his voice to everyone. "Will our teleportation badges work within the heavenly void beast's body?" Everyone instantly came to a realization upon hearing this, and their expressions lit up with joy. "Celestial Maiden," he transmitted her voice in reply with a smile. "The teleportation badges are able to cross between the two continents, so they should have no problems with escaping from this realm." We were all in a state of panic and didn't think along these lines at all. That's right. And Lin was thinking that they could simply stall here for the rest of the 30 days until the teleportation badges that were given to them by Emperor Ziwei could teleport them straight back to the heavenly court. So we'll only need to wait for 4 or 5 days then. I wonder if the little whale can last that long. Cassidy looked at the massive body of the little whale with concern on her face. When the little whale is unable to hold on, I can provide a window of at least 6 hours during which it can recover. Xiaozhe smiled, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. All they needed to do now was to sit and wait. Hold on. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. If they were to return to the heavenly court like this, what would happen to his dick? He drew a sharp intake of breath at this thought. He had to absorb 100 Golden Realm essence crystals in order to achieve initial success in the body of the war god. But failure would reduce him to a eunuch for 10,000 years. There were 82 Golden Realm essence crystals in his storage ring, which meant he had to find 18 more Golden Realm essence crystals to save his own dick. And Lin immediately turned to Celestial Maiden He and the others. A light blush appeared on Celestial Maiden He's face as Lin scrutinized her with his scorching gaze. What are you looking at me like that for, Mr. Lin? Do you guys have Golden Realm essence crystals? I'm in desperate need of them. I can use other realm essence crystals to exchange for them. And Lin cut straight to the point. Chong, he put his palms together upon hearing this. Ba. If Benefactor Lin would like my Golden Realm essence crystals, then I would be happy to offer them to you free of charge as thanks for saving my life. Celestial Maiden He and the Night Patrol God as well as Changzong all nodded in agreement. And Lin immediately waved his hands in refusal as he insisted on exchanging the Golden Realm essence crystals for other realm essence crystals of the equivalent value. And Lin had saved their lives, but he couldn't just take their Golden Realm essence crystals because of that. After all, everyone was back in this mess due to his involvement with the little whale, so he really couldn't bring himself to take their realm essence crystals free of charge. Upon Lin's insistence, Celestial Maiden He and the others agreed to exchange their realm exchange crystals. One red realm essence crystal was the equivalent of 200,000 spirit stones, which meant that 5 of them were approximately equal to 1 golden realm essence crystal. This exchange rate seemed to be a universal one among all the different powers. Celestial Maiden He had 2 golden realm essence crystals, the Night Patrol God had 3, and Chong He and Changzong also had 3 each, which made a total of 11. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. And Lin only had 49 red realm essence crystals, so he threw in 12 more blue realm essence crystals in exchange for all 11 golden realm essence crystals. He could be considered to be a super tycoon now. He had 344 white realm essence crystals, 60 green realm essence crystals, 72 blue realm essence crystals, and 93 golden realm essence crystals. This was a staggering amount that would leave most people in shock. I'm still missing 7, he sighed. He was experiencing the pain of demand exceeding supply. So what if he was filthy stinking rich? There weren't enough golden realm essence crystals for him to buy. Celestial Maiden He and the others all offered comforting words upon seeing Lin's distraught expression. It looks like the holy leader isn't going to be able to reach his target. Cassidy was also a little disconsolate. What's the target? Celestial Maiden He's eyes flashed with curiosity. Merlin replied, 100 golden realm essence crystals. If I'm not mistaken, there should still be 7 missing. Boom! Celestial Maiden He and the others felt as if thunder had exploded in their heads. A target of 100 golden realm essence crystals? There were still 7 missing. Didn't that mean that he already had 93? All the heavenly court and Buddhist kingdom mighty figures drew a collective sharp intake of breath as they turned their eyes on Lin again. They discovered that Lin was sitting off to the side with a disconsolate expression, and they almost spat out mouthfuls of blood upon the recollection of the words of consolation they had offered to him. They felt like they were a bunch of beggars who went to console a tycoon who had only earned just over $90 million out of their target of $100 million. Fuck off. There's no need to console him. Celestial Maiden, he and the others immediately flared up in rage. The two monks were able to recite Buddhist mantras to soothe their emotions, and the night patrol god was enshrouded in black mist, so it was difficult to see what his facial expression was. However, the humiliation and rage were plain to see on Celestial Maiden, his face as she turned in the other direction. Meanwhile, Enlin was still sitting by himself in extreme distress, but no one was going to console him. Only Enlin himself knew that the threat of becoming a eunuch for 10,000 years was still hanging over his head. Time passed by slowly, and thankfully, the little whale was able to last 3 days without showing any signs of tiring. It also tried to dissuade its mother from killing Enlin and the others throughout the entire 3 days. But the large whale seemed to have completely made up its mind. Finally, the last day arrived. The last day arrived, and everyone could envision themselves leaving this accursed place. Their topic of discussion began to drift toward what they were going to do when they returned to the heavenly court. Xianxia was obviously going to stay by Enlin's side, as were Tina and Xianxia. Hence, the main topic of discussion was what the 3 blood tribe mighty figures were going to do. After all, it was completely unheard of for 3 blood tribe mighty figures to become slaves to a human cultivator. And Lin was probably the only one capable of doing something like this within the entire kingdom of the 9 states. The 3 blood tribe mighty figures were faced with 2 choices. They could either stay by Enlin's side as slaves when they got back, or they could assume their respective roles within the dark marshlands again. If they wanted to stay by Enlin's side, they would inevitably encounter many obstacles from the heavenly court. No one could remain completely unconcerned with 3 mighty figures of an opposing power strutting around in their backyard. Hence, they would have to earn the acknowledgement of the heavenly court if they wanted to stay by Enlin's side. The second choice was to return to the blood tribe. All 3 of them were extremely important people within the dark marshlands, so they would be extremely useful as spies of the heavenly court. All 3 of them were leaning toward the first option of staying by Enlin's side, as that was the only way to guarantee a reliable source of holy blood. However, Enlin was hoping they would choose the second option. They should at least return to the blood tribe before helping the heavenly court as spies in order to earn trust and acknowledgement before coming to Enlin's side. In that case, the heavenly court would be much more willing to accept them, so they would encounter far less resistance. After some discussion, the final decision was made for the 3 of them to go back to the blood tribe for a year or 2. And Lin's end-of-year trial would take him to the dark marshlands anyway, and they could take this opportunity to really stir up some trouble in the blood tribe. As for the specific arrangements, he would have to inquire Emperor Ziwei or even the Celestial the Arch. And Lin wanted to continue studying at the heavenly court, so he had no choice but to inform the higher-ups of this situation. Celestial Maiden, he had seen some precedents of cultivators from the western heavenly dragon forest and the sinister spirit beast cesspool siding with the heavenly court in the past. For the 3 blood tribe mighty figures who had already signed slave contracts, it would actually be easier for them to be acknowledged by the heavenly court. And Lin's golden teleportation badge was a golden one, so he could choose to teleport back to the heavenly court. However, he still decided to remain here. After all, he had to make sure of everyone's safety before he left. Time passed by slowly, and the little whale continued to tirelessly keep the spatial compression power at bay. Holy leader, we're going to go our separate ways soon. Are you now going to give us some parting gifts? Cassidy licked her succulent red lips as her eyes shone with a scorching light. Tobias and Merlin also chimed in as they turned expectant gazes on Enlin. Enlin paused for a moment before releasing 6 milliliters of blood, which equated to 2 milliliters per person, as a parting gift. Take care of yourselves. Contact me immediately if you discover that something is amiss, Enlin said with a solemn expression. The 3 blood tribe mighty figures accepted the blood with satisfied expressions. Don't worry, holy leader. Just make sure you don't renounce us when we come to find you, Cassidy replied with a dainty smile. And Lin shook his head with a smile. We are all connected, which makes us almost like family, so there's no way I would turn you guys away. Following the holy leader is the best choice. We'll definitely be able to reach higher levels if we follow in the footsteps of the holy leader. Merlin swallowed a small portion of the 2 milliliters of blood, and his body trembled with bliss. That's right. I'm willing to lay down my life at a moment's notice for the holy leader, Tobias announced with passion shining from his eyes. Celestial maiden, he surveyed the exchange between Enlin and the three blood tribe mighty figures with astonishment on her face. She was clearly not expecting them to be so loyal to Enlin. Before they knew it, everyone's teleportation badges began to flash with brilliant light. It was finally time to leave. Enlin hugged Xianxia with one hand while he held Xiao Zhe's hand in the other. Meanwhile, Tina sat on Enlin's shoulder as she gripped tightly onto his hair. Who would have thought that we would be returning to the heavenly court under such circumstances? Celestial maiden, he sighed with emotion. I didn't think it would be like this either. Enlin furrowed his brows as he let loose a light sigh. His mission was still incomplete, and he had to hurry up. There are just over 11 months left for him to gather the remaining Golden Realm essence crystals. Amitba. Everything in life has been preordained by fate, and to leave like this, having avoided danger and reaped great rewards, is a good result for us. Chang, he said with a tranquil expression as he put his palms together. Enlin was in full agreement with Chang He's words, especially the part about reaping great rewards. He really did obtain a lot of valuable things during his time in the ancient Taichu realm, most of which couldn't even be measured in monetary terms. For example, the three blood tribe mighty figures, Tina and Xianxia, as well as Xiao Zhe. He didn't know whether this little whale could also be considered to be a reward he had reaped. After pondering to himself for a moment, he still decided to bid farewell to the little whale. Little whale, he called out. The little whale focused on keeping the spatial compression power at bay, while turning to Enlin with curiosity in its bright, innocent eyes. What is it, Grandpa? Little whale, I'm going to leave now. Live a happy life with your mother. Enlin said with sincerity in his eyes. The little whale wagged its tail in panic. Why? Where are you going, Grandpa? Please don't leave. I know Mommy is in the wrong here, but she'll definitely be able to come to her senses soon and be kinder to you. Please don't leave. The little whale began to shed tears again as it spoke. Enlin didn't know what he should say, so he tucked Xianxia under his left arm as he gently stroked the little whale's smooth head. The little whale continued to weep, and Lin's emotions were a little conflicted. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I'm actually not your grandpa, nor am I your father. I only injected the spatial power I had absorbed into your body, thereby giving you a false sense of familial bonds. You only have one relative, and that is your mother. Do you understand what I'm saying? The little whale faltered slightly before shaking its head vigorously. I don't care. I have your aura within my body, so you're my family. Don't leave me. The little whale shook its head like a sulky child. However, right at this moment, a brilliant light began to flash as everyone disintegrated into specks of light before completely disappearing. The little whale was rooted to the spot as it stared at the place where Enlin had stood just a moment ago. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? The heavenly void beast detected that something was amiss and focused its gaze internally, only to find that there was no one in there aside from the lonesome little whale. Where are they? It asked itself in confusion. Wah, Mommy, Daddy's gone. Daddy doesn't want us anymore. Wah. The little whale was racked with sadness as it cried again. Large whale. Within a certain secret chamber, two spatial gates stood with scintillating light rippling across their openings. The smaller of the two golden gates suddenly began to tremor as an extremely potent burst of spatial power emanated from the gate. In the end, 18 soul formation stage cultivators appeared from the gate. Wang Xuanzhan's robe was stained with blood, and he held his spear tightly as he looked around, as if he was searching for someone. A pained expression then appeared on his face. Enlin, did you not make it? 31 soul formation stage cultivators had entered through the small spatial gate, but only 18 had returned. This was quite a heavy loss. The joy of returning was immediately dampened by the thoughts of all those that didn't make it, and the atmosphere became quite heavy all of a sudden. Among those that had made the ancient divine division their eternal resting place, there were friends, comrades, and lovers, but those people were never coming home again, and everyone was quite distraught at this notion. At this moment, a white film of light enveloped all the cultivators as an extremely powerful healing spell technique was cast over everyone. Emperor Ziwei was the one that had cast the healing spell technique, and everyone came to their senses before bowing to him. Emperor Ziwei shook his head with a grave expression. There's no need for formalities. You are all heroes of the heavenly court, and I thank you for your efforts. Right at this moment, the small golden gate began to slowly disappear. Everyone's heart immediately sank. The spatial gate had closed, which meant that there really was no chance for all those cultivators to ever return home. The large golden gate then began to tremble as a huge, burly man over 3 meters tall exited from the golden gate. He held a massive crimson axe in his hands while a vast aura emanated from his body. It's the giant spirit god! Some of the soul formation stage cultivators exclaimed with joyful expressions. All the return to void stage mighty figures were part of the elite heavenly court forces, so they were ecstatic to see a return to void stage mighty figure return safely. Immediately afterward, a man in a red robe holding a Sun Patrol Immortal badge appeared from the gate. No one even had a chance to speak before another dazzling light erupted from the gate as a white-robed figure and a figure in a pink dress appeared. Not only is the Sun Patrol god back, but even Lu Dongbin and Celestial Maiden he have returned safely. Some of the cultivators exclaimed with joy. However, as the light faded and they caught sight of the figure in the pink dress, their smiles all congealed on their faces as their mouths gaped open in shock. Wang Xuanzhan stared with incredulity at the woman. Lu Chuchu? Am I dreaming? The petite woman in the pink dress turned to everyone with a cute smile while holding a super adorable snow soul beast in her arms. It's me. I ended up in the Void Star section due to some unforeseen circumstances, and it was all thanks to Senior Lu taking care of me that I was able to return safely. Lu Chuchu said as she looked up with a grateful expression at the man beside her. Lu Dongbin shook his head with a smile to indicate that she didn't need to thank him. He then turned his eyes on the golden gate again, as if he was waiting for someone. Emperor Ziwei was also quite surprised by Lu Chuchu's emergence from the larger golden gate, and he too began to look at the gate with an expectant gaze. Right at this moment, another burst of brilliant light flashed past as Celestial Maiden he and the Night Patrol god appeared. This is great! All of our return to Void Stage mighty figures have returned safely. Some of the cultivators were jumping in joy. The Void Star section was far more dangerous than the ancient Divine Division, so the return to Void Stage cultivators there faced many life-threatening hazards. For all 5 of them to come back safely was indeed something to celebrate about. However, just when everyone thought Emperor Ziwei was going to take them away from here, everyone discovered that they still had their eyes on the golden spatial gate. Lu Chuchu, Lu Dongbin, Celestial Maiden he, and the Night Patrol god also had their eyes on the golden gate. Everyone was quite confused by their actions, and someone couldn't help but ask, "Are you all waiting for someone?" "I'm waiting for someone who saved my life." Celestial Maiden he smiled with a firm expression in her eyes. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Were there really more people to come? Weren't all the return to Void Stage mighty figures of the heavenly court here already? Who could have saved Celestial Maiden he's life? Who would be powerful enough to do so? A person suddenly sprang to Wang Xuanzhan's mind, and his heart stirred as he looked up at the golden gate with a nervous expression. A brilliant golden light burst forth from the golden gate along with an extremely formidable aura, causing the entire space to tremble as cracks began to appear on the golden gate. Everyone stood rooted to the spot as they all stared at the golden gate. Emperor Ziwei's brows furrowed slightly as he waved a hand toward the golden gate, upon which a vast power poured forth from his fingertips, thereby stabilizing the golden gate. Right at this moment, 2 figures began to appear. A man in a white robe held the hand of a young boy in his right hand. There was a super adorable snow soul beast tucked under his right arm while a porcelain-like fairy with exquisite features sat on his shoulder. Everyone's eyes widened as their minds went blank. What kind of fucking combination was this? Were these people even from the heavenly court? No, wait, there was one person who was extremely familiar. Even Emperor Ziwei's eyelids twitched at the sight of this inconceivable group. He could understand Lin's emergence from the Golden Gate, and he could even accept the fact that he had brought a snow soul beast with him. But who the hell were that young boy and that fairy? Huh? Am I the last one to come out? As he emerged from the spatial gate, Lin blushed lightly when he found out that everyone had their eyes trained on him. He then joined his hands in a salute and said, "Sorry to keep you all waiting. Welcome back," Lu Dongbin said with a gentle smile. Lu Chuchu waved at Lin with a charming smile on her face. Wang Xuanzhan immediately walked up to Lin before slapping his shoulder. "So you were at the Void Star section as well. I mourned for you over nothing." Lin waved his hand with a slight smile. It was all a coincidence. Emperor Ziwei looked at Lin's group as countless galaxies flashed before his eyes. He blinked, and his eyes returned to normal, but there was an undisguised shock lingering on his face. "Lin? Who are the primordial dragon tribe cultivator as well as the fairy accompanying you?" Emperor Ziwei asked. Shui Zhantian glowered at Emperor Ziwei upon hearing this, as if he was dissatisfied with Emperor Ziwei's lack of regard for Papa Zhantian. "Oh, this here is Xiao Zhe. He is my disciple, and this fairy Tina is my beast pet." Lin replied truthfully. These two were both going to be living at the heavenly court from now on, so it was best for everyone to know about these things. Emperor Ziwei's face convulsed. "So, you accepted a primordial dragon at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage as your disciple? And a true holy rank fairy as your beast pet?" "Yes." Lin nodded. Gasp! Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they drew another collective sharp intake of breath. A soul formation stage cultivator was able to get a disciple at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. And that fairy clearly possessed power equivalent to a return to void stage mighty figure as well. But she became Lin's beast pet. Everyone felt like either they were dreaming, or the world had been flipped on its head. If they were to tell someone else about this, they would definitely get slapped across the face and denounced for fabricating tall tales and trying to treat people like idiots. Was this something a soul formation stage cultivator was supposed to be able to do? It would probably be more fitting if he was a Dao integration stage true god. Even Lu Chuchu and Lu Dongbin were completely dumbstruck. They had never met Xiao Zhe, and they were shocked that Lin was able to make a dragon at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage his disciple. Wang Xuanzhan was completely rooted to the spot once again upon hearing the conversation between Emperor Ziwei and Lin, and he felt like he didn't have enough brain cells to process the situation. "Ha ha ha! Your luck is truly astounding, Lin." Emperor Ziwei nodded with a slight smile. Lin was probably the only person in the entirety of the heavenly court that could receive praise like this from Emperor Ziwei. Even though he already had high expectations for Lin was still able to completely exceed his lofty hopes. However, he was a mighty figure that had lived for countless years, and he was soon able to calm his emotions. After the two spatial gates disappeared, he waved a hand through the air, and the space around everyone warped before they were teleported to a cavernous white palace. Emperor Ziwei's mighty yet soothing voice sounded, "Now then, let's begin the Realm Essence Crystal Exchange." When Emperor Ziwei waved his hand, an immortal tool that appeared to be something like a white bucket appeared before everyone's eyes. The immortal tool had a diameter of 30 feet, and its surface exuded a faint golden light. At the center of the immortal tool was a bottomless, black hole, and no one knew where the hole led to. "I have set up a spell formation on this immortal tool, so you will only need to place your realm essence crystals into the black hole at the center, and the immortal tool will reimburse you according to the price I have previously stated. 10,000 spirit stones per white realm essence crystal, 30,000 spirit stones per green realm essence crystal, 100,000 spirit stones per blue realm essence crystal, 200,000 spirit stones per red realm essence crystals, and 1,000,000 spirit stones per golden realm essence crystal." Lin immediately sprang into action as Emperor Ziwei's voice fell. He knew that this was his last chance. Emperor Ziwei took one last look at everyone before heaving a light, forlorn sigh as his body began to vanish. He still needed to make a trip to the Ziwei Pavilion in order to organize some reimbursements to the families of those brave cultivators who had lost their lives for the heavenly court. and Lin made his way toward the Immortal tool before tossing in a white realm essence crystal. A white vital stone immediately appeared from within the hole. He stowed away the vital stone with shock in his eyes before beginning to look around at everyone. Tina, Xianxia, and Xiaozhe also cast their keen eyes around the room at everyone else. None of the other cultivators knew what they were up to, so they didn't think too much of it as they too made their way toward the Immortal tool bucket in order to exchange their realm essence crystals for spirit stones. Thus, one cultivator after another submitted their realm essence crystals. Most of the realm essence crystals harvested by the soul formation stage cultivators were either white or green, with blue and red ones making rare appearances, while golden ones were non-existent. On average, each soul formation stage cultivator managed to get only a few 100,000 spirit stones. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 lucky cultivators whose earnings reached in excess of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Lu Chuchu suddenly became the star of the show. She waved her slender arm through the air as white, green, blue, and red realm essence crystals appeared before her, along with 1 golden realm essence crystal. The vibrant, dazzling lights instantly attracted gasps of astonishment and admiration from the surrounding cultivators. And Lin did a calculation to find that her realm essence crystals could be exchanged for 3,100,000 spirit stones, which was by far the most that anyone had earned so far. Lu Chuchu grinned as she submitted her realm essence crystals one by one, while putting one vital stone after another into her storage ring. She even had a legendary beast pet to help her out as all cultivators around her turned their admiring and envious eyes upon her. Just as she was about to submit her golden realm essence crystal, a fairy suddenly wrenched it from her hands before flying toward Lin and handing it over to him. Everyone was quite confused upon seeing this. What were they doing? Lu Chuchu also blinked with confusion in her eyes. Are you guys trying to commit daylight robbery? Xianxia waved his wings around. Damn straight we are. Lu Chuchu. And Lin immediately offered her an apologetic smile. I have a desperate need for golden realm essence crystals. You know about my target, right? I can exchange 11 blue realm essence crystals for your golden realm essence crystal. 11 blue realm essence crystals were equivalent to 1,100,000 spirit stones, which was more than what Emperor Ziwei was offering, so there was no reason for Lu Chuchu to refuse his offer. Lu Chuchu pursed her lips in resignation. Seeing as we're comrades, I'll only ask for 10 blue realm essence crystals from you. And Lin immediately agreed as he brought out 10 blue realm essence crystals from his storage ring before handing them over to Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu rolled her eyes before asking with curiosity in her eyes. How close are you to completing your target? Thanks to you, I am only 6 crystals away. And Lin replied gratefully. Lu Chuchu's body swayed as she clutched her hands over her chest while she walked away on shaky legs. The joy that she had experienced from exchanging all her realm crystals was abruptly and brutally crushed. All the other cultivators had also heard the exchange between Lin and Lu Chuchu. 1 golden realm essence crystal could be exchanged for 11 blue realm essence crystal? Really? The few cultivators who had golden realm essence crystals were all extremely tempted. Soon, 2 cultivators walked toward Lin before walking away with 22 blue realm essence crystals. The deal was completed, and Lin bagged 2 more golden realm essence crystals. And Lin and the others positioned themselves around the Immortal exchange tool in order to ensure that they did not miss a single golden realm essence crystal. Another cultivator soon made their way over to Lin in order to exchange their golden realm essence crystals with him. After a while, all the soul formation stage cultivations had exchanged all their realm essence crystals, and no other golden realm essence crystals appeared. And Lin's heart began to tense up. He still needed 3 more. Celestial Maiden He and the Night Patrol God also began to exchange their realm essence crystals. They had already exchanged all their golden realm essence crystals with Lin, so they clearly didn't have any left, as was the case with Lu Dongbin. The Sun Patrol God made his way slowly to the Immortal exchange tool. As he spread his hands open, over 300 white realm essence crystals as well as a few dozen green realm essence crystals appeared. And Lin's eyes lit up upon seeing this. This was a crystal tycoon. However, to his disappointment, The Sun Patrol god left after exchanging for a few hundred vital stones. Enlin. Right at this moment, the giant spirit god made his way over to Enlin with a smile on his face. Mr. Enlin, I heard you were looking for Golden Realm essence crystals. Enlin's eyes immediately lit up. That's right. How many do you have? The giant spirit god extended 2 fingers. I have 2. How about it? Do you have enough realm essence crystals to exchange for them? Enlin's heart instantly fell as he nodded with a disconsolate expression. I do. Fuck. He was still missing 1. After accepting the giant spirit god's golden realm essence crystals, he had 99 golden realm essence crystals in total in his storage ring, which was agonizingly close but oh so far away. He was the only one that hadn't exchanged his realm essence crystals yet, and he suppressed his tears as he too exchanged his realm essence crystals. The 344 white realm essence crystals, 60 green realm essence crystals, and 7 blue realm essence crystals that appeared in the air instantly attracted the admiring eyes of countless onlookers. Mr. Enlin sure did reap some huge rewards. Yeah, his haul is comparable to the return to Void Stage Celestial Immortal. Comparable? Did you forget that he was exchanging his blue realm essence crystals for other people's golden realm essence crystals? I was wrong. He is the biggest winner here. Enlin stowed the 594 vital stones into his storage ring, taking his net worth to a staggering 31,812,000 spirit stones. However, all that money didn't matter to him. Could he buy a dick with it? He looked up at the sky as tears flowed from his eyes. Everyone was a bit perplexed at this sight. Why is Mr. Enlin crying? Is he crying because he's too rich? I think he's mourning all our fallen comrades. He looks so sad. Should we go and comfort him? Celestial Maiden, he and the others all pursed their lips as their chests constricted upon hearing this, as if they had recalled some unsavory experience. Emperor Ziwei soon appeared in the palace again. Has everyone already exchanged their realm essence crystals? He wore a light smile on his face as he laid a hand on the Immortal exchange too. Oh, what a massive haul. I feel like this is our best harvest in 10,000 years. Emperor Ziwei nodded with satisfaction before his expression congealed on his face. He then laid his hand on the Immortal exchange tool again, as if he was trying to verify something, before he drew a sharp intake of breath and looked up at all the cultivators around him with shock etched onto his face. What's going on? Why is there not even a single golden realm essence crystal?